Xiaosu sat waiting by the market wall when his phone suddenly chimed twice. Startled, he looked down. As he read the message, satisfaction and smugness spread across his face. He smiled to himself, thinking a C-rank upgrade, finally. With practiced ease, Xiaosu launched himself onto the high wall above, landing lightly and nimbly. From his vantage point, he looked down upon the sprawling cityscape, a vibrant tapestry of shimmering lights that banished the darkness of the night. Wangsha Fortress looks much more prosperous than the other fortresses, he murmured. As he walked along the wall, Xiaosu suddenly spotted a security camera. He paused, surprised, thinking that he'd never seen such a thing in the other fortresses. Could this be the AI that Wang Qingji mentioned earlier? He quickly ducked into an alley, out of the camera's line of sight, muttering to himself, as long as it's not a blanket of 360-degree cameras, I have a chance to exploit this. Continuing down the alley, Xiaosu looked up at a tall building. Hesitation and suspicion flickered within him. Is anyone up there? He wondered. Gripping the wall firmly, he began his ascent, focused and cautious. Reaching the rooftop, he surveyed the scene below. The same towering buildings, glittering with lights, lined Hanyang Road 476. Xiaosu lay prone on the rooftop, sniper rifle in hand. He carefully scanned his surroundings, calculating. How can I figure out which floor Huazhong Company's Langshan squad is hiding on? He peered through the rifle's scope, meticulously adjusting the angle. Through the lens, he focused on a building, analyzing it further. The windows were closed tight and no lights were on. He observed the surrounding activity, the flow of pedestrians, and thought, no faces are repeating. No one is lingering nearby. Scanning again, he silently wondered, there doesn't seem to be anyone suspicious around. Could I be the first one here for the mission? Xiaosu shifted his aim to a group of people descending a staircase, members of Huazhong Company's Langshan squad. He immediately recognized something different. These individuals carried themselves with an air distinct from the ordinary fortress residents. Could they be from Huazhong Company? If no one from Anjing Temple is coming to carry out the mission, then I'll finish it for them. A delighted grin spread across Xiaosu's face. Just the right time to help Xiaojing deal with some of Huazhong's people. I'm free anyway. Suddenly, a burst of fireworks erupted in the sky, painting the night with vibrant colors. Startled, Xiaosu looked up, a question forming in his mind. Fireworks! Below, the Huazhong employees also paused, gazing upwards at the dazzling display. While watching the fireworks, Xiaosu suddenly saw someone get shot clean through. He quickly raised his binoculars toward the nearby building and spotted an assassin. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. An A-rank assassin, here, he muttered. Even the Huazhong Company employees were startled in a terrified silence as one of their own was brutally gunned down. Panic rippled through their ranks. Xiaosu, observing the chaos, chuckled to himself, a foolish grin spreading across his face. These Huazhong guys are pushovers, he thought. One sniper and their whole squad is decimated. His amusement was short-lived. His face quickly paled, his jaw dropped, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Another assassin appeared, moving with incredible speed. Xiaosu mentally assessed the situation. That speed, not the same level as the one I fought before. There's something wrong with the Anjing Temple intel. The Huazhong Company's strength here isn't just one squad. They have backup. A strange feeling crept over him. He pursed his lips, his eyes narrowed in careful observation. Huazhong operatives usually work in teams of 5. Where are the others? Across the way, another assassin stood, staring directly at Xiaosu, as if he'd been waiting. Xiaosu focused, taking in the assassin's eyes, burning with murderous intent. He saw the man make a subtle hand gesture, an elimination signal. Understanding the signal, Xiaosu glanced behind him. Another assassin materialized, a sword glinting in his hand, charging straight towards him. Xiaosu remained motionless, seemingly unfazed by the impending attack. Before the assassin could strike, Lao Su burst onto the scene with blinding speed, catching the attacker completely off guard. With a swift, decisive movement, Lao Su dispatched the sword-wielding assassin in the blink of an eye. Xiaosu, seizing the opportunity, squeezed the trigger of his gun. The bullet ripped through the night air, propelled by the force of the blast. In an instant, it pierced the remaining assassin, leaving him stunned and riddled with disbelief. A confident smirk spread across Xiaosu's face. "Show off," he scoffed. The sudden violence sent the surrounding crowd scattering in terror. Xiaosu slowly rose to his feet, listening to the screams below. That gunshot was too loud, he thought. It's drawn too much attention. Their tactical formation. There should be 3 more lurking in the shadows. He quickly slipped away from the scene. This place isn't safe anymore. Better get out of here. Mid-flight, Xiaosu stopped dead in his tracks. Confusion etched across his face. Before him, in a narrow alleyway, an old man sat calmly painting, oblivious to the panic and chaos erupting around him. The painting slowly revealed a shimmering phoenix. But this was no ordinary artwork. The old man tapped the canvas, and an ethereal phoenix began to emerge, slowly and majestically. It solidified, taking on a vibrant form, bathed in fiery light. Its eyes glowed red, its long tail feathers trailing behind it. Xiaosu gaped in astonishment. A superhuman, he breathed. The already chaotic alleyway descended into further pandemonium as the phoenix, with incredible speed, began to pursue the fleeing people. It attacked the Huazhong Company employees with its sharp beak, sending them scrambling in terror. Perched on a wall, Xiaosu watched the spectacle unfold. Another incredible superhuman ability, he thought excitedly. The old man tapped the painting once more. A powerful dragon, radiating an aura of imposing majesty, materialized from the old man's brushstrokes. He prepared to paint another image, this time a fierce tiger. But before his ability could take form, a grimace twisted the old man's face, sweat beading on his brow. He trembled, fighting to maintain control. Above, Xiaosu observed, assessing the situation. His powers nearing its limit, he thought. Suddenly, a group burst onto the scene, shattering the glass door as they surged forward. They surrounded the old man. Xiaosu was utterly taken aback, questions swirling in his mind. Are these Huazhong Company's lackeys too? But they seemed prepared. Understanding dawned, his jaw dropping slightly. They knew. Huazhong knew someone was planning an assassination attempt. That squad earlier bait, to draw out the superhumans and eliminate them. Another group materialized behind Xiaosu. He took one look and thought, Huazhong's arrived. Then he bolted. He whipped out his gun, spinning and firing multiple shots. I can't let their plan succeed, he thought. Below, one of the men surrounding the old man crumpled, a bullet tearing through him. Nearby, Xiang Chao witnessed the action. He spoke into his earpiece. Do we have any other snipers? The voice on the other end replied, negative. Only one A-rank sniper on assignment, but he's just been neutralized. Xiang Chao scanned his surroundings, a frown creasing his forehead. Strange. Where did that sniper come from? Before him, Xiaosu sprinted, desperately trying to evade the Huazhong pursuers. Xiang Chao continued, I'll deal with the one on Hanyang Road. The sniper at 7 o'clock is being pursued by 3 members of the Dust Squad. Can anyone assist? The voice responded, too late. He's too far out. Xiang Chao looked up, a thought forming in his mind. Below, the chase continued, a frantic dash from rooftop to rooftop. His pursuers remained hot on his heels. Exhaustion began to set in, and Xiaosu cursed inwardly. I was just going to observe, not cause trouble. Why am I always causing trouble? He grumbled as he ran. Even if I did kill one of Huazhong's men, they started it. He vaulted across another building, and I was on the rooftop with a gun just to get a better view. I honestly wasn't planning on shooting anyone. Did they really need to send 3 people after me? He suddenly stopped, a realization hitting him. Wait, 3 people. He skidded to a halt, facing his pursuers. 3 people. What am I afraid of? He shouted. Below, Wangshu Fortress police sirens wailed. The 3 pursuers exchanged startled glances. Wangshu's here, one exclaimed. Another added, he took down 2 of ours. He's clearly not someone to trifle with. The third spoke up. We can't wait. If we don't kill him today, we'll be demoted when we get back. And 3 against 1, we might not lose. Across from them, Xiaosu swayed slightly, a dark aura emanating from him. They raised their guns, aiming. They watched as Xiaosu took a step back, his head bowed. Is he running again? One wondered. Xiaosu slammed his foot down, propelling himself forward. He shot directly towards them, a blur of motion and aggressive intent. The leader of the squad roared, "Fire!" A sustained burst of gunfire ripped through the night. Under the cover of darkness, they unleashed their barrage upon Xiaosu. In that instant, he sprang upwards, a powerful leap carrying him into the air. His body, sheathed in nano-armor, deflected the incoming rounds, sending them ricocheting harmlessly away. The Huazhong operatives stared in disbelief, stammering, "How?" Recognition dawned on one of them, his face slick with sweat, his voice trembling with fear. "Wait, it's him, the superhuman who single-handedly stormed Fortress 146. What's he doing here?" He fumbled for his radio, his words tumbling over each other. This is we've encountered." His words died in his throat. His face contorted, sweat pouring down his skin. Xiaosu's blade, a flash of silver, pierced his chest, silencing him instantly. Xiaosu ripped his weapon free. The remaining two operatives, paralyzed by terror, yelled, "Retreat." One didn't make it far. Xiaosu, moving with impossible speed, cut him off, the operative's eyes widening in shock. He bolted, desperate to escape, but Xiaosu kept pace, a terrifying shadow at his side. Reaching the edge of the building, the operative flung himself downwards. Xiaosu paused, gathering himself, the air pressure rippling around him. He launched himself after the fleeing operative, catching his weapon hand in midair, the man's face a mask of pure terror. Xiaosu drove his weapon through the operative's body. A choked gasp escaped the dying man's lips. His last thought, weak and disbelieving. How can he be so strong? From a neighboring rooftop, Lao Su, having dispatched the final operative, watched the scene unfold. Surprisingly easy, he thought. Xiaosu released a cloud of obscuring white smoke, shrouding Lao Su, still clad in his nano-armor, further confusing the situation. Too much has happened tonight, Xiaosu thought. I need to get out of the fortress. He vaulted across the rooftops, putting distance between himself and the chaos below. Down on the street, a brawl raged. A Wangshu fortress police officer, standing over an unconscious Huazhong operative, looked up at the rooftops, puzzled. What was that just flew overhead? Bathed in moonlight on Hanyang Road, the dragon the old man had painted battled fiercely against the Huazhong operatives. The tiger lunged at one of the operatives, only to be met by a metal bar. The old man slumped against a wall in a narrow alleyway, his face etched with exhaustion, whispered, "I can't hold on much longer. Finish them quickly." Xiang Chao approached, his voice calm. "Old man, be quiet. They're trapped." The Huazhong operatives, seeing him, surrounded him. But then their weapons, as if compelled by an unseen force, clattered to the ground. One of the operatives spoke, his voice laced with a chilling calm. "Xiang Gao, it's a shame I couldn't kill you last time." Xiang Chao closed his eyes, a thin smile playing on his lips. "It seems fate has other plans for me." He opened his eyes, his gaze now sharp and deadly. "Next time, try not to bring metal weapons." He finished speaking, and the nearby metal bars began to bend. Xiang Chao manipulated the metal frames of the glass windows, causing them to burst outwards. Then, all the metal objects launched towards them. Someone yelled, "Retreat," and they scattered. However, Xiang Chao didn't kill them, only frightened them away. Seeing this, the old man asked, "Why not kill them?" He turned back, a bright smile on his face. "Naturally, the superhumans of Fortress 63 will surround them. We need them to attract Fortress 63's attention." He continued, his smile unervingly sweet. "Besides, didn't you notice I didn't actually hit them?" The old man, hearing this, shrugged. All right, I should be going then." He began to gather his things, then sighed. After all that struggle, only to be interrupted by those fire starters. Xiang Chao walked over. Missions always have unexpected turns. Suddenly, a notification sounded from his communication device, silencing him as he listened. Xiang Chao turned and placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. "Congratulations, 1.383.792. The boss says you can participate in the next Anjing Temple selection. You can come with me to security now." The old man's eyes widened. "Really?" Xiang Chao replied. "Anjing Temple never goes back on its word. Follow me. After you join Anjing Temple, you can have your own designation." The old man laughed, relieved. "Honestly, Your current codenames are really hard to remember. With that, the two turned and walked away. Behind them, paper cranes soared through the air. Under a beautiful moonlit sky, sparkling with stars, the cranes separated, flying in different directions. One crane flew towards the hole Xiaosu had left behind. At Wangsha Fortress's surveillance center, Qing Ren pushed Qing Ji's wheelchair towards the monitoring room. He spoke to an officer. "Show me last night's report." Taking the file, Qing Ji asked who could have triggered the alarm when the assassin, codenamed Xiang Chao, infiltrated the fortress and entered the frozen pork delivery truck. He opened the report. The officer continued, "We found the truck, but the driver's whereabouts are unknown." Qing Ji read, calculating in his mind. Anjing Temple and the Firestarters have a long-standing feud. This conflict was within expectations. He returned the report and asked, "Anything else?" The officer replied, "There's also an unclear figure captured on camera, but due to their speed, we couldn't get a clear shot. We've analyzed the affiliations of all the combatants, but this one remains unknown. Someone classified them as extremely dangerous." The officer presented several blurry images, showing only fleeting glimpses of Xiaosu. Qingren looked at them, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "I feel like I've seen this person before. Somewhere." Qing Ji looked at her, surprised. She covered her mouth, chuckling. "The pictures are too blurry. I must be mistaken." The officer and Qing Ji exchanged a look, speechless. Qing Ji gave his orders. "If someone has classified this individual as extremely dangerous, then next time we encounter them, we must proceed with extreme caution." The officer nodded, bowing respectfully. Sunlight streamed down from a clear blue sky. Xiaosu walked, clutching his stomach, a grimace on his face. "So hungry. Haven't had a decent meal in days." He stepped into the small restaurant, a cheerful wave greeting Xiaolu. The young woman, startled at the sight of Xiaosu, clutched a stack of paper cranes to her chest and hurried away. Xiaosu's face creased with confusion at Xiaolu's reaction. What was that all about? He wondered silently. He chose a seat and settled in. "The usual," he said to the server, who responded with an okay and quickly jotted down the order. After a moment, Xiaosu pulled out his phone. A notification flashed on the screen. It was a message from the Anjing Temple. The message read, "Target, Fortress 61. Dawn Squad of the Huazhong Corporation within Residential Building 137, Lingbao Road. Suspected of harboring Dusk Squad. A-rank ambush. Reward, 100,000. 5-person team cooperation accepted. Upon completion, access to the security room granted once." Xiaosu read it through, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. The Anjing Temple is really going head-to-head with the Huazhong Corporation, he thought. Xiaosu sighed wearily. Only a fool would jump back into that swamp, he mused. Just then, Xiaolu returned, her face flushed, a shy hesitancy in her voice. Did you see what I was doing just now?" she asked. He glanced at her. "No," he replied. "Were you doing something?" he asked. She let out a relieved breath, her face brightening like a blossoming flower. "Nothing," she said quickly. "After you finish eating, you should hurry home. People in town are saying there's a ghost in your house. They say they hear ghostly cries in the middle of the night," she continued, "but no one dares go in to check. They're afraid of being eaten by the ghost." Xiaosu stared at her, dumbfounded. After finishing his meal, he headed home, Xiaolu's words echoing in his mind. "A ghost. It can't be that simple. These days, I've met people far more terrifying than ghosts. I've never heard of anyone actually encountering a real one." Standing before his front door, Xiaosu paused, studying it for a moment. He reached for the handle, noting the absence of any signs of forced entry. He pushed the door open gently. It creaked softly. He didn't step inside immediately, instead peering through the narrow opening. He scanned the interior, his mind racing. Nothing unusual in the front courtyard. He slowly entered the house, his senses on high alert. A faint metallic scent of blood hung in the air. As he walked further in, he suddenly came upon a disturbing scene. Xiaosu froze, his face slick with a cold sweat of shock. Before him lay a scene of chaos. Multiple bodies were scattered across the courtyard floor, belongings strewn everywhere. He reached down and picked up a nearby knife, turning it over in his hand. He sent Lao Su to clean up the gruesome scene while he sat, staring at the knife, lost in thought. The so-called ghost stories. They were probably the screams of these people after being attacked by that potato-shooting sniper. Later that night, Xiaosu left his house, a grim silence clinging to him. He stopped in front of the small restaurant. The storyteller, mid-meal, looked up in surprise. "Xiaosu," he called out softly. Xiaosu strode into the restaurant. "A bowl of noodles, extra spicy." He called out, "I heard you got some new watermelons. Cut one open, the old man, and I will try it." The storyteller paused his meal. "You're just in time," he said. "I have a question for you." Xiaosu gestured for him to continue. The storyteller set down his chopsticks beside his empty bowl, only broth remaining. "If you cut a watermelon into 3 pieces," he began, "each piece is 0.333, correct?" Xiaosu nodded. "Correct. So 0.333 times 3 is equal to 0.999. The storyteller continued. "Tell me, Xiaosu, where did the other 0.001 go?" Xiaosu's face went blank as he considered the question. Where did that 0.001 go? He thought for a moment, then gave a random answer. "It's on the knife." The storyteller could only fall silent, stunned for a moment before saying, "You really are a lopsided student." Xiaosu fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He seriously asked, "Old man, do you know who I am?" The old man didn't rush to answer, instead saying, "People often say that a mighty dragon won't cross a river, but how many dragons actually cross rivers in this world?" The old man's expression turned serious, carrying a hint of threat. "I'm warning you, dangerous people like you should stop bothering my granddaughter." Xiaolu approached from afar and said, "Grandpa, this gentleman said he wanted to eat watermelon. I've already cut some for you." The old man just scoffed. After Xiaolu placed a plate of watermelon on the table, a loud explosion erupted outside, catching Xiaosu's attention. The people in the restaurant wondered what happened. Another customer chimed in. "It seems to be coming from inside the fortress." Xiaosu sighed and said, "When will this injustice ever end?" The storyteller slowly began, "This isn't about injustice, but a struggle of paths and ideologies between 2 organizations. You have to understand. Outside, the massive explosion sent flames spreading everywhere, causing panic." He continued, "Without a path and ideology, it's hard for them to be called an organization." With a serious face, he continued his analysis. "The Anjing Temple hasn't really gained anything from this." Xiaosu, sitting opposite him, seriously asked, "Old man, whose side are you on? Anjing Temple or Huazhong?" Gesturing to the plate of watermelon on the table, the storyteller said, "Whether I'm on Anjing Temple's side or not, I won't side with Huazhong. Regardless of what it was like before, the Huazhong Corporation has gone astray on the path of evolution." Xiaosu asked thoughtfully, "So, in your opinion, the Huazhong Corporation wasn't bad before?" The old man replied, "I heard they were a bit extreme before the cataclysm, but not too much. After the cataclysm, with the world in disorder, their ambitions surfaced." Resting his chin in his hand, Xiaosu narrowed his eyes. "I don't think they're that formidable." The storyteller's words carried weight. The Fortress Alliance, an organization that controls 10 fortresses, isn't formidable. You think they aren't formidable because you killed a few of their people. That only means those few weren't formidable. The two continued their conversation in the crowded space. The old man continued, "An organization capable of mass-producing super soldiers can't be judged by the strength of a single individual. You have to consider their numbers." Xiaosu chewed on a piece of the sweet, slightly bland watermelon and replied, "All right." A system notification popped up, "Mission, protect the injured for 3 days." Seeing this, Xiaosu, while eating his watermelon, sighed. It's been a while since the palace issued a mission. It would be nice to get a perfect skill map. Finished, Xiaosu stood up and bid farewell to the storyteller. "Keep eating. I'm going home to sleep." The old man waved him off. Go on, go on." Xiaosu stretched, loosening his muscles. His eyes were sharp, but his mind was racing. There's no need to muddy the waters anymore. He looked ahead, where explosions were occurring, booming through the air, smoke and dust obscuring the sky. The quiet night was punctuated by the glint of rooftops under the moonlight. Xiaosu stood before his door, unlocking it. The lock was fine, but he smelled something strange, the metallic scent of blood. Xiaosu opened the door and stepped inside. As he turned, the shadowy figure of a woman lunged at him, a knife flashing in her hand. A sneak attack. With lightning reflexes, he dodged the deadly blade. Xiaosu's eyes narrowed, grabbing the attacker's wrist and delivering a sharp blow to the back of her neck. A cry of pain escaped her lips. It was Zhuang Yuanxue. She slumped unconscious in his arms. Only now did he recognize her. Why was it her again? 2 encounters, 2 knockouts. This wasn't right. His mind racing, he summoned an illusion of himself and ordered it to carry her inside. Lao Su, he called out quickly, carry Yuanxue in like a princess. Then Xiaosu turned his attention back to the potato shooter. The creature seemed dejected. Xiaosu, slightly taken aback, crouched down. Could she control plants? He wondered aloud. Did you not attack her because of that? You really lack initiative. It let out a cry and offered him a potato. Xiaosu looked at it and chuckled. What is all this? Yuanxue's eyes fluttered open, then widened. Consciousness was returning. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but found herself bound and helpless. Xiaosu turned and gave a small, mocking salute. Yuanxue exclaimed, her expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. What are you doing? What do you want? Xiaosu simply replied, not you. Wait a moment. But she ignored him, her voice rising in anger. Why are you here? To arrest me. Have you joined the Huozhong Corporation or the Wangshu Group? Xiaosu crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. This is my house, he stated calmly. You break into my house in the middle of the night and ask me why I'm here. Does that make sense? He crouched down again. Shouldn't I be asking you why you're here? What are you planning to do to me? Yuanxue's fury intensified. Do something to you. She spat. This is your house. This is the outer market town of Fortress 61. A powerful superhuman like you living in the market town. Xiaosu sighed. He didn't respond, instead walking away as if she wasn't there. Hey, where are you going? Let me go. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a key, and quickly unlocked the door, stepping inside and slamming it shut. This really is your house? Yuanxue demanded. What else would it be? He replied, one hand in his pocket, the other turning the lock, a cool expression settling on his face. All right, this is my territory. You're going to listen to me. From now on, I ask, you answer. Xiaosu sat down opposite Yuanxue, his gaze piercing. Are you from the Anjing Temple? He interrogated. She answered quickly, no, at least not currently. He continued, a hint of amusement in his voice. So, are you an A-rank assassin undergoing evaluation? Yuanxue's face fell, tacitly admitting the truth with a quiet yes. Xiaosu offered a piece of advice. You're a woman. It's not easy. Where's your phone? She erupted, her voice filled with suspicion. How do you know about the Anjing Temple and the assassin evaluations? He deflected smoothly. Coincidence. I'm also an assassin being evaluated. Yuanxue scoffed, clearly disbelieving him. You're an A-rank too. Xiaosu held up his phone, his expression serious. No, I'm a D-rank. She burst out laughing. What? A D-rank? You're joking, right? A superhuman like you, a D-rank assassin. He barked a laugh, tinged with exasperation. Isn't the whole point to climb the ranks by completing missions? Didn't you start a D rank like everyone else? Zhuang Yuanxue's laughter only intensified, tears still clinging to her lashes. Of course not. If you're superhuman, you just have to declare it. They give you a new phone right away. Superhuman missions are different from regular ones, you know? Her captor spoke seriously. You stole your D-rank phone, didn't you, Xiaosu? You can't get A-rank missions with that. Only superhuman phones can receive them. Besides, A-rank missions require fingerprint verification. Xiaosu pointed at his own phone, a naive expression on his face. That's not true. I get A-rank missions. A flicker of fear crossed his features, followed by a moment of thoughtful silence. Wait a minute. I think before I got this phone, I didn't get A-rank missions. He leaned closer, peering into Yuanxue's pockets. This it. He retrieved her phone, turning it over in his hands. So this is a dedicated A-rank phone. Fingerprint lock, just as I suspected. Looks like the Anjing Temple gives special treatment once they identify you. I'll have to be more careful on missions from now on. Can't blow my cover. Xiaosu stared at the phone, lost in thought. But how am I supposed to do A-rank missions without blowing my cover? His gaze sharpened. If stealing one doesn't work, I'll just have to get another. And take the fingerprints too. He turned back to Yuanxue. Did the Anjing Temple give you this phone directly? She shook her head. A paper crane delivered it. The Anjing Temple doesn't care about a killer's identity. Whether we hide or not is up to us. Xiaosu watched as the phone screen lit up, understanding dawning on him. So that's how it works. No face-to-face meetings required. Yuan Shua gestured to her wounds, her voice pleading. Could you untie me? I need to treat these. I'll die if I don't. Xiaosu looked at her, offering a sliver of reassurance. Don't worry, they're not fatal. You won't die for at least 3 days. His words sparked a furious outburst. 3 days? What do you mean, 3 days? I don't want to just live for 3 days. My mother is over 50 and has cancer. Do you think I do this for fun? I need the money for her treatment. Xiaosu was taken aback by her desperate confession. He relented, moving behind her. All right, Yuan Shua, believing her ploy had worked, felt a surge of triumph. Just like last time, he'll let me go if I mention my mother. Her wrists ached from the tight ropes. She rubbed them as he retied the knots, a bitter resentment simmering beneath the surface. It's not fair. If I hadn't run into a superhuman like Emo Xiaosu, I wouldn't be in this mess. Yuan Shua's face hardened as she launched into her next act. I need to take care of my wounds. Could you leave the room? Xiaosu raised an eyebrow. Why do I need to leave while you treat your wounds? Her reply was delivered with feigned nonchalance. I need to take my clothes off. A smirk played on Xiaosu's lips. Now you're talking. Suddenly I'm wide awake. I know you're not that kind of person, she countered. He shrugged, draped his jacket over her shoulders, and walked out without another word. Alone in the room, Yuan Shua breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of security washing over her. No matter what, in this day and age, meeting a man like him is a blessing. He probably won't come back in. Yuan Shua stood inside the room while Xiaosu dressed. A small mountain of potatoes lay at his feet. Wincing in pain, she removed her shirt. She suddenly noticed the open window. Outside, Xiaosu was peeling potatoes. Yuan Shua assumed he was oblivious to her presence, but she was mistaken. Xiaosu's voice, low and menacing, drifted through the opening. Take 2 more steps and you're dead. Believe it. She was stunned, realizing he was fully aware of her intended actions. Exposed, Yuan Shua faltered, her gaze shifting nervously. She feigned innocence. I just need a needle and thread to stitch up my wound. It's deep. I have to stitch it. As if on cue, a spool of white thread sailed through the open window. Xiaosu's voice followed. After you're done, use this medicine. And don't forget to say thank you. Yuan Shua snatched the thread, stammering, all right. The window slammed shut with a resounding thud, making her jump. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Turning away, she let out a shaky breath, shedding her outer coat. She shook her head, muttering to herself, why do I always feel so powerless around Xiaosu? Is this the difference in our strength? Inside the room, she sterilized a needle with a lighter, preparing to stitch her wound. She addressed Xiaosu through the wall. Why did you come to Anjing Temple to become an assassin? Separated by the thin wall, Xiaosu continued peeling potatoes, his tone indifferent. To make money. Inside, Yuan Shua continued sterilizing the needle, keeping the conversation going. Then you could have just told Anjing Temple you're superhuman. No, wait. Don't you want to keep your identity a secret? Having finished peeling, Xiaosu wiped his hands clean, his expression displeased. You know too much. Grimacing against the pain, Yuan Shua finished stitching her shoulder. You could easily rank up. Why are you still D-rank? He stood, brushing off his clothes, his response casual. I just got my phone. Are you dressed yet? She slipped back into her coat. Finished. As he entered the room, she erupted in indignation. We're practically acquaintances, and I'm a wounded woman. How could you treat me like this? Are you even a man? He closed his eyes, unmoved. Precisely because you're a woman. It's almost dawn and I haven't slept. Stop talking or I'll gag you. Show some self-awareness, will you? Though he lay with his back to her, the barrel of his gun pointed directly at her. Terrified, she fell silent, sweat trickling down her face. The next morning, the sun already high in the sky, Yuan Shua awoke. Xiaosu was nowhere to be seen. He appeared at the doorway, a plate of food in hand. She looked at him quizzically. Did you go cook the potatoes? He approached, untying her as he spoke. Eat up. Potatoes aren't so bad. Bound all night. Yuan Shua immediately stood and rubbed her sore arms. Do you normally eat potatoes? Xiaosu shrugged, a hint of boastfulness in his tone. I usually eat out. I have money. Her eyes widened in surprise. Looking down at the potato in her hand, she mumbled, I want to eat out too. He leaned against his crutch, a length of rope dangling from his other hand. He glanced at her. You want to eat out? What do you want? Tell me. Ingshua's eyes, sparkling like a constellation, were fixed on him, her mouth watering as she eagerly recounted her desires. I want to eat so many things. Bear paw buns, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast goose, roast quail, braised pork, braised goose. After she finished her litany, Xiaosu gave her a disdainful look. What are you thinking? You just destroyed their fortress, and now you plan to brazenly eat in their market town. The air of excitement around Ingshua deflated. Oh, she mumbled dejectedly, right? He took a bite of a potato, savoring the taste. Then, turning to Ingshua, he urged, all right, eat quickly before it gets cold. She approached him cautiously. Are these potatoes from those plants in your garden? Where did you get those plants? He chewed thoughtfully. They were already here when I bought the house. She gave him a skeptical look. You tricked some idiot, didn't you? Seeing her disbelief, he held out the potato. I bought the seeds from someone. This explanation only seemed to agitate her further. Liar. I've never seen seeds like these on the black market. The mention of the black market piqued Xiaosu's interest. Black market? There's a black market in Zhongyuan. She rolled her eyes. You don't know about the black market. They're everywhere. Underground trading hubs, mostly for contraband. Intrigued, he pressed her for more information. So, do they have any flying treasures? Or maybe legendary artifacts? No, she replied. It's mostly weapons, drugs, and intel. Aside from that, there are some groups peddling pre-apocalypse tech they've scavenged from who knows where. Oh, and a lot of assassins hang around the black market, Ingshu added. They have the most discreet hotels there. Assassins can use the hotels to form teams and take on missions from the Anjing Temple. The more she spoke, the brighter Xiaosu's eyes became, like a galaxy of stars igniting within them. A whole other world, he thought. As if he had discovered a new continent, he pointed at her, his voice filled with an undeniable command. Tonight, you're taking me to the black market. At Border Outpost 178, the fortress stood tall and imposing, brightly lit from within. The quiet was suddenly shattered as patrolling soldiers detected an intruder. A warning siren blared from the observation tower. An unidentified vehicle was approaching. The soldier's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Vehicle ahead. You have entered a radio silence zone. Turn off your radio. Stop the vehicle and submit to inspection. The approaching vehicles came to a halt. Immediately, soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them with wary eyes at the unidentified vehicles encroaching on the fortress. A man, La Lam, stepped out of vehicle, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, a casual grin on his face. He approached the soldier, holding the gun. My friend, I'm La Lam from Conti. I spoke with Commander Zhang about this visit. The soldier eyed him suspiciously. Hold on, I need to report this to headquarters. A tense silence descended as everyone waited, their faces etched with apprehension. After receiving notification from his superiors, he turned and barked orders, his voice booming with authority. Authentication confirmed. Now, surrender all your weapons and transfer to our patrol vehicles for transport to your destination. One by one, La Lam's men raised their hands, submitting to the thorough searches conducted by the company's soldiers. Zhou Qi stood by, his expression sour. This is ridiculous, he grumbled. We're treated like thieves. We're in a hurry to get to Zhongyuan. Things are getting volatile there. In stark contrast to Zhou Qi's irritation, La Lam maintained a jovial facade. Now, don't be hasty, he said smoothly. Where's your sense of subordinate decorum? Lord Conti's matters take precedence. His words only deepened Zhou Qi's scowl. I'm paid help, not a subordinate, he retorted. La Lam simply chuckled at his outburst. Once the searches were complete, they were finally loaded onto fortress vehicles and driven towards the outer perimeter of Base 178, where high-ranking officials awaited their arrival. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, La Lam spread his arms wide, his voice brimming with false cheer. Young Master Su, such talent at such a young age. Xian Suo stood with a cold, impassive expression, his brow furrowed. furrowed. Undeterred, La Lam continued his effusive monologue. Why not join us in the Southwest? Fine food, finer clothes, riches beyond your wildest dreams. Xian Sua's frown deepened, his silence a clear indication of his disdain. Xian Sua's voice cut through La Lam's prattle, sharp and commanding. Cut the crap. Get to the point. La Lam forced a smile. Very well, he said, then asked, are the documents prepared? Xian Sua's eyes narrowed. He didn't answer immediately, instead countering with his own question, where is the hostage you brought? With a flick of his eyes, La Lam signaled to his men, who brought the hostage forward. Xian Suese, Gaze sharpened, probing. Is she the hostage Conti sent to base 178? Don't try to pass off some commoner as a valuable asset. La Lam's smile widened, his tone dripping with insincerity. She is a young woman whom Lord Conti holds dear. Is that sufficient? Xian Sua's icy gaze swept over the hostage. Sufficient, he replied curtly. With the agreement seemingly reached, La Lam grasped Xian Sua's hand, his smile widening. Excellent. A mutually beneficial arrangement. May this mark the end of hostilities between us. The handshake concluded, the deal sealed. The vehicle rolled away from Fortress 178. Sitting in the vehicle, La Lam glanced back, a thought forming in his mind. The hostage delivery had gone smoothly. Finally, he could leave this godforsaken place. Beside him, Zhou Qi spoke, his voice laced with suspicion. Since when does Contran care for this girl? La Lam leaned back against the seat, his tone casual. She's a performer at Fortress 111. Things are becoming precarious for Conti. He can't afford the distraction of protecting her. Intrigued, Zhou Qi pressed further. That makes even less sense. If he truly cared for her, why offer her as a hostage? La Lam closed his eyes, a thin smile playing on his lips. Song Lam is a rare man of integrity. Sending her here, as a hostage, is the safest course of action. Zhou Qi shot him a dubious look. Unfazed, La Lam continued. Besides, it's all for the railway. It's worth it. Zhou Qi's brow furrowed. The railway. La Lam Nadif. Precisely. Conti intends to build a route through the western mountains, across the plateau. That way, travel between Fortress 111 and Base 178 will take only a day, perhaps even less. Zhou Qi's skepticism was evident. If Conti establishes a strong foothold out there, a railway becomes a lifeline, a constant flow of troops, personnel, and military resources. Song Lam isn't a fool. He won't simply let your forces establish themselves on his doorstep. As if suddenly remembering something, Zhou Qi blurted out, wait a minute. Could you possibly have a common enemy? Someone you'd consider this important. Where is this enemy? La Lam Kamni di Blaive, Feng Yuan, the Wang clan. The vehicle continued to speed down the road. Zhou Qi continued, never would have thought. Honestly, I didn't think of it at first either. Why would Conti care so much about this Wang clan? Zhou Qi glanced sideways, arms crossed, a look of amusement on his face. It's a bit intriguing. The head of the Wang clan, Shang Ji, I hear he's confined to a wheelchair. Harmless. He shot a disdainful look at La Lam. And you're afraid of this kind of person. Ignoring Zhou Qi's mockery, La Lam replied, Shang Ji uses the 150,000-strong Wang clan conglomerate like a tightly woven rope. With it, he's opened up the most crucial resource route in the Northwest. He paused, recalling the events of that year, then continued. For 15 years, he's rigorously enforced conscription policies. Initially, it might not have seemed like much. After all, the Wang clan's current standing army isn't large. But over time, he's built up a powerful mobilization capacity. In the event of war, practically every man under 35 can instantly become a soldier, he added. Zhou Qi, maintaining his dismissive attitude, replied indifferently, just soldiers. Based on that alone, you're judging him as constantly preparing for war with others. That's quite an accusation. Do you know that years ago, sericulture was the Zhou clan's most profitable industry? La Lam asked, laying out the previous landscape. He continued, Shang Ji, through high purchase prices and additional supplies, managed to bring a significant portion of the sericulture industry under the Wang clan's control. During this period, the Wang clan not only acquired these industrial systems, but also absorbed a large population. Pausing for a moment, he continued, most importantly, Conti once said. La Lam, clearly understanding his lord's intentions, added, Shangji has ambitions to unify the Fortress Alliance. After listening to La Lam, Zhou remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. What about the Tsinghua Corporation? Aren't you worried about them? La Lam shook his head. No need. Resting his chin on his hand, Zhou said languidly, it would have been great if we had pulled Mo Xiaodu over to our side earlier. With him guarding Fortress 111, my younger brother could have achieved great things. These ambitious families wouldn't even be worth a second glance. Hearing La Lam's dismissive tone, Zhou suddenly erupted. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not as good as Mo Xiaodu? That I can't protect my own brother? Seeing Zhou practically leaping out of his skin, La Lam retorted sarcastically, well, do you dare to single-handedly crush Fortress 146? Hearing this, Zhou immediately deflated. Consider that I said nothing. The convoy continued its journey, snaking its way up the mountain road. Zhou suddenly asked, but this time I'm going to Zhongyuan, who will protect Conti. La Lam reassured him, don't worry. Yuan Dong is back. He's even more formidable than I am. The vehicles continued their ascent along the winding mountain road. Inside, the two men continued their conversation. Zhou asked, Yuan Dong, that name sound familiar? La Lam replied, you're probably more familiar with his alias, Yongyi. He's a superhuman now. Elsewhere, at Tsinghua University in Lekang, the Tsinghua Corporation Fortress 66. It was a sprawling, magnificent place. People bustled about, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Suddenly, a group of menacing-looking individuals appeared, blocking the path of a young woman. One of them yelled, Shao Kan. The girl, addressed as Shao Kan, showed no sign of fear. Hands casually tucked in her pockets, she calmly asked, what's up? The leader of the group spoke with a smirk. Since the semester started, you've been walking around alone. Are you having trouble adjusting to life in Lekang? We're having a get-together tonight. Why don't you join us? Her hands still tucked in her coat pockets. Shao Kan responded with an icy stare. I'm only here to study. I have no interest in this party. Seeing her aloofness, the boy beside the leader nudged him, gesturing with his eyes and whispering, just get to the point. Encouraged by his friend, the leader nervously scratched his head and stammered, well, he shifted his weight, his hands clenching and unclenching, his voice trembling slightly as he finally blurted out, Shao Kan, I like you. Could you give me a chance? Before he could finish, she cut him off, her voice sharp. I already have someone I like. His face fell, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and hurt. He took a step back, putting some distance between them. Shao Kan's eyes flickered with disdain. You see, she said coldly, your feelings aren't that deep after all. If I reject you today, you'll be interested in someone else tomorrow. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. What you call liking is just a test. The moment there's an obstacle, you retreat. Seeing his friend speechless, the boy from earlier spoke up indignantly. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? The leader, unwilling to accept defeat, spun around, anger flaring in his voice. So who is it you like? The student council president? Or, he didn't get to finish. Shao Kan interrupted, he's not in Lekang. You think the student council president is exceptional because you haven't seen the world outside. The person I like, he's not some delicate flower in a greenhouse. He stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Oh, outside. You've been outside. She turned her back to them, not answering directly. Instead, she murmured to herself, I'm not like you. I'm not an ordinary student. I've killed people, and I once held hope with someone in a desolate place. She looked up, lost in thought, then lowered her gaze, pulling her hood low until that hope was extinguished. Elsewhere, disappointment heavy in the air, Mo Xiaodu and Ingxue trudged along a mountain path near Lekang. The black market is on the cliff face near Lekang, Ingxue said as they walked. It's also a meeting point for the Wang, Kong, and Zhou families. He questioned, Lekang. She explained, Lekang is a fortress belonging to the Tsinghua Corporation. According to the Alliance's fortress numbering system, it should be Fortress 66. But no one calls it that. She added, look down from the cliff. Ingxue stopped, pointing downwards. That's it, right ahead. He followed her gaze. The black market operator chose this location near Lekang because the Tsinghua Corporation turns a blind eye to its activities. Mo Xiaodu asked, so anyone can enter. Of course, it's huge. It occupied an entire district before the cataclysm. All sorts of people are there. You'd never know if the person walking past you is a wanted criminal or someone wealthy from another fortress. She enthusiastically filled him in on the details. After taking it all in, Ren Xiaosu said casually, "All right, once we're inside, you'll pretend to be my attendant." Xiaosu's eyes widened, and she raised a fist in indignation. "What?" She launched into a tirade. "Do I look like an attendant? Have you ever seen an attendant this beautiful? You country bumpkin. I'm a superhuman. Don't push it." Ren Xiaosu's lips thinned into a line as he glanced at her. A dark aura began to emanate from him, and he raised his own fist, silently warning her to watch her words. Xiaosu stammered fearfully, her head drenched in sweat. Forcing a placating smile, she hastily replied, "An assistant, then an assistant it is." As if suddenly remembering something, she stroked her chin thoughtfully. "No, wait, that's not right. Plenty of people in the black market have met me. We cooperated on an A-rank mission before. I even share my abilities with them for their analysis. Besides," she continued, "with a superhuman like me as your assistant, you must be someone incredibly important, right?" Ren Xiaosu considered her words, finding a certain logic to them. "I suppose you have a point." The two continued their stride along the forest path. He shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "Fine. Tell everyone outside that I'm your assistant." Hearing his agreement, Xiaosu's eyes widened with delight. Clasping her hands together excitedly, she exclaimed, "Then you have to look the part. You can't just order me around." He waved his hand dismissively. All right, I get it. Don't worry." Standing on the high mountain slope, they looked down at a sprawling, opulent cityscape. The air buzzed with activity. Ren Xiaosu clicked his tongue in awe. "So this is the black market, huh?" As they descended and reached the entrance to the city, a man stood waiting. Rubbing his hands together, he greeted them with a practiced smile. "Looking for a hotel room tonight. You too." Ren Xiaosu stood impassively, offering no reply. Seeing this, Xiaosu turned to the attendant with a bright smile. "Yes, we'd like a hotel room. 2, please." Maintaining his courteous demeanor, the attendant took the opportunity to promote the hotel's other services. "Would you be interested in renting a vehicle or perhaps pre-booking a massage?" Xiaosu waved her hand dismissively. "Not at the moment, thank you." With that, the two continued into the heart of the market. The attendant, still wearing his professional smile, bowed and offered a parting wish. "Enjoy your stay." Deeper into the black market, Ren Xiaosu was overwhelmed by the sights. Towering buildings stood shoulder to shoulder, their bright lights illuminating the bustling streets. The crowds thronged the walkways, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Recalling the attendant from earlier, he remarked, "The service here is surprisingly good." Xiaosu nodded in agreement. "I wonder who controls this place. They seem intent on making it a spending paradise." She leaned in conspiratorially, covering her mouth with her hand. "There's a huge casino here. Everyone inside wears..." She didn't finish her sentence before Ren Xiaosu cut her off in surprise. "Something even more extravagant than what you wore at the library that time." At the mention of that incident, she flushed, snapping back indignantly. "Do you have to bring that up?" Mid-argument, a voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they saw a group of 3 or 4 people approaching. The most striking among them was a blond man with a scar on his face. He waved cheerfully as he walked towards them. "Fancy meeting you here." Looking at Ren Xiaosu standing beside her, he asked, "And who is this?" Xiaosu smiled dismissively. "He's just my assistant. Don't mind him." Ren Xiaosu bristled at her condescending tone, but held his tongue. The others crowded around her, showering her with praise. "You actually completed the Fortress 61 mission." The Firestarter's men were completely wiped out. Xiaosu chuckled, scratching her head sheepishly. "It was just luck." The blonde man quickly countered, "Come on, tell us how you did it. We could learn a thing or two." While the others buzzed with excitement, Ren Xiaosu, left on the sidelines, pondered their conversation. "The Fortress 61 mission. I thought it was a failure." Amidst the clamor, a long line of people suddenly appeared, moving through the crowd. He was surprised to see people in knightly attire among the procession. Noticing his surprise, Xue explained that they were members of the Knight Organization, an internal group within the Qinghe Corporation escorting students on a tour. He heard Mo Xiaodu's voice asking, "How did you get here? Where are the others from earlier?" She retorted sarcastically, "They couldn't get any information from me, so they dispersed." He looked at the group ahead and asked why they were on a tour. Xue further explained that Qinghe University had a mandatory off-campus tour policy, but students were required to be under the protection of Knight Organization members to venture out. Seeing that it was getting late, she turned to Mo Xiaodu. "It's late. Let's go to the hotel. I booked a room earlier. Let's rest a bit. The black market's peak hours are over. I'll take you again tomorrow." He nodded in agreement. "Let's go." They arrived at a magnificent hotel, 2 guards flanking the entrance. His eyes widened in surprise. "We're staying here." She replied casually, "Yes." Mo Xiaodu, still astonished, marveled, "I never thought there'd be such a luxurious hotel here." Xue calmly explained, "Because the black market is safe and stable, without the threat of corporate raids, it has gradually become their best option. Many people have settled here permanently in recent years, making this place their headquarters." The two of them proceeded inside. As soon as they entered the lobby, an attendant approached with a tray of cold towels. The attendant bowed before them. "Good evening." Xue nodded and expertly took a towel from the tray. She wiped her hands. Mo Xiaodu, bewildered, picked up the remaining towel, unsure of its purpose. He noticed the group they had encountered earlier standing near the reception desk. He thought to himself, the Qinghe Corporation people are staying here tonight as well. They waited for the group to leave before approaching the reception desk. Seeing them, the receptionist quickly bowed, her eyes apologetic. "Greetings, Miss Zhou. The 2 rooms you reserved are no longer available. Only 1 room remains, room 1005. The receptionist offered, perhaps you could share." Hearing that they would have to share a room, Xue blushed and recoiled in protest, while Mo Xiaodu scratched his head, still confused. Xue slammed her hand on the counter, exasperated. "I've never encountered such a thing. Wasn't it booked in advance? How could this happen?" The receptionist stammered nervously, "I sincerely apologize. It's mainly because the Qinghe Corporation suddenly had over 20 additional guests." She explained brightly, "They didn't have a reservation. So, you must understand, the Qinghe Corporation are our top priority clients." Haochen, arriving from somewhere, sneered, Well, if it isn't Xue. I heard your last mission went very smoothly." She widened her eyes in surprise. He walked towards them, a hint of admiration in his voice. "It's just that it seems only you returned from the A-rank assassin mission, as expected of a powerful superhuman." Mo Xiaodu interjected indifferently, "Who is this guy? Can't even afford socks." Haochen bristled at the remark. "What kind of joke is this?" Xue, after a moment of fumbling, held out her room key card. "Stop him," she commanded an assistant. "Don't let him be an eyesore. No fighting in the hotel. I want to go upstairs and rest." The assistant spread his arms, blocking Haochen's path. "Understood." Haochen stammered, "Wait." Xue pretended not to hear, striding into the elevator. The elevator doors slid shut. Mo Xiaodu turned and headed for another elevator. Haochen also turned away, but as he walked, he glanced back at Xue with an incredulous expression, muttering, "Just finished an A-rank mission and already started keeping a boy toy." Xue, meanwhile, pressed the elevator button to ascend. The doors opened, and Xue, paying little attention to the man behind her, stepped directly inside. Moments later, Xiaodu stood before a door, casually raising a hand to knock. The door cracked open. Xue peered out cautiously, asking, "Is he gone?" Xiaodu replied, "He's gone," and Xue stepped inside. Suddenly, Xiaodu collapsed dramatically onto a chair with a stern expression, causing a flustered Xue to kneel and begin massaging his leg while explaining, "Just now, I was just trying to maintain my cover. I didn't really want to order you around. Besides, I really can't stand him." Xiaodu simply grunted in response. Then, curious, he asked, "What does he do?" Xue answered casually, "He's also an A-rank assassin." He originally wanted to participate in the Fortress 61 mission, but I showed up and his team kicked him out. I heard he has a history of turning on his teammates. Xiaodu smiled, satisfied. Oh, so you took his place. No wonder he was talking such nonsense. Xiaodu bolted upright from the sofa, looking at Yingxue. All right, stop it already. You're a superhuman, you know. Yingxue's face went blank for a moment as she thought to herself, you know I'm a superhuman. After being knocked unconscious multiple times, what superhuman dignity do I have left? I'm practically your personal maid now. Xiaodu stretched out on the sofa. Yingxue stood up, only to be met with another question fueled by Xiaodu's curiosity. What else do you know about the Qinghe Corporation? Why are you so respectful towards them? Is their power index really that high? Yingxue, her face etched with surprise, knowledgeably replied, the Qinghe Corporation's power index has always been a mystery. Many say that their founder was already a superhuman before the cataclysm, but it's never been confirmed. She placed her hands on her hips and stated seriously, what we do know is that the Alliance currently manages 12 satellites, 7 of which are controlled by the Qinghe Corporation. Even the electricity in this black market is actually supplied by them. Mo Xiaotu, his expression serious, pressed further. I noticed earlier that the Knights of the Qinghe Corporation were very strict with the students. Does that organization hold a lot of power within the corporation? Yingxue replied, of course. They are all devout followers of the Qinghe founder. They have to pass 8 trials to join the Knights. Intrigued, Xiaodu asked, who is the founder of the Qinghe Corporation? Yingxue brought a hand to her chin, thought for a moment, and then replied, a man named Ren He. It's not a secret. Xiaodu brought a hand to his chin, lost in thought. Could it be that Qinghe is the real power behind this black market? But if I can think of it, others must have as well. The reason everyone leaves the black market alone must be related to Qinghe's non-competitive attitude. After a while, he stood up groggily, sleepily declaring, it's getting late. We should go to sleep. He stumbled towards the plush bed and collapsed onto it with a satisfied sigh. This high-class hotel bed is so comfortable, so soft. Yingxue watched him, a surge of irritation rising within her. Great, Mo Xiaotu, no chivalry whatsoever. She stretched out on the sofa, closing her eyes and thinking, sofa it is then. A person under another's roof can't afford to be picky. Not long after, she drowsily opened her eyes to find Mo Xiaodu sitting cross-legged, staring intently at Yingxue. Startled, she bolted upright, flustered, and asked him what he was doing. He calmly replied, just now, I heard you talking in your sleep. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Talking in my sleep? What did I say? He responded with a vacant expression. You said, beat Mo Xiaodu to death. His face darkened, looking at her as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Yingxue, hearing this, waved her hands innocently, explaining it was just sleep talk. Don't take it seriously. Mo Xiaotu, no longer particularly concerned, got up from his chair and told her to go wash up, leaving her wondering what was going on. He tossed his phone towards Yingxue, saying, we have a mission. She caught it and read intently, then murmured, A-rank mission. Target, Zhou Shilong. Location, within Fortress City 73. Zhou Shilong advocates for the research and development of nuclear weapons. He also once stole a subordinate's wife. Suspected to have superhuman protection. An anonymous informant reports, she continued. Reward, 1 million. Accepting cooperative teams of up to 5 people. Also includes a one-time use of the Safe House's authority. If pursued, we can be protected by them. Yingxue looked up from the phone, pondering. This time, they want us to deal with a big shot from corporation. The Xiaodu spoke up. Seems like it. Suddenly, the ringing of the landline phone caught their attention. She went to answer it. The hotel employee said, the guest in room 1209 has extended an invitation for collaboration through the hotel. If you're interested, you can go directly to room 1209. She replied softly, understood. Yingxue turned to Xiaodu and asked, are you going? He hesitated. Is Fortress City 73 far from us? Probably not necessary, right? I've never taken a mission that's been divided by region before. Do they even announce that? She brought a hand to her chin, speculating probably about 600 kilometers. Honestly, I don't really want to take this mission. I've never been to Fortress City 73. Unfamiliar territory makes me uneasy. She closed her eyes and spread her hands, saying calmly, "But these Anjing Temple missions are indeed distributed by region. It seems like if you're in Wong City, you can only accept Wong City missions. But this black market is a bit special. As long as you're within the black market, you can receive missions from the faction." Hearing this, Xiaodu turned and headed for the door, saying as he walked, "Let's go to Fortress City 73 quickly, so we don't lose the mission to someone else. And I don't think we need to do this mission with anyone else. The two of us are enough." She stood there, dumbfounded. "A D-rank mission needs," sang ing. "Really?" He spun around irritably and snapped. "An A-rank mission doesn't need competing for." Yingxue crossed her arms with a satisfied expression and retorted, "Of course it doesn't need competing for. As long as someone completes the team formation and jointly submits the mission application to the Anjing Temple first, the mission won't be assigned to anyone else." He stared at her blankly. "Ah." She tapped her chest, explaining expansively, "Besides, the Anjing Temple will assess whether the team is qualified to take on a mission. If not, they won't let you through. It's just that our chances of getting the mission approved aren't high." He sighed at this, but then Shadow turned back around and slowly strode down the hallway. He said politely, "Let's go. Let's see what this teammate is like." Yingxue looked curious. "After all I said, you still want to take this mission?" Xiaodu suddenly stopped, placing a hand on his chin thoughtfully. She grumbled beside him. "Were you even listening to me?" A moment later, they arrived at another room. Yingxue knocked gently. The door opened shortly after, and to their surprise, it was Haochen. Both of them were surprised. It was Haochen. He grinned and said, "Oh, it's you. Too bad. There's no spot for you this time." The man behind him spoke up softly. "Sorry, we're full up." Yingxue's voice was cold. "This Zhao Haochen has a history of messing with his teammates. You're actually willing to take on a mission with him." He frowned and pointed at her. "Zhou Yingxue, I'm warning you, don't slander people. This time, you're the only one who went to Fortress City 61 for the mission. Can you explain that?" Xiaodu smirked sarcastically. "At least I don't stab my teammates in the back." He looked at the two of them arguing, a little puzzled. "Don't even A-ranks have to compete for missions?" Wudong spoke up warmly. "We don't have enough A-ranks. This round isn't that big either. So, I'm the one assigning missions. I don't want to offend either of you, so we'll just go by the order of arrival." Yingxue huffed coldly and walked away. She went straight into the elevator. Xiaodu followed her in and selected the button for the first floor. Her tone softened. "What are you planning to do? Aren't you going back to your room?" He replied sullenly, "I want to leave the black market." Seeing his mood, she tried to persuade him. "We could just go back to our rooms and wait for the next mission. There's no need to get so angry and leave the black market immediately." Xiaotu pouted. "I do want to leave the black market, but it has nothing to do with being angry." After a short while, the elevator doors opened. He calmly explained his plan to Yingxue. "I'll wait for Zhao Haochen to leave the hotel. Then I'll deal with him. That way, when we have a spot." Yingxue was momentarily stunned. He continued, "There are too many eyes and ears in the black market. We'll go outside first. We'll wait on the road they have to take." She stared at him blankly, questioning the sanity of his plan. Is that something a person should do? He looked at her and reiterated, "Didn't you say Zhao Haochen messed with his teammates? I'm just getting rid of a pest." Her jaw dropped. Then her expression shifted to one of gratitude. "Thank you for avenging me." Xiaodu turned and said frankly, "Who cares about revenge? I just want the mission." His words hit her like a slap to the face, leaving her speechless. On a cliff face, Xiaodu held a sniper rifle. Yingxue glanced at him, thinking to herself, Xiaodu even knows how to use a sniper rifle. How many more skills does he have? After waiting for a long time, she turned and asked, "Are you sure they'll take this road? We've been waiting for ages. We haven't even seen a shadow." He calmly described the layout of the black market with its west, east, and south gates. The black market only has 3 exits. If they want to get to Fortress City 73 for the mission, they'll definitely take this road. Going through the other exits would be too much of a detour. Just then, a white car came into view through Xiaodu's scope. He said calmly, "They're here." Through the sniper scope, Haochen, lounging in the back seat of the car, was clearly visible. He immediately pulled the trigger, aiming directly at his target. The man was shot in the temple, blood splattering against the shattered glass. The others in the car were caught completely off guard. The car screeched to a halt. The sudden stop sent the vehicle lurching. Yingxue and Xiaodu stood up. She frowned. You killed their teammate. How can they possibly let you join their team? He simply chuckled and said, Zhao Haochen was a dead man walking anyway. One step at a time. Then he slung the rifle over his shoulder. But those guys on his team are strange. Knowing there's something wrong with Zhao Haochen, they still kept him as a teammate. If it were me, I'd rather offend him than work with him. She replied, exactly. Who knows what they're thinking? Xiaodu gestured with his hand and said with a smile, let's go down and take a look. Wudong, just stepping out of the vehicle, suddenly noticed a familiar figure. It was the beautiful Yingxue, hands on her hips, walking towards them, followed by Xiaodu with his rifle bag. He was momentarily surprised, then exhaled casually, his eyes narrowing in a silent, amused smile. Well, what a coincidence. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, placing one hand on his chest and extending the other in a welcoming gesture. I am Wudong. Welcome aboard. She immediately cut to the chase. You don't seem too concerned about your teammate. But who just died? He explained, my good friend was killed by Zhao Haochen after teaming up with him. We were originally setting a trap to kill Zhao Haochen, but unexpectedly, you used a sniper rifle to finish him off. Wudong looked towards Yingxue, praising her. Unexpectedly, Ms. Zhou Yingxue is not only a superhuman, but also a sharpshooter. No wonder you were able to wipe out the Dusk Squad of the Huazhong Corporation during the Fortress City 61 mission. Xiaodu looked at her, basking in the praise, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. When Yingxue left Fortress City 61, she was the sole survivor. The other squad members had been killed by the Huazhong Corporation. But why is everyone saying the mission was a complete success? He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Could something else have happened after Yingxue left Fortress City 61? And also, Zhou Yingxue ran out of the fortress. There were no Wang Corporation or Anjing Temple people searching for her. Xiaodu continued to try and piece together the puzzle. Could it be that the Wang Corporation appeared to be capturing Anjing Temple on the surface, but had other plans for them behind the scenes? Just then, Wudong interrupted his train of thought. Miss Zhou, this is... Introducing Xiaodu under his assumed identity. This is my assistant, my observer. He smiled, pulling out a pair of binoculars. That's right, I observed the surroundings for her. By now, the others had finished disposing of the body and were opening the car doors. Wudong gestured for the two of them to get in. All right, it's getting late. Let's get going. She agreed. Once everyone was inside, the vehicle quickly started up and sped off. As dawn broke, they set up camp in a clearing near some trees. Yingxue and Xiaodu shared a tent. He lay down on the bedding while she massaged her legs and said, they think I'm a sharpshooter. I can't do anything about it. I can't exactly tell them I'm not, can I? He turned his head to look at her. Fine, pretend to be their sharpshooter. I don't mind. She immediately seized the opportunity to plead, her index fingers touching nervously. So after this mission is complete about the reward, Xiaodu rested his head on the pillow, closing his eyes. 80-20. My 80, your 20. She was clearly unhappy with this division, exclaiming, I only get 20%. He looked at her with half-open eyes, his voice devoid of emotion, but with an underlying threat. Do you have a problem with that? Two streams of tears flowed down Yingxue's cheeks. She had to begrudgingly accept the 2 shares. 2 out of 10 was better than nothing. She continued to massage Xiaodu, a flicker of resentment in her eyes, but the pragmatic part of her mind still saw the benefit. My forte is assassination and infiltration, she thought, but Xiaodu's combat abilities are clearly superior. Latching onto this powerful figure for missions isn't a bad move. Xiaodu rested his head on his hands and asked Yingxue, do you want to join the Anjing Temple? She quickly replied, I've heard that after joining the Anjing Temple, even if you don't complete missions, you still get a fixed salary. He immediately countered, such a good thing is as rare as a feather on a unicorn. There's no such free lunch in this world. You definitely still have to work. But if you want in, I can help you. Yingxue asked him with surprise, what do you want? Xiaodu, seeing her turn away, coldly replied, all right, go back to your tent. He thought to himself, being alone with this woman all the time is troublesome. What if rumors spread and I'm forced into something? Meanwhile, Wudong and team leader Zhou were resting in another camp. Yingxue stepped out, her figure on full display. Wudong, watching her, remarked, "This isn't a scout. This is clearly a kept woman." Team leader Zhou, also peeking out, said, "What's so strange about that? Many female assassins seek comfort after completing a mission. Don't male assassins visit brothels? Equality between men and women." One of the men with them said, "I'm just afraid that pretty boy will implicate us later." Wudong chuckled and laid out a plan. "What's there to be afraid of? Once we're outside the fortress, you all follow the plan we discussed earlier and infiltrate the fortress. Let Zhou Yingxue and her freeloader figure out their own way in." He smiled slyly. "If they can't get in, they can't implicate us." A blonde-haired man among them, finding the logic sound, clapped Wudong on the shoulder and praised his wisdom. Mo Xiaosu, though resting, kept his gun close at hand, ready for anything. Afterward, the entire group headed towards the fortress, everyone inside the vehicle. Yingxue, with a look of innocence, said to Xiaotu, "I'm hungry." Mo Xiaotu handed her a piece of dried ration. Feeling the gazes of Wudong and the others upon him, Xiaotu thought irritably, just a few days, and they're already pushing their luck. Always testing the boundaries of death. They finally arrived, the vehicle stopping in a secluded spot. Wudong spoke up, "Entering the fortress together will attract attention. We'll split up and act independently. We'll meet up inside the fortress." Then they departed, leaving only Yingxue and Mo Xiaotu behind. Yingxue timidly offered him some water. "Have some water, sir." Mo Xiaotu, taking a drink, asked her, "How do you spies usually sneak into fortresses? You don't really crawl under vehicles, do you?" Yingxue considered this seriously before replying, "That's basically the method. Unless you have extensive resources and connections in the area. Private troops might secretly let you through, but for a hefty fee of several $100,000. Enough for their 25 salaries." Mo Xiaotu tossed the water bottle back to her and walked ahead, saying, "I need to find an observation point." From his vantage point atop a high rock, he observed Wudong and the others sneaking into a truck and driving in. He thought to himself, so they already had a way into the fortress. But it doesn't matter, he mused. They have no obligation to help us solve our problems. As he thought, he raised his binoculars, observing Yingxue sitting beside him, peeling an apple. The truck carrying Wudong's group reached the checkpoint, but, thanks to their prior arrangements, passed through easily. "Let them through," the guard said. A vehicle followed close behind, only to be stopped by the guards. Mo Xiaotu watched the thorough inspection, thinking to herself, aside from that toy car, every cargo vehicle is having its contents checked. Those private soldiers are even examining the undercarriage. Wudong, taking a bite of an apple, observed her anxiety. He mused, "I can slip in directly, but what about Yingxue? How will she get in?" Seeming to sense his concern, Yingxue spoke first. "I can manipulate plants to create a passage into the fortress. The headquarters shouldn't be too deep, so it shouldn't be a problem." That night, the two arrived at the base of the fortress. Yingxue instructed, "Stay here and toss something onto the ground." Suddenly, something resembling a massive tree root, a thick, green tendril, plunged into the earth at the foot of the wall and burrowed into the structure. Xiaotu, squatting down to observe, asked, "What is that?" "A radish." Yingxue, straining, pulled the plant upwards. Xiaotu watched in astonishment as she wrenched the enormous root free from the earth. After a moment of observation, Yingxue said, "Let's go. It's smaller than I imagined." Then, with a touch of embarrassment, she added, "Make do with this." "Jump in." Xiaotu asked, "How big a hole can your plants dig?" Yingxue replied calmly, "About the size of a house." Xiaotu thought to himself, incredulous, a room dozens of meters underground. This is like some effortless, deluxe version of Operation Room 01. Xiaotu said, "You go first. I'll follow." Yingxue jumped down, thinking, "Does he not trust me?" Once at the bottom, she called up, "It's fine down here." Only then did Xiaotu jump into the dark tunnel. The tunnel was cramped, and Yingxue felt a flicker of self-consciousness as Xiaotu crawled behind her. "Surely he's not shining his light back here just to peek at me," she thought. Emerging from the tunnel, Xiaotu tossed the sniper rifle case towards Yingxue. "Here, Sharpshooter, carry this. You're with Wudong. After all, you're the sniper. Ingshua looked at him, surprised. Aren't you coming with me? Xiaotu instructed, go to the rendezvous point with them first. I have something else to take care of. He then turned and walked away, leaving Ingshua to wonder. He said he was helping me with the mission. Suddenly, Xiaotu's phone rang. Fortress City 73, C rank, responding, he answered. A surge of excitement coursed through him. A D rank mission, and now a C rank. I wonder how many phones I can collect. Each phone is worth tens of thousands. As night deepened, Ingshua walked along the street, the sniper rifle case slung across her back. The streets were growing deserted. She wasn't wandering aimlessly. She had a destination in mind. Walking purposefully, she arrived at a house and knocked. Wudong opened the door, surprised to see only her. Where's your assistant? He asked. Ingshua stepped inside. I gave him another task. Inside the house, besides Wudong, two other men sat huddled together, murmuring. That guy really has no way into the fortress, one said. As long as he doesn't interfere with us, it's fine, the other replied. Wudong approached a map and pointed. We have someone who has clarified the target's daily routine, Zhou Shilong. Every morning, he leaves from Hongtong Alley, passes through Jianghan North Road, Liberation Avenue, and Sanyang Road to reach his workplace. There's a party tonight, but the location isn't confirmed yet. The evening mist is rolling in. We'll make our move tonight. It'll be easier to escape under the cover of darkness. Even if they pursue us, the conditions will be in our favor. Ingshua spoke up, asking, have you prepared an escape route? He replied, no. Same old rules. We each rely on ourselves to get out. She smiled and replied, understood. Near Hongtong Alley, there are 4 men armed with firearms lying in wait, he explained. There are many tall buildings near Hongtong Alley. The 4 of us plan to storm the villa, while Ingshua will be positioned on the rooftop of a tall building. Remember your task. When the time comes, choose your firing position and help us suppress their firepower. She knelt down, placing the gun case on the ground and fumbling to open it. She thought to herself, I wonder where Mo Xiaotu went. He still hasn't returned. How am I supposed to suppress their firepower? When she opened it, the contents of the case made Ingshua gasp inwardly. What the? Inside were bricks. She cursed, Mo Xiaotu disappears, and now he doesn't even leave a gun. How am I supposed to suppress firepower with bricks? Am I supposed to smash the villa's windows with them? Meanwhile, a crescent moon had risen high, casting a faint light through the clouds. In front of the Jinlong bathhouse, a figure in a zipped-up jacket, hands in pockets, slowly approached. It was Mo Xiaotu, his face hidden beneath the hood. He thought completing the D-rank mission was smooth sailing. But there are no C-rank assassins in Fortress City 73. How come I haven't seen any assassins for half a day? He reached out and touched the wall, thinking time is of the essence. I should complete the mission first. Inside a bath filled with hot water, a bald man with a gold chain around his neck, cigarette in hand, chatted with several others. Suddenly, Mo Xiaotu opened the door, attracting the attention of everyone inside. They instinctively wondered who he was. Then they pulled out knives and guns, looking at him with hostility. He chuckled nervously, thinking, have I stumbled upon a gang meeting? Do gangs have meetings like this, too? Mo Xiaotu leaned against the doorframe, frowning. Whatever, he thought. Let's fight first and talk later. The shirtless men brandishing their weapons charged at him, yelling, kill him, cut him down. Passers-by were startled by the sounds of fighting erupting from within the Jinlong bathhouse. 2 figures lurking nearby whispered to each other. Isn't the guy who just went in also an assassin? There are dozens of people in there. That kid just charged in alone. 2 other figures positioned higher up remarked, he's definitely dead. Are we still going through with our mission? I didn't expect to encounter someone from the same profession who's this reckless. One of the men hiding below anxiously gritted his teeth and replied, no way. The police sirens are going off in the next street. Let's not get caught up in this. Just then, Mo Xiaotu emerged. One of the assassins asked, he's out. He walked out casually, hands in his pockets, the sounds of groaning emanating from the bathhouse behind him. The police officers rushed past him, focused on dealing with the gangsters inside. Witnessing this scene, the 2 assassins looked at each other in disbelief. Is this some kind of unstoppable force? One whispered, is this even humanly possible? Elsewhere, On a rooftop, Ingxue held a brick in each hand, gritting her teeth. "This isn't something a human can do," she muttered. As she was stacking the bricks, 2 gunshots rang out in the distance. She tilted her head, worried. Gunshots. That wasn't Xiaosu causing trouble, was it? She peered down at the chaos below, thinking, hopefully, it won't affect the mission. Nearby, in the chilling stillness, lights flickered on in a few houses, startled by the gunshots. A woman stepped onto her balcony, her voice sharp with anger as she berated the figures of Wudong and his team below. "You young men, go home. Don't wander around here anymore. It's dangerous. Can't you hear the gunfire?" Wudong signaled to the 2 men ahead of him, miming being deaf and mute. One of them signed back in understanding, then gave an okay sign, thinking to himself, normally, missions go pretty smoothly. Today, we've run into a ghost. Ingxue, watching the scene, felt a wave of relief. "It's a good thing I didn't go down there." She slung the brick-filled rifle case over her shoulder and headed towards the rooftop door. "Looks like this mission's a bust. Time to retreat." A while later, the 5 of them regrouped and headed back to their base. Suddenly, Wudong stopped, his hand raised in alarm. "Why is the light on inside? Have we been discovered?" One of the men, wearing glasses and with slick back hair, sniffed the air. "That's not right. I think I smell food cooking." Wudong, wary, surveyed the situation. Blessing or curse? He muttered to the man beside him. "We have to face it." He cautiously opened the door a crack, and the scene inside stunned him. Montag Xiaosu, viling an Aplon, was cooking. He looked up with a friendly smile. "You're back. Have you eaten yet? I didn't make enough for all of you. And by the way, your gas canister is almost empty. Remember to replace it tomorrow." Ingxue, a blush rising in her cheeks, addressed the others. "I asked him to contact our informant, so he's back a bit late." She pulled up a chair at the table. "So, did you manage to contact the informant? Did he say anything about the gunfire in the fortress today? It seems like it might affect our mission. I hope things don't go off plan." Xiaosu, setting the food on the table, reported. "I asked him. He said the gunfire was due to some gang activity. Someone took out an entire gang at a bathhouse." The 2 men behind Ingxue breathed sighs of relief. So it was a black swan event. Nothing to worry about. As Xiaosu removed his apron, Ingxue beckoned him. "Come here for a moment." The 2 quickly went up to the rooftop to talk privately. Ingxue's voice was sharp. "Was that you? Do you know how much you leaving suddenly affected me? They were supposed to act today, and you weren't there. I was terrified." He responded nonchalantly. "Look, they said they couldn't act today. They said it wasn't the right time." She applied some hairspray, glaring at him. "This is a bit much, even for you." The night sky, meanwhile, began to glitter with stars above Fortress City 73. A guard at the gate saluted a car pulling up. A voice, presumably La Lam's, drifted from the car. "So, this is the Zhongyuan fortress. Nothing special." He patted his stomach. The Southwest was more interesting. The 3-way war. Just thinking about it gets me excited. But now that the Southwest belongs to the Qin clan, it's all small-time stuff. Boring. Wudong, sitting beside him, asked seriously, "So you volunteered to come to Zhongyuan?" La Lam smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Of course. I came to Zhongyuan to stir things up. If there's no trouble, I'm not interested." Several vehicles drove straight into Fortress City 73. "Tomorrow, we'll meet Zhou Shilong of the Zhou Corporation," Wudong stated. "That guy is always advocating for nuclear weapons research. Although we're not on the same path, supporting him a little, letting the Zhou Corporation attract the attention of others, isn't a bad thing for us." On the opposite rooftop, Ingxue continued her questioning of Xiaosu. "You didn't let the mission get away, did you?" He retorted, "Why would you use the word get away? I had my own business to attend to." He replied impassively. Naturally, it was taking care of a D rank and a C rank mission. Ingxue was taken aback, thinking he's already a legendary level superhuman, and he's still stealing D rank missions. How embarrassing. Xiaosu inquired. "How did Wudong's 4 people perform today? Anything unusual?" She quickly answered, "Nothing unusual. We were keeping watch at Hongtong Alley. After the gunshots, everyone on the street dispersed, and we withdrew as well." Xiaosu seriously cautioned, "Be careful of those 4. I have a feeling that if an unexpected situation arises, they'll join forces against us." She bowed her head and clasped her hands. "Understood, sir." He then asked, "What did you just say about Yinxue?" Yingxue gave a wry smile. "Nothing. I misspoke." Just as Yingxue turned to leave, he said, "All right, let's go eat." The two quickly returned to the dining area. Yingxue instructed, "Bring my meal here." And Mo Xiaotu, holding his bowl, was stunned. "You change your tune pretty quickly." Everyone sat down at the table. Wudong also ordered, "Bring our meals here as well." He thoughtfully carried 2 heaping bowls of rice and finally sat down. Picking up his chopsticks, he said, "Sorry, I only made enough for 2. Wudong sighed, reminding him, "This is a safe house. You need to be mindful of concealment. Don't casually use the kitchen." And Mo Xiaotu ate nonchalantly, adding, "If this were a normal residence, and your safe house had lights on at night, but no one cooking and the gas wasn't changed for a year, wouldn't you think that would arouse suspicion?" Wutong gloomily watched Mo Xiaotu take his first bite. Don't underestimate the observation skills of your neighbors. They know everything that's going on. They even remember what day you ate dumplings. Wudong, not dwelling on Mo Xiaotu's words, turned to Yingxue to discuss business. "How far can your sniper rifle shoot?" She answered without hesitation, "Within 2 kilometers, no problem." This statement caused Mo Xiaotu to choke on his rice. He coughed, quietly wiping the grains from the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "She's really good at boasting on my behalf." Wudong continued, "Good. According to the plan, tomorrow Zhou Shilong will meet a very important person at Liberation Park. There will definitely be many people watching around. We'll be relying on your sniping skills." Yingxue. Soon, white clouds drifted across the blue sky. Zhou Shilong stepped out of a luxurious car. He glanced at his subordinates behind him and ordered position 6 at another team. Into the rooftops, snipers, intensely focused, shouldered their rifles, perched high above, observing the vast park. Several more figures in armor hid in the bushes. Zhou Shilong sat on a wooden bench, closing his eyes, enjoying the peace. Suddenly, la lame proust, diaunin kachwali. From a distance of 1.8 kilometers, Mo Xiaotu and Yingxue formed a team. He used binoculars and spotted La Lam. Through the lens, he could see the 2 of them shaking hands, seemingly collaborating on something. This fatty La Lam, what's he doing all the way out here in Zhongyuan? And with our target, no less. La Lam sat with Zhou Shilong as the latter posed a question, his tone measured and calm. "What brings Chairman La to Zhongyuan this time?" La Lam smiled, offering a casual explanation. "Nothing much. There are just some people in this world who are meant to be friends. I'm here to make a friend." Zhou Qi stepped forward. "Can I trouble you for a place to rest?" He promptly squeezed in beside them, nudging Zhou Shilong aside. La Lam made the introduction. "This is Zhou Qi, former chairman's secretary from our Qing city." Zhou Shilong offered a polite smile. "So, you're one of the family, Secretary Zhou." Zhou Qi folded his arms nonchalantly. "You two carry on." Hearing this, Zhou Shilong cleared his throat a few times. He then began to steer the conversation towards Zhou City and Qing City. Although Zhou City and Qing City are quite close, they're separated by a mountain range. We don't really see much of each other. Why would the brother of Qing City's chairman come all this way to befriend someone in Zhou City? La Lam clarified, "I'm not here to befriend Zhou City. I'm here to befriend you, Zhou Shilong." La Lam's words continued to surprise him. "I hear the nuclear weapons research team under your command, Mr. Zhou, is no match for the Baosho sect Zhou Shiqi." He then added, "So, I've come to help." Zhou Shilong, intrigued, asked, "Help how?" The portly La Lam lit a cigarette, rubbing his belly and then his chin. "We'll get to that. I want to know who Mr. Zhou is planning to attack with these nuclear weapons. The Wang Corporation up north. They're harmless. The Qinghe Corporation only looks out for itself. The Kong Corporation is even further away. Besides, as far as I know, Zhongyuan hasn't seen a war in over 15 years. Zhou Shilong countered his words. "Does one have to use them to attack someone? Building a nuclear power plant is a good thing too. Does Qing City really have a nuclear base? I've heard even the Baodu people couldn't find it." La Lam, a smug look on his face, puffed on his cigarette and affirmed, "Of course. Of course we do." Zhou Shilong pressed further. "Then why didn't you use it when you attacked the Li and Yang corporations?" This difficult question gave La Lam pause. Before he could fully answer, Zhou Shilong interrupted. Even if attacking those two families was a bit of a concern, why didn't you use it during the test phase? After posing a series of challenging questions, Zhou Shilong suddenly burst into laughter, his aged face creasing further. So, there really is one. La Lam launched into a story. In the Southwest, I once personally used nuclear fusion to create a particle beam that traversed astronomical units and killed over 100 million insects. Zhou Shilong exclaimed in astonishment. Was that during the insect plague? Zhou Qi, who had been dozing against La Lam's shoulder, suddenly spoke up. Wasn't that just you airing out a blanket? It's all just pre-apocalypse jokes. How many times do I have to say it? La Lam waved his hand dismissively, chuckling at Zhou Shilong's bewilderment. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodu was already in position, rifle aimed. Ying Xue, beside him, having waited impatiently for any action, asked, no clear shot. The people next to Zhou Shilong are my friends. He grabbed a snack from a bag. Your friends. Are you going to abandon the mission? Adjusting the scope of his rifle, Mo Xiaodu replied, how could I? Inwardly, however, he was wrestling with his thoughts. But Fatty La is too close to Zhou Shilong. If I shoot now, I might hit him. Ying Xue continued to goad him. I never thought you took the mission so seriously. Mo Xiaodu's next words made her drop the snack she was holding. When he talks, Ying Xue sighed and resumed eating. Your friend is quite the conversationalist. Two men talking for so long. Mo Xiaodu, unfazed, focused his gaze through the scope. Then, with one eye closed and the other fixed on his target, he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced Zhou Shilong's chest just as he laughed, waved, and greeted La Lam. The suddenness of it all sent him reeling backward in agony. Panic erupted. Zhou Shilong collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his chest. His terrified subordinates rushed to his side, shouting for protection. La Lam, equally horrified, cried out, my friend. We just met. Suddenly, and inexplicably, the subordinates turned their attention to La Lam. One of them barked, you're not going anywhere. Zhou Qi quickly shielded La Lam. It's not safe here. I have to get Boss La out. The subordinates, now regarding them as hostile, raised their weapons. Undeterred, Zhou Qi threatened, get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite. He raised his hand, preparing to attack. La Lam placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. It's all right. This is their fortress. Where can we run? Let me go with them. An innocent man has nothing to fear. Above, Mo Xiaodu, his face grim, tracked the approaching group through his scope. He fired again and again. With each shot, another man fell, crimson staining the ground. One of the remaining men, teeth gritted, turned a furious glare upwards. His work done, Mo Xiaodu grabbed Ying Xue's hand. Let's go. Time to regroup. He pulled his hat down low, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and broke into a run. Yesterday, you said you had a way to track Wudong. Are you still sure? Their shared understanding allowed for brevity. Yes, let's go. Hand in hand, they sprinted past the remaining subordinates, who grimaced and flexed their hands, preparing to give chase. Ying Xue, noticing the group, asked, who are they? Zhou Corporation men. Mo Xiaodu replied as he ran. Didn't Wudong say he had spies inside the fortress? Those are probably his men. Once we succeed, they'll eliminate us. Dead men tell no tales, and Wudong's team can easily claim the mission reward. Mid-sentence, Ying Xue, lagging behind, was suddenly surrounded. She struggled, crying out, Master, help me. Mo Xiaodu swiftly spun around, dispatching her attackers with close-range shots. She sheepishly scratched her head and hurried to catch up. Montaxia otu seid Exasperation. You're superhuman, you know. Why is your combat ability so weak? Meanwhile, in another safe house, Wudong was busy trying to pick the lock on a door. Suddenly, a gun pressed against his head. He froze, sweat beading on his forehead. It was Mo Xiaodu and Ying Xue. Mo Xiaodu smiled, a chilling glint in his eyes. Finding you took some effort. Hands where I can see them. Let's talk. Wudong, terrified, raised his hands, his eyes darting nervously between the gun and Mo Xiaodu's face. What do you want? Mo Xiaodu replied, ask your spies. Where is La Lam being held? Ying Xue, overhearing, asked, Master, you're going to rescue La Lam. Wudong flinched, suspicion dawning in his eyes. Master, This isn't the freeloader. Is this Big Boss? Mo Xiaodu let out a short, sharp laugh. Of course, I'm going to rescue him. He's my friend. Moments later, Wutong was tied to a chair. Mo Xiaodu sitting opposite him, his expression unreadable. How did you know about this safe house? Don't you do your research before collaborating with someone? Suddenly, Yingxue held out her hand, conjuring a 4-leaf clover. I can find our target, she stated. She closed her hand, crushing the clover. Just by crushing this 4-leaf clover in my hand. As she spoke, Yingxue decisively placed her hand on Wutong's shoulder, then smeared a liquid onto him. For 3 days, she explained, I can track you by this scent. He gritted his teeth, struggling against his bonds. I'm your ally. Why are you tying me up? Mo Xiaodu leaned back in his chair, casually crossing his legs. You don't even know what you've done. I killed the other 3. I won't spare you. Wudong, hearing this, thrashed against his restraints, his eyes burning with hatred. You killed them. You were the sniper. Yingxue, seemingly unfazed by Wudong's outburst, simply observed the situation and fell silent. She sat beside Mo Xiaodu, calmly eating sunflower seeds. He spoke slowly, measuring his words. I don't have many questions. Just 2. Answer them well, and you'll die peacefully. Answer poorly, and well, you'll suffer. Without further preamble, Mo Xiaodu got straight to the point. Now tell me, your informant, you told him to find out where La Lam was being held. Wudong's head hung low, his resistance finally broken. The satellite phone, it's in my pocket. Help me get it, and I'll ask for you. Night fell over the densely packed high-rises. In the room, Wutong, filled with resentment, reluctantly revealed La Lam's location. The Hoguan Lake Villa complex in Zhou City. They don't dare touch him. They're treating him well, feeding him fine food. They initially captured him because they suspected he brought assassins, but they're not stupid. They know La Lam wouldn't need to do that. Mo Xiaodu listened intently, then simply hummed in acknowledgement. They looked up at Wudong. Who is your informant? Wudong didn't hesitate. Division Commander Taiyu Si of Fortress City 73. His gaze dropped to the floor as he offered more information. There's a vacant management position in the fortress. He wants it. Zhou Shilong's assassination is a big deal for Zhou City. If he can solve the case, he'll be highly rewarded. He might even get that fortress management position. Montag Xiaotuzite. People die for money, and birds die for food, he added, pointing at Wudong. Did Zhao Haoqing really kill your friend? Wudong nodded slightly. He did kill my comrade, but that comrade wasn't my friend. I lied to you. He hesitated, then revealed his true motive. I was going to let Zhao Haoqing take the fall. Before he could finish, Mo Xiaodu stood up, cutting him off. Take the fall after I killed Zhao Haoqing. You were worried about finding someone to blame. Then we showed up. That's why you were so quick to accept us. These words, striking at the heart of the matter, left Wudong speechless. Mo Xiaodu and Yingxue exchanged a knowing glance. She pulled out a recording pen and approached Wudong. From inside her coat, she produced a gun. He stammered, fear gripping him. I cooperated. You have to. Yingxue fired without hesitation, her face impassive as she watched him slump from the chair. Red splattered across the floor. Wudong coughed up blood, his vision blurring as he took in the final scene. The two of them walked calmly out the door. Master, Yingxue said, I'm a little hungry. All those sunflower seeds didn't quite do it. I barely ate any, Mo Xiaodu replied. Then, Wudong's eyes finally closed, and he lay still. They walked in silence. Just then, the system flashed an urgent notification, a rescue mission. Mo Xiaodu fell into deep thought. Even without this mission, he murmured, I would still save him. He turned to Yingxue. We're going to rescue La Lam now. She looked surprised. So soon. Yingxue began to analyze the situation. Look, she said, after we rescue La Lam, we still need an escape route. This is Zhou territory, after all. Why don't we grab something to eat? I can plan our escape while we eat. They reached a bustling restaurant. Let's eat here, Mo shouted decided. We'll leave as soon as we're finished. They quickly settled at a table. Xue checked her phone. The reward for Zhou Shilong's assassination has arrived, she announced, and Wudong's phone is unlocked. We can check how much money is in his account when we have time. I wonder if the others receive the reward notification too. Mo Xiaosu propped his chin on his hand. We should go to the bank and withdraw the money. Won't the cameras catch us? Xue asked. We can use the black market, Xue replied seriously. The black market handles the banks of the Zhou, Kong, and Wang families. Plus, there are no cameras. This is important intel, by the way. Wudong was a seasoned A-rank assassin. He must have a fortune in his account. Mo Xiaosu listened intently, then suddenly stood up, pushing himself up with his hand. I'm going to the restroom, he said. Go ahead. The night sky was now filled with stars. Zhou Qi reported to La Lam. We've prepared a rescue team. They'll head west from Howan Lake. Qing Zhen's men will be waiting outside the fortress. La Lam, puffing on a cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke. Secretary Zhou, seeing his demeanor, grew agitated. What's wrong? He demanded. Are you scared? If you're afraid to go, then what about the mess you left behind? You can't just erase it, can you? La Lam put down his cigarette. That's only one side of the story. Even a fool knows I didn't do this. Zhou Shiqi is smart. He wouldn't be so reckless. But if we really try to fight our way out, over 100 men hidden in Fortress City 73 will be dragged into this. La Lam's face darkened with apprehension as he continued. This path is a bloodbath. I won't gamble with the lives of my men. Zhou Qi added, indeed, you're the brother of the Qing city chairman. You shouldn't put yourself in danger. Your men risk their lives for you for a greater cause. La Lam stepped closer to him and asked, how great can a cause be? Greater than life itself. If someone wanted to kill me, I wouldn't hesitate. I would go. But right now, I know the Zhou family won't kill me. So naturally, I don't need to put my men at risk. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaosu, having finished his meal, was freshening up. He checked his phone, calculating the time. It's been 20 minutes, he thought. Where's Xue? Why is she taking so long? Having finished eating, Mo Xiaosu leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Xue wouldn't have run off, would she? The reward this time is substantial. Plus, there's Wudong's account. She has plenty of reasons to disappear. He tapped his fingers on the table, unsure whether to go after her. He recalled Xue's terrifying transformation, her face contorted in rage, her form growing monstrous as she roared at him. Mo Xiaosu sighed, closing his eyes. She's just an ordinary girl in these chaotic times, he thought. He stood up, about to leave. I'll just have to find someone else to join the Jing order, he muttered. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him. Xue, in a sweet voice, said, Master, let's go. He, surprised and a little suspicious, pointed and asked, why aren't you running? She held her chin, feigning weakness. Weren't you planning on chasing after me? Mo Xiaosu stared at her, as if she were crazy. Chase after you? Why? He paused. But this amount of money, that isn't enough to tempt you. Why not run? He turned and sat back at the table, propping his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Xue hid behind a pillar, her back to him, gazing into the distance. I did think about running, she mused. She opened the door to leave, but looked back at him with a lingering glance. But in this world, I can't survive on my own. Mo Xiaosu tilted his head, resting it on his hand, his gaze serious as he idly played with his chopsticks. Xue, still hidden behind the pillar, peeked at him. So, if I manage to catch you, I have to hold on tight. She appeared, raising her hand in a defensive posture, fist clenched. He simply watched and smiled. Night fell, and the house was shrouded in darkness, its interior obscured. Hidden in the bushes, she watched from afar. Xue knelt, leaning forward, and asked, Master, how do you plan to save La Lam? Mo Xiaosu, also kneeling, carefully observed the building. After hearing her question, he turned and walked away without a word. Seeing this, she panicked. He approached the gate. A guard, armed with a gun, raised his hand and shouted, Halt! You can't enter. Hidden behind the bushes, Xue peeked out, fearfully watching him charge in without any preparation. Mo Xiaosu, are you trying to barge in? Do you have a death wish? The guard, enraged that Ren Xiaosu continued to walk forward, aimed his gun and issued a stern warning. Ren Xiaosu's face hardened. He didn't even glance at the guard. Ren Xiaosu calmly and swiftly raised his right hand, delivering a single punch to the guard's jaw. The guard, caught off guard, spat blood. The other guards, stunned, immediately went on high alert, raising their weapons. One of them contacted their superior. With astonishing speed, Ren Xiaosu darted past each guard, knocking them down with a single blow. Yingxue, watching from afar, gaped, shocked by the display. Is this the power of a legendary superhuman? She wondered. He vaulted over the wall and landed inside. Two guards stared in disbelief. La Lam, mid-conversation, noticed the commotion and glanced over. Ren Xiaosu ran towards him, shouting, La Lam, I'm here to save you. The guards, panicked, raised their guns as he approached. La Lam's eyes widened in surprise. Montak Xiaotu, what are you doing here? Zhou Qi was equally astonished by his sudden appearance. Ren Xiaosu hoisted La Lam onto his shoulder. No time to explain. Follow me. Zhou Qi, incredulous and worried, watched them go. Ren Xiaosu, what's he doing at Fortress City 73? La Lam, panicked, looked back and shouted, struggling to get free. Put me down. I can't go. Ren Xiaosu turned, frowning. Why not? La Lam protested loudly. If I leave, won't I become a criminal? Ren Xiaosu stopped, realization dawning on him. He thought it over carefully. He's right, but if I don't save him, how can I complete the mission? He gritted his teeth, his resolve firm, and continued carrying La Lam towards the exit, his whole being radiating determination. No, you have to come with me. La Lam, bewildered and frightened, could only wonder at the unfolding events. Ren Xiaosu barreled through the scattering soldiers, each one sent sprawling as they proved unable to stop his frantic dash. Fear slicked Zhou Qi with sweat as he shouted for help, struggling to keep up, his teeth gritted in worry. Was this Ren Xiaosu's doing? He thought, though he hadn't heard any commotion earlier. He burst onto the main street where a blue car idled, waiting. Ren Xiaosu bundled La Lam inside and jumped in after him. He barked an order to Yingxue, who was behind the wheel, go, go. The men left behind stared after them, bewildered. Xiaosu, one called out, what's the meaning of this? Why are you going to Fortress City 73? He replied casually, oh, just passing through. The man's jaw dropped. How did you know I was being held here? Wait a minute, that gunshot earlier today, wasn't that you? Ren Xiaosu gave a forced laugh, scratching his cheek. How could that be? I wouldn't cause trouble for you. We're friends. I'd never do anything to harm a friend. La Lam leaned closer, suspicion etched on his face. Really? Ren Xiaosu shifted the conversation. So, why are you in Fortress City 73? Doesn't Khan City need you? La Lam replied, oh, just out for a bit of fun, making some new friends in the area. We feel that the Vong family has some rather ambitious plans, so we're taking precautions. Ren Xiaosu feigned concern. So, what are your plans now? La Lam is Mirkith. I was planning to stay in Zhou territory for a while, then head to Kong City. The final stop is Vong territory. Ren Xiaosu cut him off. You just said they have ambitions. Why walk right into their trap? La Lam chuckled confidently. How else do you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? The Vong family won't do anything to me right now. I'm just going to take a look around. See if the Vong family is really as tough as they say, like forged iron. A system notification flashed. Quest complete. Reward, +1 agility. Inside, Ren Xiaosu grinned, practically beaming. Now my strength is 13.5, and my agility is 13.3. I wonder what abilities will unlock when these two stats break 20. He suddenly ordered Yingxue to stop the car. The car screeched to a halt. Ren Xiaosu rested his chin on his hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips. If you don't want to run, then go back. La Lam stared at him, utterly perplexed. He pulled out a small device and handed it to La Lam. There's a recording on here. The man I interrogated is named Wudong. He's an A-rank assassin, formerly under in Kin Tuesday. He and 4 other assassins connected to Chief of Staff Thiet due to assassinated Chow Hailong. This recording is the proof. La Lam eyed him suspiciously. An king tu assassin. How do you know? Mo Xiaosu explained. There are 3 more bodies outside the park, killed by a sniper. They should have the special phones used by Kin 2's A-rank assassins. Wudong's body is in house number 67 on Luthwan Street. Just tell the Zhou family everything. Lao Lam exploded, pointing a furious finger at Mo Xiaosu as if he wanted to bite him. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? We could have avoided all of this. Mo Xiaosu gave a self-satisfied grin, flashing a thumbs up. How would you know I was on your side if I hadn't rescued you? Lao Lam was speechless. He returned to the previous topic, his voice serious. 5 A-rank assassins working together. You said 3 died outside the park, and 1 body is in a house on Luthwan Street. That leaves 1. That wouldn't be you, would it? The car sped down the highway, cutting through the night. The men in the back remained silent, oblivious to the conversation between Mo Xiaosu and Lao Lam. Mo Xiaosu held up both hands in denial. No, it wasn't me. I swear. Lao Lam remained unconvinced. I swear. Mo Xiaosu stared at him, holding up 3 fingers. I swear. The 5th assassin was a nobody. Do I look like a nobody to you? Lao Lam considered this, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Well, no. Xue, sitting at the wheel, erupted in a huff. What's wrong with him? Why'd he say that about me? She puffed out her cheeks, pouting at them. Mo Xiaosu, in the back seat, chuckled, enjoying her annoyance, while Lao Lam, bewildered by the exchange, shifted uncomfortably. Lao Lam crossed his arms, a smug grin spreading across his face. All right, I'll ask. Why didn't the sniper shoot when Hai Long was sitting there? Wouldn't it have been easier then? Turns out, he was too close to me, afraid of hitting me. He narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful expression taking over. In this day and age, having a friend who hesitates to shoot because they might hurt you, not bad. Not many people would do that. Mo Xiaosu, hearing this, gave a wink and a thumbs up. Lao Lam's got a good head on his shoulders, after all. He grinned. What do you mean? What if I wanted to find you? Where'd I even look? He glanced out the window, gesturing toward the black market outside, the Manhwa Corporation. I'll be there, waiting for another assignment. Lao Lam's group and Zhou Qi got out of the car in a clearing in the forest. He promised he'd meet me there. With both hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he feigned nonchalance. By the way, what if one day you see my name on a mission briefing? He leaned his arm on the window frame, his gaze serious. Mo Xiaosu, without hesitation, replied confidently, Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Lao Lam's face brightened. Good, that's all I needed to hear. We'll meet at the black market. The car carrying him and Xue continued down the road. As night fell, Mo Xiaosu, buckled in the passenger seat, leaned back with his arms crossed behind his head, letting out a sigh. Xue focused on driving, but seemed hesitant, like she had something to say. She frowned, muttering, It's a 3-day drive to the black market. Am I supposed to drive the whole way myself? And that nonsense about not driving being good for me. All lies. Men are such deceivers. Beside her, Mo Xiaosu's face darkened. What are you mumbling about? Xue froze, fear gripping her. She forced a smile. Nothing, just complaining about the road. Inwardly, she panicked. Isn't he asleep? Or is he just pretending? He turned his head, his voice casual. Your superpower is limited to creating 3 types of seeds. Seems pretty weak. Xue, eyes fixed on the road, replied with a hint of apprehension. You shouldn't insult someone to their face, you know. Saying I'm weak like that is a bit much. His voice echoed from within the car. All right, you've been driving for a while. Let's find a place to rest and show me your abilities. The blue car pulled over to the side of the highway. Mo Xiaosu asked simply, Tell me. His voice took on a serious tone. How did your power awaken? Xue rested her chin on her hand, recalling the past. During a mission, I got shot. When I woke up, I found I could create these seeds. Montaxia otu Zounditzopeist. Just like that. That's how you awakened. Xue argued back, who says awakening has to be difficult. It just takes the right opportunity. He seemed to accept this, then continued. All right, what about talking to other plants? She looked confused. Plants don't have thoughts. How can you talk to them? Mo Xiaosu pointed to a spot on the ground. Close your eyes. Sit here and try to sense the plants around you. Xue followed his gesture, a puzzled expression on her face. She sat cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes, trying to focus and sense her surroundings. He stood a short distance away, silently calculating. The fact that the potato-shooting plant hadn't attacked Ingxue earlier probably meant she possessed some affinity for plants. He just didn't know how strong that affinity was. A growl from Ingxue's ravenous stomach cut through the quiet air. Mo Xiaodu felt utterly speechless. Ingxue looked up timidly. "Master, I'm hungry," she mumbled. His face reddening with anger, he roared, "Focus. You need to sense it. If you can't achieve anything, you don't get to eat." She stared at him, terrified, as if he'd transformed into a raging giant. Chastened, she whimpered. Immediately, she took a deep breath and tried again. This time, Ingxue truly entered a state of harmony with nature. He was taken aback by this newfound phenomenon. With a delighted gasp, she raised her hands, gathering natural energy. "I can feel it." Ingxue turned her head and noticed a fruit-laden tree, its leaves and fruit swaying in response to her energy. She directed a stream of energy towards it. The entire tree, enveloped by the energy, began to glow. She continued to channel energy into it, and the higher branches started sprouting new buds. These buds quickly developed into ripe fruit. She marveled at this newfound power. Mo Xiaodu, standing beside her, was equally impressed. A new ability. She stood up after fully energizing the tree. "Before, I thought plants didn't have consciousness, that there was no way to connect with them. But with Master's guidance, I've discovered they really like the green light in my hands. As long as I infuse them with this green light, I can control them, make them stronger, even change their shape." Mo Xiaodu pulled out a small, green seed and handed it to her. "Try using it on this seed, then plant it and see what happens." Ingxue immediately bathed the seed in her green light. She planted it in the ground. A sprout immediately emerged from the earth, rapidly growing into a small plant that shot out another seed. He crouched down, watching it continuously spit out a barrage of seeds, a look of disappointment spreading across his face. "No change at all." She looked at it. "Isn't this the same type of plant you grow in the garden?" He asked seriously, "Can you control it?" Ingxue affirmed that she could. Mo Xiaodu closed his eyes and thought. It was strange. Why could he control the potato-shooting plant? But it wasn't like Ingxue described, where control was taken away. He stretched out, trying to sense it. The small plant swayed cheerfully. He asked her to try controlling it again. Confused, she agreed. Despite her efforts, the plant continued its relentless seed barrage. She looked up anxiously. "No, it's not working." A moment of realization struck Mo Xiaodu. "I understand," he exclaimed. "The energy Ingxue infuses into the plant can be controlled by her. But as soon as I get involved, she loses control." He placed his hands on his hips, a smug grin spreading across his face. And most importantly, he added, "Right now, it only has one potato in its mouth." Ingxue's face darkened as she realized something. "Wait a minute," she said, her voice filled with alarm. "Master, you said earlier that you bought this seed. You lied to me." He whistled nonchalantly, turning his face away. Mo Xiaodu coughed, deflecting the conversation. "All right, let's camp here for tonight," she declared loudly. Ingxue and Mo Xiaodu stood quietly side by side, their eyes following the stream of headlights, snaking along the road like slow, luminous worms. Young men and women in passing cars glanced at them. Mo Xiaodu and Ingxue watched the vehicles go by. A black and white emblem was visible on the car's wheels. "What's that symbol on their cars?" Mo Xiaodu asked. "That," Ingxue replied, following his gaze. "That's the Manhwa Corporation's emblem. They belong to Manhwa. I heard it was designed by the founder of Snow Mountain after he conquered the world's highest peak." The cars, having passed them, suddenly stopped. Shouts of "Hold on! Hold on!" erupted from within. The young people inside piled out and started walking towards the two figures standing by the roadside. A young man, a Tanhua University student named Hua Chat, with a handsome and refined appearance, approached them. "Excuse me," he asked politely, "is this the road to Chao City?" Mo Xiaodu pulled the brim of his hat lower, obscuring half his face. "Yes, this road. Continue south for another 300 kilometers and you'll reach Chao City." "Thank you," Hua Chat replied courteously. He turned to his companions. Another 300 kilometers. A young man named Ba Quan, sensing the late hour, suggested, let's just stay here for the night. A girl with a ponytail, standing near the two by the road, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, look, everyone, that apple tree is full of ripe apples. Ingxue, seeing someone eyeing what she considered hers, bristled. That's my apple tree. The ponytail girl protested. Isn't it just a wild apple tree? How can it be yours? Ingxue remained unmoved. Anything in the wild goes to whoever finds it first. Hua Chat quickly intervened. If someone has already claimed it, let's leave it alone. He ushered his friend away and turned back to Mo Xiaodu and Ingxue. Hello, he said politely. Would you mind if we camp near you? We won't take up your space. We'll set up over there. Mo Xiaodu didn't object. As long as you don't disturb us, it's fine. The others returned to their vehicles. He counted them. 5 cars, 17 people, 9 men, 8 women. At least one person is going to be left out, he mused. Finishing his thought, Mo Xiaodu glanced sideways. Ingxue was busily climbing the apple tree she had claimed as her own. What are you doing? He asked, puzzled. I'm picking all the apples, she replied, so they'll stop thinking about them. Mo Xiaodu inquired seriously, what do you think their background is? Knowing he was referring to the newcomers, she replied, being able to casually display the manhwa emblem outside the fortress. I think they must be from a noble family in Lacton, around 20 years old. They might even be students at Manhwa University. A half-moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle light. The university students had set up camp, preparing food and settling in for the night. Why are only their apples ripe? The other apple trees around here have such sour fruit. Yasha spoke calmly. Don't covet what belongs to others. If it's hers, it's hers. If it's not, it's not. Bakwan Tuka. Alhait? Yasha. I guess that's the Hua family motto, huh? But your distant cousin, Hua Kok, is currently in charge of Manhwa Corporation. Are you sure you don't have any ulterior motives? Hua Chat isn't bothered by his taunts. He's been quiet these last few years. I don't know what he's thinking. Ba Quan dropped the subject. He gestured towards Mo Xiaodu and Ingxue. What's the deal with those two? Lovers. That woman looks to be about 25 or 26, right? A May-December romance. Someone else chimed in, agreeing. In contrast, Hua Chat remained silent. Don't provoke them. Anyone who can travel alone in the wilderness isn't someone to trifle with. Ba Quan scoffed, a provocative smirk twisting his lips. Afraid of what? We brought guns this time. Hua Chat calmly countered, guns aren't a cure-all. We snuck out here. If something happens to us out in the wild and we have to call for help from the city, the school might get penalized. Hua Chat's words were like water off a duck's back. Ba Quan clearly didn't care. So what if we get in trouble? My uncle said I could join him at the black market after graduation. He grabbed a beer from the table and chugged it down. Mid-swig, Hua Chat grabbed his wrist, stopping him. He turned and reminded everyone, don't drink too much. This is still the wilderness, after all. Ba Quan jumped to his feet, sneering. Afraid of what? I'm always out in the wilderness with my crew. It's not as scary as you think. Despite his words, Hua Chat shook his head, disagreeing. Young and reckless, the teenagers began to get rowdy. Come on, let's play truth or dare. Who's afraid of who? Ingxue watched the group from afar, then turned to Mo Xiaodu. By the way, I've been feeling like something's off with the plants lately. Mo Xiaodu looked at her quizzically. Off? What do you mean off? Ingxue slowly explained, ever since I've been able to sense them, I feel like they're incredibly hungry for nutrients, desperately craving something, like they want to evolve. It's a vague feeling, I don't know if I'm right. Mo Xiaodu fell into thought. He thought to himself, earlier in the mountains, the fish bones and meat I threw away all disappeared. I thought it was the experimenters, but now I wonder if there's something going on with the forest itself. Aloud, he said, Ingxue, also, when did you figure out my identity? He'd changed the subject rather abruptly. She grabbed his hand, continuing her line of questioning. So, old man, why did you jump after me? Mo Xiaodu feigned ignorance. He hadn't expected her to remember that. The other group was getting louder, shouting dare. Dare. Ingxue's voice took on a pleading tone. It's so noisy over there. Old man, don't pretend to be asleep. Let's play truth or dare to. One student nudged his friend. Go kiss that strange man over there. How about that for a dare? The girl who'd been dared looked hesitantly towards Mo Xiaodu and Ingxue. I don't know. I don't even know him. But the boys wouldn't let her off the hook. That's the point. It's easier if you don't know them. What? Are you chickening out? Left with no choice, the girl stood up. She slowly walked towards Mo Xiaodu and Ingxue, her friends cheering her on from behind. Ingxue excitedly tugged on Mo Xiaodu's arm, eager for the unfolding drama. Look, old man, you're in luck. She spoke loudly enough for the approaching girl to hear. The girl approached them nervously. Excuse me. She didn't get any further. Mo Xiaodu glanced up from beneath the brim of his hat. His cold expression startled the girl, stopping her in her tracks. Without a word of refusal or any grand pronouncements, he'd successfully scared her off. Watching her run back, the other students asked curiously what happened. Why are you back already without kissing him? You look terrified. Did he say something to you? The girl, sweating with fear, stammered, No, it's nothing. I didn't dare. Ingxue still couldn't understand. If it's so advantageous, why didn't the old master take it? He simply replied coldly, I already have someone I like. The group of university students on the other side were still partying and drinking. Mo Xiaodu watched them, thinking that even from an outsider's perspective, they were drinking themselves to death. Ingxue, noticing his expression, chuckled and reassured him, Don't worry, the Central Plains aren't as peaceful as the Southwest or Northwest where we're from. He opened his palm, summoning a pistol and calmly chambered a round. Seeing the gun, she startled. He explained indifferently, Someone's coming. In a quiet forest, their small fire was the only light. The students remained oblivious, still reveling in their boisterous celebration. In the forest, not far from them, heavily armed soldiers, weapons raised, advanced slowly towards the group. The students continued their noisy chatter. One more drink, I'm telling you. Hua Chat didn't participate, sitting apart, pensively staring into a glass of water. Suddenly, a sense of unease alerted him. Hua Chat quickly yelled, There's someone in the forest. Everyone, be careful. Hua Chat reached for the pistol nearby, but it was too late. A gun was pressed against his temple. The soldiers, having subdued everyone, barked, Don't move. Hands behind your heads. Get down. Hua Chat quickly complied. He glanced surreptitiously at Xiaodu and Ingxue, not far away, also held captive by 4 men. Xiaodu quietly asked Ingxue, Can you tell where they're from? She replied, Mercenaries. They specialize in this kind of thing. Xiaodu thought quickly. If there are organizations like An King too dedicated to righteous causes, it's only natural there are those who do the dirty work. He mused, coming to the Central Plains has certainly been eye-opening. A terrified student, sweating profusely, asked one of the soldiers, Is there some kind of misunderstanding? We're just students. A mercenary shoved a phone at Hua Chat. Call your father. 10 million in cash. We want it in 7 days. Hua Chat found it ludicrous. Cash. You think you can actually collect that? The mercenary replied confidently, How we collect it is none of your concern. We didn't come all this way for nothing. Hua Chat, ever astute, pressed further, and if we pay, you'll let us go. The mercenary, hands on his hips, answered, Of course. We have a reputation to uphold. Aren't you afraid of the knight's pursuit? Contrary to his threat, the mercenaries showed no fear of the knights, nor did they seem to be working for the Hua family. Did you hear that? Hua Chat asked his companions, unsure how to respond, and sighed. Eavesdropping, Xiaodu thought to himself, Aren't the knights associated with Manhwa Corporation? These mercenaries seem to know something. Continuing, Hua Chat said, You were able to track us here, and with such precise timing. May I ask who leaked the information? Tell me, and I'll call my father immediately. The mercenary, upon hearing this, readily betrayed the informant, pointing his gun at Ba Quan. Your good friend here. We promised him 2 million after the job was done. The group was stunned into silence. Mo Xiaodu, too, quickly glanced over, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Hua Chat gritted his teeth. You dared to conspire with the enemy. Ba Quan crumpled to his knees, terror etched on his face. It was my uncle. He made me do it. I didn't want to, but his clumsy excuse was swiftly dismantled. Wasn't it you who demanded the money? Your uncle didn't want any of this. His face drained of color, his guilt exposed. Hua Chat turned to the mercenary leader. What if I offered you double what my father would pay? Could you help me eliminate this traitor and his uncle? The mercenary, his initial purpose seemingly forgotten, Muse, so you're saying we could just finish this here and now? Hua Chat reached for his phone. Let me make a call. Right now. He dialed quickly and spoke with chilling composure. Hello, father. I've been kidnapped. The masterminds are Wang Ba Quan and his uncle, Wang Lian Quan. Don't bother rescuing me. They're about to silence me permanently. Take care of yourself. The mercenary's jaw dropped at this unexpected turn of events. As Hua Chat continued to tap at his phone, the masked mercenary leader finally spoke. I've always heard about the resilience of the manhwa Corporation. Today, I finally witnessed it firsthand. But it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, your father will undoubtedly pay the ransom. A parent's love is a powerful thing. Given even a sliver of hope, they'll do anything for their child. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, like a group under attack. The masked leader whirled around, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of his comrades scattered across the ground, weapons discarded, bodies inert. Hua Chat's arm was seized in a vice-like grip as several figures positioned themselves defensively in front of him. One of them barked at his comrades, "Don't go over there. Stay together." Then, issuing swift commands, he directed Take Hua Chat. "The rest of you, eliminate the remaining hostiles. Retreat with me." His words were cut short by a bullet that ripped through his abdomen with lightning speed. He coughed up blood, collapsing where he stood. Another mercenary yelled, "Sniper! There's a sniper in the woods." One by one, the masked mercenaries were struck down, each taking a bullet to the gut. Hidden amongst the trees, Ren Xiaosu calmly surveyed the scene, his rifle trained on his targets. A surviving mercenary grabbed one of the students, pressing a gun to their head. "Don't shoot. If you shoot, I'll kill this student." Leaning casually against a tree, Ren Xiaosu replied with chilling indifference, "Go ahead. I don't know them." The student, drenched in a cold sweat, trembled with fear. The mercenary glanced at his remaining comrades and nodded, a grim understanding passing between them. One of them shoved Hua Chat forward, instructing the others, "Retreat. Follow the plan. Release the other hostages." They turned to leave. Suddenly, vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the mercenaries' legs. One of them cried out in alarm, "Vines? Where did these vines come from?" The vines thickened, coiling around the masked figures, squeezing tighter and tighter. Their cries for help were choked off as they struggled against their leafy bonds. The vines receded, leaving the unconscious mercenaries sprawled on the forest floor. Hua Chat, untouched but utterly bewildered, stared at the scene with his mouth agape. Yingxue emerged from the shadows, tossing her hair back with a confident smirk. "Did you really think you could take me?" Hua Chat's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful young woman, a blush creeping up his cheeks as he moved closer to her. Yingxue, catching his awestruck gaze, paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Yingxue smiled warmly, extending her hand. 2 million for saving your life. Not too much to ask, is it? Urasha green de shipishli. Not all, not all. Yingxue laughed and handed the phone to him. "Call your father. Have him transfer the money to my account." Hua Chat took the phone and began to dial. "Oh, all right," he said obediently to the person on the other end. "Dad, I've been rescued. I don't know who these people are. They killed all 15 of the bandits and want 2 million for their services." He turned to her as he spoke. "What's your account?" Yingxue answered quickly. "Wangshu Bank. Account 1377799. There's no name attached. There's no way to check if the money's arrived yet, but I trust the Qinghe Corporation won't cheat me out of this small sum." Hua Chat emphatically confirmed his family's trustworthiness. "Absolutely not." "Excuse me, miss." He didn't get to finish his question before she turned away, waving her hand dismissively. "Forget about asking about my identity. We won't have any further interaction." She walked towards one of the captured men, greed flickering in her eyes. Turning back to Hua Chat, she asked, "Want me to take care of him for you? This one's 500,000. No, he's not worth that much. 250,000, but he declined her offer. "Thank you, miss, but I'll handle him myself." She looked disappointed. "Fine. Lost a bit of business there." She waved to the mysterious man. "Lao Jiao, let's clean up." As soon as Yingxue left, the man slumped back, breathing a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." Suddenly, Hua Chat picked up a gun and pointed it at him, causing the man to stumble back in alarm. "Hua Chat, what are you doing?" Hua Chat quietly told him to lower his voice. "Don't move. Stay there." At Tsinghua University, Hua Chat's recent experience was the subject of much discussion. I heard Hua Chat and his friends ran into mercenaries last week. They wanted to kidnap him for ransom. Then a man and a woman saved them. Another student chimed in, who's powerful enough to rescue someone from mercenaries. The first student, drawing on some unknown source, continued, "They're superhumans, of course. I heard the woman can control plants to attack. The man's a sniper. And get this, she called him Lao Jia." Another student, clearly confused, responded, "What's the big deal about Lao Jia? I have a Lao Jia too. My father's father is Lao Jia. My mother's father is Lao Jia." The first student exclaimed, "Not that kind of Lao Jia. I'm talking like servant and master." Young Xiaoqian, sitting nearby, overheard their conversation. A female student approached her and asked, "Xiaoqian, you're from outside Luocheng, right? Is it really as dangerous out there as they say?" She simply replied, "More dangerous than they say." The other student continued, "Xiaoqian, you said before you didn't like hothouse flowers. What about that sniper?" Xiaoqian looked away, answering, "I already have someone I like." Hearing this, the other student walked off, teasing, "Well, I bet the person you like is pretty powerful too." In a restaurant, a storyteller regaled his patrons with the latest news. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may not know it, but the world has become increasingly strange. A mysterious young man and his servant girl out in the wilderness." Mo Xiaotu, also in the restaurant, thought to himself, how did news of what happened out there reach here so quickly? He glanced to the side and saw Xiaolu sitting there listening. She recognized him, but when she noticed his gaze, she quickly turned away, pretending not to see him. Xiaolu felt a pang of frustration at her aloofness. Had she already forgotten him after just a few days? He glanced away, his gaze settling on a girl wearing a low-brimmed hat, eating quietly by herself. Xiaolu immediately recognized her. It was the woman he'd encountered before, the one who seemed to possess an otherworldly aura. A server from the restaurant approached him. "Can I get you anything, sir?" "A bowl of mutton noodles, please," he replied. He ate slowly, observing the woman covertly, a strange feeling creeping over him. It wasn't just Xiaolu. Even the other servers were pretending not to know him. Could it be related to this woman? Was she also someone with extraordinary abilities? Why was she here in this town? Night had fallen, cloaking the town in a quiet darkness. Xiaolu was diligently digging in his yard, burying the bodies. He wasn't particularly surprised. He'd expected that his absence would attract those looking to steal from his home. Now the house felt like a ghost house. Selling it would be difficult. Lost in these thoughts, he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Xiaolu called out. "It's me, Xiaolu," came the reply. She stepped inside and asked, "Have you seen that woman in the fedora?" "Yes," Xiaolu answered. Xiaolu then relayed what she had overheard. After she arrived, she specifically instructed Aya and the other staff to pretend they didn't know you if they saw you. She even had a private conversation with Aya, but I don't know what they talked about. Aya told me to go somewhere else. Understanding dawned on Xiaolu. He chuckled. "It's all right. I thought you'd all forgotten me." "Who is she?" he asked. Why would she make Aya so cautious? It made sense now why everyone was pretending not to know him. It was all connected to this mysterious woman. But Xiaolu didn't have any answers. She shook her head. "I don't know. I only know she's someone with extraordinary abilities, very powerful." She then asked, "Have you been on a mission lately? You've been gone for half a month." "Yes," Xiaolu replied. "A rather distant mission. A mission for the Zhou Ti." She inquired. He offered a slight smile in response. Seeing his reaction, Xiaolu continued, "Do you know how to use a sniper rifle? Were you the one with the maid?" Xiaolu was taken aback by her assumption. "A sniper rifle? Do I look like someone who has a maid?" Xiaolu scratched her head, embarrassed. "Right? You're always alone." She then hesitantly asked, "Will you be at the tavern tomorrow?" Xiaolu decided to lay low for a while and observe the situation. "I'm not sure about that woman's identity yet, so I won't be going to the tavern regularly. I won't be there tomorrow." "Where are you going?" she asked. "To the black market outside Luocheng," he replied. Hearing he was leaving the city, she asked sadly, "Will you be coming back?" Xiaolu smiled. "Of course. My home is here. If that woman leaves, just toss a bundle of grass into my house, and I'll know." Xiaolu said wistfully, "All right then." Disappointment tugged at her. She wished she could go with him, but Aya would be furious if she found out. Xiaolu then bid him farewell. "I'll be going then. Be careful." Xiaolu saw her off. You too. But the question lingered in his mind, unanswered and unsettling. Who was that woman? Ning Xue, acting furtively, performed some clandestine action. She entered a password. The ATM screen displayed a balance of 5.3 million, startling her. Ningxue widened her eyes behind her glasses to get a better look. With her other hand, she removed her mask, a gasp escaping her lips. Wu Tong had even more money than she did. Seeing so much money, Ningxue's eyes practically turned into coin-shaped symbols, her entire being radiating the golden aura of a protagonist. Wu Tong had 5.3 million. Adding her own 4 million, that made 9.3 million. With this much money, she could live comfortably for the rest of her life, no matter which fortress she chose. She propped her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. If this is the case, could I retire early? But a flicker of doubt crossed Ningxue's mind. But even if I take the money and run, Lao Jiao wouldn't relentlessly chase me, would he? But in these chaotic times, finding another reliable backer like him would be difficult. She ran a hand through her hair and sighed dramatically. Oh, why so much trouble? If he had just given me a bigger share, I wouldn't be so conflicted. After her internal debate, Ningxue finally left. Lao Jia is a decent guy. I should probably wait for him to return. As she walked, she looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Although he seems cold, he's a good person at heart. Following him, even if something happens someday, he'll probably save me. Why am I overthinking this? Having made up her mind, she decided to treat herself. Live for today. Earning money means spending it. With lightning speed, Ningxue found herself standing before a towering building. It was the black market casino. She strolled in with an air of confidence. They say the black market casino is exciting. Now that I'm flush with cash, I have to check it out. The clamor of the gambling hall spilled out, punctuated by someone yelling, 18. Ningxue's hand trembled as she held her betting chip. What if I lose? That's 500,000. Fear gripped her, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She sighed. Maybe I should just leave. Resolutely, she marched to the cashier's counter. Excuse me, I'd like to cash out. The cashier, with the demeanor of an automaton, replied, certainly. Ningxue left the casino, clutching her money with a relieved smile. Unbeknownst to her, someone was watching. Xiang Chao observed the direction she went and reported via a small microphone. She doesn't look like a bad person. I think Fortress 73's mission assessment is accurate. Besides, Zhou also confirmed that they shot 4 people, which is correct. A voice responded, I still have doubts about this A-rank assassin. After all, in both of her missions, all her teammates died. Keep observing her, Xiang Chao replied. In that case, I'll wait for another opportunity to observe. I have another mission to attend to now. The voice acknowledged, understood. The voice continued, addressing someone else. Wait, hasn't he been promoted to C-rank? Right, where's that troublesome D-rank assassin from Fortress 61? The other person replied, he seems to have disappeared. Disappeared? The first voice offered a theory. Is it possible he's using someone else's phone to take missions? Investigate if there have been any similar situations recently. The other person said, hold on. Moments later, they reported back to Xiang Chao. Found it. A previous D-rank mission from Fortress 73 has a similar situation. The mission went uncompleted for a long time, and the person who accepted it vanished. Xiang Chao pondered this. Could they have gone to Fortress 73? That's quite a distance. Could that D-rank assassin be Zhou Ningxue? The other person replied, probably not. Witnesses described the individual as a young man, traveling alone. He paused, thinking, a young man, traveling alone. Meanwhile, Xiaodu was at a hotel, speaking to the receptionist. A standard room will be fine. Certainly, sir. One moment, the receptionist replied. As Xiaodu waited, 2 men exited the elevator, catching his attention. He seemed to recognize the fire seed insignia on the man's left breast. Xiaodu's face darkened as he considered why they were here. The scene shifts. Xiaodu sprawled on a plush mattress. Finally here. A knock at the door startled him. Who is it? He went to open it. It was Ningxue. He'd thought she'd left with the money. She sighed, a melancholic expression on her face. She held out a piece of paper. Lao Jia, 80% of your share is in this account. He closed the door, invited her in, took the paper, and replied, use this account for everyday expenses and missions. I won't exploit you. After all, you have a sick mother. Is there enough for her medical expenses? Ning Xue asked. If I said it wasn't enough, would you give me another 10%? He quickly answered, no, I can give you more missions. She plopped down on the sofa. Well, then forget it. I think I'll take it easy for a while. Xiaodu spoke up. Right? I just saw some people from the Fire Seed Corporation in the hotel lobby. Ning Xue sounded surprised. What are they doing in the black market? And openly wearing their insignia, too. He was annoyed. What's so unusual about that? She crossed her legs and replied nonchalantly, that's only for superhumans. The Fire Seed Corporation doesn't arrest ordinary people. Besides, they've only been arresting superhumans for the past few years, and they're secretive about it. A lot of superhumans don't even know. Xiaodu rested his chin in his hand. So that's how it is. Ning Xue offered another piece of information. The Fire Seed Corporation has always considered the black market a transit station. I hear they have a good relationship with the Tsinghua Corporation. Fire Seed has been friendly with Luocheng these past few years. She folded her arms, revealing a wealth of knowledge. Furthermore, the Fire Seed Corporation has never arrested superhumans within Tsinghua Corporation's territory. Many superhumans come to the black market to avoid Fire Seed. Xiaodu asked casually, what have you been up to in the black market these past few days? No showing off, I hope. Ning Xue covered her mouth delicately. Of course not, Lao Jia. Do you think I'm a type to show off? He pressed further. Haven't been to the casino. She answered confidently no. Ning Xue folded her arms and sighed. My father gambled away everything. If it weren't for that, my mother wouldn't be so ill that we can't afford treatment. She trailed off, as if she'd let something slip. He listened intently, a dark look settling on his face. Xiaodu's voice was low and menacing. What did you say? Xiaodu held his forehead with one hand, the other dismissively waving. Don't say anything. Let me think. Then he said, back at Fortress 88, you said you had to go home to save your mother. I let you go. Then, the last time I saw you, you said you were earning money for your mother's treatment. Now you're saying she's dead. Ning Xue, feeling exposed, scratched her cheek and quickly explained, I misspoke. Xiaodu's face was filled with disdain. Do I look that gullible? Seeing his expression, she knelt before him, pleading, oh, come on. I was just scared you'd kill me. Ning Xue blushed. What else could I say? A weak woman like me has to tell a few white lies to survive out here. He thought to himself, grimly, indeed, in this day and age, there's no trust between people. Xiaodu sighed, his eyes closed in weary contemplation. He thought about how his longing for his parents had softened him to Ning Xue's plea about saving her mother. She lied without even blinking, he thought. So this is what an intelligence agent is like. Finally, he spoke, his voice low. Are there any more lies you want to tell me? Ning Xue shook her head, her voice small. No, no more. I've told you everything. Suddenly, a phone on the table buzzed. She picked it up and checked the caller ID. Ning Xue informed Xiaodu, Lao Jia has a new mission for us. This time, it's a protection detail for a female singer's tour at Fortress 62. He felt a flicker of curiosity. A female singer. Xiaodu crossed his legs and asked, have you ever done this kind of protection detail before? Ning Xue replied, I protected Zhou Siki before. She scrolled through the mission briefing, a note of urgency in her voice. But this one's a bit long. 37 fortresses, 12 performances in total. The reward is 2 million. She turned to Xiaodu. Lao Jia, should we take this mission? He replied yes. Internally, Xiaodu considered the seemingly straightforward task. Something fell off. It was reminiscent of the situation with the band's protection detail to Jingshan. Could this singer also be connected to the Baodu? He wondered. His thoughts drifted to Yang Xiaoqian. If that's the case, he mused, we might be able to find Xiaoqian quickly. He continued to think. Zhou Ningxue used to be an intelligence agent and work security for the Zhou Corporation. And Jing must know her identity, so the chances of getting this mission are high. Ningxue spoke, breaking his train of thought. Lao Jia, I've sent the confirmation. He replied simply, The phone buzzed again. Ning Xue seemed surprised. They replied, already. She read the mission details aloud. You have been selected by the client. They request you arrive at the black market outside Luocheng within 48 hours. A sense of unease settled over Ning Xue as she continued reading. And dress formally. Skirts no shorter than knee length. Don't go to bed earlier than the client. Don't wake up later than the client. Don't eat meat or herbs or onions in front of the client. She began to sweat, the absurdity of the rules sinking in, and sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose the client's private life. Ningxue scrolled through the seemingly endless list of stipulations. Exasperated, she exclaimed, "There are 81 things I'm not allowed to do." She turned to Xiaotu, venting her frustration. "Lao Jia, I left Yangshe because I couldn't stand these pretentious types. I've finally become an A-rank assassin, and I still have to deal with this. I'm a professional assassin, not some kind of lady-in-waiting. It's like I'm her servant." Xiaotu tried to soothe her. "Maybe they just want things to be proper. Wasn't it like this when you worked security in Yangshe?" Ningxue was unconvinced. "That's not the same. She's not some important figure. She's just a singer." Ningxue's voice rose in panic. "She wants us to arrive at the black market 2 days early. I need to ask her where she is now." The phone displayed the client's location, Fortress 62. Ningxue's shoulders slumped. Exasperated, she threw her hands up. "They give us 48 hours, and she's not even there yet." Xiaotu remained calm. "Just wait. What's the rush? We have about a week." Ningxue stared intently at her phone, utterly bewildered. Does that client even exist? Ningxue fumed, utterly exasperated. A whole week had passed, and the client still hadn't shown. Does an A-rank assassin's time mean nothing? Her phone pinged with a message. Survey results indicate the client hasn't arrived at the designated location within the agreed time frame. You may cancel the mission. This cancellation will not affect your credit rating. Furthermore, the client's 1 million credit deposit will be transferred to your account. Ningxue shoved the message in front of Xiaodu. "Lao Jia, look at this message from Enjing Security. Should we cancel?" He looked at the text, a knot forming in his stomach. Ningxue read aloud the next part of the message. "The client offers an additional 2.5 million credit bonus if you continue to wait." Ningxue bristled at the implied assessment. Were they implying? Does Zhou Ningxue look like someone who needs a measly 2.5 million? Xiaodu, seeing her irritation, joked, "So, should we cancel?" She glared at him. Only a fool would turn down money. Then, a flicker of concern crossed her face. "Lao Jia, aren't you angry?" He calmly replied, his gaze fixed on the book in his hands. "Don't overthink it. Once the singer arrives, all it will take is a single word from me, and their attitude will change instantly." 3 days later, on the outskirts of the black market, Ningxue and Xiaodu were walking when they spotted a motorcade. He frowned, thinking to himself, this entourage is even bigger than Luo Xingyu's. Ningxue, hands on her hips, commented, "I've heard these Central Plain celebrities are ridiculously pampered. Apparently, their entourages are larger than even important officials. Big corporations always have chauffeured cars, but I never imagined it would be like this." Xiaodu asked curiously, "Are there a lot of celebrities in the Central Plains?" She considered for a moment. "Quite a few. After all, in this day and age, no one enjoys reading like you do. Without any meaningful activities, they all chase after idols." She waved down a passing vehicle. "Around here, they're like religious fanatics, willing to give everything they have to their favorite celebrities." Xiaotu pondered her words. In an age of declining intellectualism, it's easy to become fixated on something, but that's not enough to explain her presence here. Ningxue leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "These celebrities all have backers, important figures in corporations. Some are even publicly known as godfathers." Mid-sentence, a car pulled up beside them, a figure visible through the tinted windows. The singer, Li Ran, peered out. "Are you my bodyguard?" Ningxue smiled, extending her hand. "Indeed I am. Pleased to meet you." Li Ran's eyes lingered on Ningxue's hand, specifically on the gleaming gold ring adorning her finger. Then, she stepped out of the car, brushing past Ningxue with a dismissive sniff and a muttered insult. Ningxue turned, utterly bewildered. Li Ran walked toward Xiaodu. "Who is this?" Ningxue replied smoothly, "He's my assistant." Li Ran sneered. "How unrefined. His clothes are so plain. He looks like a student." Xiaodu remained silent, absorbing the insult. Ningxue inwardly smirked. "Go ahead, offend Lao Jia. Let's see what happens then." Li Ran continued her interrogation. "Why do you even have an assistant?" "I've never seen a bodyguard with an assistant before." Ningxue replied calmly, "I'm a sniper. He's not just my assistant, he's my spotter." She asked suspiciously if Ningxue was also a sniper. Xiaodu cleared his throat, unable to hide his annoyance. Ningxue, feeling a surge of excitement, thought to herself, here it comes, here it comes. Lao Jia said all it would take was one word from him, and her attitude would change completely. Let's see how arrogant she can be now. He suddenly spoke up, looking directly at Li Ran and asking, do you know Yang Xiaoqian? Li Ran glanced at him, irritated. Who? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaotu, unfazed, leaned closer and lowered his voice. My room is 1009. Ningxue's jaw dropped in surprise. She thought to herself, Lao Jia is incredible. This is the first time I've seen someone just straight up give out their room number. Li Ran simply waved her hand dismissively and turned to walk back to her car. Your assistant looks all right, she said as she walked away, but he's a bit scruffy and seemed a little off. Ningxue glared after her, but said nothing. Just then, Li Ran's assistant, Jiang, spoke up politely. Miss Zhou, my boss is a bit particular. Please forgive us if we've kept you waiting. So, Ningxue sighed. This is more like it. The assistant handed her a contract. There's a confidentiality agreement here. Please sign it. Miss Zhou, you've been hired as a bodyguard, but it's mostly for show. We hope you won't interfere too much with my boss's schedule. Ningxue and Xiaodu exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Someone powerful enough to hire superhumans as bodyguards. What kind of background does she have? Ningxue said sarcastically, typical celebrity. All about appearances. So, you're saying I just need to stand around when she's making public appearances, not actually protect her? Jiang just smiled faintly. Miss Zhou is indeed perceptive. You catch on quickly. Besides, the Central Plains isn't that chaotic. There are some disputes between corporations, but they've never targeted celebrities. Xiaodu simply nodded without saying anything further. Ningxue replied coolly, fine. 7 days later, Ningxue sighed dramatically, her voice laced with frustration. It's been 7 days. They haven't told us where we're going, when we're leaving, and they won't answer any questions. They're treating us like we're nothing. And what about you? You gave her your room number. Why hasn't she reacted? She fixed a serious gaze on Xiaodu, who was calmly reading a book on the bed. Lao Jia, I get that she might look down on me, but how can she ignore you? Xiaodu didn't even bother looking up. Don't try to goad me. It won't work. He frowned, thinking if she's with the Baotu, she should have reacted to me probing about Yang Xiaoqian. But it's been 7 days, and that singer hasn't contacted me. He sighed. I think I miscalculated this time. I've embarrassed myself, haven't found Xiaoqian, and now Zhou Ningxue is laughing at me. After a moment, he asked, can we still cancel the mission? Ningxue said dejectedly, if we cancel now, it'll count as a failure. He sighed, closing his book and shrugging. Fine, we'll just return her money. Ningxue's eyes widened in alarm. No, to participate in the Yinjing Temple selection, we have to complete 5 A-rank missions in a year, and we can't have any failures. Xiaodu frowned, looking thoroughly disheartened. Those are some harsh requirements. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. The two exchanged wary glances and pressed themselves against the door. Li Ran's familiar voice came from outside. Didn't you give me your room number? Xiaodu immediately opened the door and asked urgently, where's Yang Xiaoqian? She didn't answer, just walked into the room and slammed the door shut. Li Ran walked straight toward Xiaodu. You gave me your room number yourself. Are you shy now? Xiaodu immediately frowned, a sense of unease settling in his gut. The heavy smell of alcohol hung in the air. She's drunk, he thought. Keeping his distance, he asked, don't tell me you're here for Yang Xiaoqian. Are you really working for Baodu? Li Ran retorted flirtatiously, is Yang Xiaoqian your girlfriend? She continued to approach him, her tone provocative. I paid you guys so much money. Treat me well, and I can give you even more. With each word, she swayed closer. You know, Xiaodu, the money I lose in one night of gambling could feed you for a lifetime. Li Ran's inviting tone, laced with a hint of menace, made Xiaodu pale. Left with no other choice, he swiftly knocked her unconscious. Ningxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Lao Jia, you were almost in trouble there. You nearly lost your composure. Seeing him furrow his brow in thought, she asked curiously, Lao Jia, what are you looking at? Xiao used no snipers. Seems like this isn't an act. He sighed, exasperated. Ningxue, take her back to her room. Don't let her be an eyesore here. Ning Xue chuckled and readily agreed. All right. He let out another weary sigh, his suspicions solidifying. Good heavens, this Li Ren definitely isn't working for Baodu. In the hotel's breakfast area, Xiaodu and Ning Xue sat eating. Xiaodu said dejectedly, "Go ahead and laugh." Ning Xue burst out laughing. Lao Jia, it's not that I'm laughing at you. I just wonder if Li Ren will question her life choices when she wakes up. He asked, puzzled why. Ning Xue, tears streaming down her face from laughter, explained she probably feels inadequate. A big star like her goes to someone's room, only to get knocked out and thrown out. Her pride must be hurting. Xiaoda gave an embarrassed chuckle. As they were talking, Li Ren's assistant approached. Excuse me. He placed a black bag on the table and continued, hello. This is 200,000 in cash. I hope you can keep last night's events confidential. Here's a confidentiality agreement. Xiaoda took the contract, speechless. I want to make money too, but not this kind of money. The day of departure arrived. Ning Xue said cheerfully, we're finally leaving. I wonder what's got Team 5 so worried. They got over 20 vehicles. I even saw a van in the back. Xiaoda replied indifferently. These are things you have to consider beforehand. Don't let your intelligence background make you lose your vigilance. Ning Xue responded nonchalantly, oh. Suddenly, Li Ren walked past their vehicle. She glared angrily at Xiaodu. Despite the fleeting glance, he followed her retreating figure with his eyes. The tour started in Zhoushu, passed through Kongshu, and would culminate in a performance in Luo Cheng's Qinghe district. After the performance, they would return to the black market. At Fortress 77 in Zhoushu, the convoy began to enter. Assistant Feng Ji handed the passes to the guard. Ning Xue exclaimed, it wasn't this much trouble to enter Zhoushu before. Xiaodu, sitting beside her, explained, that's because of Zhou Shilong's assassination. All of Zhoushu is on high alert. We'll have to be more careful entering fortresses from now on. Li Ren was happily signing autographs. Before them unfolded the scene of Li Ren signing for her fans. Ning Xue, irritated, spoke into her calm. Hurry up. This crowd is too dense. It's potentially dangerous. Move quickly. Li Ren's assistant refused. This is Ren's chance to connect with her fans. We can't rush. The car's behind. Maintain your speed and follow. Miss Zhou, please don't interfere. Ning Xue slumped back in frustration. Their safety awareness is appalling. If someone's hiding a knife in this crowd, even a god couldn't save her. Xiaodu, unconcerned, retorted, why worry so much? Ning Xue snapped back. If something happens, my mission is a failure. As they spoke, Xiaodu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and told Ning Xue, I have to step out. I'll be back to the hotel later. You handle things here. Ning Xue watched him go, her eyes wide with alarm. Lao Jia, are you going off on a solo mission again? Why do you always leave me alone? Leave those C-rank and D-rank assassins alone. I'm scared being by myself. He replied, just manage things here. If I snag a phone, I'll give you 20% of the resale value. Mollified by the offer, Ning Xue said sweetly, good luck with your mission, Lao Jia. From afar, Li Ren noticed Xiaodu leaving the vehicle and looked startled. She turned and asked Feng Ji, why is that kid acting on his own? She then questioned Ning Xue, Zhou Ning Xue. Ning Xue responded nonchalantly, oh, for your safety, I had him go out and investigate. Li Ren's voice sharpened. Tell him to come back. He needs to stay by my side. Ning Xue, a little annoyed, replied, I accepted the mission to protect you. That doesn't include. Li Ren was momentarily speechless. Back in their Zhoushu hotel room, Ning Xue soaked her feet, relaxing. Finally, some rest. I wonder when Lao Jia will be back. Just then, the door swung open and Xiaodu strode in, brimming with confidence. Ning Xue, understanding his unspoken message, glanced at his pockets. He pulled out several phones. Ning Xue gasped, did you just steal all of these? Xiaodu asked smugly, what else? Ning Xue groaned. Lao Jia, you can't do this. If the Yinjing Temple finds out that C-rank and D-rank assassins are disappearing everywhere the tour goes, they'll definitely suspect me. Unfazed, he hopped onto the bed and sprawled out. Ning Xue sat down heavily, only to see a message notification on her phone. She picked it up and read the message. Xiaodu immediately leaned over. Yinjing Temple, we're taking this mission Too bad. Mission failed, Ningxue said flatly. Because we're currently protecting Li Ran. She stared blankly ahead. And Jing Temple rejected me. They said since we're protecting Li Ran, it might interfere with the new mission. Fumes practically rose from Ningxue. But she doesn't even need our protection. I have plenty of time to take on other missions in this situation. She turned to Xiaotu, seeking his advice. Lao Jiao, what do we do? If I don't complete this Li Ran mission, I can't take on any other A-rank missions. At this rate, I won't be able to participate in the Jing Temple selection next year. Xiaotu considered this, then headed for the door. I'm going out. Ningxue looked up in surprise. Now, he glanced back, nodding. At the Zhousher Hotel, a hand gripped the high wall. Xiaotu hauled himself up, an unconscious man slung over his back. Ningxue covered her mouth, aghast. Xiaotu casually tossed the man onto the floor. Ningxue approached and asked, Lao Jia, who is this? Xiaotu replied nonchalantly, young Li Shen. Ningxue leaned down to observe the man lying on the ground, asking doubtfully, but we didn't accept this mission. Why did you bring him here? He walked over, poured a glass of water, and replied offhandedly, it's fine. As long as the assassin who took the mission can't find the target, the mission fails. Xiaotu raised the glass of water to his lips and reassured her, don't worry. Capturing Li Sen was easy. Anyone who saw me is dead. No one knows where Li Sen has gone. Ningxue gave a nervous laugh, thinking to herself, so that's how it can be done. He walked over to a closet and opened it. Xiaotu turned back to her and ordered, tie him up carefully and stuff him inside. Ningxue could only respond with an ow. After a while, Li Sen was tied up and propped up inside the closet. Ningxue also conveniently stuffed a wad of paper into his mouth. She closed the closet door and turned to Xiaotu, her voice laced with worry. Stuffing a person in the room like this won't do. The hotel has daily cleaning service. Xiaotu sprawled casually on the bed, his hands pillowed behind his head. Hang the do not disturb sign, he replied. Then just don't let him wake up. Fortress 77 is very close to the black market. The assassin who took this mission is probably already nearby. We can accept the mission from a Jing Temple in 3 days. She picked up the do not disturb sign, covering her mouth with a sly grin. Following Lao Jia like this, she thought to herself, there's really nothing we can't do. Finished with his business, he directed Ningxue to go in a different direction. Xiaotu glanced over casually, asking, where are you going? She turned back, smiling, to take a shower. As if remembering something, she winked and wiggled her hips suggestively. By the way, Lao Jia, want to join me? He gave her a single, indifferent word. Scram. Ningxue didn't argue, simply agreeing. All right. 3 days later, Li Sen finally woke up, facing the person before him. His body trembled with fear. Ningxue, holding a phone, sat attentively on the bed, taking pictures of him. The phone made clicking sounds. She sent the photos to an account, adding the message, Yang Li Sen is in my hands. Give me the mission. Ningxue turned to Xiaotu. Lao Jia, doing this feels a bit like kidnapping. Xiaotu, lying on the bed and turning a page in his book, didn't even look up. Stealing a mission is a bit much. He replied casually, but it's not a big deal. She looked at her phone screen and then let out a surprised gasp. The other party had replied, killing him will earn you a bonus. Ningxue exclaimed joyfully, all right. Tuesday night, at a large stage bathed in LED lights, the crowd below chanted, Ran Ran, Ran Ran. A hand rose high, holding a sign that read, Ran Ran, my heart belongs to you. At the same time, a voice shouted, Ran Ran, fly bravely. Your fans will always be by your side. The majority of the cheering fans below were male. Ran Ran, I will love you forever. Me too. Ran Ran, Ran Ran. The cheers grew louder as the figure of the host stepped out. The host smiled. Please everyone, settle down. Although this is Ran Ran's first time meeting everyone, I believe it won't be the last. He gestured in a certain direction. Before Ran Ran sings for everyone, we must thank Ran Ran's loyal fans. The spotlight immediately illuminated Ningxue on stage. She smiled awkwardly as the host introduced her. Miss Zhou, a superhuman, has put aside special missions to ensure the safety of Ran Ran's tour. Let's give a round of applause for Miss Zhou. The fans below were incredibly surprised and delighted. A superhuman, as expected of Ran Ran. Their admiration for their idol intensified. Ran Ran is the best. Long live Ran Ran. Ran ran forever. Xiaodu stood silently outside the boisterous crowd, lost in thought. So Li Ran hired a superhuman just to show off. These celebrities really know how to promote themselves. The host, sensing the atmosphere had reached the desired level of excitement, continued. All right, next, let's give the stage to Ran Ran. A voice began to sing. The beautiful and confident Li Ran began to sing on stage. The fans below roared with excitement as they listened. Oh, Ran Ran, Ran Ran, I love you. Ran Ran, bravely soar. We'll always be by your side, Ran Ran. Outside the frenzy, Xiaodu picked at his ear, unimpressed. You call that singing? Li Ran continued to strike poses as she sang on stage. Watching this display, he could only shake his head. Xiaodu closed his eyes and sighed. Truly, the age of declining standards. The next morning, a long line of vehicles snaked along the road, the desolate landscape of the wasteland stretching out on either side. Ningxue, gripping the steering wheel, grumbled as she drove. Last night, they thanked me so sincerely in front of the fans. I actually thought they meant it. She tightened her grip, her frustration evident. And sure enough, today, they completely ignored my suggestions about safety. It's infuriating. Xiaodu sat silently with his arms crossed, listening to Ningxue's complaints. I told them to fill up the gas tanks before we left, to bring extra tires. Was that wrong? Why wouldn't they listen? He spoke casually. This is what they call not even Buddha can save those who want to die. The convoy continued under the scorching sun. Ningxue nodded. Right, they really do want to die. It would serve them right if something happened. Immediately after, she contradicted herself, brushing the thought away. No, nothing should happen. This is my mission, after all. Xiaodu yawned, bored. The cars came to a sudden, screeching halt. Sharp spikes littered the road directly in front of the tires. Despite the driver's efforts to brake, several tires were punctured by the spikes. Ningxue exclaimed in disbelief, seriously. This is really happening. Everyone was forced to get out of the vehicles. Li Ran crossed her arms, annoyed. Doesn't Zhou manage the wilderness? Someone definitely did this on purpose. Fang Ji, standing by the other car door, replied, It's not easy to manage such a vast wilderness. He offered a reassuring smile. But it's all right. We're only a little over 100 kilometers from Outpost 78. A rescue team will surely arrive soon. Li Ran watched, puzzled, as Xiaodu and Ningxue carried a tent out of the vehicle. What are you doing setting up a tent? Xiaodu, assembling the tent poles, replied, Oh, I don't think the rescue team will make it today. So, we might as well camp out here. Li Ran frowned and raised her voice. Why wouldn't they make it? Outpost 78 isn't that far. Even on bad roads, it's only a 3 or 4 hour drive. Xiaodu ignored her, continuing to work on the tent, thinking to himself, waiting for rescue in the wilderness. Dream on. She turned to Fang Ji and asked, Do we bring a tent? He replied, explaining at the same time, No. The plan was to reach Outpost 78 tonight. We weren't supposed to spend any nights in the wilderness. Or I could go ask them to lend us one. Li Ran turned haughtily towards the car door. No need. I'll just wait in the car. Ningxue, having finished setting up her own tent, glanced over at Li Ran, who was leaning into the car, and smiled knowingly. The sun had set, and the light in the sky gradually became clear and sparkling. Xiaodu sat reading a book by the firelight. Ningxue, sitting a short distance away, suddenly stood up. She walked over to Li Ran's car. Knocking on the car window was lowered. Ningxue's face wore a bright smile as she asked, feeling dizzy. A little nauseous, perhaps. Li Ran, inside, looked drained of life. Her face was pale, she was sweating, and dark circles ringed her eyes. She frowned suspiciously. What did you do to me? Ningxue calmly explained, I didn't do anything to you. It's just that the car has been stationary for so long without the air conditioning on. You've all been exposed to carbon monoxide poisoning. Li Ran was forced to step out of the car. Her entourage, unable to adapt to the dropping temperature, huddled together, shivering uncontrollably. Some of them even draped thick blankets over themselves. Li Ran went over to Ningxue and asked, Can I share your tent? Ningxue replied, That's not in the contract, and the tent isn't very big. Li Ran persisted. Well, do you remember there's a clause in the contract that says you can't go to sleep before the client? Ningxue blinked, wondering inwardly, there's such a clause. Then she shook her head, crossed her arms, and said nonchalantly, "Fine. Then I won't sleep." Li Ran was furious, but couldn't do anything about it. 3 vehicles approached from behind. Someone on top was shouting, "Need a tire change. 20,000 yuan per tire. No price gouging, honest." Li Ran looked back in astonishment. Xiaodu folded the book in his hands and looked over with interest. It seemed there were some familiar faces. All 3 vehicles stopped in front of the group, their occupants armed with guns. One of them, holding a small loudspeaker, shouted, "If you don't need a tire change, we're leaving. We can also patch a tire for 1,000 yuan." Fang Ji frowned, lost in thought. Since when has Zhong Yuan been this chaotic? Who are these people? Patching tires and needing heavy weaponry. The rest of the group also eyed the newcomers warily. A man with orange hair and a scarred face, holding a gun and sitting on top of one of the vehicles, looked visibly impatient. "Are you going to change your tires or not? Make up your minds. We have other places to be." Xiaodu waved from within the group and called out, "Wang Ergu." The man called Ergu, hearing his name, looked around in confusion. When he saw who had called him, he exclaimed happily, "Xiaodu." He waved and walked over. "You guys actually came to Zhongyuan." Ergu jumped down from the vehicle and said to the orange-haired man above, "Put your guns down. Don't you see? It's Xiaodu." Xiaodu immediately noticed something was wrong with Ergu's leg. He pointed and asked suspiciously, "What happened to your leg?" Ergu looked down and explained, "Got tangled up with someone dangerous on the job. Lucky they didn't kill me, just broke my leg." He gestured towards the guns they carried. "Don't you have that heavy machine gun? Who wouldn't be scared of that?" He sighed wearily. "All sorts of characters out here in the wilderness." Ergu recalled the woman. "I saw a girl driving a jeep earlier. Thought it was going to be an easy job. When they saw a girl, they came forward. But before we could even figure out what was happening, she'd already taken care of the whole lot of us." Her expression was calm as she reached up and pulled down the brim of her hat. He remembered how their vehicles had been surrounded by sand, how the dust had buried them. Xiaodu speculated suspiciously, was she wearing a black baseball cap? Wang Ergu exclaimed in surprise, "You know you mess with her too." He shook his head and waved his hands. No, I've met her before. She looks a lot like someone I know." Inwardly, he added, "I suspected she was the one behind manipulating the 1,000 paper cranes, but I never thought she could control earth and sand too." Wang Ergu waved to Li Ran and her group. "Since I've run into Xiaodu here, we'll fix your tires for free." Li Ran asked, puzzled, "Is Xiaodu's face that big around here?" He scratched his head, laughing sheepishly as he explained, "That year, during the heavy snow, our team got lost in the wilderness. It was Xiaodu who led us to find food and get back to town. It was practically a life-saving favor." Xiaodu clapped him on the shoulder, also recalling the past. "I remember back then, you guys weren't playing around with such big toys. You didn't even have machine guns. Later, I heard you guys went near the Yang clan's camp. Haven't seen you since." Wang Ergu nodded. "That's right." He elaborated, "We stayed with the Yang clan for a while, but who knew the Yang clan would just disappear? We just arrived in Zhongyuan. But what about you? Why are you in Zhongyuan and with them?" He gestured towards Li Ran. "The superstar is on tour. I'm here to help ensure her safety." Wang Ergu immediately exclaimed, "Your eyes are sharp. To find Xiaotu in this wilderness, there's nothing he can't handle." Then he asked, "Were you headed south?" Xiaotu replied, "All the way to Outpost 78. Wang Ergu frowned. "It's not peaceful over there. Originally, the Wang clan, the Shi clan, the Chu clan, lots of displaced people, and they've got backing from the Wang clan. So it's pretty chaotic now." He patted his chest reassuringly. "But if you mention my name, Wang Ergu, you should be able to get through all right." Xiaodu smiled brightly and nodded. "All right." Wang Ergu turned to 2 men in his team. "You two, take the jack and tire patches." The team members with the tools started changing the tires. He continued chatting with Xiaodu. "I didn't expect the changes in the southwest to be so drastic. The Li clan and the Yang clan are both gone. These financial groups can't even hustle as well as me." Wang Ergu. Ning Xue covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Wang Ergu pointed at her and asked cheerfully, "Are you my buddy Xiaodu's girl?" Xiaodu's voice hardened. "Don't talk nonsense." Ning Xue calmly introduced herself. "I'm his assistant." Wang Ergu grinned knowingly. "Definitely not. I got a good eye. There's something going on between you two. When it comes to you two, who's listening to who is still up in the air." Ning Xue puffed out her cheeks, annoyed at having her thoughts so clearly exposed. Ningxue leaned closer and whispered, "So, what do you think is going on between your buddy Xiaodu and that celebrity?" Wang Ergu covered his mouth, raising his eyebrows meaningfully. "Don't worry, my buddy isn't interested in that type." She smiled and nodded. One of the team members called out to Wang Ergu, "It's fixed." He looked at Xiaodu. "Well, we're off. Take care. If we meet again, we'll definitely have a couple of drinks." Xiaodu nodded. "Sure." He watched them drive away. One of the team members quietly asked Li Ran, "Should we ask Commander Wang for instructions? Surround and eliminate them." She spoke up just now. They have only 67 people, and you have 10 regular soldiers. Why didn't you mention surrounding and eliminating them? Besides, this is Chu clan territory. How can we just surround and eliminate them? The white-haired individual scoffed, furrowing their brow. Find someone to take them out discreetly. If we really want to deal with this kind of unscrupulous person, it's easy enough. He continued, glancing at Xiaodu's back. Moreover, we also need to be more vigilant towards this Xiaodu. Anyone who can call those sorts brothers must be problematic. Li Ran responded indifferently. As long as the problem is solved, it's fine. She turned to Feng Ji. Pei shouted 200,000. Thank him for helping us out of the jam. He was startled and confused. Even considering the earlier tire repair costs. That's too much, isn't it? Li Ran simply replied, "I like it that way." At 2:45 a.m. east of the Qing clan camp in the Crane Peak mountain range, a group of fully armed special forces moved silently through the forest. One whispered into the microphone near his ear. "A2, report the situation." A voice responded from not far away. "A2, no abnormalities detected." Inside the monitoring room, a report echoed. "The experimental subject's whereabouts are still unknown." A team member sitting in front of the monitoring computer commented, "The reconnaissance speed of Special Forces Team A is very fast. The mechanized fire support troops may not be able to keep up." Qing E, arms crossed, calmly assessed the situation. They're about to enter the Crane Peak mountain range. A large number of experimental subjects are expected. Avoid a life or death struggle. He ordered, if Team A or B encounters insurmountable resistance, immediately regroup and form a defensive line. Wait for reinforcements from the rear. The Special Forces member on the other end responded seriously, understood. The soldier called out to his team members to check their equipment. He raised a pair of binoculars to his eyes, looking straight ahead. The order came, continue to advance. The Special Forces group immediately obeyed. Qing Yi seriously observed the developments. The Special Forces continued their slow movement through the forest. Suddenly, one of them spotted something. Looking through their binoculars, they focused on a device emitting a blue light. Unidentified creature approaching A9. Repeat, unidentified creature approaching A9. Qing Yi held his breath, waiting. A Special Forces soldier waved to a teammate beside him. The other nodded in understanding. He drew a short sword from his back and slowly moved forward. He raised the short sword in front of him, assuming a defensive stance. From the bushes, an enraged boar charged out. The Special Forces soldier immediately leaped forward, plunging his sword directly into the boar's head. The sword, still dripping with the boar's blood, was withdrawn. The boar lay motionless on the ground, its eyes closed in death. The soldier reported, "Threat eliminated." Threat eliminated. It was a boar. The order came. A9 continued to advance. In the monitoring room, Qing Yi pointed and ordered, "Calculate the strength and speed of that soldier." A staff member immediately replied, "Understood." He smiled. The nanobot technology can only reach its full potential in the hands of the Qing clan. Isn't that right? The head of the Yang clan's nanobot research team, a bespectacled man in a white coat, standing beside him, could only answer, "Correct." A sudden report broke the silence. The speed enhancement of the subject just now reached 300%. Kan Gi, his gaze fixed on the speaker, commanded, "Continue the calculations. I need to know the optimal number of nanobots to inject into a soldier." A satisfied smile then spread across his face as he watched the surveillance feed. Special Forces troops surrounded the carcass of a recently slain boar. Kan Gi's brow furrowed, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. "Wait," he said, a sudden realization dawning on him. "Why is there a living creature like a boar in an area saturated with test subjects?" He immediately barked orders. "Deploy troops to Crane Peak Mountain. Conduct a thorough sweep of the area." 2-3-15 nothing. Kan Gi questioned the man before him incredulously. "Nothing at Crane Peak Mountain." The officer nodded. "That's correct, sir. However, Alpha Squad discovered a large quantity of burned documents. We may not be able to salvage any useful information from the ashes." Kan Gi frowned, lost in thought. "And not a single test subject. Could the documents themselves have been the test subjects? Were the previous subjects intelligent enough to understand the documents and destroy them?" Resigned, Kan Gi gave the order to withdraw. He stared silently at the screen, his gaze fixed on the image of the mountain. The image zoomed in, filling the screen. What kind of monster did Fireseed Corporation create before the incident? Hanyi Wunda Silenti. An officer turned to him. "Sir, do you have any idea where the test subjects went? Should we alert the other outposts?" Kan Gi responded, "Connect me with my brother." The officer nodded curtly. "Right away, sir." In another strategic planning room, an officer handed a phone to a man in a white coat. He answered the call. "What is it?" Kan Tu's voice crackled through the speaker. "The test subjects are gone. I suspect they've headed to Zhongyuan." Kan Tran replied calmly. "Inform the Chu clan. Tell them to be on high alert." Kan Gi's confusion was evident. Why warn the Chu clan? Wouldn't it be better if they suffered some losses? Kan Tran's voice remained level. The ones who would suffer would be the civilians in the outposts. Besides, we need to unite against the Wang clan. You must understand the principle of lips and teeth. I don't need to understand. Leave the fighting to me. You can handle the other considerations. Kan Tran replied evenly. There's no need to feign ignorance. I'm not one to envy another's talent. You've been busy for over 6 months. Do you need to return and rest? Kan Gi responded, if you can send someone I trust to take over command. I've already handed over the troops to him. Kan Tran answered, that won't be necessary. I have the utmost confidence in you. However, there are no higher positions to promote you to at the moment. I heard you admire a certain actress in Zhongyuan. I'll have Lao Lam bring one back for you. Kan Gi could only offer his thanks. Thank you for your trust. A man standing behind Kan Tran murmured, his voice laced with doubt. The way Chief Kan Tran talks about Boss Law bringing back an actress, it sounds like he's talking about bringing back local specialties. A car pulled up in front of Outpost 78. Inside the vehicle, Ning Xue fidgeted impatiently. If the convoy had listened to my advice, we would have reached the outpost long ago. Xiaodu rested with his eyes closed beside her. The ringing of his phone broke the silence, drawing his attention. Xiaodu picked up his device. He read the incoming message. A large number of Firestarter Corporation members had infiltrated Outpost 73. Members of the Night Organization were with them. Their objective seemed to be searching for the remnants of a laboratory from before the Firestarter incident. The area of interest is near East Lake. This laboratory is extremely valuable. Xiaodu's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he continued reading. The mission had no limits. The bounty list for the Firestarter Corporation's Dawn Squad was posted, 150,000 for each member. The bounty for the Dust Squad was even higher, 500,000 per member. Most importantly, only those who succeeded in this hunt would qualify for next spring selection. He held up another phone to check it. This mission wasn't just issued to A-rank assassins. It seemed to be a widespread broadcast. Ning Xue responded, that's normal. All the influential factions have 1 or 2 of these phones. Their car was stopped while the vehicle ahead was being inspected. She continued, even though they don't receive A-rank mission messages, they still need to be wary of occasional assassination attempts on key figures within the corporations. Ning Xue recounted a story for him. Someone from the Chu clan was once issued a B-rank mission, complete with a list of their crimes. Before any assassin could act, the Chu clan had already apprehended and investigated the individual themselves. One by one, The inspected vehicles passed through the gate. She concluded, so this broadcast message is for those factions to see. They're hoping as many people as possible will obstruct the Firestarter Corporation. Xiaodu stroked his chin, commenting, simply hunting down Firestarter members wouldn't be enough to motivate these factions. He glanced out the window. The information about the lab is enough to make the Chu clan act. After all, it's within their territory. The message emphasized the lab's value, but Jingzi's apparent lack of interest in the experimental data is concerning. Ning Xue reminded him, Master, setting aside everything else, only those who kill Firestarter members this time qualify for next year's selection. But Li Ran wants me by her side constantly. How can I possibly go to Outpost 73? Xiaodu nodded. True. Even though there's no need to request a mission, you can't go. Plus, the phone needs your fingerprint to unlock and take pictures. He thought to himself, what am I going to do? Suddenly, Xiaotu clapped his hands, struck by an idea. It's fine. I'll go and bring someone back for you to kill. Ning Xue stared at him, dumbfounded. Huh? She nervously chuckled. Master, could your ideas please not be so terrifying? Outpost 73 is over 400 kilometers away. You're going to drag someone back for me to complete the mission. He crossed his arms casually. If not, then what? Do you have a better plan? His gaze was firm. I'll think of something else on the way. Ning Xue could only offer a warning. Then be careful, Master. This time, I suspect every major player in Zhong Yuan's underworld will be trying to cram themselves into Outpost 73. Xiaodu nodded in agreement. I'll make sure they're careful. Their car stopped. Xiaodu opened the door and stepped out. He walked casually into a building. Ning Xue, watching from the car, could only follow his retreating figure with her eyes. Li Ran, who had appeared beside the car at some point, asked, where is he going? So Ning Xue glibly explained herself. Oh, him. I told him to go get me some snacks. Something to munch on tonight during our downtime. The other woman replied, is that so? Li Ran frowned, a reminder in his voice. I'm hosting a party tonight. I'm afraid you won't have time for snacks. Ning Xue felt a prickle of annoyance. Is this evening party going to allow anyone else any downtime? She retorted. Meanwhile, at Outpost 73 near East Lake, Xiaodu jogged around the lake, a few antis doing their square dancing behind him to the tune of Girl on the Prow. As he ran, Xiaotu's mind raced. This infiltration of the outpost had been remarkably easy, almost as if they'd been deliberately let in. What was the Chu clan's game? Could they be trying to leverage the Anjing assassins against the Firestarter Corporation? Xiaodu furrowed his brow, pondering. But why not just station their own troops here? Wouldn't that be more secure? Someone suddenly approached him, offering a greeting. Stopping in front of Xiaotu, the man cautioned, you should avoid jogging near East Lake these next few days. It's dangerous. Xiaotu stopped, puzzled. Why? What's going on? He subtly assessed the man before him, wondering who he was and why he was advising him to leave. The man's expression remained serious. It's not safe around here lately. A lot of shady characters have been gathering. Xiaotu seemed to understand, replying, oh, okay. I'll head back now. Thanks for the heads up. He started to walk away, then suddenly remembered something and turned back. Hey, by the way, are you with the Order Bureau? The man replied, no, and then jogged over to the square dancing aunties, urging them, ladies, you should all head home. Don't come to the square for dancing these next couple of days. Xiaotu watched, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. The aunties, naturally, were indignant. And why exactly should we not dance? Who are you to tell us what to do? One of them huffed. Another chimed in, yeah, is this your private property or something? The man stammered, flustered. That's not what I meant. One particularly irate Annie shoved him aside. What do you mean it's not safe? Who are you trying to scare? I'll tell you what, if you keep this up, I'll slide down right here. As she did, a red scarf tumbled out of her bag. Xiaotu's eyes caught the flash of red, and he paused, a thought striking him. I've heard that the knights always wear red scarves to conceal their faces when they issue missions. Could he be one of them? He frowned, perplexed. But why would an organization like that be mixed up with the Firestarter Corporation? What are they looking for at East Lake? The young man scratched his head, looking embarrassed as he faced the disgruntled square dancers. Xiaotu watched him, suspicion deepening. Could the Knights and Firestarter have a common goal, something they don't want anyone else to know about? Could it be related to the heir to the majority shareholder that Qinghe Corporation has been searching for? He scratched his head, a slightly dazed expression on his face. But surely the heir to the founder wouldn't be in Firestarter's lab, would they? His phone buzzed in his pocket. Xiaodu walked over to a tree and pulled out his phone to check the message. Someone had texted him with a new development. Last night, Outpost 73's library was robbed. The stolen material was a local gazetteer from before the cataclysm, a map of Outpost 73 before the changes. It's suspected that Firestarter is behind this. Due to the altered landscape, they haven't been able to locate the entrance to the lab. Xiaodu frowned, staring at the incoming messages. And Jingzi was publicly broadcasting everything they knew. It was as if they didn't care that someone might come and steal the data. Or perhaps their target wasn't the lab data at all, but Firestarter Corporation itself. He mulled it over. Firestarter definitely had their own intelligence network. He wondered how they felt about having their every move laid bare for all to see. It had to be giving them a headache. Xiaodu tucked his phone back into his bag and walked slowly onward, lost in thought. There wasn't anything pressing right now. He was covered in sweat after his evening run. A shower was in order. He headed towards the bathhouse and entertainment center near the clock tower at Outpost 73. Inside the steamy bathhouse, numerous shirtless men were submerged in the hot water, their bodies relaxing in the heat. As Xiaodu entered, a man turned and looked at him. Unfazed, Xiaodu descended into the bath. Ah, nice big bath, Xiaodu sighed contentedly. A man with a tattoo on his shoulder gave him a wary glance. Xiaodu, curious, returned the look. What's the meaning of that tattoo? He asked. Good luck charm. The man, whose tattoo depicted two fish, one on each shoulder, replied, Nah, it's 'cause I was born during a raging storm on March 11th, 35 years ago. Xiaodu nodded with feigned interest, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Sounds like there's a story here, he thought to himself. The tattooed man concluded, So, March 11th is my birthday. I'm a Pisces. Xiaodu could only inwardly groan. Pisces? Seriously? Are all these guys tattoos like this? His gaze drifted to two other men, one with a dragon tattooed across his chest, the other a tiger. So, you're a tiger, Xiaodu ventured, and you're a dragon. He suddenly realized they were all staring at him, a strange feeling settling in his gut. Who the hell are you? The man with the fish tattoos barked. Just then, one of his companions helped a groaning man into the bathhouse. A bloody gash slashed across his chest. Boss, help! The injured man's eyes pleaded. The man with the fish tattoos scrambled out of the bath, his face etched with worry. What happened? The other men in the bath seized the opportunity and quickly made their exit. The injured man, Hong Ning, was laid down on the floor. Ran into some rivals, he gasped. They wouldn't dare make a move in the black market. Ambushed us, stuck out slashed. The fish-tattooed man grasped Hong Ning's hand, tears welling in his eyes. Brother, we're at Outpost 73. I can't go to a hospital, that I'm afraid. He choked back a sob. Don't worry, we'll take care of your wife and kids. Hong Ning's face was ashen as he reached out a trembling hand. I think I can be saved. The man with the tiger tattoo rubbed his shaved head, his face grim. If you go to the hospital, won't we be exposed? Remember what happened 2 years ago, when we kidnapped that Shu girl. If we get caught, we're dead. Don't worry, brother. We'll take care of your wife. Hong Ning trembled, his pain intensifying. Xiaotu, his arms crossed, looked down. I can save him, he said. I can stitch him up. I even have a secret remedy. He'll be fine in 3 days. He held up 5 fingers. But 0.500,000 for a life. Is that too much to ask? Hong Ning immediately cried out. Not too much. Not too much. I have money. Xiaotu smiled, holding up a needle. Money talks. He sat down beside the wounded man, examining the injury. The man next to him, looking at the needle in Xiaotu's hand, asked in confusion, Is that for sewing clothes? Aren't you even going to give him a shot? Xiaotu replied casually, Who has time for all that now? Just being alive is good enough. The man with the tiger tattoo watched as Xiaotu began to work, exclaiming, This guy's ruthless. A cloth was stuffed into Hong Ning's mouth to stifle his cries. Tears welled in his eyes as he thought to himself, I can't take it anymore. Just let me die. After a while, the stitching was finished. Xiaotu concluded by applying a layer of black substance over the freshly sewn wound. The cloth was finally removed from Hong Ning's mouth. Tears streamed down his face as he sighed. That's so much better. He sat up, moved, and shook Xiaodu's hand. Thank you, brother. A heartfelt thanks from Zheng Hong Ning, +1. The man with the fish tattoo on his shoulder walked over, giving Xiaodu a thumbs up and a pat on the back. Brother, what should we call you? Xiaodu replied simply, you can call me Dr. Ren. Hong Ning blushed, nudging Xiaodu's arm. Xiaodu looked over, puzzled. What's up? Hong Ning made his request. Dr. Ren, could you maybe undo the stitches and sew it up again? You see, I had a dragon on my chest, and, well, you stitched it up crooked. Xiaodu blinked, realizing it was true. Hong Ning continued seriously. These tattoos are a matter of pride for us. A headless dragon. It's bad luck, you know. Dr. Ren, do you offer any kind of after-sales service? Xiaodu, speechless, offered some advice. I'm telling you, you guys in this line of work shouldn't get tattoos. All this slashing and fighting, even stitching you up is a pain. Xiaodu frowned. I'm an underground doctor. After-sales service is not included in my total fee. Hong Ning clutched his chest, his face a picture of despair. Just then, another injured man was helped in. The man with the fish tattoo called out to Xiaodu, Dr. Ren, patch up my brother here too. Xiaodu held up 5 fingers. All right, money talks. Standard rate, still 500,000. The newly arrived injured man immediately agreed. Deal. I have money. Over the next few days, the bathhouse and entertainment center stopped accepting individual customers. Whenever Xiaodu was needed for treatment, a warning sign was placed outside. As Xiaodu diligently stitched up a patient on the bed, he asked in bewilderment, why don't you guys just stay put in the bathhouse? If you keep fighting like this, I'm afraid Firestarter Corporation will find their way into the lab before you're all crippled. The man with the fish tattoo replied, with you patching us up, we won't be crippled. They will be. Xiaodu hesitated, then asked, is that so? Hey, can I ask something? Where they based these guys? The man immediately stated his price. We'll pay you an extra $1 million. Don't treat them. You don't understand. We have a long-standing feud with those bastards. Honestly, running into them at Outpost 73, we don't even care about the mission anymore. We just want to cripple them all. Xiaodu continued stitching the wound on his patient's hand. Deal. He smiled, making a suggestion. How about this? I'll help you wipe them all out. Tell me, what's the price for that? The female lieutenant, observing Xiaodu's treatment of Hong Ning, burst out laughing. Dr. Imo, she said, don't joke. We have our own methods. We avoid using guns because we're worried about the Chu clan coming after us. But if it's a life or death situation, we won't hesitate. She continued, this isn't something a doctor like you can handle. Don't underestimate us. Ignoring her threats, Xiaodu remained silent and focused. Suddenly, a phone rang, drawing the lieutenant's attention. The message on the screen read, located Firestarter Corporation's safe house within the Swan Lake Villa District. Approximately 40 individuals. Suspected night organization laboratory located within the clock tower tunnel. Firestarter Corporation is searching for the entrance to the lab. After reading the message, she abruptly stood up and barked orders to the others. Everyone get ready. We're about to move out. They responded in unison, yes, ma'am. Xiaodu, curious, turned to the lieutenant. The clock tower tunnel. I've never heard of a clock tower tunnel. Where is it? The lieutenant replied. You wouldn't know about this. The clock tower tunnel is pre-cataclysm infrastructure. Her expression grew serious. The entire tunnel runs north-south beneath East Lake. It was built back then so people could easily travel between the two shores. It's incredibly sturdy and was even usable for a few years after the cataclysm. Lost in memory, she continued, but over 10 years ago, an earthquake damaged the main structure. It didn't flood, but it's always at risk of collapse. For safety reasons, the Chu clan sealed it off. They say it's pitch black inside, with a maze of emergency exits only accessible to maintenance workers. Who knows, the lab might be hidden behind one of those doors. Only a sliver of light illuminated the area. Xiaodu didn't ask any more questions. He simply bid farewell. Excuse me, everyone, I have to go. The stitching is finished. She watched him leave. As he walked, Xiaodu thought to himself, and Jingzi has declared war on the Firestarter Corporation with this message. His eyes narrowed. At this moment, countless thugs must be heading towards the clock tower tunnel. Inside the tunnel, voices echoed. The lab is in here, right? Hurry up, don't let them get the data first. Xiaodu lay flat on the ground, crawling to avoid detection. He thought, I didn't expect so many people to show up. No wonder. More than half of Njingzi's A-rank assassins must be here. He wondered, but why haven't the Knights and Firestarter Corporation shown up? Are they scared? He frowned, calculating. According to the big shots at the bathhouse and entertainment center, 2 of the 3 tunnel entrances are sealed. Only one remains. Such a confined space, and at the bottom of the lake. If this tunnel collapses, anyone inside will have a hard time getting out alive. The situation is too chaotic. It's best to let Lao Su scout ahead. Just then, Lao Su hopped out, landing beside him. Xiaodu whispered, put on the clothes in the bag. Don't expose yourself and ruin everything. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It was a television crew arriving to film the scene. One of them urged, quick, edit this into a superhuman documentary. We'll be famous. Everyone there responded in unison, right? They'd reached the tunnel entrance. Xiaodu watched the crowd, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. Is someone making a documentary about superhumans or something? He muttered to himself, a sudden realization dawning on him. Surprise jolted him as he saw Song Yang running towards the tunnel as well. Hold on a second. Isn't that Song Yang? What's he doing here? Nearby, a flurry of activity erupted. The station also sent someone. He's right here. Hurry and set up the equipment. One voice barked. Another, more hesitant, spoke to the director. Director, are you sure this place is safe? My wife's about to give birth. I don't want anything to happen to me. The director, seemingly unfazed, snapped at a crew member. Stop fiddling with the flash. We're all professionals here. Don't you know you can't just say things like that? The crew member stammered, but Xiaodu, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. As the group moved forward, someone called out, Director, while we're waiting, why don't we interview that crawling teenager over there? The director glanced at the crawling figure. Doesn't seem very impressive, he replied dismissively. Doesn't feel like a superhuman. Xiaodu still couldn't grasp what they were up to. As the director approached, he suddenly noticed a figure shrouded head to toe in dark clothing, a mask concealing their face. Suspicion flickered in his eyes. Quick, 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 the director barked. Go interview the masked person. They look powerful just by the look of them. Xiaodu groaned inwardly at the director's recklessness. Unbelievable, he thought. These people would risk their lives for a bit of fame. Suddenly, a chorus of ringing phones pierced the air. Everyone pulled out their devices. What's going on? Someone asked. Another replied, reading from their screen. The message was clear. Attention all assassins. Do not act rashly. See the evidence outside the tunnel. Even Xiaodu, still crawling on the ground, received the message. A man held up his phone. If you got this message, you're probably one of Njingzi's assassins, right? And not all of us are A rank. There are B ranks and C ranks too, aren't there? No one spoke, a silent acknowledgement of their shared identity. The man continued, I think us B ranks and C ranks should team up to hunt down the Firestarter Corporation members. That way, we'll have a better chance. Those of us with the message, Mid-sentence, Lao Su burst onto the scene, snatching the phone from the man's hand with lightning speed. The man stared, dumbfounded, unable to react. Xiaodu, the mastermind behind Lao Su's actions, smirked. Thanks for the tip, he thought. Over 20 phones right here. Lao Su was too fast to catch. The man could only yell after him, hey, what the hell? Why are you stealing phones? Give it back. Damn it. One of the assassins, mistaking Lao Su for a superhuman, voiced his admiration. Man, I wish I could be that fast. A powerful superhuman like that. Xiaodu, now standing, simply shrugged. Not that impressive, he said. As everyone turned, they finally noticed him, surprise etched on their faces. Dr. Mo, what are you doing here? Xiaodu dusted himself off. Nothing much, he replied casually. Just wanted to see what all the commotion was about. As he finished speaking, an older man clapped him on the shoulder. Dr. Mo, he said, I know you're young and full of energy, but admitting someone else is impressive is a sign of confidence, you know? Xiaodu, momentarily stunned, could only manage a strain, right? Suddenly, the mountain behind them exploded, the force of the blast sending everyone sprawling. Mo Xiaodu stood up, rubbing his head. The tunnel collapsed. He muttered. Before he could process what had happened, a wave of figures surged forward. Masked and armed, they rushed his group. Xiaodu found himself surrounded. I understand now, he realized. This is Firestarter Corporation's plan. They want to make a statement. Meanwhile, near East Lake Park, two figures stood watch. We've been tricked by Firestarter, Xiang Chao said. They surrounded our people at East Lake. They too were hemmed in on all sides. Leave East Lake to those assassins, the other figure commanded. We'll deal with Firestarter's forces out here. An old man, who had been meticulously sketching and erasing, quipped. Next time, a little warning would be nice. Don't be so hasty. My abilities require preparation. Xiang Chao opened the suitcase at his feet. A swarm of long needles levitated into the air. Simultaneously, his companion finished his drawing. A fiery dragon roared into the sky. See, not too late after all. The needles shot forward, relentlessly assaulting the group of assassins. The sight of the dragon filled them with terror. The two figures then combined their efforts, engaging the assassins in a fierce battle. Back with Xiaodu, chaos reigned. He and his companions fought off the attacking assassins. Xiaodu understood. Firestarter was a formidable foe, and Jingzi could use messages to disrupt Firestarter's plans. But Firestarter could also use messages as bait. But the situation was far from over. As the battle raged, movement stirred near the flowing river. Another group of assassins, it seemed, was arriving. Wearing protective gear, they emerged from the water. Amidst the chaotic clash between Firestarter and Jingzi's assassins, sparks flew. Xiaodu, observing from the sidelines, wondered, are these the ones who blew up the tunnel? The Firestarter operatives, having just emerged from the river, charged forward, slashing and killing with their long swords, bloodlust in their eyes. Just then, Xiaodu intercepted an attack aimed at one of Jingzi's assassins with his own sword. Looking at their frenzied expressions, he wondered, are these even human anymore? Has Firestarter's gene modification reached the point of altering the very nature of their being? And Jingzi's assassins rallied, pushing back against the relentless onslaught. A man in a moss-green robe effortlessly deflected a Firestarter operative's sword with a simple fan, a faint smile playing on his lips. A woman in a cheongsam gracefully evaded attacks with deft movements. The tide of battle began to turn. Some Firestarter operatives fell, while others fled. Hong Ning, terrified, hid behind a large tree. He wasn't alone. Others, too afraid to venture out, cautiously peered from behind cover. Suddenly, he sensed something horrifying. A sharp blade, seemingly out of nowhere, hurtled towards him, stopping inches from his face. He recoiled in terror, crying out. Just in time, Xiaodu arrived, calmly kicking the blade away. The others, as shaken as Hong Ning, huddled in fear. Hong Ning, near tears, was still reeling from the close call. Xiaodu turned to them. If you don't want to die, he said, follow me. He took his bearings, seeing numerous Firestarter Corporation goons lying unconscious on the ground. He stood behind a tree and beckoned with a single finger. Xiaodu, Hong Ning, and a few others emerged from the cover of the trees and followed behind him. He barked out orders, charge, quickly, follow me. Scattered across the clearing, the fallen Firestarter members thought they were safe. Unexpectedly, from the distant bushes, several figures wielding swords emerged, lying in wait. Prey, Hong Ning, and two others were suddenly struck with fear. He anxiously eyed the figures they now had to face, turning his head to plead with Xiaodu. Dr. Mo, what do we do now? Facing the panicked helplessness of Hong Ning's group, Xiaodu simply drew the sword he'd acquired earlier. He chuckled, panic. Why? The Firestarter members, armed with melee weapons, charged forward, shouting, kill! Just then, Lao Su appeared, a sharp blade in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He leaped towards one of the attackers, instantly seizing him by the throat. The man, caught completely off guard, couldn't utter a sound, cold sweat beading on his forehead as Lao Su's grip tightened. With effortless strength, Lao Su lifted the choking man with one hand while swinging his sword, severing the blade of another attacker. Hong Ning's group gaped, stunned by the swift turn of events. He pointed, whispering in astonishment, "Isn't that the guy who stole the phones? He seems to be protecting Dr. Mo. I think I might have misjudged who the real powerhouse is." Xiaotu, oblivious to being the subject of someone's internal monologue, continued to hold his phone, examining the fresh corpses. A few seconds later, a satisfied grin spread across his face as he looked at the device. Seeing that the situation was still precarious, Hong Ning gently poked Xiaotu in the back. "Dr. Mo, now's not the time to play with your phone. We should get out of here." Xiaotu replied, "This is hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. This is my money. I need to document the evidence. How else can I prove that Lao Su and I took them down?" Hong Ning was once again taken aback. "The guy in the white mask, he's your friend. He's Dr. Mo's friend." He was starting to feel like something wasn't quite right. He asked again, "Wait, aren't you a doctor?" Xiaotu tilted his head and replied with a chuckle, "Oh, my skill set is rather broad." In a high-rise building somewhere in the night, a commander stared at a map, walkie-talkie in hand, communicating with his troops. "Commander, two superhumans, accompanied by what looks like some gangsters, have broken through our encirclement." He ordered, "Let them go. No need to fight to the death with them." The voice on the other end responded urgently. "They've turned back and are engaging again." The commander asked, "How many returned?" The voice replied, "Just the two superhumans. One is wearing a hat, the other a white mask. We can't see his face." The commander looked at the blinking red dot on the screen. "Dispatch a dusk squad to surround them," he said into the walkie-talkie. The voice on the other end quickly replied, "They're gone again." Frustrated, the commander gritted his teeth, wondering what their objective could be. So many men, and they can't contain them. After regaining his composure, he issued a new order. "Forget them. This operation is primarily about intimidation. Focus on inflicting casualties." "A clear yes, sir," echoed back through the night. High above, the moonlight illuminated a tense chase unfolding below. The Firestarter pursuers were hot on their heels when suddenly the order came, "Withdraw. Withdraw." All the running figures abruptly stopped. Xiaotu turned, finding no one in pursuit. He let out a surprised cry. He and Lao Su stopped, turning back to gaze at the path behind them. Where moments before a mob had given chase, now there was nothing but empty space. Where'd they go? He wondered aloud. He frowned in thought, his eyes wide with surprise. "They've stopped chasing us. But how am I supposed to lure someone back for Ingxue?" Elsewhere, a pair of feet appeared, flickering flames dancing around them. The figure materialized, a blade clutched in his hand, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The film crew, witnessing the scene before them, recoiled in terror, their screams echoing through the air. The director, his face a mask of panic, stammered, "Hello there. With impressive media film crew. We're just here to film a documentary. We have no intention of interfering in the conflict between the two sides." He swallowed hard, adding, "See, could you let us go?" Hearing this, the figure reported to his commander via headset, "There's a film crew here. They say they're from impressive media. Orders." The commander, having grasped the situation, replied, "Confiscate their equipment and let them go." He added, "These people have some influence in the settlements. Releasing them could be good publicity." Receiving his orders, the figure responded with a sharp, "Understood." He pointed his blade at the director, his eyes menacing. "You can't keep your equipment, but you can keep your lives." With that, he stoked the flames around him, sending a fiery blast through the surrounding trees. He let out a haughty laugh. "Take a good look at this hellish scene. Go tell the world. Curiosity killed the cat. In this world, being a spectator can be fatal." The director nodded rapidly, repeating, "Yes, yes, yes." As if sensing danger, the figure's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening with suspicion. In a flash, Xiaotu sprang forward, a sharp sword gleaming in his hand. He landed before the figure, his blade slicing through the air. The figure, startled, leaped back, narrowly avoiding the blow. With a ferocious glare, The figure retaliated as he dodged, their blades clashing, sending sparks flying. The two weapons met again and again, the air thick with the sound of metal on metal. Unable to withstand the force of the impact, the figure's blade snapped. Panic flashed across his face as he gasped for breath, his mind reeling. Strong, he thought, sizing up his opponent. Xiaodu leaped into the air, bringing his sword down, and a swift arc light flashed from the blade. The figure crumpled, his hand falling limp, his broken blade clattering to the ground. He landed with a thud. Xiaodu scoffed. Show off. He pulled his phone from his pocket and expertly snapped a picture of the bloody scene. Xiaodu excitedly adjusted his phone, searching for the perfect angle. 100,000 for one head. Time to upgrade my phone. He continued snapping pictures when a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, friend. Despite his fear, the director forced a friendly tone. Could I possibly get your contact information? I am Yun Yi. He rubbed his hands together, offering an ingratiating smile. Xiaodu looked at him quizzically. Isn't this the guy who was just setting up the cameras? Lost in thought, Xiaodu walked over to the camera that lay abandoned on the ground. Seeing him approach, the director's eyes widened in surprise before he quickly said, No need, no need. We can take care of it ourselves. He hesitated. About that. Xiaodu ignored him, picking up the camera to examine it, his mind still working. That crew was awfully close to me earlier. Who knows if one of their cameras caught me on film? Without a second thought, he ripped the entire film reel from the camera with a sharp shhhk. The director, drenched in sweat, cried out in anguish, my film. Mo, Xiaodu whipped around, his gaze piercing and cold. The director flinched, instantly silenced by the intensity in Xiaodu's eyes. He forced a fawning smile, trying to salvage the situation. No worries, he stammered, his voice laced with nervous flattery. I was just going to ask if you'd be interested in starring in my next movie. Xiaodu tossed the reel to the ground, trying to recruit me while I'm busy. Meaningless. Come back when I'm not working. He brought a hand to his chin, lost in thought, almost done photographing the Firestarter corpses. Before leaving the battlefield, I should bring a few back for chewing Xue. How else will she complete her mission? I'm counting on her passing and Jingxi's test. He pondered silently. In a moonlit forest, two figures lurked in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity. Peeking through the foliage, Mo Xiaodu observed the situation. Someone's coming, he murmured to himself. Not far away, a Firestarter operative, clutching a wounded arm, chased another figure, cursing breathlessly. Damn it. Lao Su sprang from the darkness behind the Firestarter operative, his blade flashing. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through the operative's body, spraying blood. Caught completely off guard, the operative managed only a final, choked gasp. Before collapsing, the blue-haired man he'd been chasing, breathing heavily with relief, stammered his thanks. Before he could fully comprehend what had happened, the masked figure snatched up the body and vanished. The blue-haired man was incensed. That kid wasn't saving me. He yelled. He just wanted to steal the bounty, taking the body for himself. As they continued running, Xiaodu chuckled to himself. Lucky me. Didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to my doorstep. Bringing this body back for Xue to photograph. Mission accomplished. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Both of them stopped, scanning their surroundings. What was that? Another Firestarter operative lay dead on the ground. The one responsible was already raising his phone to photograph the corpse, a sinister grin spreading across his face. With this one photographed, I can apply for the selection next year. Before he could snap the picture, a sound behind him made him turn. Seeing Lao Su, he drew his knife defensively and swung. Lao Su effortlessly dodged the blow with a lightning-fast twist. Sweat beaded on the attacker's forehead as he stammered. What is this monster? Still reeling from the shock, he heard the click of a camera shutter. Lao Su was already beside the body. By the time he recovered his wits, Lao Su had slung the corpse over his shoulder and vanished. Damn it, he choked out. His eyes bulged with rage. Son of a... What the hell was that? Stealing someone else's kill. Despicable. Mo Xiaodu, phone in hand, chuckled softly. A wasted corpse is a wasted opportunity. Lao Su did good. At Camp 78, chewing Xue was relaxing with a face mask when Xiaodu suddenly vaulted through the window. a corpse slung over his shoulder. Startled, she yelped, "Young master, please don't scare me like that. You'll give me a heart attack." He dumped the body in the middle of the room with a thud. "Go find a place to photograph this later," he instructed. He walked over to the bed, upended his bag, and a cascade of phones tumbled out. "And then there are these," he said, gesturing to the pile. "Each one's probably good for 1 or 2 jobs. That should be enough for 10.5 million, right?" Ning Shue's eyes gleamed like she'd stumbled upon a treasure trove. "Just staying in a hotel, doing nothing," she breathed, "and I could get over 2 million. Where in the world can you find such a generous benefactor?" Suddenly, a notification chime broke the silence. Ning Shue picked up her phone and read the message aloud. "Due to a special operative violating protocol, the rule regarding hunting Firestarter Corporation members has been revoked. Participation in next year's selection round is now contingent upon completing 5 Class A missions within 1 year." Xiaodu practically leaped out of his skin. "What? Isn't that a complete waste of effort? Such a large organization, and they don't even have basic integrity." He pointed to the message on her phone. "This operative violating protocol. That's you, isn't it?" Xiaodu averted his gaze, feigning innocence. "Do I really seem like that kind of person to you?" Ning Shue, unmoved, simply replied, "Isn't it you?" Seeing her suspicion, Xiaodu just pursed his lips, offering no further response. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. And Jing is definitely going to realize something's wrong with these phones. Let's figure out how to get the money out first." This seemed to be Ning Shue's area of expertise, as she immediately offered a solution. "Simple. We go directly to the Lucky City Casino. It's owned by Tsinghua, so the security is top-notch." Despite her confidence, Xiaodu remained cautious. "Even if it's Tsinghua, we can't completely trust them, can we? It sounds good in theory, but we don't know what the reality is." Ning Shue dismissed his concerns. "You're overthinking it. It's not that serious. Financial conglomerates have pressured the casino before, hoping to freeze accounts. They didn't do it for anyone, only for Tsinghua. We'll talk more when we get back. For now, write down the passwords for these accounts, delete the message, and find a chance to sell the phones. That's another payday." She suggested selling them elsewhere. "We could try the local black market or the outposts. Selling them in batches won't get us as low a price." Meanwhile, Xiaodu continued emptying his bag of phones. "Where to next?" he asked. Ning Shue consulted her notebook. "Tomorrow, we depart for Outpost 73. Ling Yin has a concert there and a meet and greet." Xiaodu groaned inwardly at the mention of the location. "Outpost 73 again. Can't we skip that one?" he muttered under his breath. "Outpost 73, it is." As they walked towards the vehicle, Xiaodu asked Ning Shue, "While I was gone, your relationship with Ling Yin seems to have improved, hasn't it? She's ditching the van to ride with us." Ning Shue teased him. "Clearly, she's here to see you." Xiaodu leaned into the car, addressing Ling Yin, who was reading a newspaper. "Wouldn't you be more comfortable in the van?" Ling Yin replied haughtily, "I'm worried about the dangers of the wilderness. I want to be in the same car as my bodyguards. Isn't that allowed? That way, if there's danger, you can protect me immediately. Besides, everyone thinks I'm in the van. If someone attacks the convoy, they'll target that first. Being in this car will save my life." Xiaodu settled into the passenger seat, thinking to himself, "Where in the Central Plains wilderness are we going to find so many attacks on our convoy?" The rhythmic rustling of turning newspaper pages filled the air. Xiaodu glanced back at Lin Yin, who was restlessly flipping through a newspaper. She seemed to be deliberately searching for a particular article. He watched as she finally found it, a piece about singer Lin Yin's upcoming tour and ticket sales, praising the dazzling star for bringing hope to the wasteland. Xiaodu easily deciphered her vanity. So that was why she was rustling the paper so theatrically. She wanted to show off. Lin Yin, feigning expertise, declared, "This Hope Media newspaper is incredibly influential. You can buy it at every outpost. I hear even the Firestarters take it seriously." Ning Shue, listening nearby, rolled her eyes internally, recognizing the blatant bragging. Isn't she just trying to say that being featured in this newspaper makes her a big deal? Why the song and dance? She thought with disdain. Intrigued by the unfamiliar name, Xiaodu asked, "This Hope Media, who's behind it?" Lin Yin, well-versed in such matters, explained that it was a Qinghe Corporation enterprise. She added that the final stop on her tour would be Lucky City, also marking the debut of Hope Media's editor-in-chief. The pieces clicked into place for Xiaodu. Qinghe Corporation. That explained it. The corporations were generally insular. Accessing another corporation's territory usually required prior permission. Yet, Hope Media seemed to have a remarkably wide reach. He leaned forward and asked, "Could I take a look at that paper for a moment?" Lin Yin readily handed it over. Xiaodu scanned the pages for a long moment. Finally, he let out a low whistle. "This paper's pretty ruthless. Criticizing the Wang Corporation, the Chu Corporation, the Kong Corporation. Even the Firestarters aren't spared. How does the editor-in-chief still have his head after publishing stuff like this?" Lin Yin, seated behind him, recounted the editor's legendary resilience. When Hope Media first started, there were threats and intimidation, but the editor-in-chief just kept going. Somehow, no one bothers him anymore. Hope Media's commitment to reporting the truth is what helped it grow so quickly. Xiaodu considered this. Maybe they don't kill the editor because the corporations need to maintain a semblance of respectability, he mused. He turned the page to another headline. Wang Corporation and Outpost 178 collaborate on railway repairs. Highway to open mid-next week. The next page offered another juicy tidbit. La Lam, the newly rich tycoon of the Southwest, arrives in the Central Plains for a lavish, taxpayer-funded vacation. Xiaodu was impressed. This Hope Media newspaper was quite something. Just a few pages in, and it had already covered a wide range of Central Plains affairs. He continued flipping through the pages, oblivious to Lin Yin's increasingly eager gaze from behind. He searched and searched, but couldn't find what he was looking for. "I wonder if there's any news about Luo Qingwu," he murmured. Meanwhile, Lin Yin fumed silently. He's flipped through the whole paper and hasn't even looked at the first page. Is he doing this on purpose? Elsewhere, at Firestarter headquarters, several operatives were busy fawning over their commander. "We were able to secure the lab documents so smoothly thanks to the commander's brilliant feigned injury plan," one exclaimed. "Exactly. This operation has established our Firestarter's dominance. Those small fries won't dare provoke us again," another chimed in. The commander scowled, irritated. "This isn't the time for flattery. Report the casualties." A bespectacled man beside him began to tally the losses. 43 dead for critically wounded, 17 with minor injuries. The commander's voice held a note of disappointment. "The casualties are much higher than we anticipated. Remember, a third of our force in this operation were elite members of the Dusk Squad." Another operative chimed in, offering an explanation for the heavy losses. "It was mainly that guy in the white mask. If it weren't for him, the casualties wouldn't be so high." He then shifted to a more encouraging tone, addressing the group. "However, compared to what we achieved, these losses are negligible." An eager voice cut in. "Headquarters is sure to reward us." The bespectacled man's face lit up with hope. "Hopefully, this effort will earn us a chance at enhancement." Ignoring the celebratory atmosphere amongst his subordinates, the commander cut through the noise. "Did anyone engage with the masked man that day?" His question seemed to puzzle the bespectacled man, who replied, "That's the strange part. Everyone who engaged him died. We couldn't even determine what his supernatural ability was." Upon hearing this report, the commander immediately issued an order. Classify him as a B4 level threat. The entire team acknowledged the directive. Elsewhere, in a residential area, a group of people were huddled in discussion. "We need to learn from this." Firestarter Corporation, through the Night Organization, obtained the lab documents. What we didn't anticipate was how much more sophisticated their ambush tactics were than we thought. "We need to be even more cautious in the future." A woman with orange hair, styled in 2 braids, added, "And there's something else." That day, a superpowered individual wearing a white mask kept changing phones to collect mission bounties, which threw off our teammate calculations. She recounted the events of that day, her voice low. "We later learned that the masked man who caused the chaos had robbed a batch of phones from B and C level operatives before the fight. According to the records, he single-handedly killed over 20 Firestarter operatives." The man listening to her report asked about the mysterious figure's whereabouts. "Someone who killed that many Firestarter operatives. Do we have any detailed information on him?" It was a question the woman herself desperately wanted answered. Identity unknown. Estimated height 182 to 185 centimeters. According to an A-level assassin, his physical condition is exceptionally strong. He's likely an extreme physical enhancement awakened. He addressed the group, his voice firm. We must keep an eye out for this superpowered individual. Someone who can casually enter and exit a chaotic battlefield and snatch another's prize. His power is terrifying. However, his words were immediately met with a challenge from a man wearing dark glasses seated nearby. Keep an eye out. How? We don't even know his face, and he has so many phones. How are we supposed to keep an eye out for him? He countered with a question of his own. Do you know which phone he'll use to collect his next bounty? Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened as something occurred to her. Wait a minute, wasn't there a low-level assassin in Camp 61 who also liked to steal other people's phones? The boss even went to the town near Camp 61 to investigate. Could it be the same person? The man shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately. This guy's already at the top of his game. Why would he bother being a low-level assassin? What's his angle? He then delegated tasks to his team. Track down a masked man. Check unregistered accounts. As soon as he withdraws money, we'll be able to locate him. Also, keep an eye on the people entering and leaving the Qinghua casino. I'm worried he'll go there to launder money, and then our leads will go cold. Back with Xiaotu and Ning Shui. The three of them, along with Lin Yin, had arrived at Outpost 73. Xiaotu gazed at the streetscape, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. After the storm, Outpost 73 had indeed tightened its security. He just wondered if there were any lab documents left inside the outpost. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He was startled to recognize an incredibly familiar figure, Wang Tung Duong. He'd clearly seen him enter the tunnel that day. He turned to Ning Shui. Did you see that man eating Baozi? He asked. Put some of that four-leaf clover extract on him. I want to know where he goes. She agreed. All right, she said. But boss, who is he? He looked at the man eating Baozi. You don't know him? He replied. He's Wang Tung Duong. I didn't expect him to show up here. The car stopped by the roadside. Ning Shui got out and walked toward the eatery where the man was sitting. She casually approached him from behind and applied the four-leaf clover extract to his person. Then she ordered her own food, a basket of Baozi and 2 youtiao to go. Back in the car, she offered them to Xiaotu. Boss, Baozi or youtiao? She asked. I bought a little of both. He took the Baozi. Baozi, he said. Just then, Lin Yin opened the car door and got in. She handed a slip of paper to Ning Shui. You'll need to go here for the audition later, she said. Ning Shui simply replied, oh. Inwardly, she rolled her eyes. The nerve of this woman, treating her like a chauffeur. Just around the corner, near where they were parked, someone was secretly watching them. It was Wang Tung Duong, his face etched with tension, as if he was afraid of being discovered. At the director's office, Lin Yin greeted Director Mo Yun. Director Mo, she said. He gave a cold, non-committal hum in response. She continued, I'm here for the audition. Behind her, Xiaotu froze in surprise. It's him, he thought, but I was wearing a hat that day, and it was dark and chaotic. He probably didn't recognize me. He barely had time to finish the thought before the director rushed towards him. Benefactor, benefactor, he exclaimed. I never thought I'd see you again. He shook Xiaotu's hand enthusiastically. Lin Yin, furious at being upstaged, sputtered, How is Ren Xiaosu, Director Mo's benefactor? Beside her, Ning Shui was equally puzzled. Boss, when did you get to know the director? Mo Yun shooed the two women away. Excuse me, ladies, could you step outside for a moment? He asked. I'd like to speak with him privately. Ning Shui pulled a reluctant Lin Yin away, despite her protests. I'm supposed to be the main character today, she complained. Once they were gone, the director turned back to Xiaotu. Benefactor, he began again. Despite Xiaotu's insistence that he had the wrong person, Mo Yun remained certain. Those of us in the visual arts, he declared, never mistake a face. Even if I only saw your chin that night, I would still recognize you. Rest assured, I'll keep your secret. I swear to heaven. But I truly implore you to consider a role in my upcoming film. Xiaotu, however, showed no interest or even a flicker of attention to the director's words. He simply brushed past him and headed for the door, leaving Mo Yun deflated. Before opening the door, he turned back and issued a quiet warning. You'd best keep your mouth shut, he said. You know what I'm capable of. If my identity is revealed, you won't have anywhere to run. He stepped out of the room and ran into the two women waiting outside. Ning Shui followed him, curiosity burning in her eyes. "Boss," she asked, "did you really save the director?" While Lin Yin stood frozen, bewildered, the director called out from behind her, "Do you want to play the lead female role?" Snapping back to reality, she hurriedly replied, "Ah, of course." He smiled and offered a deal. "If the two superhumans with you agree to play a couple of roles, I'll give you the lead." Lin Yin's face crumpled at the request. Wait a minute, she thought. Why do I feel like I've become a bonus gift? Like buying jade and getting a free Lucky Charm. She continued to pester Xiaodu. "When did you save him? Can you ask him to arrange the lead role for me? Let that Lin Yin play a maid or something." Xiaodu found her incessant questioning both irritating and tiresome. He threatened, "If you don't shut up and help me find Wang Tung Duong, your 20% cut will be reduced to 10%. At this, Lin Yin reluctantly shook her head, stifling her curiosity. "Business is business," she muttered. "Don't keep threatening me with my pay." Just then, her unique abilities came into play. "I've sensed Wang Tung Duong's location," she announced. Early morning at the observation deck near the Liberation Desert checkpoint, Xiaodu adjusted the scope of his rifle, surveying the area below. Beside him, Ning Shui leisurely cracked sunflower seeds. She hummed her favorite tune as she nibbled on the seeds, glancing at Xiaodu with a curious look. "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" she mused. Not wanting her to remain idle, Xiaodu tossed her a pair of binoculars. "Stop eating sunflower seeds," he instructed. "Use these to observe the situation." Ning Shui caught the binoculars, nodded in agreement, and began to seriously observe their target. Wang Tung Duong sat on a bench, calmly reading a newspaper. "Found him," Xiaodu murmured, surprised. Didn't expect him to be leisurely reading the news. They continued their surveillance. At 2:16 p.m., he was still reading. It wasn't until 3:01 p.m. that he finally looked up from his newspaper and checked his watch. By 6:22 p.m., the city was bathed in the bright glow of the setting sun. Xiaodu furrowed his brow, suspicion growing. There's definitely something up with Wang Tung Duong. Who sits in a park for 5 hours? Even your backside would start to ache. Ning Shui, beside him, squinted in a different direction. "Xiaodu," she reported, "there are some suspicious individuals approaching from the south side of the park." As she spoke, a group of people approached from the south side of the park. At that very moment, Wang Tung Duong folded his newspaper and left the bench. Xiaodu raised his binoculars for a closer look, his suspicion deepening. Wang Tung Duong's leaving. What a coincidence. The moment those people arrive, he decides to go. Through the binoculars, he observed the group. Some were scanning their surroundings, while others were marking the ground. What are they doing? He wondered, marking a location. After a short while, the group quickly dispersed, leaving Xiaodu even more puzzled. Ning Shui, at his side, offered a theory. "Do you think they intend to excavate the marked location? It's just that there are still ordinary citizens in the park right now, so they can't act yet. They're probably waiting for curfew to end." Xiaodu pondered her words. "That's highly likely," he agreed. "If that's the case, Wang Tung Duong is probably the mastermind behind this operation." Ning Shui looked at him, uncertain. "Xiaodu, what should we do now?" He glanced at her, a mischievous glint in his eye. "We'll have to beat him to it, of course." He thought to himself, "Wang Tung Duong has caused me trouble several times before. It's only fair that I return the favor." Finishing his sentence, he stowed his gun and binoculars. Ning Shui, puzzled, asked, "So we'll wait for them to finish digging before we go down?" He replied, while packing his bag, "No, I'm going to deal with Wang Tung Duong first. After they get scared and run off, we'll dig up the lawn and see what's underneath." At that moment, Wang Tung Duong was strolling down the street, newspaper tucked under his arm. He paused mid-stride, his attention caught by two familiar figures up ahead. Looking closer, he recognized Ning Shui and Xiaodu. He straightened up, his gaze fixed on them. It was indeed her. Both Xiaodu and Ning Shui stared back, equally surprised. The three of them stood frozen, locked in a silent standoff across the street. The moment stretched, broken only by the sudden rush of children pouring onto the sidewalk after school. "Wait up! Hurry, hurry! Curfew's almost here." Their voices echoed. The children's excited chatter filled the air. Wan Tung Jung Sai. School's out again. It's always that math teacher holding us up. He then pivoted abruptly, turning his back on Xiaodu and Ning Shui, and fled in the opposite direction, leaving them stunned. Xiaodu pulled his hat down, a smirk playing on his lips. Spooked him, didn't we? Wang Tung Duong is as cautious as ever. A flicker of frustration crossed his face. It was a shame. Chasing him through the streets now would surely alert the Zhou authorities. Ning Shui, beside him, spoke apologetically. My lord, my four-leaf clover extract can detect direction, but not precise distance. I didn't expect him to be walking towards us. Xiaotu, hands shoved in his pockets, shrugged it off. It's fine. If Wang Tung Duong spotted us, then those diggers have probably cleared out by now. He pulled his hat lower, obscuring his features, and quickened his pace. I'm going to check things out. You head back to the hotel. It's a bit dangerous here. His tone was serious, but inwardly, he was pleased to have an excuse to send her away. This time, she wouldn't be clinging to him like last time. Ning Shui blushed, touched by his unexpected concern. He was usually so gruff, yet in this moment, he was clearly worried for her safety. Her heart fluttering, she skipped after him. My lord, I'll go with you. Xiaotu, dropping all pretense, scowled and waved her off. Scram. Undeterred, she spun around, chirped a cheerful yes, sir, and promptly took her leave. Night fell, draping the sky in a dark, velvety cloak illuminated by the moon. At the entrance to Liberation Park, now deserted, Xiaodu and another figure slipped into the shadows of the trees. He glanced at Lao Su, feeling a sense of reassurance. He had specifically changed Lao Su's clothes to avoid recognition. Through the misty darkness, he could make out the figures of the diggers from earlier, still at work. Intrigued, he moved closer, he and Lao Su concealing themselves behind separate trees. He watched for a moment, a frown creasing his brow. Why were they still digging? Hadn't Wang Tung Duong warned them to leave? He decided to send Lao Su to investigate. At Xiaodu's command, Lao Su cautiously approached the group. They immediately noticed him. One of them grinned. Wang Tung Duong, is that you? Where's your steam car? Xiaodu, straining to hear their conversation, felt a surge of curiosity. Taimito sok Lao Su for Wan Tung Jung. Did that mean Wang Tung Duong wasn't working with them? And why did they immediately mention a steam car? Were they using it to confirm his identity? Lao Su didn't answer. Instead, he simply gestured with his hand. In an instant, a steam train materialized out of thin air. The man, seeing the train before him, finally relaxed. Confirm your identity. Wait a moment while we dig up the materials. We'll take your steam train to get out of the fortress. Outside, the company has people waiting. The materials will be left on your train. Since you've already received the money, you must ensure the materials are safe. Lao Su looked at them and nodded slightly in agreement. They dug a large hole. Someone cheered, we've struck it. The man immediately gave orders to a few others. 6 of you, go down and retrieve the items. The rest of you, stand guard. The surrounding men replied in unison, understood. He looked back and then spoke up. You're only responsible for the escort. Don't worry about anything else. A few of the designated men went down into the hole to bring up the boxes. Looking closely, Xiaodu quickly recognized a symbol on the boxes, the File Company insignia. So they were with File Company. This must have been File Company's lab before the recent incident. Because of the Zhou City blockade, File Company couldn't easily transport the materials out. That's why they were using Wang Tung Duong's steam train to break through directly. They carried the boxes of materials onto the train one by one. The man called out, we could transfer 100,000 to you now. After we get out, we'll pay you the remaining 100,000. Same account as before, right? Lao Su waved his hand, indicating no. He bent down and used a twig to write on the ground, puzzling the man. On the ground was a string of numbers and a different bank account. The man chuckled. Change accounts, have we? All right, I've heard you're very cautious, but I didn't expect you to be this cautious. Wearing a mask, not speaking, not even letting out a sound. What's the matter? Afraid someone will recognize your voice. Xiaodu, controlling Lao Su's perceptions from a hidden vantage point, stifled a laugh. It seemed Wang Tung Duong's reputation in Zhongyuan was quite widespread. After loading the boxes onto the train, the men stood waiting for instructions. The man asked, is everything loaded? His subordinates replied loudly, yes, sir. 13 boxes in total. Suddenly, a light shone on them, accompanied by a voice, who's there? The man gritted his teeth and glared at Lao Su, who was disguised as Wang Tung Duong. He growled, "You sold us out." Lao Su frantically waved his hands in denial, causing the man to waver in his suspicion. A group of uniformed men shone their lights directly on them. "What are you doing here?" T-4138 barked a warning. It was the Zhou City Patrol. It seemed to be just a routine patrol. Kill them or leave immediately. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, the man immediately gave orders. T-4138, take 5 men and kill them. Create chaos and draw attention. Once the task is complete, stay in the safe house and await further instructions. T-4138 responded, "Understood." The man continued, addressing the others, "2 of you, board the steam train and leave with me." They replied in unison, "Understood." They quickly drew their weapons and charged towards the Zhou City Patrol. Shadow peeked out to observe. He was surprised they were using code numbers to address each other. They swiftly attacked, aiming to take down the patrol. The patrol officers raised their guns in warning. "Stop right there." Having given all their instructions and ensured everything was in place, they boarded the train. Before departing, they also demanded Lao Su accompany them. "Let's go," Wang Tung Duong, one of them said. "We'll exit directly through the east gate, then turn southwest, and someone will meet us there." The train began to chug, its smokestack whistling choo-choo-choo as it prepared to move. The train moved along the tracks, passing right by Xiaodu's hiding spot. He crouched low, avoiding detection. Then, stealthily, he began to follow the train from behind. With a single leap, he grabbed the edge of a door and hoisted himself up. Xiaodu clung to the door at the rear of the train as it pulled away. Inside the steam-filled carriage, Wang Tung Duong's accomplices sat silently, watching the scenery blur past. Their leader, observing the passing landscape with growing suspicion, wondered why they hadn't yet reached their destination. He turned abruptly to Lao Su, disguised as Wang Tung Duong, and barked, "Hey Wang Tung Duong, do you think you're driving a train in a park?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lao Su drew his sword. The sudden action stunned the leader. "Are you looking for a fight?" he stammered. The other henchmen quickly drew their weapons, ready for a confrontation. The leader sneered menacingly. "Do you even know who you're dealing with? There are 3 of us, and you're alone. You've already used your steam train ability. We're inside the train. What are you going to do, kill us all?" Suddenly, a screech echoed through the carriage, and the train lurched to a halt. Caught off guard, everyone inside stumbled and fell. Lao Su seized the opportunity, lunging forward before his opponents could regain their footing. The dim light within the train cast long shadows as Lao Su's sword flashed, cleaving one of the men in 2. Blood sprayed across the carriage. The leader, horrified, screamed, "What kind of blade is that? Who are you? Why are you against the file company?" Lao Su remained silent, his expression grim, his eyes, gleaming red from behind his mask, fixed on his remaining adversaries as he pressed his attack. In a corner of the train, blood continued to spurt like a gruesome waterfall. Just then, Xiaodu jumped into the carriage where Lao Su stood. By the time he arrived, the fight was over. Only 2 figures remained standing. He glanced at the stack of documents in the back and addressed Lao Su. "Help me transfer these documents into storage space. Then leave before the Zhou City Patrol arrives." He examined Lao Su's handiwork, a thoughtful expression on his face. "These cuts are too clean. It'll be easy to expose your identity. If we want them to suspect Wang Tung Duong, we need to remove the bodies carefully. If we're going to frame him, we need to do it thoroughly." Meanwhile, inside the file company's secure room, a group of their members sat around, eating, drinking, laughing, and playing cards, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. A radio crackled to life, calling T-4138. T-4138. T-4138, please respond. A man picked up the receiver. "This is T-4138. The voice on the other end reported. "Surveillance shows the steam train never left the ramparts. In fact, it never even left the park. The experimental materials are also missing." He shouted in alarm, causing the others to stare. How can this be? The man observing the large monitor continued. The superhuman in charge of transport is Wang Tung Duong, correct? T-4138 stammered, flustered. Yes, it's Wang Tung Duong. His ability is to summon a steam train. We saw it with our own eyes. The voice on the other end of the line fell silent, lost in thought for a long moment. Then he instructed the person behind him, immediately send an internal email to put out a warrant for Wang Tung Duong's arrest. Also, trace the account that received the 100,000 deposit. The person behind him responded, understood. At the same time, outside Fortress 73, but the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the edge of the forest. Tung Duong, breathing heavily, pushed himself onward, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. He hadn't expected to be followed. Luckily, he'd noticed in time to escape. In this world, caution was paramount. He slowed his pace, transitioning to a walk, and suddenly sensed something. Looking at his empty hands, he wondered, wait, that feels like something's trying to emerge from my hands. As soon as he spoke, a strange object materialized in his hands. Tung Duong stared, bewildered and confused. The object that had appeared was a large frying pan. He tapped the bottom of it curiously, muttering, where did this frying pan come from? I heard Suxian also has a black frying pan. Incredibly powerful. Bulletproof. Can take pictures, but why do I suddenly have one too? Even Tung Duong himself sensed something wasn't right. This isn't normal. There's definitely something strange going on. In a house somewhere within Fortress 73, a young woman sitting at a computer stared in surprise at a notification. Another 100,000 transferred into the account. We haven't transferred any money into this account yet. She frowned, unable to trace the source of the funds. What the hell? And it's from File Company. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She quickly typed out a message. This is bizarre. I need to tell the boss immediately. Meanwhile, at File Company, in the commander's office, a subordinate reported, Commander, according to our investigation, the account provided by Wang Tung Duong belongs to Njing Temple. The commander's face crumpled. He gritted his teeth, feeling his intelligence insulted. So, Wang Tung Duong is most likely working for Njing Temple. The thought gnawed at him. If that's true, it means someone from Njing Temple easily got their hands on our materials. Damn it. At Liberation Park, the Fire Clan members entered. They stopped at the previously excavated site. Someone spoke up. Mr. Lee, you can begin. Mr. Lee nodded. All right. He began his ritual, a white mist emanating from his palms. The mist enveloped the mouth of the pit, transforming into a gently swirling membrane. The opaque white gradually dispersed into a circle, and within, the image of the diggers slowly materialized. Someone beside him requested, Mr. Lee, can you rewind a bit further? We want to see the whole sequence. He nodded and adjusted the image. Just a moment. The image swirled again, shrouded in mist. The image shifted, the faces and actions of the people within becoming clearer. Mr. Lee looked at the person beside him. This is the best I can do. The other man observed the replayed scene and nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Now, would you please try to decipher their lip movements and tell us what they're saying? He's reading Wang Tung Duong's lips from the replay, isn't he? Where's your steam train? Identity confirmed. Once we retrieve the materials, we'll take your steam train out of the fortress. We have people from the File Company waiting outside. Mid-sentence, the speaker abruptly stopped. Wait, who's that shadow behind the tree? The replay showed a blurry image of Xiaodu hiding behind the tree. Mr. Lee quickly replied, I can't see clearly. I'll rewind it later and see if I can get a better look at him. The swirling smoke quickly coalesced into a large white cloud, like a crumpled ball of cotton. The replay rewound, showing Xiaodu again. The scene shifted to the moment after the steam train had departed. A shout echoed. Who is this guy? Why is he following the Fire Clan? Could he be from Njing Temple? Xiaotu's blurry figure flickered in the smoke, his face frustratingly obscured. The other man grew more impatient. Mr. Lee, why can't you get a clear look at his face? Why is there something like a fog surrounding him? He watched with a perplexed frown. an unfamiliar unease settling upon him. This had never happened before. Leaning closer, Mr. Lee squinted and exclaimed, "Why is this person so unusual?" The other man, his brow furrowed in suspicion, suggested, "We found bloodstains nearby, but no bodies from the Fire Clan. Furthermore, the locomotive hasn't left Liberation Park. Can you replay a few more scenes so we can see what happened next?" He glanced sideways and lowered his voice. "This ability can only be used once a day. Moreover, if I use it again tomorrow, the time limit will have passed, and it might not even work." The man beside him, not wanting to push too hard, simply asked, "Then, is there a way to get a clearer look at that figure? He could be key to this whole affair." Mr. Lee nodded. "I'll do my best." With a flick of his wrist toward the hazy smoke replaying Xiaotu's image, he accelerated the playback. The figure within seemed to be lifting its head. But just as it did, Xiaotu's face remained a mystery. What stood out were his sharp, fiery red eyes, staring straight ahead. The man recoiled, a look of terror washing over his face. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he stumbled backward. He collapsed onto the floor, as if he'd encountered a monstrous beast. At that moment, the entire replay began to fade, dissolving into white smoke. Mr. Lee cried out in fear, "It's no use. I can't see. Who is this person? How can they deflect my ability?" The surrounding men gaped in astonishment, a sense of bewilderment hanging in the air. Mr. Lee had always been successful in his endeavors, tracking down criminals with ease. His failure and the backlash he suffered was unprecedented. Who was this person? The crescent moon shone brightly overhead, amidst a scattering of stars. A knock echoed from the door. Yuan Shui opened it to admit Xiaotu. "Sir, how are you? What's the situation at the park?" He frowned, his expression grave. She asked anxiously, "What is it, sir?" He glanced at her and replied seriously, "I felt someone probing me just now, but the sensation vanished quickly. I'm not sure what it was." Yuan Shui locked the door and reassured him, "Don't worry, sir. Ivechik, there are no cameras in the house." Xiaotu swept his arm across the table, bringing forth the entire stack of stolen files. She eyed them with suspicion. "Laosu, what is all this?" He recounted the events, explaining how the men digging in Liberation Park were from the file company, burying laboratory documents that Wang Tengduong was meant to retrieve. He couldn't help but rub his nose with a smug grin. "Lucky I was quick enough to trick them and snatch this haul." Her face lit up with excitement as she leaned closer. "So Laosu, are these all laboratory documents? If we sell all of this, wouldn't we be set for life?" He watched her bright-eyed enthusiasm with a sardonic smirk. "You need to be alive to spend it. If you sell these, you'll have a lot of people after you. The Fire Clan will chase you to the ends of the earth." Xiaotu's expression sobered as he thought of Jiang Chun. The best way to keep a secret is to not do it in the first place. So, if we really want to sell these documents, there are only two options: Fortress 178 or Qing City. Only by selling to them can we be safe. Within Fortress 73, on a wall in a deserted alley, a wanted poster for Wang Tengduong was plastered. Looking at the files in his hand, with the data and information written on them, Xiaotu opened all the metal boxes and read the documents inside. He was astonished. The content of the Fire Clan's experiments before the incident turned out to be research on anti-cancer drugs. Looking at these papers, their research goals were all aimed at saving people. There's nothing here about harming humanity. The documents clearly stated that Laboratory 039 had created a drug in the field of cancer treatment. Reading through them, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Unexpectedly, before the incident, the Fire Clan had already mastered a method of treating cancer. But what do they mean by specific treatment conditions? Just then, Lin Yin pounded on the door outside, shouting Imo, Xiaotu. Montak Xiaotu. Yuan Shui covered her mouth, stifling a laugh at his predicament. Xiaotu sighed. Why is that Lin Yin so persistent? The knocking continued, growing more frantic. "I know you're in there. Why won't you open the door?" He leaned back in his chair and asked softly, "When is Lin Yin planning to leave for the next fortress?" Yuan Shui thought for a moment before replying. Based on the itinerary, she should have left 2 days ago. In short, we'll be heading to Fortress 74 in the far west in 7 days. She was only supposed to be here for an audition. Yuan Shui chuckled sweetly, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the director took a real liking to Lin Yan. He's given her a very important role in the current film, and they're still shooting. Xiaodu's face fell, realizing he was the unforeseen circumstance she mentioned. Groping for an escape, he asked, "So when are they planning to go to Fortress 74? Isn't there a concert there? Shouldn't they go early to prepare?" His sliver of hope was immediately extinguished by her reply. "No need. The sponsors have taken care of everything. They plan to leave in 5 days." Xiaodu completely gave up, utterly despondent. Do I really have to endure her harassment for another 5 days? While they were talking inside, Lin Yin, fuming outside, finally stormed off. He rose from his chair. "Stay here and keep an eye on her," he instructed softly. "I'm going to Fortress 74 ahead of schedule. I remember you saying there's a black market there. I'll sell a batch of phones and do some acquiring of more while I'm at it." Yuan Shui gasped. "Lao Su, you're going now. I told them I'd take you to the studio." His death glare made her falter, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Director Mu promised me if I brought you to the set, he'd let me play the lead and Lin Yin could play the supporting role." Xiaodu finally snapped, his voice rising in a furious growl. "You want the lead role that badly?" Her face paled, and she waved her hands dismissively. No, it's fine. I don't need it." It seemed even she couldn't easily suppress Lin Yin's arrogance. Xiaodu stormed out, muttering to himself in frustration. "Damn it, I left in such a hurry I forgot to ask where Fortress 74 is. And Zhou Shu confiscated my car. I could just punch them both." Suddenly, headlights illuminated him from behind. The car pulled up beside him, honking to get his attention. 2 men were inside. Mr. Li leaned out the window. "Where are you headed, young man? Why are you walking alone?" Xiaodu replied softly, "I'm trying to get to Fortress 74. Mr. Li smiled. "We're on our way to Fortress 74 as well. We're making a quick stop off the main road first, but if you don't mind, we can give you a lift." Xiaodu readily agreed. "That will be great. Thank you so much." Mr. Li gestured with a jovial expression. "Hop in." Xiaodu climbed into the back seat and asked, "What are you two going to Fortress 74 for?" Mr. Li, now behind the wheel, replied, "We're just passing by, not going in. We'll drop you off near the fortress. Then we're heading up the mountain to gather some herbs. The Western Mountain, just past Fortress 74. Not many people go up there these days, so there are plenty of natural treasures to be found." Intrigued, Xiaodu pressed further. "You mean like the legendary treasures of heaven and earth?" Mr. Li chuckled, correcting the misunderstanding. No, nothing like that. We're just collecting some herbs from the Western Mountain near Fortress 74 to make tonics for my apprentice." Xiaodu studied the man beside Mr. Li. So, they were master and apprentice. They looked like martial artists, but apparently, their journey into the deep woods was simply for medicinal purposes. The car followed the only dirt track leading into the forest. Xiaodu glanced at the surrounding landscape. They were definitely off the main road now. The car screeched to a halt. Mr. Li put a finger to his lips. A whistle pierced the quiet of the woods, amplified by the stillness. Several shadowy figures emerged from behind the trees. Xiaodu gripped the seat, his eyes darting nervously around. "Back up!" A small group of people emerged from the trees, carrying various items. The oldest among them spoke. "Mr. Li, it's been a while since you've been here." Mr. Li pointed. "All right, the medicine is in the trunk." He cheerfully opened the trunk for them to see. "This time I brought antibiotics. I heard you were running low." Xiaodu stared dumbfounded. They had made this detour to deliver medicine to refugees. The gaunt, elderly man offered a basket of eggs. "We don't have much to offer, but please accept these." Mr. Li accepted the basket with a grateful smile. Mr. Li handed the eggs to his apprentice and then asked, "I still need to get to Fortress 74, so I can't stay long today. Is there anything else you all need? I can bring it back with me when I return from the fortress." The old man's face lit up. "Winter is coming soon, and some of the children in the mountains don't have warm clothes. Could you possibly get them some padded jackets? If it's too much trouble, don't worry about it." Old Li didn't refuse. Instead, he asked how many people needed coats and how many coats they needed. The elderly man replied, 12. Oldly agreed, saying, I'll go to the market town at Fortress 74. They sell them there. The refugees gathered together, pulling out some money to give him. We don't know how much coats cost in the market town these days, the elderly man said. We've managed to save a little. Oldly wouldn't take it, simply saying, what you've given me here is plenty. It's worth enough. The three of them continued on their journey along the deserted road towards Fortress 74. Xiaodu finally spoke up. I know the prices in the market town. What you gave him is barely enough for one coat. Are you just doing this out of the goodness of your hearts? Oldly chuckled, offering an explanation. We have our principles. Back in the day, I was arrogant, and when I got to the market town, I didn't even have a grain of rice to eat. It was these refugees who gave me food. Now that I'm older and have some means, I wanted to come to the market town and see how the refugees were living. His brow furrowed slightly, and his tone became tinged with discontent. Then, unable to bear the exploitation of the corporation, they fled. Now that I have some ability, of course I have to help them. Xiaodu understood the reason, but he was also suspicious of the two men's identities. So that's how it is. But what are your backgrounds? Why would you come to the market town to experience the lives of refugees? You seem like Fortress people first and foremost. He looked at Oldly through the rearview mirror. Are you a refugee? Oldly glanced absently at the scenery flashing by and hummed softly in response. He didn't seem to notice Xiaodu's expression as he continued to ramble. You don't look like someone from the fortress. Fortress people don't have eyes like yours. Xiaodu lowered his gaze to Qin Sheng, Old Li's apprentice, and wondered silently, what's wrong with my eyes? How are they different from the people in the fortress? Oldly glanced at Xiaodu and suggested, if you're not in a hurry to get to Fortress 74, why don't we find a place to rest? We haven't had dinner yet. Xiaodu readily agreed. All right. The car parked on the side of a small dirt road. They opened the trunk to retrieve their belongings. Seeing the amount of gear packed inside, Xiaodu was puzzled. What are they doing bringing so much stuff up the mountain? Oldly, carrying a knife, headed into the woods. Before leaving, he instructed Qin Sheng, start a fire. I'm going to catch a couple of rabbits. Qin Sheng replied, okay, as he worked on getting the kindling lit. Xiaodu set a pot full of water over the fire. Seeing their practiced movements, he asked curiously, do you often spend time in the wilderness? Qin Sheng chuckled and replied, yeah, I've traveled to many places with my teacher. Read a lot of books, walked 1,000 miles. As he added food to the pot, Qin Sheng continued, normally, it takes 10 minutes to boil an egg until it's cooked, but these wild chicken eggs take 15. However, they taste much better than the ones from the fortress chickens. They're really delicious. Just then, Oldly returned from his hunt, a large rabbit in hand. He added, wild chickens in the wilderness have changed a lot over the decades, unlike the domesticated ones in the fortress, which haven't changed at all. He approached with the rabbit. As far as I'm concerned, they should just tear down the fortresses and let the people live in the wilderness. That way, humanity would know what it's really up against in the future, and they'd be able to adapt to this world. Xiaodu responded seriously, letting the fortress people live in the wilderness, they wouldn't accept that easily. Suddenly, Oldly froze, a dazed expression on his face. A rumbling sound grew louder, drawing closer. Lin Yan's entourage was approaching, their television blaring music that echoed through the area. Xiaodu's blood ran cold. He gritted his teeth, recognizing the all-too-familiar voice from behind them. A convoy of vehicles was rapidly approaching. He quickly pulled the brim of his hat lower. Panicked, he scrambled to his feet, feigning a sudden illness. I don't feel well, he stammered, his voice laced with fake distress. I must go. Thank you both for the ride. And with that, he vanished into the forest with almost supernatural speed. Qin Sheng watched Xiaodu disappear into the darkness. Curiosity etched on his face. Master, he said, who do you think he was? Oldly stroked his beard thoughtfully. I don't know, but he's certainly not ordinary. He seems introverted, not like the usual refugees. Perhaps a transcendent. Qin Sheng continued, but what was he doing here? Oldly glanced at the approaching convoy, its headlights cutting through the night. Perhaps they were after him, he mused. Or maybe it's connected to the recent incident at Fortress 74. When we get back, ask your brother, Qin Qi. He was at Fortress 73 with the Fire Clan. Ask him if he's ever seen that young man before. The window of Lin Yan's car rolled down. Have you seen a young man pass by here? she asked, her voice sharp with impatience. Qin Sheng, recognizing the famous actress, blushed. Are you Ling Yan? She smiled faintly. Yes, that's me. A flicker of vanity crossed her features. Fancy meeting a fan in the wilderness. I'm so popular. A man approached them, extending a hand. Greetings, he said. I'm Mu Wonka, a director. We're looking for a young man who is heading towards Fortress 74. Have you seen him? Both Old Li and Qin Sheng exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't realized Lin Yin had come all this way for Xiaodu. What could this young man have done to warrant such attention? Old Li scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Sorry, haven't seen anyone. Mu Wonka frowned. Could we be on the wrong track? He wasn't driving. He couldn't have gotten far. Lin Yin, her voice laced with frustration, insisted, keep searching. There must be a way to catch up. He must have gotten a vehicle somehow. The convoy departed as quickly as it had arrived, leaving Old Li and Qin Sheng in stunned silence. Master, Qin Sheng finally said. Why were they chasing him? A famous actress and a renowned director, no less. Old Li, stirring their meager meal, shrugged. I have no idea. Qin Sheng looked worried. But was it right to lie to them, Master? Old Li's expression remained calm. In this world, how can one avoid deception? I teach you to be righteous, but I don't teach you to be naive. The two are not mutually exclusive. He handed Qin Sheng a bowl of food. Enough of that. Rest well. We still have to climb the mountain and gather the jade vine. His expression turned serious. This is your final test. You will climb that mountain unprotected, with nothing but your bare hands. If you die, you die in vain. If you survive, you become a knight. Meanwhile, in the royal city of Fortress 61, several figures moved through the sewers. Why are we stuck with this? One grumbled. Don't mention it. Another snapped. You're the one who lost the cyberhound. This is punishment disguised as a mission. If we find the dog napper, fine. If not, you might not keep your job. The first man shone his light ahead, sweeping the grimy walls. Normally, thefts are solved by the cameras. Why didn't the AI give us any information this time? The darkness of the sewer pressed in around them. Have you noticed? One of them said, his voice hushed. There isn't even a rat down here. It wasn't until someone mentioned it that the group took notice. They shone their lights around. He was right. After entering the sewers, they hadn't seen a single rat. As they scanned their surroundings, one of them spotted something below and shouted, Hey everyone, look. The whole group immediately directed their lights in the same direction. Ahead of them lay a massive pile of bones and animal carcasses. Could there be a monster down here in the sewers? Someone wondered aloud. The sight before them filled them with dread. Someone called for a full retreat, urging them to report to the captain immediately. At the same time, in the fortress's camera room, the bureau chief watched the various areas on the monitors. Bureau Chief, one of Wang Shi's enhanced humans, reported, all the remains found in the sewers have been examined. He continued his report. There are no human remains. This indicates that whatever it is, it doesn't eat humans. It's possible that some kind of mutated creature has appeared in the sewers, but it hasn't shown itself yet, probably afraid of humans. Another subordinate approached with troubling news. Sir, we have a missing person from our order enforcement team after the sewer inspection. The bureau chief's face paled. What? Stop the inspection immediately. Report this to higher command. He ordered. In Fortress 73, within a clock, a menacing fish with razor-sharp teeth and scales swam amongst a school of beautiful, smaller fish. It propelled itself through the deep water, heading towards a submerged area of rocks and debris, sending up a cloud of white dust. The large fish slammed into a stone pillar, shattering it, and continued its ascent. It eyed the pile of white bones before it, as if it were a delectable feast. It opened its maw, revealing rows of long, sharp teeth, as if ready to devour the entire pile of bones. Outside Fortress 74 in Zhou Shi territory, gentle sunlight bathed the bustling streets filled with large vehicles. People within the fortress strolled about, enjoying the peaceful, warm atmosphere. Xiaodu sat in a corner, reading a newspaper. The headline read, Zhou Shi deploys 2 combat units to Fortress 74. In just a few days, the number of people gathered at Fortress 74 has exceeded 1,000. This location is closest to Qinshi, could this deployment be a precautionary measure against Qingshi? After all, Qingshi has unified the entire southwest region. He placed the newspaper on the table, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. The two territories were separated by mountains and had never interacted before. He took a sip of water when someone approached and questioned him. "Are you of age? Let me see your identification." All adult men are currently required to undergo temporary conscription for work. Xiaodu feigned innocence. "I'm not of age yet, sir. I'm still young." The man didn't believe him. "Really? Show me your identification." Xiaodu grinned, his heart pounding. "Mister, I really am underage." He thought to himself, this entire city is crawling with patrol units. If I start a fight here, the whole city will be after me. Seeing the young man's unwillingness to cooperate, the man signaled to his subordinates, refusing to show identification for inspection. "That means you're of age and trying to avoid work." The men quickly surrounded Xiaodu. "Come with me to the work site," the man ordered. Suddenly, a vehicle drove past them, its horn blaring incessantly. Xiaodu's eyes widened in recognition. Isn't that a vehicle from the performing troupe? Fortress 74 is under such strict martial law, so why are they allowing the troops' vehicles in? Inside the vehicle, Lin Yin reveled in a quiet satisfaction, softly murmuring as she observed the scene unfolding outside. Xiaodu, now trapped, desperately asked the officer, "Your mission is to mobilize workers, right? You have to fulfill the leader's directives, right?" But the officer wasn't easily fooled. He barked, "Stop with the smooth talk. Nothing you say will make a difference now." As they were about to be dragged away, Xiaodu gestured towards another vehicle. "From the car window, I saw many young men inside that one." Doubtful, the officer turned to his subordinates. "Do you recognize those vehicles? Do they belong to any prominent figures within the fortress?" Caught off guard, one of them immediately replied, "They're not vehicles of any prominent figures I recognize. I know all their license plates." The officer activated his communicator. "Attention, a convoy is approaching the East Alley entrance. Approximately 10 vehicles. Many young men are aboard. Verify their identities." Moments later, everyone in the troops' vehicles, including Xiaodu, were apprehended and brought outside. They were taken to the fortress border, where all young men of age were required to work. The guide pointed, "Everyone, move these bricks today." The group behind him groaned. Xiaodu, observing his surroundings, couldn't help but feel curious. The transport of supplies is under strict surveillance, and weapons are being mobilized. Is a Zhou territory about to go to war? Beside where they were moving bricks, a detachment of soldiers was moving artillery shells. Someone stared at the fortress gate in astonishment. "Why is the gate sealed?" "Luckily, we entered from the east just now. That side wasn't sealed yet." The sight of the massive gate, tightly sealed with no visible exit, puzzled him. "It really is sealed. The sealant isn't even dry. Looks like it was only sealed 2 days ago." The defensive measures were so stringent that even the sewers weren't overlooked. Regular troops probably wouldn't use the sewers to enter the fortress, would they? By now, they had changed into workers' clothes and were diligently moving bricks. A man approached Xiaodu and barked, "Xiaodu, can you work or not? Do you absolutely have to sit in the vehicle and laugh? The Central Plains are in turmoil. Everyone needs to toughen up. When danger approaches, you won't be able to run even if you want to." He walked over and shoved Xiaodu's shoulder maliciously. "The Central Plains are so safe right now. You can't even find wild beasts in the wilderness. Where's the danger coming from?" Xiaodu glanced at him and replied, "Isn't Fortress 74 in danger?" The man looked astonished. "Really? Do you know why? Is the Conshur territory about to attack?" Xiaodu looked at him with exasperation, clearly thinking the man was ill-informed and unable to draw proper conclusions. He turned and looked directly at the man. "Tonight, I'll take you all into the fortress to find Lin Yin. If you have time, tell everyone else. Let them prepare." The man looked surprised, as if he couldn't believe it. "You want to help us escape?" Xiaodu simply hummed an affirmation and didn't continue the conversation. At dusk, on the western mountains of Fortress 74, Old Li and Qinsheng were climbing together. They leaped onto the peak of a nearby mountain. Old Li chuckled and gently admonished Qin Sheng, don't always try to conquer nature. Nature can never be conquered by man. The duty of a knight is to become one with nature. Consider yourself a unique creature within nature. Ahead of them loomed an even taller mountain. Let's go, the older man said. This is the final test. Pass it, and you'll officially become a knight. Qin Sheng obediently followed, responding with a quiet, yes, master. Pausing at the mountain's base, the older man declared, climb this 600-meter cliff face, and you'll have passed. Qin Sheng, his voice laced with unease, finally spoke. Master, must we climb so high? There's no safety equipment. If I fall, I'll die. The older man fixed Qin Sheng with a stern look. A knight cannot fear death. Moreover, conquering these 600 meters will fully unlock your potential. You should know that knight from years past climbed over 900 meters. His aura is beyond our reach, but this 600-meter height is essential, not a meter less. Old Li clapped Qin Sheng's shoulder, offering reassurance and encouragement. Besides, you've already passed the 7 previous trials. Can't you overcome this final one? To become a knight, you must complete all 8: mountain climbing, parachuting, surfing, wingsuit flying, and this 600-meter free climb. Gazing up at the towering mountain before them, Old Li sighed. These days, I fear there may be no more knights. The trials are incredibly dangerous, so the corporations have been limiting high altitude and open water tests to avoid risks. Without proper testing conditions, finding suitable knights becomes even more difficult. Qin Sheng dropped his bag to the ground as Old Li continued to encourage him. When my uncle brought me here, I felt the same way you do. I thought, is this even a cliff a human can climb? He spoke with confidence in himself and in Qin Sheng's potential. But I proved myself wrong. Come on, Qin Sheng, complete this final trial and become the last knight. Qin Sheng stowed a few items in his shoulder bag and turned towards the mountain. Old Li's voice boomed. Qin Sheng, do you remember what I told you? Looking up at the imposing mountain, Qin Sheng replied, I remember. Only faith in the sun and moon is eternal and indestructible. With nothing but the small bag at his hip, he began his bare-handed ascent. Breathing heavily, he carefully climbed, handhold by handhold. Suddenly, he froze, staring at markings etched into the rock face. He was only 100 meters up, 500 meters more to go, he thought with a groan. Seeing him motionless, Old Li called out from below, Qin Sheng, keep going. He continued to climb higher. Then, suddenly his hand slipped. Dangling precariously, he clung to the cliff face with his remaining hand, his body swaying dangerously close to the abyss. Finally, after a grueling climb, he reached the summit. Old Li, having ascended as well, found him sprawled on the ground. You did it, he roared. Exhausted but beaming, Old Li praised him. Congratulations. You are the last knight. You've completed the final trial. You've earned the right to carve your name on this mountain. Qin Sheng then noticed the countless names etched into the summit's rock face. Are these the names of all the knights who came before? He asked, surprised. Old Li hummed in affirmation. Qin Sheng's eyes fell upon an inscription, Forever Young. Curiosity piqued. He asked, Master, did this knight die in the cataclysm? Old Li shook his head. I don't know. If you include him, they'll make 30 knights. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared behind them. Both men stared in shock. A test subject, Old Li, perched precariously on a rocky outcrop, stared intently at the two figures below. Astonishment and bewilderment warred within him. They were in the Central Plains. Why would an experimental subject suddenly appear from the southwest? And why wasn't it crawling on the ground like the reptilian creatures they were accustomed to? He observed the subject before him with a growing sense of unease. There was something distinctly different about this one. It felt almost as if its eyes held human emotion. Suddenly, the subject offered a gentle smile, as if pleased, then turned and sprinted up the sheer cliff face. Old Li watched it go, then barked at Qin Sheng, quickly. We must leave here. Report the sighting of this experimental subject to the Zhoushu territory. If Fortress 74 isn't warned, everyone inside is in grave danger. Qin Sheng responded with a hurried, Yes, Master. As they began their descent, a horde of experimental subjects teeth bared, came charging from behind them. Qin Sheng stared in horror at the cloud of dust billowing in their wake. How can there be so many? He gasped. Old Li's jaw dropped in stunned silence. He could only pray that Fortress 74 had sufficient defenses. Night had fallen outside the gates of Fortress 74. He and Qin Sheng approached the guards to deliver their report. We are from the Knight's organization. Experimental subjects have reached the western valley of the fortress. A large number, we estimate around 6,000. The guard, glancing at their papers, muttered, just as the Zhou sure predicted. They're here. At that moment, another messenger arrived, breathless and panicked. Commander, the battalion sent to reinforce Fortress 70 has been ambushed by experimental subjects. More than half are casualties. They're retreating back to Fortress 70. The commander's face paled. He clutched the report in a trembling hand, his mind racing with Fawn. Until we have confirmed intelligence, he thought, the troops in Fortress 73 will have to wait for reinforcements before they can come to our aid. Oldly frowned and spoke up. Fortress 73 lies to your east. Therefore, the ambushers couldn't have been the experimental subjects we encountered in the Western Mountains. If that's the case, the subjects are attacking the fortress from both east and west. Their numbers could be in the tens of thousands. His words stunned everyone into silence. Oldly continued, if Qing's sure territory knew, they would have alerted you already. So why haven't they sent reinforcements? The commander's face hardened. We were expecting reinforcements, but isn't Fortress 73 also under attack? Who could have foreseen this? If it weren't for the Donghu collapse incident in Fortress 73, reinforcements would have arrived long ago. Hearing this, Oldie could offer no further argument. We Knights were also involved in the Donghu incident. Although only one of our members participated, he became an accomplice to these experimental subjects. He glanced at Qin Sheng and said with a sigh, originally, after you became a Knight, you were supposed to stay in town for a year to gain experience. But now, at this critical juncture, you and I must help the Zhou sure territory against this external threat. Qin Sheng nodded without hesitation. I understand, Master. I know my duty. Meanwhile, inside Fortress 74, Xiaodu and his companions huddled behind a pile of bricks, plotting their escape. He turned to the man behind him. Do you have anything valuable on you? The man quickly produced his belongings. We've pooled together 30,000 in cash and 5 watches. Xiaodu grinned. Good. Hand it all over. The man hesitated, scratching his chin. Can we keep a little? Xiaodu snatched the money and watch from Feng Zhi's hand. Let's talk, he snapped. Do you really think we need this money now? He turned and waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. I'll get you out of here. Reaching the fortress gate, Xiaodu offered the money and watch to the guard. Boss, let us go, he said. The guard nodded. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. You're free to leave. Xiaodu, Feng Zhi, and the others immediately left the compound. Once outside, Feng Zhi still couldn't believe it. They just let us go. That easily? He asked, bewildered. Xiaodu replied, they only brought us here to work, not for a firing squad. They have plenty of laborers. They don't need us. The management here is private military. Those guys have no real discipline. Take the money. Of course they'll let us go. Xiaodu changed the subject. Do you know which hotel Yin is at? Let's get back. Feng Zhi nodded. Yes, I'll lead the way. Back in the hotel lobby, Feng Zhi led Xiaodu and the others inside. Ning Shui stood up and called out, Mr. Xiaodu. I knew you wouldn't stay at the work site for long. Lin Yin exclaimed. She was right. Ning Shui wrinkled her nose at the returning group. Go take a shower, all of you. The men, catching a whiff of themselves, looked sheepish, but Xiaodu's expression remained impassive. Pulling his cap down, Xiaodu said, who has time for showers? Pack your things. We're leaving the fortress tonight. Lin Yin looked startled. Leaving? But we just got here. We haven't even played our concert yet. Xiaodu's voice was grim. Something's about to happen to this fortress. If you want to live, come with us. He turned to Ning Shui. Use your ability. Go outside the fortress walls and dig a tunnel. We'll leave through there. Right away, she replied, her face serious. He's never this serious, she thought. Something big must be about to happen to Fortress 74. One of the soldiers stepped forward. Do we really have to leave? Even if the Qing family attacks, they won't harm the residents of the fortress. Just stay put in the hotel. I'll use my status as a Wang family officer to negotiate with them. There won't be any danger. Feng Zhi spoke up. I think he's right. We don't need to leave. The Qing family won't touch Wang family officials. They don't want to antagonize the entire Central Plains. Xiaodu frowned. If it were really the Qing family, then yes, we could stay. But I'm afraid it's not them. The Qing have no reason to attack the Zhou family's fortress, especially after they just established friendly relations. Besides, Qingjin isn't one to start a war. Elsewhere, in a city glittering with lights against the night sky, a vehicle appeared at the hotel entrance, broadcasting a message. All fortress residents are to remain indoors. Do not venture outside. If you encounter any unknown creatures, contact the Zhou family military immediately. Xiaodu's face hardened. No need to leave now. We can't leave. The experimental subjects are here. I should have seen this coming, he thought grimly. What else could cause such a citywide panic and military mobilization? Ning tuekaspet, experimental subjects. But aren't they in the southwest? She turned and grabbed Li Ran's hand. My mission is to protect you. Come with us now. If you want to live, forget about the others. The other people, hearing this, bristled with anger and pointed at Ning Shui. We invited you out of courtesy. Do you really think Li Ran needs your protection? She'd be safer with us. No one can harm her. We're soldiers from Unit 5. She retorted angrily. You've already had your guns confiscated by the Zhou family. What will you protect Li Ran with? Li Ran, stunned, asked, is it really that dangerous? Can I pay you to protect all of us? The soldiers scoffed. Why should we take her money? She's just one superhuman. Besides, we haven't seen her use any powers on this trip. She might be a fake. But Li Ran chose to trust Ning Shui, taking her hand. Can I really pay you? How much do you want? Ning Shui hesitated, turning to Xiaodu. What do you think? Li Ran also looked at him appraisingly. Clearly, Xiaodu was more than just an assistant. He was lost in thought. If the experimental subjects really attack everyone in the fortress, there's little chance of survival. So many people gathered in one place, such a big target. It's like they're afraid the experimental subjects won't find them. Suddenly, someone rushed in calling out, "Great hero! Great hero!" startling him. The old man cried out in a panic, "Great hero, please save us." He ran up to Xiaodu, clutching his chest. I have money. Please protect me. My life is dedicated to art, not to monsters. Xiaodu thought to himself, when the experimental subjects invade the fortress, they won't search every nook and cranny. If we can hide well, perhaps we can be among the lucky survivors. If we use Ning Shui's ability to build a small shelter underground and hide there. Looking at her bewildered expression, he continued his internal monologue and then come out after the Zhou family army drives away the experimental subjects. Perhaps we can survive. But are things really that simple? He sighed. Xiaodu handed Ning Shui a gun. This hotel is in the center of the fortress. If something happens here, the entire fortress is in danger. When that happens, find a place, use your ability to create a small shelter, hide inside, and wait for me to come back for you. Ning Shui, seeing him leave, asked anxiously, Master, where are you going? Don't leave me. Xiaodu calmly replied, I'm going to take a look around. I'll be right back. Li Ran, seeing this, stepped forward, her voice laced with worry. Where are you going? Who will protect us if you leave? Her face darkened with anxiety. You'll come back, right? Xiaodu turned back, assuring her, I'll definitely come back. She's still here. Both Li Ran and Ning Shui looked at each other. He added, with a hint of disdain, besides, what are you panicking about? Aren't they still here? They'll protect you. Well, the soldiers stepped forward. We're soldiers from Unit 5. If we're going to protect them, then these two guns should be left for us to use. Besides, we've been trained in marksmanship. We'll be better with them than they will. Ning Shui glared at them, her anger palpable. Seeing her anxiety, Xiaodu told Ning Shui, after I leave, if anyone tries to take your gun, shoot them. Ning Shui, emboldened, challenged the soldiers, are you really better shots than me? Then she aimed her gun at them and calmly said, it's quite comical. You can't even manage your own weapons, let alone talk about good marksmanship. Behave yourselves and don't get any funny ideas. Seeing this, the group laughed it off, not daring to voice any further objections. Xiaodu had by now reached the hotel lobby. He scanned his surroundings, finding no one in sight. He thought to himself, the west gate of Fortress 74 has the largest number of troops. That's probably where the experimental subjects will attack the fortress. I'll go check it out. Just then, a group of mysterious, masked figures appeared, moving across the rooftops. Xiaodu spotted them and pondered, are they from the Akambaki faction? What are they doing going to the west gate? At that moment, a large crowd, including guards, had gathered outside the fortress walls. Xiaodu climbed higher, using binoculars to survey the situation. He saw a group of masked individuals dressed in black, presenting their passes to enter. We are from the Akambaki faction. We can assist in protecting the citizens within the fortress, they announced. The guards seemed to recognize the group and respectfully invited them in. We appreciate your help, they said, as the Akambaki members easily passed through the gates. Xiaodu worried, thinking to himself, I can't believe the Akambaki faction wants to help the Zhou defend the fortress and protect the citizens. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Xiaodu continued to observe the situation. Suddenly, a group of people came running, seemingly terrified of something, shouting, help, save us. It turned out to be the escaped experimental subjects attacking them. The guards at the gate finally realized what was happening. The commander ordered his men to fire. The area outside the gate erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Many of the experimental subjects were hit, but they didn't give up. Those that remained alive continued to charge forward. Countless experimental subjects fell to the gunfire. The soldiers on the wall breathed a sigh of relief. However, their relief was short-lived. To their astonishment, the experimental subjects had become more cunning, using people as shields. Not only that, but anyone who tried to flee was killed. Old Li and Qin Sheng were shocked. They thought, it's them. How can this be? Normally, the experimental subjects kill anyone they see. How could they have learned to take hostages? The worried soldiers asked their commander, what should we do? The commander, equally perplexed by the situation, hesitated. Should we fire or not? If we don't, the experimental subjects will definitely attack the fortress. Below, the cries for help and weeping of the civilians were overwhelming. They finally decided to open fire. As soon as the order was given, hundreds of bullets rained down on the civilians and experimental subjects below. The screams and cries for help drowned out the pleasant memories of these ordinary people who had once helped them, offering fruit and simple meals. Witnessing the carnage, Old Li muttered they couldn't wait for the cotton-padded jackets to arrive. The scene below grew quieter. The commander continued to order suppressive fire. Don't let them escape. A soldier rushed to report, Commander, it's bad. The south gate is under attack. The commander exclaimed, not good. The experimental subject's attack here was a diversion. He turned to Old Li and Qin Sheng, pleading, please help us. Hearing this, Qin Sheng and Old Li headed towards the south gate. Xiaodu watched them, puzzled. What was going on? Where were Qin Sheng and the others going? Following them discreetly, Xiaodu thought to himself, even the Akambaki people have shown up. If I hide and do nothing, wouldn't I be worse than them? He was at the south gate of Fortress 74. Xiaodu watched from his vantage point as Old Li and Qin Sheng charged forward, knocking down the mutated creatures. They rushed out beyond the fortress walls, eliminating the remaining mutated creatures. Old Li lunged, punching one in the face. Old Li pressed forward, pummeling the mutated creatures. Qin Sheng, follow me, he roared. Hearing this, Qin Sheng charged ahead, delivering blows to their faces. Xiaodu watched, surprised. Old Li and Qin Sheng are this strong. No wonder they dare to roam the wilds. He lowered his binoculars, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. Looks like I won't need to intervene this time. With those two, the experimental subjects won't be scaling the walls anytime soon. Suddenly, a red light flared from behind a building. To the southwest, Xiaodu observed civilians fleeing in panic. Seeing this, he realized with a start, experimental subjects have already infiltrated the fortress. How did they get in? Could the attack on the fortress be a diversion? A feint to cover their infiltration. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Are the experimental subjects intelligent enough to use such tactics? To connect one piece of the puzzle to another? Will there come a day when they master human weaponry? He summoned his spectral image. Lao Su, it's time we made our appearance. Lao Su cloaked himself and moved through the city. Suddenly, screams erupted below. Run! The experimental subjects are here. Help! Experimental subjects attack people in droves. The streets were in chaos, debris scattered everywhere. One of the experimental subjects leaped at Lao Su, attempting to attack. He grabbed the creature's mouth, slamming its head into the ground until it was dead. Seeing this, the other experimental subjects hesitated to attack. They muttered amongst themselves, "Let's hold them off while our comrades in the tunnels escape." Xiaodu was stunned. What are they saying? Have they learned to communicate with language? I can't waste time with these monsters. If I don't kill them now, there will be more and more on the surface. Lao Su attacked, cutting them down relentlessly. Xiaodu drew a black blade. Empowered by the weapon, each of Lao Su's strikes cleanly dispatched the experimental subjects. Seeing this, they still pursued, signaling to each other. "Stop him. Don't let him into the tunnels." Lao Su thought, "Trying to stop me. You're overestimating yourselves." Lao Su stopped and turned to face them. The experimental subjects were taken aback. "Who is this?" Before they could react, Lao Su had sliced off their heads. The others tried to flee, but he tracked them down and eliminated them. Lao Su swung his blade, killing one that was emerging from a sewer pipe. Witnessing this, the remaining experimental subjects were terrified and dared not attack further. Over with Old Li, he was in the thick of it, battling the experimental subjects. Suddenly, both he and Qin Sheng saw something. What was that person doing? They saw Lao Su's back. Just the sight of him from behind seemed to exude an irresistible force. Meanwhile, in a quieter part of the scene, Xiaodu watched the experimental subjects through a scoped rifle. Seeing that Lao Su was too powerful to overcome, the creatures began to retreat. "This guy's too tough. Let's get out of here." They seemed to communicate. They tried to escape down the sewer pipes, the same way they'd come in. But they found the openings unexpectedly sealed. Since were these welded shut, they struggled to pull themselves free, but to no avail. As they fumbled, suddenly something slashed through two of them. It was Lao Su, seizing the opportunity to press his attack and finish them off. The remaining experimental subjects, panicked and terrified, scrambled to escape. Xiaodu, observing from his vantage point, thought to himself, "It's a good thing the Zhou City military welded the sewer grates shut. If they'd gotten down into the sewers, even a shadow couldn't have caught them." Just then, he saw someone down below with a camera entering the scene. Xiaodu was taken aback. Where did a reporter come from? And they haven't run away yet. Lao Su continued his relentless assault on the experimental subjects. Those not yet cut down were desperately trying to break open the sewer grates with rocks. Finally, they managed to smash through. The whole group plunged down into the sewers and fled. Once below, they scattered in terror. But Lao Su had already tossed 3 or 4 grenades down after them. By the time the guards arrived, drawn by the explosions, it was all over. Lao Su had slipped away to a safe distance to observe the aftermath. Seeing that the situation was under control, he finally departed. The reporter, as if witnessing something unbelievable, stood frozen in place. Dawn was breaking. Inside a room, Old Li anxiously examined a wound on his arm. "This wound, it won't turn me into one of them, will it?" The commander reassured him, "No, only if they inject you with the drug do you become an experimental subject." Old Li was surprised. "Is that so? I've never heard of that before." The commander explained, "It's mentioned in the documents held by Khan City. Khan City also warned us about this attack on Fortress 74. If it weren't for them, we probably wouldn't have been able to defend the fortress." Old Li, hearing this, was somewhat heartened. "So that's how it is. Khan City isn't quite like the rumors say." The commander then addressed everyone. "You've all worked hard, but I'm afraid you can't rest just yet. The experimental subjects are bound to return. We need to take this time to assess the damage from this attack. First, thank you all for your help. Without you, Fortress 74 wouldn't have held." One of the Akambaki spoke up. "No need for thanks. They're the enemy of all mankind. It's our shared responsibility to fight them. Our Akambaki members from Fortress 73 will arrive with the next wave of Zhou City reinforcements." He then placed a photograph in front of the commander. It was a picture of Lao Su slashing at the experimental subjects. Our intelligence officer captured this image while patrolling the fortress. "Who is this person in the white mask?" This individual killed many of our men in Donghu. We initially thought he was with the Anjing Temple, but now it seems he has close ties to Zhou City, doesn't he? The commander picked up the photograph and said, "This person has no connection to Zhou City. He must have appeared at Fortress 74 by chance. Let's not waste our energy on irrelevant people. Let's discuss the next phase of the fortress defense." Judging by the situation in this battle, we underestimated the experimental subjects. Hearing this, the Akambaki representative said, "I suggest we find this man first. We, the Akambaki, can temporarily put aside our grudges and fight alongside him against the enemy. With this person on our side, we'll be much more at ease." The commander then explained, "It's not that we don't want to find him. It's just that it won't be easy." Oldley spoke up, reassuringly, "Don't worry. Since he appeared this time, he'll definitely appear again." At that moment, in the hotel lobby, the group that had accompanied Ing Shue had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Ing Shue, seeing Xiaodu had returned, went over to him. She said happily, "You're finally back." One of the men in the group spoke to him with a haughty tone. "You've been fighting outside all evening. Where have you been all night?" Xiaodu answered him perfunctorily, "I went to help defend the fortress." The man didn't let up, continuing to challenge him. "You're dressed very neatly. You don't look like you've just been fighting. Who are you trying to fool by saying you were defending the fortress?" Xiaodu ignored him and said to Ing Shue, "Go back and rest. The experimental subjects won't be entering the city for now." Hearing this, she didn't ask any further questions. "All right, you should rest too." The man angrily cursed under his breath. Just then, outside, a newspaper vendor called out, "Newspapers. Anyone want a newspaper?" Xiaodu hurried out. "Wait a moment. I like a newspaper. Today's paper. Why are you still delivering newspapers at this hour? Besides, you don't look like a newspaper deliverman." The newspaper vendor cheerfully handed him a paper and introduced himself. "I'm with Hog Media. The regular delivery men are all hiding in their homes. I had no choice but to come out myself." Xiaodu took the newspaper and asked, "How much?" The Hog Media employee cheerfully replied, "Today's Fortress 74 edition is free. No charge. Thank you." Taking the newspaper, Xiaodu went back inside the hotel. He was surprised to see the words "Age of the Gods" on the paper, next to a picture of Lao Su. He thought to himself, when did they take this? Ing Shue walked over and pointed at the newspaper. "Ask him, my lord, is that you?" Seeing that she knew, Xiaodu asked in surprise, "How did you guess?" "From the figure. You can tell it's me." Ing Shue just smiled and said, "Well, no. I just feel like you're the only one in the entire fortress who could chase after the experimental subjects." He was skeptical. "That works too." She just laughed in response. Ing Shue thought to herself, "Regardless of whether it's my lord or not, I've already delivered the compliment." Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Li Ran, who had been sleeping, was awakened by the loud noise. She sat up groggily and asked, "What was that? What happened?" Several men were banging on the door of a shop. There was still some food left inside. They yelled, "Bring out the food." Li Ran, seeing this, asked Xiaodu, "What are those people doing?" "Robbing food." Ing Shue added that Fortress 74 had been locked down for several days, and that Zhou City's forces had evacuated the food supplies. Currently, many people were going hungry. Li Ran, hearing this, wondered aloud, "What? We don't have any food reserves either. Are we going to starve for a while too?" Xiaodu replied that she didn't know, but they'd have to wait for reinforcements at the very least. If they brought relief supplies, things might be better. Xiaodu went inside the hotel and told everyone, "It's best if everyone stays put in the hotel. Zhou City definitely won't let the fortress remain in chaos like this." A few days ago, when we bribed the private army, we also managed to buy some food. We should be able to eat for a while. Then, turning to Li Ran, Xiaodu said, "Just don't use the hotel kitchen when you cook. There are vents there. Close the door tightly and don't let the smell of food escape." Li Ran, embarrassed, replied, Okay, I definitely won't let the smell of food escape." Ing Shue asked anxiously, "Xiaodu, did you give all the food to Fengji? What if they don't give us any?" Xiaodu cheerfully reassured her, "Don't worry. If you're with me, there's no way you'll go hungry." 2 days later, everyone was sitting down to eat. Li Ran, while eating, complained, "When will these days ever end?" "Who knows?" Just then, Li Ran caught a whiff of something. "Why do I smell meat?" She stood up and followed the scent. The scent led her to Xiaodu's room. Angrily, she knocked on the door. "Xiaodu, you're hiding meat from us, aren't you? Open the door." Xiaodu came out, holding a potato. The food is all with Fangji. We don't have any meat. Ingxue, unconcerned, continued eating. Shadow asked Li Ran, "Are you so hungry you're hallucinating?" Without waiting for a reply, he slammed the door shut. Only then did Xiaotu and Ingxue bring out the meaty legs, 2 for each of them, and devour them. The scene shifted to the road to Fortress 73. The experimental subjects were trying to reach the troop transport. They swarmed down like ants from the mountaintop. Seeing this, the commander spoke into his radio, "Experimental subjects attacking. All units, combat mode. Fire white phosphorus missiles." The initial volley eliminated a considerable number of the experimental creatures. The commander thought to himself with satisfaction, "Good thing we did that analysis and assessment beforehand. Regular bullets can't take down these experimental subjects. Using white phosphorus missiles, there's always a way to deal with these monsters." Despite this, the experimental subjects continued their attack from the rear, pressing forward with full force. Continuous gunfire and explosions filled the air, the dust and smoke obscuring the view ahead. Even so, some of the experimental subjects managed to break through. Though wounded, they continued to charge and attack the humans. One, injured in one eye, lunged at a moving vehicle and dragged a soldier down. Seeing this, the remaining creatures seemed to regain their spirit and rose to attack the humans. The commander was shocked. How is this possible? They've learned to walk upright. They've evolved. How can this be? The creatures were able to stand upright and withstand the humans' artillery fire. Then, they suddenly bent down. They were heading for the underside of the vehicles. With all their might, they began to overturn them. Caught unprepared, people tumbled down. Many fell into the ravine. Others clung precariously to the edge, only to be attacked by the surging creatures. They not only plundered supplies, but also slaughtered many soldiers. Seeing this, the commander ordered a retreat, a sequenced withdrawal. These experimental subjects have started using thermal weapons, he shouted. Meanwhile, at the fortress, something was approaching the wall. The guard on duty turned and cried out in terror. Experimental subject. The creature pulled itself onto the wall where the soldier stood. It held a piece of paper in its mouth. "Take this to your commander," it rasped. The soldier, trembling, took the paper. "You want to take this?" "What is it?" Written in blood, the message read, "Send one man." The soldier stared, dumbfounded. "What?" In the command room, the commander examined the bloody note with a representative of the Akambaki, Old Li, and Qin Sheng, an experimental subject that can write. Qin Sheng exclaimed, "How are we supposed to negotiate with them? They can't even talk." He turned to the commander. "I'll go." Qin Sheng, alarmed, protested, "Master, you can't. I am wedded. There's still thousands of those things in the forest. It's too dangerous to go alone." Old Li reassured him. "It's all right. Someone has to go and see what these experimental subjects are planning. I have no wife, no children, no partner, no ties. My only disciple is already a master. I'm the most suitable for this task." Qin Sheng, far from comforted, felt a chill, as if these were his master's final words. Old Li continued, "Logically, experimental subjects shouldn't be able to write. There might be someone controlling them from behind the scenes. If that person negotiates with me, I might have a chance to take them out. That would solve the threat of the experimental subjects entirely." Qin Sheng still tried to dissuade him. "Master," Old Li placed a hand on his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll be back. Wait for my good news." As darkness fell, Old Li entered the forest. An experimental subject waited for him, emerging from the shadows. "Follow us," it growled. Left with no other choice, Old Li followed. They arrived at a small fire. The leader of the experimental subjects sat there, roasting food. Old Li couldn't believe his eyes. Experimental subjects eating cooked food. He thought, this contradicted everything they knew. How am I supposed to negotiate with this? He wondered, should I try writing? Despite his apprehension, he approached. The leader, seeing him, grinned. "I've seen you before. That evening, on the western mountain of Fortress 74, you were with a young man. Why didn't he come with you?" Old Li was stunned. It could talk. Seeing his surprise, the leader continued, "Don't be so shocked. We were once human. We became like this trying to cure ourselves. I was just lucky enough to retain some of my sanity. The unlucky ones become monsters. Oldly thought to himself, what is he talking about? They became like this because of treatment. The leader of the experimental subjects then told him, this is for you. I used to enjoy grilled meat. Now, I prefer flesh and blood, and sometimes even spoiled food for a change of pace. It tossed the skewer of grilling meat towards Oldly and said, stay over there. Don't even think about assassinating me. Someone ordinary like you wouldn't stand a chance. Oldly caught the skewer and said, isn't being human good enough? Meat tastes better cooked. Hearing this, the creature explained, that's why I sought you out. Find someone for us. If you find him, we'll return to the mountains, or perhaps even go to the far south, never to return. Oldly was taken aback. Find someone. The scene shifted back to the fortress. Qin Sheng anxiously said to the commander, Master Li has been gone for a long time with no news. Will he be all right? The commander replied, no news is good news. Just then, one of the Akambaki representatives shouted, look, Master Li is back. Oldly emerged from the forest, thinking to himself, that experimental subject said they were terminally ill patients who sought treatment from the Akambaki before the incident. But they didn't know the treatment at Lab 039 was so dangerous. The experiment failed, and they became hosts for cancer cells. As long as the cancer cells remain, they are immortal. The person our knights are searching for is also in the Akambaki's lab. But the only clue we have are the dying words of the knight's founder. His son, Ren Xiaosu, is still alive. Now, everyone in Lab 039 has become an experimental subject. Could the knight ere we seek also be one of them? These thoughts echoed in old Li's mind even as he climbed back into the fortress. As soon as he arrived, the commander was waiting. What do the experimental subjects want? What did you two talk about? Old Li avoided the commander's gaze. He waited until everyone had gathered and then announced, these experimental subjects are from the Akambaki's Lab 039. They want us to find someone who escaped from the lab. They say the secret to curing them, to turning them back into normal humans, lies with him. Qin Sheng interjected, escape from that lab. Would he still be normal? Wasn't he transformed? Oldly explained, they said he looks no different from a normal person, but every cell in his body is an abnormal nucleus, a very orderly and structured abnormal nucleus. The Akambaki internally call him the new, powerful human. Oldly continued, glancing at the Akambaki representatives. The commander asked, anything else? Any other clues? Oldly shook his head. Nothing. They'll attack the fortress in 7 days if we don't find him. One of the Akambaki representatives finally spoke up. There might be relevant information in the lab documents we recovered. We should prioritize searching for Wang Songyang. Finding him might resolve this threat. The commander replied, all right. We'll also contact Zhou City. They were the first to encounter the experimental zone. Hopefully, they can provide some information. In his room, Xiaodu was reading the newspaper. Suddenly, he realized it contained some useful information. Lab 039. This lab was mentioned in the intel I retrieved. He murmured. Someone said that a patient in Lab 039 was completely cured of cancer, but the treatment conditions were unique and difficult to replicate. So, are those experimental subjects the failed test subjects of this regenerative treatment? Xiaodu pondered, a naive expression on his face. Those experimental subjects want the fortress to help find the successfully treated patient. Wait, considering the time and location, Six Origins seems to fit the description. Outside the fortress walls, a gaunt, frail man gnawed on a tree branch at the food distribution point for civilians. Don't rush. Everyone gets a share, a voice called out. The man clutching his meager portion sighed. Everyone gets a share, they say. A pot that big, and I get barely 10 grains of rice. I wish those experimental subjects had come earlier. Better a quick end than this slow starvation. These days in the fortress are truly difficult, Oldly said, sitting in a corner. The reinforcements won't arrive anytime soon. I don't know how long Fortress 74 can hold out. Qin Sheng worried. If we can't find the person the experimental subjects are looking for, what will become of Fortress 74? Oldly replied, why would the founder of the Knights send his son to Akambaki's lab? I never understood that. I don't think that Knight was trustworthy, sending his own son to be a guinea pig for Akambaki's experiments. Qin Sheng nodded. You have a point, Master. Now that I think about what the experimental subject said, it makes sense. His son must have been suffering from a terminal illness. That's the only reason he'd be there. The founder said his son was definitely still alive. Could it be that his son's illness was completely cured? So, the person the experimental subjects are looking for and the person we're looking for are actually the same person. Qin Sheng mused, realizing the implications. That makes sense, Master. Old Li, however, remained concerned. I've been contacting other knights recently, trying to confirm if the person we need to find and the person the experimental subjects want are indeed the same. After all this time, all I know is the person we're looking for is named Ren Xiaosu, has delicate features, and is definitely still alive. Nothing else. Delicate features. What good is that? That's barely any information. Where are we supposed to find him? Should we put an ad in the paper looking for Ren Xiaosu? Maybe he'll see it and come to us, Qin Sheng suggested. Old Li glared at him. If you say that makes sense one more time, I'll... Qin Sheng continued, undeterred. But what if other factions with ulterior motives see the ad? Wouldn't that put him in danger? Besides, he escaped from Akambaki. Who knows what they might do to Ren Xiaosu? Old Li sighed, seeing the wisdom in his words. You're right. This is difficult. Where are you? Ren Xiaosu. The scene shifted to Xiaodu, who was observing the surroundings, witnessing countless starving people begging for help by the roadside. Why did the experimental subjects demand that Fortress 74 find experimental subject 001 within 7 days? They came from the southwest, heading towards the Central Plains. They should know that even if he's out there, we can't find him in 7 days. Could this negotiation be just a pretext? Suddenly, Xiaodu heard the sounds of people fleeing behind him. He turned to look. Before he could grasp the situation, a tremendous explosion rocked the area. Help! Save me! A section of the wall crumbled from the blast, burying several people beneath the debris. Old Li and Qin Sheng, standing off to the side, witnessed the horrific scene. Shock rippled through them. How could this be? Hundreds of experimental subjects poured through the breach in the wall. Old Li finally understood their true objective. Searching for experimental subject number 001 had been a ruse. They had been stalling, waiting for the fortress's defenses to weaken and its citizens to lower their guard. He pulled Qin Sheng along. We have to go, he urged. Qin Sheng, his voice laced with anxiety, asked just like this. We're leaving. Old Li replied grimly. Fortress 74 is lost. All we can do now is save ourselves and as many others as we can. Every life counts. The East Gate is the only one that isn't blocked yet. Lead the people there, Old Li instructed. Qin Sheng's voice was filled with concern. What about you, Master? Old Li reassured him. I'll try to hold back the experimental subjects. I can outrun them. Don't worry. As they emerged, they saw the fortress guards approaching. The commander addressed them. Get the civilians to the East Gate. I've already alerted the guards to open it. The fortress? Zhousha Fortress. We will defend it. You don't need to die with us. His words were punctuated by another nearby explosion. Did you bomb that area, Commander? Qin Sheng stammered. No, the commander replied curtly. Qin Sheng turned to Old Li, his voice tight with fear. Master, wasn't that some kind of transcendent ability? Could it be the red and white mass transcendent? Old Li, staring blankly ahead, murmured, I don't know. Meanwhile, Xiaodu was exhilarated. Wow, number 47 is incredibly powerful. This is exciting. The explosion, it turned out, had been his doing. He burst into the hotel lobby where Lin Yin and Ying Shui were waiting. Come on, we have to go. Now, there's no time. He urged. The experimental subjects have broken through. If you want to live, follow me. Outside, the experimental subjects swarmed the area. As people poured out of the hotel, panic erupted and they scattered in all directions. Run! A man, carrying his child, urged his elderly parents forward. Father, mother, we have to go. The fortress is falling. His parents, frail and exhausted, pleaded, we can't run anymore. Don't let us be a burden. Take your wife and child and go. We've lived long lives. We have no regrets. Just go. Seeing their desperation, their son, unable to abandon them and unable to carry them, bowed his head in anguish. Nearby, a woman clutched her infant, begging anyone who passed, please take my child. He's a good boy, doesn't fuss, eats well. Lin Yan, witnessing the unfolding tragedy, felt tears welling in his eyes. Xiaodu addressed the woman and the others. The experimental subjects are likely to the east and west. North leads to the Central Plains. If there are any reinforcements, they'll come from that direction. We're going north. With that, the group continued their desperate flight. They reached a doorway blocked by rubble. The way is blocked. How are we going to get out of here? Someone cried. Xiaodu drew the 6 card from his deck. We use explosives. Ing Shui gasped. Master, are you really going to use number 4-6? Everyone froze, watching Xiaodu, unsure of his intentions. He placed 4 cards against the stone door. Then, clamping his hands over his ears, he sprinted back. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, centered on the stone door. Stunned faces stared at the wreckage. Was that really a bomb? Xiaodu yelled, urging them forward. Don't just stand there. Follow me. They ran until they were a good distance away. Linyang gasput exhausta. How much farther? I can't go on. Xiaodu's voice was grim. Rest if you want. If the experimental subjects catch you, you won't have to worry about being tired anymore. Behind them, another group of people struggled along the path. Keep going. A voice called out. This mountain path is treacherous. Help each other. Xiaodu recognized them with surprise. Old Li, supporting a wounded man, added his encouragement. Just a little further. Once we're through this wilderness, we can rest. Seeing their efforts, Xiaodu descended the path slightly, offering a small vial. This might help. Apply it to the wounds. Oldie looked up, surprised. Thank you, young man. He paused, then said, It's good to see you again. You too, Xiaodu replied. How many made it out of the fortress? Old Li's gaze drifted back towards the fortress, his face etched with worry. A fair number, but I fear many didn't. High above, a dark shape plummeted towards the earth. It hurtled down towards the mass of experimental subjects. They seemed to sense the impending doom and scattered, but it was too late. The bomb detonated in a blinding flash, the earth trembling beneath them. The shockwave rippled outwards, reaching even Xiaodu's group. Those closest to the blast were thrown off their feet. Xiaodu stared in disbelief. Old Li's voice was filled with horror. A nuclear warhead. Even the gods fear humanity's weapons. Xiaodu's mind raced. Nuclear warhead. He remembered Yang Xiaoqin mentioning it once. A weapon of incomprehensible power. The scene shifted to Khan City Fortress inside the command center. Khan Gi reported to Khan Tran. Direct hit, sir. The experimental subjects are likely all eliminated. Maximum altitude of the warhead, 47 kilometers. Maximum velocity, 7.5 kilometers per second. Margin of error, less than 30 meters. All confirmed data, sir. You were right. Only children fear the experimental subjects. They're all gone. No more trouble for us. Khan Tran turned, a thoughtful expression on his face. Khan Gi, he said, his voice low, don't celebrate just yet. He clapped a hand on Khan Gi's shoulder. Prepare for battle. Kang Ni look going foot, but sir, with this weapon, who would dare attack us? Khan Tran looked at him, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. It's precisely because we possess this weapon, he said cryptically. The scene shifted back to Xiaodu, Old Li, and Qin Sheng, who were distributing food to the survivors. Here's some wild vegetables and berries, Old Li said. Eat something to fill your stomachs. Qin Sheng offered a rabbit leg to a child. Here you go, little one. Eat up. Thank you, mister, the child mumbled. Several large, muscular men who hadn't received any food stepped forward angrily. Why do they get food and we don't? Oldie tried to explain. There's only 2 of us and resources are limited. Let me show you which wild plants are safe to eat. One of the men cut him off, thumping his chest. What if we pick the wrong ones? Will you take responsibility if we get poisoned? Hearing this, Old Li fell silent, helpless, only turning to look at Qin Sheng, who was smiling quietly to himself. Perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered with them. A moment later, the group who had been demanding food were seen, bruised and battered. Old Li told them, If you want to eat, go pick your own food. Understand, Xiaodu didn't intervene, only lying near the fire, chuckling to himself. He'd initially thought those two were good people and worried they'd be taken advantage of. It seemed he'd overthought it. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder and whispered. Xiaodu, startled, asked, "What is it?" Lin Yin spoke to him shyly. "Could you protect me?" Before Xiaodu could react, Ying Shui grabbed her by the collar, furious. "Miss Lin Yin, according to the contract, I am your bodyguard. My master has no such obligation. He already has someone he cares for. Don't be like this." Lin Yin stammered fearfully, "A master." Only then did she understand Xiaodu's status and his relationship with Ying Shui. She thought to herself, she'd guessed Ren Xiaosu wasn't ordinary, but she hadn't expected Zhou Ying Shui to call him master. Wasn't Zhou Ying Shui a transcendent? Why was she Ren Xiaosu's servant? Just how powerful must Ren Xiaosu be to have a transcendent as a servant? Xiaosu, annoyed with the two of them, said, "If you two want to chat, go somewhere else. Don't disturb my rest." He thought to himself, the outside world was becoming increasingly chaotic. He didn't know how Lu Yuan, Ji, Xiao Yu, and Wang Shu were doing. He had to find them quickly. Just then, he noticed the reporter who had taken old Sue's picture earlier sitting nearby, scribbling something down. Xiaodu suddenly sat up. "That's the reporter from before." He walked over and asked, "What are you writing?" The reporter replied, "The outside world probably doesn't know what happened here yet, so I want to record what happened today. This is a day of suffering for humanity. Over 200,000 people died in the fortress in a single day. Humanity needs to remember this day." At that moment, Xiaodu noticed the writing on the reporter's bag. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could ask HOG Media to help find Lu Yuan and the others. It would be better than working for Anjing Temple. At Fortress 78, several trucks were entering the city. The lead truck stopped. Wu Qi jumped out of the truck first. He surveyed the surroundings and then reported to Fu Guwei Shu, "We spent a lot of our savings to buy these 4 old trucks, but we didn't encounter any groups along the way." "Are you sure about this, uncle?" Old Wang also climbed down, tiredly wiping the sweat from his brow with the towel around his neck. He said, "Still don't trust Uncle Fu Guwei's judgment. Our trucks are full of quality goods from the Central Plains, things you can't buy in the Northwest." He looked towards the interior of the fortress and continued, "Don't let this run-down place fool you. In 6 months, just you wait and see. Fortress 178 sits on the main trade route to the Central Plains. Fortress 144 is the closest fortress to the Central Plains. In 6 months, this place will be the most prosperous distribution center in the Northwest." Then turned back to Wu Qi, giving him instructions. "We've arrived a step ahead to establish connections with the people of Fortress 78. This is called seizing the opportunity. Suppose later we run into Ren Xiaosu again, and he asks how much money we have left. We can't lose face." Wu Qi was surprised. "We might see Xiaodu Ji again." Old Wang clapped him on the shoulder. "Definitely. As the saying goes, bad weeds grow tall. He won't die that easily." The two walked behind the truck. Wu Qi asked, "So, will the things we brought be easy to sell?" Old Wang assured him, "Of course. Look, your female classmates are clever and quick-witted. The bracelets they made are beautiful. These are popular, long-established jewelry pieces from the Central Plains. Women in the Northwest haven't seen anything like them. Just one glance, and they'll definitely love them. The girls have already reached the outside of Fortress 144. Go on, get out of the truck and get some fresh air." He then lifted the truck's tailgate. Inside were Jiang Wu and several other women. She said, "Please wait a moment, Uncle Wang. We'll come down as soon as we're finished." Wu Qi wondered, Uncle Wang thinks so, but will the people in Fortress 78 agree to let us trade like this? Old Wang, feigning knowledge, told him, "Don't worry. I know their commander. It won't be a problem." He then walked over to the soldiers guarding the area and said, "I'm a friend of Commander Zhang. I'd like to chat with him about old times." He thought to himself, in business, you have to make your connections known. If this guy hears we're friends of the commander, he won't give us any trouble. Xiaoman walked over and told them, "Sir, Even if you don't know the commander, you can still do business in the Northwest as long as you pay your taxes. Our taxes have recently been reduced. You're guaranteed to make a profit. Old Wang, still unconvinced, stubbornly argued, I really do know Commander Zhang. Xiaoman just chuckled and explained, 2 days ago, someone else said the same thing. It turned out they just wanted to meet Commander Zhang. Don't waste your time here. Both Old Wang and Wu Qi were taken aback and embarrassed by their actions. What? Someone else tried to fake knowing him and got caught. Wu Qi advised Uncle Fu Gue, let's just do business honestly. Their commander isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. Old Wang's voice held a hint of anger. What is a whippersnapper like you know? Doing business with backing is different. Jiang Wu, carrying a basket, walked up to them and asked, Uncle Wang, is there a problem? Seeing her, Old Wang became flustered and forced a smile. Nothing. You girls go wait in the truck. I'll take you to find a place to stay in a bit. Jiang Wu agreed. All right, we just learned the latest medical techniques from the Central Plains. They're sure to fetch a good price. Xiaoman suddenly called out, wait a minute, you're from the Central Plains. Old Wang, bewildered, asked, yes, is there something wrong? He then continued his questioning. So, have you heard of someone named Ren Xiaosu in the Central Plains? Hearing Xiaosu's name, Old Wang was startled. Who did you just ask about? Xiaoman repeated, Ren Xiaosu. Have you heard that name? Old Wang was apprehensive. Why are you looking for this Ren Xiaosu? He thought to himself, don't tell me Xiaosu caused trouble again and is being pursued. No, Xiaosu's relationship with Mr. Zhang is very good. Mr. Zhang wouldn't pursue him. Before Old Wang could collect his thoughts, Xiaoman called out to the others. Don't worry about why I was looking for him. Just focus on your business here. We don't have many rules. Just do well. He turned away, concealing his anxiety. I almost said too much. We can't let anyone know we're looking for Xiaosu. It would cause unnecessary complications if outsiders got suspicious. Old Wang suddenly exclaimed, I know Ren Xiaosu. Xiaoman spun around. You know Ren Xiaosu. Where is he now? Old Wang stammered, I don't know exactly where he is now. He led our group through the wilderness for a while. Then we were attacked by the Tong clan. They sent bandits to surround us. Xiaosu was weakened from the fighting. We helped him escape the battle, but Xiaosu was still ambushed by the Tong clan. He was stabbed in the stomach with a long spear. We lost track of him after that. Xiaoman felt a surge of excitement. His story matches exactly what Xiaosu told us. They really do know him. He pulled out a ledger, a smile spreading across his face. Please state your names for the record. The group eagerly recited their names for entry into the fortress. Wang Fugue, Jiang Wu, Wu Qi. As they walked, Xiaoman and Old Wang chatted. You've truly found your people, Xiaoman said. You know, during the initial assault on the Tong clan, he was my vanguard. I was his company commander. Old Wang replied, I told you Xiaosu was still alive. He really is alive. But then his voice took on a worried tone. Where did he go after he left you? We're looking for him. Xiaoman responded, I don't know. He disappeared after the battle. I figured he went to the Central Plains to find you all. Old Wang's eyes widened. He ran back and called out to Jiang Wu and Wu Qi, let's go back to the Central Plains. He must be there. Let's go find him. Come on, let's go. Taken aback by their sudden enthusiasm, Xiaoman grabbed Old Wang's arm. Don't get so excited. We haven't been able to find him, so how do you expect to? You're honored guests of Fortress 178 now. We'll help you look. At least you know he's all right, so you can rest easy. Old Wang was touched. Yes, you're right. Thank you, everyone. Truly, Xiaoman reassured them. Just focus on your business here. Bring goods from the Central Plains to trade, and then take or back from Fortress 178. As long as it's Fortress 144's business, there's nothing you can't do. If anyone asks, just say Zhang Xiaoman gave you the go-ahead. Old Wang voiced his concern. Your ore is too expensive. I can't afford it. Xiaoman replied, buy it on credit. I'll vouch for you. Don't worry, he continued. We'll definitely find Xiaosu. Old Wang looked at him quizzically. How can you be so sure? If you're friends with Ren Xiaosu, do you know Su Xianchu? Old Wang, hearing this, found it reasonable and added, we're not acquainted, but I've heard he's a friend of Xiaosu's. What's this about? Can Su Xianchu find Ren Xiaosu? Xiaoman whispered into Old Wang's ear. Su told us that wherever Ren Xiaosu goes, fortresses fall. Have you heard about what happened at Fortress 74? We've sent people there, hoping to find him. Old Wang's face went blank. He thought to himself, so, I thought you had some profound method. You're relying entirely on philosophy to find Xiaodu. At that moment, Xiaotu, as if sensing his name being mentioned, sneezed. Ugh, who's talking about me? He grumbled within the walls of Fortress 144. Meanwhile, back at Fortress 78, Xiao Man sat with Old Wang and Wu Qi sharing a meal. Sir, Xiao Man said, you gentlemen must be tired after rushing here. Please eat first. Old Wang, grateful for the spread before them, replied, thank you so much. So many dishes. As he served Old Wang, Xiao Man continued, we originally thought it would be another 6 months before we opened trade with the Central Plains. We underestimated the enthusiasm of merchants. You can't go back empty-handed this time, or the fuel cost would be a waste. I've prepared several dozen tons of potassium chloride for you here. Old Wang was taken aback. Several dozen tons. He thought to himself, potassium chloride has so many uses. If I can bring this back, I'll definitely make a fortune. Then, slightly flustered, he replied, we have for used trucks. Xiao Man, still eating, said, whatever we have here, I'll bring it all to you. Both Old Wang and Wu Qi were astonished. In their long careers as businessmen, they had never encountered such ease of trade. The scene shifted to another location, where a group of people were loading goods onto trucks. Come on, everyone, we're almost done. Old Wang observed the activity, thinking to himself, more than 10 tons of potassium chloride, just given away like that. Does Zhang Xiaoman have that much authority? This must be worth hundreds of millions. Xiaoman said to him, Sir, everything is arranged. Old Wang, overflowing with gratitude, replied, Thank you so much. Xiaoman just smiled and said, It's nothing. Hurry, and set off. The road is difficult after dark. Old Wang's convoy then departed. One of Xiaoman's subordinates said to him, Captain, I'm telling you, you're really generous. Just giving away like that. Xiaoman just chuckled and replied, and you still don't understand why I'm the captain and you're just the deputy. The subordinate, irritated, said, Try explaining your reasoning to me then. Xiaoman turned and explained, This Old Wang is actually Ren Xiaodu's backer. The money he earns ultimately belongs to Xiaodu. After Old Wang and Xiaodu meet, and Xiaodu discovers he has such a large enterprise in the northwest, will he want to leave? He then watched Old Wang's convoy disappear, a cunning glint in his eyes. First, we use these assets to tie Old Wang down. They won't be able to run. Xiaodu won't be able to run either. The deputy captain, now of understanding, said, Well, that makes some sense. Xiao Man smiled and continued, Besides, when Xiaodu returns, he might just become our commander of 178. I heard Old Joe say a few days ago that in the high-level meeting, Wang Fengyuan suggested intensifying the search for Ren Xiaodu, hoping to bring him back for systematic military command training. He then clapped the deputy commander on the shoulder. We're saving money for the next generation of commanders, he said. Isn't that worthwhile? The deputy commander looked apprehensive. But what if the commander asks about the potassium chloride? He reassured him, Don't worry. If we can bring Xiaodu back, the commander will be happy to gift potassium chloride to Old Wang. The scene shifted to the wilderness road leading to Fortress 73. Xiaodu's group was on the move. Li Ran was addressed by Ying Shui. Li Ran, she asked, if you're certain about cutting your tour short, then my job is done, right? Li Ran replied, Yes, thank you everyone. I'll transfer the money according to the contract. Ying Shui said, It's nothing, as long as you're all right. Xiaodu walking ahead. The two women exchanged thoughtful glances. The relationship between women was truly strange. Before, they had bickered upon meeting, and now they were as close as sisters. The key was that last night, they hadn't even talked about anything particularly deep. They just chatted all night, from kindergarten to high school graduation. Why had their relationship suddenly become so good? Just then, Ying Shui's phone buzzed with a notification. She showed her phone to Xiaodu. The Anjing family wants to find us to understand the specific situation at Fortress 74. Should we tell them? Xiaodu just chuckled. If the money's good, why not? We weren't the ones who caused trouble at Fortress 74. By now, their group had reached Fortress 73. Li Ran exclaimed with relief, Finally, we're at Fortress 73. That wasn't easy. The The soldiers outside the fortress demanded their papers. Show us your identification. If there are no problems, board the vehicle and wait for the special radiation check. The group then boarded a vehicle to be transported inside. Li Ran, noticing that Xiaodu and Ying Shui were missing, asked anxiously, "Where are Ren Xiaosu and Zhou Shui? I remember they boarded the vehicle with me. Why can't I see them?" Just then, her eyes landed on something. She mumbled, blushing for a moment, "I wanted to be his maid, traveling the world with him." An old man sitting opposite her, and another person echoed, "Me too," causing her and her companion to become flustered. Meanwhile, Xiaodu, Ying Shui, Lao Li, Qin Xiao, and the reporter were traveling in a different vehicle. The reporter said sheepishly, "Sorry to trouble you all to take me to Luo, Chong. I'm really embarrassed." Ying Shui replied cheerfully, "It's nothing. We're going the same way. We were lucky to buy a car in the town of Fortress 73. The reporter then asked Lao Li, "What is the Knight Organization's relationship with the Tsinghua Corporation? People outside say you belong to them, but you seem to move around freely." Lao Li spoke up. Before the incident, the Knight Organization and the Tsinghua Corporation shared the same boss. After the incident, the Knight Organization helped the founders save Tsinghua. The relationship between the two sides has become even stronger. Before that, we rarely interacted. Xiaodu sighed, "So that's how it is." Lao Li continued, "The elders of that time, some died, some were injured. Only then were they able to protect the legacy of Tsinghua. Now, the Qing Consortium holds nuclear weapons. Who knows, maybe one day another incident will occur." Xiaodu also tried to explain to him, "I don't think so. I've always thought it depends on who's using the weapons. Based on my understanding of Qing Zhen and La Lam, they wouldn't abuse those weapons." Lao Li was surprised by Xiaodu's insight. "Oh, young Master Xiaodu understands the Qing Consortium's twin heroes quite well." Xiaodu looked at him with annoyance. "Qing Consortium's twin heroes? What a tacky name. I told you, I used to live in the Southwest, and it was because of the experimental subjects attack that I fled to the Central Plains. I've had contact with Qing Zhen and La Lam. Although they aren't exactly good people, they're definitely not bad either. Your Knight Organization doesn't need to be wary of them." Lao Li listened, worried, and thought to himself, "The way Ren Xiaosu speaks, it seems he's quite close to the Qing Consortium's twin heroes. Wait a minute, Ren Xiaosu, that name? Ren Xiaodu and Ren Xiaobei only differ by one character, and he looks quite bright too. Could he be the one we're looking for?" Xiaodu felt a gaze fixed on him and thought uncomfortably, "Why does he keep staring at me? It's making me uneasy." At this moment, Fortress 73 received news from Fortress 74. Report. Fortress 74 has been hit by a nuclear bomb. Look, the Qing Consortium dropped a nuclear bomb on the Zhou Consortium's Fortress 74. What is the Qing Consortium trying to do? Do they want another incident to happen? The scene shifted to the Wang Consortium's press conference, where a representative was speaking. "We condemn the Qing Consortium's abuse of nuclear weapons and hope to unite with other fortresses to negotiate with them. At the same time, we hope the Qing Consortium will proactively abandon further development of nuclear weapons. Otherwise, the Wang Consortium will have to resort to sanctions. The future of humanity requires the joint efforts of all mankind to protect it. The Qing Consortium shouldn't turn itself into the root of humanity's disaster." In the Wang Consortium's command room, the commander-in-chief said, "Although the Qing Consortium helped us deal with the experimental subjects, Fortress 74 has been completely destroyed by a nuclear bomb. Establishing diplomatic relations with the Qing Consortium needs to be put on hold for now. We'll wait until the attitudes of the other major fortresses are clear before making a decision." Outside, reporters were interviewing La Lam. "Don't just casually accuse our Qing Consortium. The Wang Consortium says we dropped it. So, does that mean it was really us who dropped it? Many people also know that back in the Southwest, those thugs wanted to destroy our nuclear weapons testing facility, but didn't they fail to find it?" He turned and asked the people from the Wang Consortium, "So, is the Wang Consortium blaming us?" A reporter, seeing this, followed up, "So, what do you think about this issue?" La Lam, with tears welling up, said, those experimental subjects are truly detestable. Initially, the Lee Consortium's fortress couldn't withstand the experimental subject attack and was completely destroyed by their influence. The people of the Lee Consortium had no homes to return to. Our Qing Consortium wanted to help the people of the Lee Consortium settle down and live peacefully, took over their fortress. So, regardless of who destroyed Fortress 74, I, La Lam, want to thank you all. You have helped the people of the Southwest avenge themselves, avenge the people of Fortress 70, and eradicated this scourge for humanity. Thank you all, La Lam said, bowing apologetically before the throng of reporters. Someone in the crowd held up a photo of him. This La Lam, pretending to be a philanthropist, the voice sneered. What a performance. Xiaodu observed the newspaper article detailing the incident. So that's how it is, he murmured. Meanwhile, Xiaodu's group continued their journey by vehicle towards their next destination, the city of Luocheng. I hear the Qing Consortium is now under the control of Su Xianchu of the Su family, Xiaodu remarked to the others. The Su family claims they're just managing it on behalf of the major shareholder. Lally responded, I don't know about others, but Su Xianchu is a man of integrity. He's never touched anything that doesn't belong to him. But the rest of the Su family, that's a different story. Even though Su Xianchu is a third-generation descendant, he still has relatives and friends. And those people aren't always so principled. So there's internal conflict within the Qing Consortium as well, Xiaodu mused, a troubled expression on his face. Just then, they arrived at the military checkpoint. Lally presented their travel permits to the guard, saying, Knights. They were granted entry into Luocheng. Sitting in the vehicle, Xiaodu observed the surroundings. Some of these people look a lot like refugees, he commented. Can they come and go as they please? Lally explained, many of them have work visas and trade visas. Within the fortress and within the visa time frame, they can enter and exit freely. But they have to be out before the gates close at 10 p.m., Lally continued. Only student visas allow for longer stays. Once their studies are complete, they leave the fortress. After graduation, they can directly apply for citizenship and household registration. Xiaodu, noticing a young man reading by the roadside, asked, Are there many young people from other fortresses coming here for university? Can refugees take the entrance exams? Qin Xiao replied cheerfully, Of course they can. Tsinghua University specifically allocates a certain number of places for refugees. They encourage refugees to change their destinies through knowledge. If they can get into university, they can become citizens of the fortress. That's why there are preparatory classes outside the city walls. Teachers from within the fortress are quite happy to come to the town to earn extra income. It's become a unique part of Luocheng's industrial chain. He added thoughtfully, it's a way of offering a better life to the refugees, at least giving them hope. The group continued their conversation. We've thought about developing the fortress ourselves, someone said, but, as you know, that would put us in direct competition with other corporations. Usually, a corporate representative will come to negotiate with Tsinghua, hoping they'll follow the lead of other investors and prohibit refugees within the fortress. Lao Li and Qin Xiao then excused themselves. Thank you all for your help along the way, Lao Li said politely. We have a meeting to attend. Farewell for now. Xiao replied, no need for thanks. You were the ones who initially brought me to Fortress 74. Now we're just returning the favor. The reporter addressed Xiaodu and Ing Shui. This is the headquarters of HOG Media, he said. You two are welcome to come in and have a look around. I need to go and submit my manuscript. Xiaodu inquired, can we place advertisements here? The reporter replied, you certainly can. Go straight ahead and turn left. You'll see a door with a sign that says Commercial Department. Just go through that door. Xiaodu expressed his gratitude. Thanks. Go ahead with your work. He and Ing Shui then entered the building. Inside, a meeting room echoed with a booming voice. A journalist must respect the truth. What's wrong with the draft you wrote last night? Don't you know yourself? Have you investigated? Have you gathered evidence? Basing your writing solely on assumptions to attract readers is absolutely unacceptable. Jiang, who was berating a reporter. Every newspaper we publish here is a record for posterity. Our job is to ensure that decades from now, When people pick up a copy of today's Hog Media, they immediately understand the truth of this day. The reporter argued back, but other newspapers. Jiang cut him off. Other newspapers are other newspapers. Hog Media is Hog Media. Our job at Hog Media is to respect the truth and record history. Xiaodu, witnessing this from outside, couldn't help but smile. This old gentleman has some integrity, he thought. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of Hog Media's advertising department. "Come in," a voice called. Ying Shui and Xiaodu entered. "If you're looking to place an advertisement, may I ask which company you represent and what kind of advertisement you have in mind? What size are you thinking?" The woman introduced herself to Xiaodu and Ying Shui. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ying Zhang, and I'm the head of the advertising department at Hog Media." Xiaodu handed her a piece of paper and stated his request. "It's quite simple. Place this at the bottom of the 5th edition. A quarter-page ad will do." Ying Zhang took the paper from him. He instructed her, "Just follow the instructions. The price is not an issue." Written on the paper were the words, "Don't let the sorrow of the times become your sorrow." Ying Zhang looked perplexed. "You want to run this as an advertisement?" Ying Zhang, still confused by their request, asked, "I don't quite understand. What's the meaning behind this advertisement?" Xiaodu thought to himself, Uncle Wang, despite his jovial nature, is a cautious man. If he comes to Zhongyuan, he'll definitely buy an influential newspaper to stay informed. He told her, "Consider it a message of positive energy." Ying Zhang, still puzzled, asked, "What does 61 foot mean?" Xiaodu explained, 61 is Children's Day. I just want to wish everyone a happy Children's Day." Ying Zhang stared blankly. She stammered, "Sir, it's only November." Xiaodu replied calmly, "Yes, I know. I want the advertisement to run until June 1st of next year. How much will it cost?" Ying Zhang's eyes widened at the prospect of such a large order. "Until June 1st. That's millions, isn't it?" She thought excitedly. She asked nervously, "Excuse me, this is a rather large undertaking. I can't make this decision on my own. Please wait a moment." Ying Shui, surprised by Xiaodu's sudden move, questioned him. "Young master, a quarter-page ad in the 5th edition, running for half a year. Do you realize how much that will cost? Are you sure you want to run it for that long?" Xiaodu took a sip of water from the glass on the table and replied calmly, "Some expenses are unavoidable." After a short wait, Jiang Hu, the editor-in-chief of Hog Media, approached them. He asked, "Are these the two who wish to place the advertisement?" Ying Zhang confirmed, "Yes, sir." He walked towards them and inquired, "Don't let the sorrow of the times become your sorrow. Who coined this phrase?" Xiaodu set his glass down, stood up straight, and declared, "I did." Jiang Hu asked him, "And why did you write these words?" Xiaodu explained, "I wanted to warn my younger brother not to follow the crowd in these times. I'm placing this advertisement now because I believe this message should reach a wider audience." Jiang Hu couldn't believe his ears when he heard Xiaodu's reasoning. He stared blankly, asking, "Did you just come up with that on the spot?" Xiaodu, embarrassed and flustered, thought, "Isn't it obvious that I just made that up?" Ying Shui looked at him and chuckled. "Young master, you're not very careful, are you? Couldn't you think of something a little more believable?" Jiang Hu handed him a voucher, instructing, "This ad will cost you $20 to post. 400,000 is the advertising fee for slot 61. I'll waive the other fees. I want to ask about your purpose for posting this. I'll run it straight through until June 1st of next year." Xiaodu was surprised by Jiang Hu's generosity and asked, "Sir, what are you planning?" Ying Shui also chimed in, "Yes, what's the catch? You're suddenly waiving 1.6 million. Ying Shui herself was equally astonished. He replied, "That sentence is worth every penny. I'm Jiang Hu, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Or, to be more precise, it's a pleasure to see that sentence." Xiaodu was taken aback, thinking to himself, "In this day and age, I never thought someone would value a single sentence so much." He and Ying Shui then excused themselves. Outside, she remarked, "Young master, that Jiang Hu is a legend. He just waived 1.6 million for us because of a single sentence of yours. You're pretty amazing yourself, young master." Xiaodu just smiled and told her, "All right, enough with the flattery. Let's keep it within reason." Ying Shui just giggled. The two of them walked off, chatting as they went. Ying Shui asked, "Young master, where are we going next?" Xiaodu replied, "Since we're here, let's find a hotel, rest, and explore Luo Cheng." At another fortress, people were enjoying themselves on the streets. Shui excitedly asked, "Young master, look, there's a magician over there. Let's go watch." They were captivated by the lively street scene. Shui was delighted by a flock of birds flying overhead. Just then, a magician spotted them and called out, "Old friend, fancy meeting you here. Aren't you going to say hello?" Xiaodu was surprised. It was Shendan. Shendan cheerfully greeted them. "Long time no see." Xiaodu seemed to want to avoid interacting with him, so he pulled his hat down lower over his face. Shendan walked over to them. "Let me perform a magic trick for an old friend." He then tossed several playing cards into the air. The cards seemed to transform into a whirlwind, obscuring everything within. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Shendan vanished. The onlookers murmured, "Where did he go? Where's the magician?" Suddenly, a hand landed on Xiaodu's shoulder, and a voice asked, "What do you think of that trick?" Xiaodu, seemingly unfazed by the performance, asked, "How did you do that?" Shendan calmly replied, "Just a bit of sleight of hand. Come with me. I have something I want to give you." The scene shifted. It was now evening, and in a different location, Qin Xiao and Lao Li were sneaking into a room. Qin Xiao asked, "Master, are you sure this is the room Ren Xiaosu booked? Don't get it wrong." Lao Li assured him, "Your master isn't senile yet. I'm sure." The two of them then searched Xiaodu's room. Lao Li instructed Qin Xiao, "Search carefully. Don't miss a single corner. See if you can find any of Ren Xiaodu's hair." Qin Xiao went into the bathroom and lifted the drain cover, then checked the shower head. He said he must have showered after checking into the hotel this afternoon, but there's not a single hair on the bathroom floor. Did he pick them all up? Or does he just not shed? Lao Li scratched his head in bewilderment. Qin Sheng emerged, asking his master, "Lao Li, what do we do now?" Lao Li, clutching a strand of hair in his hand, sighed. "What else can we do? We'll try again tomorrow." Qin Sheng voiced his concerns. "What if he's not the one we're looking for?" Lao Li replied, "If he isn't, no harm done. We're just taking a hair sample for testing." Qin Sheng then posed another hypothetical. "But what if he is the one?" Lao Li considered this. "If he is, he at least seems normal, and he doesn't appear to be a bad person. He might not be much of a fighter, but it's still better than being turned into some kind of experiment." Meanwhile, Shendan, the magician, continued his performance. "Let me show you a trick," he announced, pulling back a black cloth. Beneath the cloth lay a pile of gold bars. Xiaodu was taken aback. "So much gold," he thought to himself. Aloud, he asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Shendan just smiled. "This is from the Tong clan," he explained, "but I didn't take it. Wang Songyang did." "Oh, that Wang Songyang. He's quite the transcended. Have you heard of him?" Xiaodu, intrigued, questioned Wang Songyang. "Who did he take it from?" Shendan put his hat back on, replied, "Probably from a Tong clan brigade commander. Wang Songyang was driving his train and crashed into the commander's transport. He took half the gold, and I took the other half. Knowing you have a fondness for this sort of thing, I saved some especially for you. I haven't touched a single bar. We make our living honestly through our magic shows." Xiaotu, his guard lowered now that he understood the situation, sighed inwardly. "So that's why that elite squad chased us back in Tong clan territory. I couldn't understand why they'd abandon the front lines to pursue my steam train. I took the blame for Wang Songyang. Copying other people's skills, you can't just use them carelessly. I'll have to be more careful in the future." He then addressed Shendan. "You keep the gold for now. Speaking of which, where's the young woman who usually accompanies you?" Shendan, thinking of Li Run, chuckled. "Oh, she's hooked on romance novels lately. Hasn't left her room all day." Xiaodu inquired, "Why did you come to Luo Cheng?" Shendan explained, "It's a good place for performers like me. Don't you find the people of Luo Cheng are much more energetic than in other fortresses? The other fortresses have this subdued atmosphere, like everyone's just waiting indoors to be exploited by the investment corporations." Xiaodu pondered this. "Just a good place to live. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Did he come here specifically to wait for me? That doesn't seem quite right either. I came to Luo Cheng by chance." Xiaodu asked Shendan about his future plans. "What do you plan to do? Stay in Luo Cheng and perform magic?" No, Shendan quickly denied. He said cheerfully, "I'm waiting for a miracle. Well, it's getting late. The young lady is waiting for me to bring her back some roasted sweet potatoes. That gold, just keep it. If you want it, take it. If not, I can't force you. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it." "That's right. I advise you to take a trip to Tsinghua University. You might find something useful there." Shundan mused, a plan forming in his mind. If Ren Xiaosu is unguarded enough to bring that maid of his to Tsinghua University, and they just happen to run into Yang Xiao, well, that would be quite interesting. Xiaodu was taken aback. Tsinghua University. Ying Shui inquired, young master, who is that person? Xiaodu filled her in. Li Shundan, the devil's whisperer. Ying Shui gasped. He's the devil's whisperer. She skipped over to the pile of gold bars, picking one up with glee. That devil's whisperer brought money as a gift for you, young master. He's quite resourceful, isn't he? Xiaodu, urge her on. Enough chatter, let's go. We'll head to Tsinghua University tomorrow. Scene change. Tsinghua University. Xiaodu and Ying Shui stepped onto the campus. He surveyed his surroundings, thinking, the atmosphere at Tsinghua University is quite pleasant. Ying Shui pointed to a crowd gathered in the distance. Young master, look, so many students over there. Do you think something's happening? Xiaodu wondered, could that be the plan Li Shundan mentioned? He decided, let's go take a look. On the outskirts of the gathering, voices rose in debate. A young woman argued, we shouldn't reject the use of nuclear power just because it has the potential for negative consequences. Another retorted, once nuclear energy falls into the wrong hands, it could be a fatal blow to human society. Do you want another disaster? Listening to the argument, Ying Shui chuckled and said to Xiaodu, young master, those students seem to be around your age, maybe even older, but they act like immature children. Xiaodu snapped, would you be quiet for a second? This isn't the time for flattery. Ying Shui, slightly stung, exclaimed, oh. Then, pointing a young man on stage, she said, young master, that young man on stage looks familiar. Xiaodu replied, of course he looks familiar. Isn't that Suja, the one we saved before? Ying Shui's memory clicked into place. Oh, that's right. I remember now. We saved him. He even transferred money into my account. Their conversation, growing louder, began to attract the attention of those around them. Xiaodu pulled his cap down lower, shielding his face, and tugged Ying Shui along. Let's go, he muttered to himself. We need to retreat. Ying Shui's loose lips are going to get us into trouble if we stay here any longer. Suja, standing on stage, had caught sight of them. He recognized Ying Shui. It's her. A young woman on stage called out to him, Suja, what's wrong? Ignoring her, he jumped down from the stage. Suja, what are you looking for? The young woman asked. He addressed the crowd. Did any of you see a young woman and a young man wearing a baseball cap just now? A young man in the crowd replied, there were two people like that here a moment ago, but they only listened for a bit before leaving. Why are you looking for them? Pushing through the crowd, Suja explained, they saved my life once. Meanwhile, in a classroom, Xiaokan stared absent-mindedly out the window. Her friend noticed and asked, Xiaokan, I heard there's a debate going on in the main square about whether humanity should use nuclear weapons. Class is over. Do you want to go listen? Her friend thought to herself, what's gotten into her? She's usually so quiet. Why is she suddenly inviting me to a debate? Xiaokan gave a cursory reply, no time. Her friend was taken aback. Well, nuclear weapons do seem like a distant concern. What's the point of attending that debate anyway? Another friend said irritably to the first, why did you even invite her? You knew she'd refuse. Flustered, the first friend mumbled, yeah, why did I ask her? Xiaokan, noticing their hushed whispers, wondered what was going on. The scene shifted to Shundan, who was playing with Li Ren. Why does the bell have to ring now? My hypnosis is broken, Li Ren complained. Your Kakaland hypnosis isn't very reliable, Shundan. Now, there's no good show to watch. Shundan declared resolutely, don't worry, there will be another chance. He smiled at her. It's quite amusing, isn't it? They're so close, yet they haven't met. Just thinking about it is entertaining, Li Ren said excitedly. I read something like that in a romance novel. But they'll meet eventually, right? Shundan asked. Li Ren agreed, of course. At that moment, someone at the university shouted, hey, you know the people who saved Suja and his maid? They're here at our school. The others exclaimed in surprise. Really? Let's go find them. They set off to look for Xiaodu and Ying Shui. Shindong was bewildered. Things weren't going as planned. It seems our trip here was pointless. There's no need for my hypnosis at all, he thought. Li Ren, however, was thrilled. I guess so, she said, her eyes sparkling. A group of girls at the university gushed. That's the incredibly handsome magician. I saw him performing in the square 2 days ago. They crowded around Shundan and Li Ren. Are you the ones who saved Suja? Shundan flustered by the sudden attention, thought, what does that have to do with us? Xiao Qian, spotting the pair, wondered why are they here. I thought it would be Ren Xiaosu. She watched Shun Dan, who was clearly uncomfortable with the crowd. He pulled Li Ren away, saying awkwardly, ha ha ha, we were just passing by. We'll be going now. Xiao Qian approached him. Are you that afraid of me? Flustered and losing his composure, Shun Dan pulled Li Ren along. Ha ha, afraid of you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm afraid of your family, all right. I really have to go now. See you later. In a flash, they vanished. The crowd murmured, where did they go? They just disappeared. Was he afraid of Yang Xiao Qian's boyfriend? Seems like it. Is Yang Xiao Qian's boyfriend that powerful? Xiao Qian ignored their chatter and walked away, pondering, what did he mean by that? Does he know where Ren Xiaosu is? Just then, Xiao Qian saw someone who looked exactly like her aunt. She approached the woman. Aunt, why are you here? Her aunt adjusted her hat. Business. I'm going to Southwest with your uncle. Southwest? What for? Xiao Qian asked. Her aunt replied, we've confirmed that Khan City does possess nuclear weapons. We haven't been able to locate their testing site. We need to deal with this potential disaster. We have to uncover some crucial information. Come with me. No one knows Southwest better than you. And then forgotten our beliefs. Xiao Qian, facing accusations, lowered her head. I haven't forgotten. It's just, there's something more important I have to do. Her aunt pressed, what could be more important than our beliefs? Xiao Qian asked, have you heard anything about Ren Xiaosu? Her aunt shook her head. Nothing. Xiao Qian voiced her desire. I want to go look for him. Once I find him, I'll join you in the Southwest. Her aunt countered, you saw him impaled by that spear, Xiao Qian. You know the chances of survival after such a wound, falling into a raging river. Could you have survived? Xiao Qian clung to her hope. I couldn't have, but he's different. Her aunt sighed. He's just a boy, Xiao Qian. You were together for such a short time. Even if he is alive, after so long without contact, he's probably forgotten you. He might even have found someone else. Xiao Qian's voice was thick with sadness. He wouldn't. He's not like anyone else in the world. He's unique. I'm sorry, Aunt, but I can't go to the Southwest. I have to find him. I thought, she continued, that I could focus on my studies, on everything else and forget him. But even now, every moment, I feel like he's still beside me. I realize now, I can't forget him. Her aunt asked gently, do you know where to look? Xiao Qian shook her head. No. Then how will you find him? The hesitation that had plagued her earlier was gone. With my whole life, she declared. The scene shifted. Now in a hotel somewhere, Lao Li and Qin Sheng continued their search. Could that young man be bald? Maybe he's wearing a wig. Qin Sheng considered this. It's possible. He's very cautious. Many assassins shave their heads to avoid leaving traces. Lao Li agreed. Could be, as long as he's not bald. He instructed, let's go find him. Just a little reconnaissance. We need to be sure. Yes, Qin Sheng replied. As they stepped out, Xiaodu and Ying Shui approached. Why are you here? Xiaodu asked. Lao Li and Qin Sheng stammered, then chuckled nervously. Oh, nothing. Lao Li reached out and touched Xiaodu's hair as if checking for a wig. Xiaodu, bewildered, pulled back. What are you doing? Lao Li, backpedaling furiously, blurted out, your hair, it's so healthy. What's your secret? Xiaodu narrowed his eyes. Secret? What are you talking about? Is this why you're here? Lao Li continued his awkward charade. How long are you planning to stay in Luo Cheng? We should play host. At least show you around. Need a tour. Xiaodu declined. No, thank you. We're planning to leave soon. We still have some business to attend to. Lao Li Feigen Dao Lai. Oh, in that case, we'll see you off. We'll arrange a car. You know, since we're such good friends now, I need to know where to find you if I want to chat. Xiaodu, observing their strange behavior, thought to himself, what are they really doing here? Qin Sheng approached Xiaodu. Young Master Xiaodu, he began, you must have heard of the Night Organization, haven't you? Xiaodu inquired, in what context? Qin Sheng's expression turned serious. We're looking for someone the Night Organization has been searching for a long time. His name is Ren Xiaosu. Almost identical to yours, young master, just one character different. Hearing that name, a flicker of surprise and unease crossed Xiaodu's face. Meanwhile, in a corner of the fortress, Lao Li At Do Xiao, this jeep is for you all, he said. Xiaodu thanked him. By the way, he added, do you need any help finding this person? Are there any distinguishing features? If I happen to see him, I might be able to recognize him. Lao Li seemed flustered. Well, you see, he stammered his appearance. He's quite handsome. Xiao then climbed into the jeep and bid them farewell. You can stop seeing us off here, he said to them. If I encounter anyone named Ren Xiaosu, I'll be sure to let you know. Inside the jeep, Ying Shui asked, Young master, could the Ren Xiaosu they're looking for actually be you? Xiao chuckled. Oh, they said Ren Xiaosu is quite handsome. Someone like me could hardly be described as handsome. Could I? Ying Shui, realizing he was teasing her, simply sat back in the jeep with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Gazing out the window, Xiao pondered, could the person the night organization is searching for be Lu Yuan? Pei and Xiao Bai. The name is so similar to mine. Back then, when I met Lu Yuan, he called me brother at first glance. Could there be a connection? I need to find Lu Yuan quickly. Meanwhile, in a frigid land, Xiao Yu rode a snow wolf, accompanying someone to an unknown destination. Brr, it's so cold, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Lu Yuan, are you cold? He looked at her and smiled. Not all, Xiao Yu. You've wrapped me up so warmly. How could I be cold? He looked ahead. That must be a small nomadic tribe up north. Let's start with them. He then patted the head of his mount. Come on, let's go over there and see what we can find. I'm tired of eating meat every day. With that, they quickly headed towards the tribe. In a dwelling, a pot of food bubbled away on the fire. A group of people sat around the fire, warming themselves. Outside, several men with guns kept watch, calling out to each other, protect the horses and sheep. Quickly, get our guns. Hassan, the tribe's leader, instructed a soldier behind him, come with me. We'll drive away the wolves together. The two of them then headed outside. Suddenly, a pack of snow wolves appeared before them. Get the women and children on the horses. Hassan commanded. The men will stay here with me. From the other side, Xiao Yu and Lu Yuan observed the scene. These wolves are being controlled by humans. They realized, who is that young man riding the Wolf King? They wondered, why is there a silver aura around his neck? Could he be the legendary god of the grasslands? Inside the dwelling, women and children huddled together. Lu Yuan addressed the tribe. The north is too cold, he declared. Submit to me, and next year I will lead you south to escape the winter. Hassan stepped forward. No problem, he said. If you agree, I am willing to entrust the entire tribe to you. Just as long as you treat everyone well. Lu Yuan replied, I have no intention of taking over your tribe. You will remain in charge. Hassan looked puzzled. Then why have you come here? Only then did Lu Yuan reveal his true intentions. Your tribe is too small. What I desire is the entire grassland. The scene shifted to nightfall. Hassan entered a tent. He approached Lu Yuan and said, there's something I need to tell you. Our tribe is actually part of the Great Khan's larger tribe in the north. Usually, there's no need for formalities, but every year at this time, they come to collect livestock, sheep and horses. When times are tough, they might send people south to plunder. According to custom, they're about to send someone here. Lu Yuan replied calmly, it's all right. We'll handle it. Hassan was deeply grateful. Outside, some tribesmen questioned Hassan. Why should you fear a mere child? Tonight, we could eliminate him. The wolves aren't here after all. Hassan turned to them, anger flashing in his eyes. If we kill him and the wolves return for revenge, what then? He dared to drive away the pack and keep only one girl by his side. He clearly has immense confidence. He obviously doesn't hold us in high regard either. Overhearing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself, that chieftain is a shrewd one. A man on horseback arrived. Well, this year's harsh winter has killed many sheep. The Great Khan commands you to gather within 10 days at the large tent by the Ranga River to participate in the southern raid. Outside, Lu Yuan and Hassan waited. The horseman bellowed, why is there no answer? Do you intend to defy the Khan's orders? Very well, I'll return and inform the Great Khan. He'll raise your tribe to the ground. No need to go to the Central Plains. Your livestock will be distributed among the tribes that have suffered losses. Noticing Lu Yuan's gaze, he pointed at him and snarled, what are you looking at? Hassan stepped forward and introduced Lu Yuan. This is our tribe's new leader. We all answer to him. Lu Yuan approached the horseman. Go back and tell your Great Khan. Our tribe will go to the Central Plains, but not now. We'll go after I become the Great Khan. You might survive this trip back, Lu Yuan continued, but I suspect the eagles in the sky will peck out your eyes. Though, whether you have eyes or not makes little difference. A bird suddenly swooped down from the sky. The horseman gasped. What? It flew past his head, knocking off his hat. Everyone present knelt before Lu Yuan. Truly, a god has descended. Lu Yuan commanded, "Go back and tell your great Khan. He has only one choice, life or death." Meanwhile, at Fortress 61, Ing Shui addressed Xiaodu. "Young master, we've arrived." Xiaodu replied excitedly, "It's been a while since I've been back. I wonder what things are like inside." He then went and knocked on the door. He thought to himself, it seems the refugees in town have gotten smarter. They know there's no way out, so they don't dare come here. This is the power of the potato shooter. Noticing a withered branch among the others, Xiaodu realized, oh, this is Xiao Lu's signal. He recalled Xiao Lu's words, "If the girl in the baseball cap leaves, I'll leave you a wildflower." Xiaodu felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you." Back in the present, Xiaodu held the branch, thinking it's almost completely dried up. It seems the girl in the baseball cap has been gone for a while. The sound of sweeping came from behind him. Xiaodu asked Ing Shui what she was doing, wondering why she was suddenly so industrious. She replied that his lordship had been gone for so long. The place was filthy, and she couldn't possibly sleep there that night in such a state. Xiaodu corrected Ing Shui's assumption. "Who said you could stay here?" He asked. "Go buy your own place. Houses in town aren't expensive." He added, "It's not appropriate for us to live together." She tried to change the subject. "How much are houses here, young master?" Xiaodu continued, 30,000 would get you a brick house just like mine. Ing Shui brightened. "Young master," she said, "I can sleep on the floor in your room. I could do your laundry. I can even massage your feet." Now Xiaodu was exasperated. "Didn't I give you money?" He snapped. "You have 10 million in savings. Why don't you just buy your own place?" Ing Shui went inside. Xiaodu urged her to leave. A loud voice erupted from inside. "What? 60,000? The price went up that much. Why don't you just rob me?" Xiaodu thought to himself, she's even fiercer than I am. The landlord was arguing with Ing Shui. "This is my ancestral home," he explained. "All my childhood memories are here. So, you tell me how much it's worth. Maybe I'll agree." Ing Shui spoke firmly. "You're the one who wanted me to make an offer," she said. 3,000. The landlord was taken aback. 3,000? Are you joking? At least 30,000. So, I have to pay 10 times the amount. She retorted. "No, just 3 times. Inside, Xiaodu was tidying up, listening to their argument. He thought to himself, wow, not only is she fiercer than me, she's even more ruthless at haggling. This time, she's practically wielding a knife. Later, at a restaurant, Xiaodu ate while thinking to himself. Speaking of that night, at Donghu, news of the clock tower's fall has already reached Fortress 61. That storyteller is fast. Ing Shui asked him, "Young master, are you taking me out for beef buns because you're eating for 2? Xiaodu ignored her, eyeing the steaming plate in front of him. "You're on a diet," he said. "Eat less." This is definitely Xiao Lu's doing, he thought, noticing Xiao Lu's apparent discomfort. What's wrong with Xiao Lu? Why is she so upset? Ing Shui looked at him and said, "So that's how it is. This young master's luck with women is incredible," she thought. He just simply ran off, and now there's another girl. Xiaodu, still eating, turned to her and asked, "What are you staring at? Eat your food. If you don't want it, I'll have it." Later, outside, Xiaodu asked a gentleman, "Do you know where I could buy a copy of the Hog Media newspaper?" The storyteller, seeing his interest in the news, asked what? Starting to take an interest in current events. Xiaodu simply replied, "Since I'm on my own, I don't have any reliable sources of information. Reading the newspaper is a good way to stay informed." Xiao Lu said to him, "You're not on your own." Xiaodu, seeing her distress and not understanding why, thought, why is Xiao Lu so angry? Xiao Lu held a piece of paper in her hand. The storyteller said to her, "That's right, rip it up. Men are no good. Why isn't there any sound? Did you rip it all up already?" Xiao Lu replied, "No, I'm folding it a few more times." The storyteller was surprised. "Why are you folding it?" Xiao Lu explained her reasoning. "I like him. It has nothing to do with anything else." The scene then shifts to the garden. Xiaodu picked up a branch, pondering the situation. What was that just now? Did someone come in here? But where are they? Did they run off after being shot by potato shooter? I suppose it could have been that superior, that girl in the black baseball cap. Isn't she gone already? Could there be something else going on in Fortress 61? Running into this on my first day back, it can't be a coincidence. Is someone watching me? 2 days later, Qin Sheng approached Xiaodu and asked, "Were you in my house 2 days ago?" Qin Sheng chuckled dismissively. Haha, what are you talking about? I just got here. Xiaodu, observing his demeanor, smirked inwardly. People use ha-ha to hide their embarrassment. The more flustered they are, the more ha-has they use. He asked Qin Sheng, "Why did you come to Fortress 61? Qin Sheng explained his reasons. "Well, our organization has a rule that after becoming a knight, we have to live in a city for a year. We usually live in fortresses, so the previous knight commander felt that if things continued this way, new knights wouldn't understand the hardships of life. That's why this rule was established." Xiaodu replied, "It makes sense. It would be great if everyone in the fortress thought like you." Xiaolu walked over to the table. She coldly handed him a newspaper and said, "Here's the newspaper you wanted." Noticing her sullen demeanor, Xiaolu wondered, what's wrong with Xiaolu? He picked up the newspaper and thought to himself, Lala wants to go to Wangsha Fortress in the next few days. There are a lot of extremist youth groups in Wangsha Fortress. It seems Lala plans to protest after arriving, hoping Conshur will give up its nuclear weapons. That fat Lala is pretty bold. He knows Wangsha is an investor who wants to confront Conshur, yet he's still going. And he's even being flamboyant about it, publicly announcing his itinerary. If he's in danger, should I secretly help him? What era are we in? Even a tiger climbing a wall becomes news. Can I focus on something more useful? Damn it, there seems to be trouble in the north. Fortress 176 has repeatedly captured nomadic people. According to the captives, a snowfall killed a lot of their livestock, and they wanted to come and steal some supplies. Lu Yuan was in the northern grasslands on the 6th. Qin Sheng observed the surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he went inside to read, thinking to himself, I've been with Ren Xiaosu every day recently. I haven't noticed anything unusual about him. I'll continue to observe. The book read, 7 out of 10, at 10 a.m., Ren Xiaosu went to the tavern as usual, leaving at 7 p.m. Nothing unusual, no useful information gained from surveillance. After Ren Xiaosu returned home, only the sound of pages turning could be heard. Ren Xiaosu can still access newspaper resources in town, suspected to be provided by the storyteller. This life is too boring. I definitely need to change things up. He said this and then, exhausted, dozed off. Qin Sheng dreamt he was flying freely in the sky. Suddenly, the signal from his walkie-talkie beeped, pulling him back to reality. He thought to himself, who would be looking for Ren Xiaosu this late? Outside, Master Miracle Calculator, having journeyed a long way, exclaimed, I finally found you. Xiaodu opened the door, and the master said, Young man, I see your bones are extraordinary. You are destined for great fortune. Xiaodu felt a prickle of annoyance. What's this guy doing here again? He thought to himself, last time he told me I'd bring ruin to everyone around me, and now he's saying I'm destined for greatness. The man continued, Young man, I see great fortune in your future in the Northwest. Don't stay here any longer. Return to the Northwest quickly. Xiaodu retorted, Master Miracle Calculator, why will my fortune be in the Northwest? The man explained, because I see many people there waiting for your return. Xiaodu waved his hand dismissively. I'm not going anywhere. I haven't finished my business here. I know you're from Fortress 178. Zhang Xiaoman told me. You wanted to go back to Fortress 178, don't you? The man's face paled, and he flinched. Master Miracle Calculator feigned nonchalance. You know already. That Zhang Xiaoman, such a gossip. How embarrassing. Xiaodu asked, Is there anything else? If not, I'm closing the door. Before he could follow through, the man blocked the door. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Xiaodu sighed. Master Miracle Calculator, just say what you have to say. The man blurted out, The Central Plains are about to descend into chaos. Look how dangerous these people are. You're wandering around the Central Plains, and wherever you go, people see you as a threat, right? But if you return to Fortress 178, it'll be different. Fortress 178 is your home. Everyone there wants you to become stronger. So who would fear you? Xiaodu remained unconcerned. Is this your sincere advice? Come inside and tell me. Elsewhere, Qin Sheng, overhearing the conversation, was stunned. Ren Xiaosu is from Fortress 178. Where's Fortress 178? Even in the Central Plains, it's famous. The news left Qin Sheng bewildered and apprehensive. Is this real? Or are these two colluding, putting on a show for me? That's Fortress 178 we're talking about. Back with Xiaotu, Master Miracle Calculator pressed on. Everyone respects you now. You just need to return to Fortress 178, and you'll be the young commander. Do you understand what that means? You're in the Central Plains, and the people here can't contain you. But if you return, in a few years, won't the vast territories of the Northwest belong to you alone? As he listened, Xiaotu poured tea for the man. He picked up a cup, took a sip, and sighed. Then, calmly, he said, "Excuse me, I ate too much tonight. I want a lot of money from Qin Sheng today." He seems quite clever, but his poker skills aren't very good. Master Miracle Calculator was exasperated. "Are you even listening to me? Stop changing the subject by talking to yourself." He roared so loudly that Qin Sheng, listening through the comms device, felt his ears ring. Who's he looking down on? He thought furiously. Tomorrow, I'll definitely win back what I lost today. Xiaotu said to Master Miracle Calculator, "To be honest, I'm quite moved by what you've said. I'm not someone who can ignore such a tempting offer. But are you sure I'm suitable? I'm just a lowly rogue." The man explained the current situation. The commander himself was also a rogue. "We don't care about backgrounds. It doesn't matter that you lack military talent right now. The important thing is that we acknowledge you and want you to return." Xiaotu declined his offer, saying, "I haven't thought everything through yet. Maybe one day I will go, but I can't promise. I had to find my lost friend." The man offered his assistance. "I'll contact the Fortress 178 intelligence officers in the Central Plains. Commander Zhang previously ordered us to help you search for your friends there. Perhaps we now have news of them. This way, we can help you find your friends, and you can come with me to the Northwest." A moment later, Xiaotu saw the man out, telling Master Miracle Calculator, "If you're busy, go and do your work." Flustered, the man stammered, Wait, let's talk a little more. Think it over." "Ow, don't push me. My back. We have a deal then." He turned back, grinning at Xiaotu. Unfazed, Xiaotu simply shut the door. Later, he muttered, stepping back inside and sighing, "Who made a deal with you?" Qin Sheng, watching, seemed surprised by Xiaotu's actions. He sat at the table, lost in thought. Ren Xiaosu is quite impressive. If he seriously considers becoming the Qinghe heir, will he choose that or stay at Fortress 178? No matter, I shouldn't overthink it. I need to relay this information to the teacher. We must reevaluate Ren Xiaosu. A knock echoed through Qin Sheng's room. Who could be looking for me this late? He wondered, going to open the door. "Hello." Standing before him, to his astonishment, was Master Miracle Calculator, the very man Xiaotu had just dismissed. The man gave Qin Sheng a sly smile. "You're in big trouble." Upon seeing Qin Sheng, he launched into his spiel. "Young man, I sense the feng shui here is not good. Staying here too long will allow negative energy to seep into your body. You may not feel it now, being young and strong, but over time, you'll become weaker and suffer misfortunes." He pulled a piece of paper from his robe. With a grave expression, he continued, "But don't worry, I have a solution. Sell this house to me. I will help you dispel the negative energy here." Contrary to the man's serious demeanor, Qin Sheng simply roared, "Crazy old man," and slammed the door shut. Startled, Master Miracle Calculator stammered, "Wait, let's talk about this." Inside, Qin Sheng fumed. "Bad feng shui. Who is he trying to fool? He just wants to be near Ren Xiaotu, but I won't let him have this place." Meanwhile, Xiaotu hummed a cheerful tune, thinking, good thing Qin Sheng is here. There's no way he'd sell the house to that man. At Zhou Yingshue's house, the persistent Master Miracle Calculator knocked on her door, thinking, on to the next house. He called out, "Is anyone home?" Yingxue, in the shower, didn't hear him. Hearing no response, he called out again, "Is anyone there?" This time, Yingxue turned off the water. She called back, coming. Yingxue, dressed alluringly, opened the door. "What is it?" Master Miracle Calculator, upon seeing her, was momentarily speechless. She prompted him, "Well, if you don't have anything to say, I'm closing the door." He quickly recovered, launching into his usual routine. "Beautiful lady, I sense that your house is affecting your romantic luck. Staying here too long will hinder your chances of finding a boyfriend. But don't worry, I have a solution. Sell this house to me, and I will dispel the negative energy for you. Ingshue smiled. So you want to buy my house? He offered 600,000. Hearing this, Ingshue readily agreed to the deal. Xiao learned of the unexpected turn of events. Even a 600,000 credit house could be bought so haphazardly. Meanwhile, Ning Shui lay there, sighing dramatically. I truly didn't expect house number 61 in the market district to fetch such a high price. Tens of thousands of profit in half a month. No, I need to buy a few more courtyards. Who knows, with a bit of work, I might still make a killing. She gloated, already envisioning her future. Now that I have the capital, I can definitely switch careers to real estate. Based on my impeccable eye for property, I could become the richest person in the Bailu Alliance in a matter of minutes. I'll catch up to the Wang family yet. Then, imagining Xiaodu's shocked expression, she fantasized, "Old man, this is what I bought for you." The scene shifted. Outside number 61 in Bailu, a group of men stood guard. Do you have a death wish? Why drag me into this? You know full well the Wang family's territory is dangerous. Why go there? Lala retorted, that's how I prove I've got nothing to hide. What's so dangerous about the Wang family? What can they do to me? What gives them the right to touch me? Zhou Qi, exasperated, asked, they might not be able to touch you openly, but what about secretly imprisoning you? Lala, lighting a cigarette, smirked. I specifically brought a Hog Media reporter along. If the Wang family tries anything against me, Hog Media will report the truth. We're not afraid of them. Zhou Qi countered. When they find proof that the Consortium used nuclear weapons, your reputation in the Central Plains will be ruined. You've put on quite the performance, shedding crocodile tears, and many people believed it. Just wait until they discover you've been deceiving everyone. Then we'll see what becomes of you. Lala, agreeing, replied, being exposed is only a matter of time, but before that, we still have a lot to do. Trading my reputation for time against the Consortium, it's a good deal. It's a steal. This is nothing compared to the future of the Consortium. Zhou Qi encouraged him, go for it. Those anti-nuclear extremists have been waiting for you in Bailu for a long time. You can figure out what to do yourself. Lala just laughed, challenging the notion of danger. A bunch of students. What's there to be afraid of? A motorcade sped down the road. Lala, smoking his cigarette, gazed at a building covered in vines across the street. Not to mention those strange climbing vines in Bailu. They don't wither even in winter, and they grow so profusely. Beneath a building, a group of people protested. Contra Tyrant, abandon nuclear weapons. Contra Tyrant, abandon nuclear weapons. Contra Tyrant, abandon nuclear weapons. Lala stepped out of his car, facing the protesters. Contra Tyrant, abandon nuclear weapons. Soldiers cleared a path for him. Back up, back up. Seeing the soldiers, the protesters didn't dare block his path, parting to let him through. Lala turned back, smirking at the protesters. Don't mind them. If they want to come in, let them in. He instructed a soldier, tell the restaurant and hotel to prepare a particularly lavish dinner. Pick the most expensive dishes. The Consortium isn't short on money. The soldier, bewildered, stammered, huh? Zhou Qi, puzzled by LA's strange behavior, questioned, it's barely lunchtime. Why are you ordering dinner already? Lala told him, don't ask so many questions. Just listen to me. He then glanced back at the protesting crowd, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. A little after 6 p.m., a lavish spread of food had been laid out. The protesters, faced with such a feast, continued their clamor. Don't think you can get rid of us with a little food. Lala cut them off, accusing them of being presumptuous. Who said this food was for you? This is for me. He then grabbed a massive drumstick, brandishing it tantalizingly before them. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, he began to devour it with gusto. The protesters watched him eat, their mouths watering. Lala, having stuffed himself to the brim, sighed contentedly. I really can't eat another bite. He turned to the protesters, who had edged closer to the food, and said with feigned generosity, there's more than half left. Why don't you all have some? You look famished. He smirked inwardly, relishing the thought of these people, who had so vehemently denounced lamb conti, not only going hungry, but also swallowing their pride. The scene shifted to the order bureau, where everyone was arguing. What's lamb conti playing at? He knows he's not welcome. yet he still insists on coming. Another voice chimed in, but we're the ones suffering. The police force has been diverted to his security detail. We're stuck working overtime, and who knows if we'll even get paid for it. Fat chance. Just then, some citizens approached the front desk. Officer, we want to report a case. What seems to be the problem? The officer asked. They explained their situation. Some workers from our garment factory have gone missing. I can't reach them, even when I call their home numbers. I can't find them, even when I go to their houses. It's like they vanished in a thin air. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with urgent whispers and hurried footsteps. At the courthouse, people murmured amongst themselves. How can they just disappear without a trace? Didn't the AI give any warning? What's the AI even doing? The case of the missing pets from a while back is still unresolved. Could it be spies? Something like this happened before. People vanished, only to be found later, taken off-world for forced labor. Another voice countered, that doesn't make sense. What would spies want with a garment factory? There are no secrets there. At that moment, someone entered, saying, I need to go with you all. Please, lead the way. The people there were startled. Good morning, Officer Vong. The foreman, recognizing him, exclaimed, Officer Vong, what brings you here? Officer Vong urged him, let's go. Make it quick. The foreman led him to a cluster of abandoned houses, overgrown with vines. Here we are. One of the missing workers lived here. I'll show you around. I find this whole thing very strange. The missing people didn't know each other. Nothing was stolen from the factory. I've never heard of them having any conflicts with anyone, yet they disappear together. Officer Vong asked, why are the vines growing in the hallway? Don't they usually grow where the sunlight can reach them? The foreman explained, yes, well, this type of vine has been acting strangely this year. It grows incredibly fast and can cover an entire street in a matter of days. Seeing a house door ajar, Officer Vong wondered aloud, did you open this? The man with him quickly denied it. No, it was already open yesterday when I arrived. I was worried they hadn't locked it when they left. Officer Vong touched the doorframe. This is a forced entry. Someone used a key to open this house yesterday. Officer Vong stepped inside, then back out. Unexpectedly, something tugged at his leg, and he stumbled. Hearing a cry, Officer Vong spun around in alarm. He looked upwards, a thought flickering across his face. Then he said to his companion, let's go upstairs and ask the other residents. See if we can find any clues. He entered another house, calling out, is anyone home? The house was empty, but a window was broken, and a smear of blood stained the floor. What in the world happened here? Officer Vong muttered. The other man shook his head. I don't know. They split up, searching the surrounding area. Suddenly, beneath the other man's feet, the vines began to stir. Officer Vong instantly recognized the danger and yanked the man away. Help me. What's happening to these vines? The man cried. Officer Vong just barked, follow me. He raced towards a window. Jump. With that, he leaped through the window. The vines, now reaching outside, snagged at him. He landed on the street below, startling the passers-by. What was that? What's wrong with him? They murmured. From above, the trapped man screamed, help, help, jump, hurry, before it's too late. Officer Vong urged. More screams erupted as the vines ensnared others. What is this? Help, someone help me. Damn it. Officer Vong swore. He flashed his badge. I'm Wang Chongyue of the Order Bureau. Stay away from those wall vines. They'll consume you. From above, something seemed to be watching him. He repeated his warning. Stay away from the wall vines. Get out of here. Meanwhile, Xiaodu was playing with Shooter Potato when someone rushed in. Have you heard? The man asked breathlessly. Something strange is happening in the fortress. Xiaodu looked up. What is it? Ning Shui chimed in. Cucumbers are eating people in the fortress. It's going to be chaos. Xiaodu stepped outside, pondering the situation. He watched as the vines crept up the wall of his own building. This has nothing to do with me, he thought. I'm staying out of it. Suddenly, he heard sobbing behind him. Wah! He turned to see Ning Shui in tears. Fortress 61 is going to collapse. She wailed. The house I just bought, I can't sell it now. I still want to be a real estate tycoon. Xiaodu sighed, exasperated. Is that really what you're worried about right now? Pack your things. We need to get out of here. Then he remembered something. Wait, Lala is still inside. The scene shifted to Lala. He was also gathering his belongings. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Pack your things. Something's definitely happened with the Wong family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have redeployed the Order Bureau from our area. He saw some soldiers packing their tea sets. What are you doing? He roared. Do you want to die? Grab food supplies. As much as you can carry. Don't bother with water. Judging by the situation, Zhou Qi watched the unfolding chaos, a look of helplessness on his face. He told me himself. The soldier insisted. Isn't this your favorite tea set? Mr. La cursed at him. Is a tea set more important than your life? Come with me. Don't bring anything unnecessary. We should only carry light things. With that, the anxious group hurried out of the building. Quickly, the evacuation guide yelled, directing the panicked crowd. Don't take the elevators. Use the stairs. Everyone, use the stairs. Moments later, the lights abruptly went out. Panic erupted in the sudden darkness. We're doomed. Lala cried out in fear. The power's out. This is just great. He urged everyone to run. Lala turned to Zhou Qi. Right, you guys, quickly inform the reporter who came with us to Fortress 61. We need to ensure his safety too. Zhou Qi snapped back, exasperated. Didn't I tell you to run? The Wang family's investors really want to get you. You're not even running. Lala, equally frustrated, retorted, what do you even understand? If the Wang family wanted to get me, they would have done it already. They wouldn't wait until now. I'm telling you, the danger might not be from people. Outside the building, the protesters were still there. Lala, clutching his belongings, ran towards them. They shouted, LA's out, and surrounded him. Lala roared at them furiously, get out of my way. I don't have time for you right now. Go find our car. We need to get out of the fortress. The car had arrived, but it wouldn't move. Zhou Qi checked the tires. The car's out of commission, he reported. Someone slashed the tires. Lala kicked the car in frustration. Who would do such a thing? He raged. Then, addressing his men, he ordered, follow me. If you see the Wang family's forces, run in the opposite direction. Wherever they want to go is definitely the most dangerous place. Seeing Lala trying to escape, the protesters began to chase him. He's scared. After him, they yelled, get him. True Dao, the Hope Media reporter, caught up to Lala, hounding him with questions. Lala, why are you running away? Are you scared? Just like they said. Lala snapped back, irritated. I don't want to talk to you right now. Stop talking. It's hard to breathe when you're running and talking. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Zhou Qi looked up, anxiety etched on his face. Something's happening in the fortress, he said worriedly. The alarm bells began to ring, louder and more urgently. People throughout the fortress began to evacuate frantically. Lala told his men, follow the citizens. They know the fortress. They'll know where it's safest. He looked around. Everywhere he looked, people were fleeing. Lala said in despair, what is going on? Why are there so many people everywhere? Officer Vong's voice boomed through a loudspeaker, urging the crowd. The main gate of the fortress is sealed. Everyone, head to the center of the fortress. That's the only safe place left. Zhou Qi approached him, asking what's happening. Why is everyone running? Officer Vong told him the vines inside the fortress that have mutated. They're carnivorous. The main gate is completely blocked by the wall vines. There's no escape from the fortress anymore. Only the center of the fortress is still clear of the wall vines. Save yourselves, Zhou Qi thought grimly. The mutated plants have started attacking people. Lala suddenly had an idea. We can't escape this enclosed environment, he announced. We have to hide. Hide? What can we hide? He looked around frantically and spotted a manhole cover. Cucumbers love plants, right? Let's do it the old-fashioned way. Hide in the sewers. No sooner had he spoken than enormous cucumber-like vines burst from the sewer, their thick tendrils heavy enough to crush a person. Lala shrieked and ran. Forget what I just said. Run towards the center of the fortress. Zhou Qi cursed him. You have no brains. You said the sewers were safe. It's a good thing I didn't listen to you. If we'd gone down there, those wall vines would have fished us out like toys. The vines were now clinging to buildings, reaching higher than LA's family's 50-story skyscraper. The entire city was rapidly being overtaken by the monstrous vegetation. Lala, breathless from running, stopped to catch his breath. I wasn't finished. I was thinking. You guys are normal-sized. I weigh over 370 pounds. You couldn't carry me. Zhou Qi should carry me. He awakened first. He's stronger than a normal superhuman. Zhou Qi retorted, this will cost you. Lala, indignant, cried, you're talking about money at a time like this. I am hurt. Undeterred, Zhou Qi hoisted Lala onto his shoulders. We weren't exactly fond of each other anyway. Lala, perched precariously on Zhou Qi's back, felt a flicker of something he couldn't quite name. Let me think where the safest place is, he mumbled. Suddenly, he slapped Zhou Qi's head excitedly. The safest place is where they keep the money. The bank. The secret vault in the bank. Some vaults don't even have air vents. If we hide inside, those wall vines can't get in. But when they reached the bank, the entrance was a swarming mass of panicked people. Saif, damn it, the good stuff is always taken. Okay, forget that. Let me think again. Zhou Qi groaned at LA's terrible planning. Just then, more vines erupted from the sewer behind them. They're back, Lala yelled, conjuring a jet of water to hold back the advancing tendrils. Seeing his power at work, Lala exclaimed, that's right. Zhou Qi, can't you control the water inside those vines? Let's take them down. Then I, Lala, will be the hero who saved Wangsha Fortress. Let's see if they dare to mess with me again. If they do, public opinion will crush them. Zhou Qi, his legs burning from carrying Lala, dumped him on the ground. Stop your bragging. Look at how many vines there are. Do you think I'm a god? Even a god with a gun couldn't dehydrate all of them. Lala protested. Your power is too weak. You said you were the first to awaken. Why are you so weak? Zhou Qi defended himself. It's not that I'm weak, it's that the enemy is too strong. Suddenly, Lala noticed something. Wait, those wall vines. They seem to have stopped spreading. The people around them murmured in agreement. It looks like it. They're not moving anymore. Are we saved? Someone there, feigning knowledge, said, not all plants can grow indefinitely. Only woody ones can, like trees. Of course, I haven't studied botany. I'm just guessing. Just like trees can't grow forever, these wall vines might have reached their growth limit. Lala, lighting a cigarette, told him, did you ever think that if they don't eat us now, they might be saving us for tomorrow? The protesters, who had been gloomy just moments ago, cheered up. Wangsha's investors must have called for help. We'll probably be rescued soon. Lala shattered their illusions, calmly stating, there are no military bases near Fortress 61. Even if reinforcements arrive, it'll be 3 days. Besides, does the military even have a way to deal with these wall vines? Flamethrowers won't do much. One way is to use high-energy fuel or white phosphorus bombs to directly destroy this fortress. But we're hiding in the center of the fortress. If everyone runs here, we'll be dead before the wall vines are. A nearby soldier, recalling a previous predicament, asked him, so, boss, how did you escape from the experimental subject last time when you faced this kind of dilemma? Lala recounted, because I met a strong young man. Only this time, I'm not so lucky. A protester turned to him suspiciously. Lala, are these plants you're doing? Lala calmly retorted, is your brain filled with rocks? If I control these wall vines, wouldn't I be better off hiding in the hotel? Why bother running out here? Besides, you Wangsha folks thought it was a good sign for the fortress before. They still argued. Then how could you have known something would happen to the fortress? Lala told them, isn't it because you're used to being pigs fattened in the fortress? Wangsha mobilized the Order Bureau people from the hotel, and you didn't even notice. Not a shred of awareness of danger. The news about these wall vines has been around for a while. It has nothing to do with me. Did I plant the seeds in the air or something? If I had that kind of power, your wife wouldn't be barren. There's no one around here. Zhou Qi, do you think if we kill them now, no one will know? Hearing this, they didn't dare argue anymore. True Dao, the reporter, stepped forward, clearing his throat. Ahem, I will report the truth. Lala grabbed a sign from the protesters. All right, I get it. You see what kind of people they are. I don't want to argue with them anymore. But Hope Media, you should understand, using these tactics against me is truly low. Move aside, don't block my way. Zhou Qi asked him, should we go find the Wangsha army? We're foreign mercenaries after all. They have a responsibility to protect us. If something happens to you, Contran won't let them off the hook. Lala calmly replied, you think Wangsha's weapons can protect us? Old Zhou, at crucial moments, I still have to rely on you. I realized a while ago that you're trustworthy, a good brother, someone who can step up when it matters. Zhou Qi prefaced, let me say this first. I don't have the ability to protect you. Lala excitedly offered more money, escalating his bid. Zhou Qi, seeing him still clinging to the idea that money could solve their current predicament, yelled in his ear, more money won't do anything. Look at what's happening. We need to find a small building to hide in. Hopefully, reinforcements will arrive soon. Lala looked around and said, although I'm not sure what methods the reinforcements will use against those vines, I hope Wangshu won't destroy the entire fortress. If Ren Xiaosu were here, this would be over in a flash. Zhou Qi agreed. Alright, just look at those cucumber vines out there. Even if Ren Xiaosu were here, he wouldn't be able to get out. Ning Shui, worried about Xiaosu, tried to stop him. Young master, this place is too dangerous. We can't go in. As your maid, I absolutely can't let you put yourself in danger. Xiaosu said, but didn't you hear those Wangshu soldiers? When they were escaping, the wall vines had already taken over a third of the fortress. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade him, Ning Shui said, it's dark now. The fortress must be completely covered by those wall vines. Lala is probably already dead. Xiaosu just laughed. Impossible. Lala is too cunning. Everyone else in the fortress could die, but he'd still survive. Ning Shui feigned fear. We've relied on each other for so long. I can't watch you die. It's too dangerous to go in there. Seeing her pleading, Xiaosu relented. Fine, I won't go in. If you go in alone, be careful. Ning Shui was taken aback. Young master, why are you so insistent on saving that fatty? Xiaosu simply replied, because he's my friend. I don't have many friends, so every single one is important. Losing one means losing a part of me. He touched the wall where the cucumber vines were, thinking these leaves aren't that different from ordinary wall cucumbers. Suddenly, ferocious faces appeared on the leaves. Xiaosu withdrew his hand and said to Ning Shui, can you control the wall vines? She replied, I've tried. I can't control them, but I can make them not attack me. Ning Shui smiled and extended her hand towards him. Hold my hand, and they won't attack you either. Xiaosu put on a glove and said, all right. Ning Shui, seeing his actions, asked helplessly, young master, what are you doing? Xiaosu simply said, men and women shouldn't touch casually. I have to wear gloves, to avoid misunderstandings. After all, holding a girl's hand, it feels a bit improper. Even if she doesn't notice, I have to be respectful. Seeing that the vines no longer attacked him when he extended his hand, he said, it works. Let's go in. Qin Sheng ran after them, calling out, wait, I'll go in with you. Xiaosu told him, wait for us in the town. Aren't knights forbidden from entering the fortress during their training period in town? Qin Sheng said, this is a critical moment. I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, my master won't know if I go in. Exasperated, Xiaosu threatened him. If you go in, I'll report you to Luo Cheng. All right, we're going in. Wait for us to come out, then we'll meet up. Qin Sheng still tried to follow, shouting, hey, wait for me. The two entered, witnessing the scene now completely overtaken by vines. Vines had choked every building, every alleyway, every nook and cranny. Xiaosu, watching through the camera lens, thought to himself, Wangshu's AI is still running. The fortress is about to fall. Why is the AI still active? But if it's still working, why didn't it give us any warning? He pulled his hat low, shielding his face. Ning Shui called to him, sir, let's go. Do you know the name of the hotel where Lala is staying? Xiaosu replied, I think it was the Triumphant West Kaiwan Hotel, if I remember correctly. All right, let's head that way. Ning Shui cautioned, sir, be careful where you step. Xiaosu looked down at the skeletal remains underfoot. Probably human bones, he muttered. Ning Tue Suteret. Those vines, they really do eat people. She saw more bones scattered ahead, and her voice trembled. Sir, seeing her fear, Xiaosu took her hand, his own worry evident. Let's find the hotel where La is staying first. After a while, Xiaosu stopped, a sense of recognition washing over him. This is it. This is the place. I wonder if La and the others drove off ahead of the chaos. Ning Shui pointed behind him. Sir, look over there. Those vehicles, aren't those contra vehicles? Their tires seem to be blown out. Xiaosu let out a short, mirthless laugh, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. That fat Lala, he really is unlucky. Back at the Lishur fortress, he bought a vehicle only to have Yang Shaokan wreck it. And now here, someone's blown out his tires. He tugged Ning Shui along. Let's go up and have a look. Maybe that fatty is hiding in some corner inside. They searched for a while, finding nothing. I don't see LA's body, Xiaosu observed. He must have left the hotel early, which is good, I suppose. But if he's not at the hotel, where could he be? Ning Shui offered. He's so large, sir, he surely couldn't have run far. Perhaps those wall vines caught him. Xiaosu chuckled. Impossible. He didn't come alone. Even if he can't run fast, someone would have carried him. She suggested a possible location. Let's try the bank vault. It's secure. Maybe he's hiding in there. Xiaosu agreed. All right, let's go. Inside the bank vault, the air was thick with tension, the space crammed with people. A little girl cried, "Mommy, when can we go home?" Her mother tried to comfort her. "Just wait a little longer, sweetie. Someone will come and save us." A noise from outside cut through the hushed fear. "Is anyone there?" Those inside grew wary, pressing their ears against the heavy vault door. "What are they saying out there?" Someone whispered. "Hey, what are you saying? Speak up. We can't hear you in here." Xiaosu yelled, his voice a warning. "Don't open the door. It's all wall vines out here. I just wanted to ask, is there someone named Lala inside?" Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd. "What's he talking about? Who'd be looking for someone at a time like this?" They shouted back, "No, there's no one here named Lala." Xiaosu called back. "All right, stay put in there. Don't come out. The wall vines haven't been dealt with yet. Wangshi's army hasn't arrived." Inside the vault, anxious whispers filled the air. Who was that outside? Wasn't he from Wangshi's army? Definitely not. Who could move freely amongst those wall vines unless they were incredibly powerful? Xiaosu and Ning Shui turned and walked away. Ning Shui pointed at a person fearfully entangled in vines. "Young master, look over there." It's terrifying. It turned out to be the man who had accompanied Officer Wang. She grabbed Xiaosu's hand. "Young master, don't go near it. These wall vines have a strong instinct to protect their food. They're also very territorial. If you approach its food like that, it'll become violent, and then we'll both be killed." Xiaosu asked, "So what's the principle behind them not attacking you?" Ning Shui declared confidently, "I can integrate with them using my abilities and make them think we're a part of them. So it's not that they're not attacking us, it's that they can't detect us." Xiaosu said, "But you couldn't control my potato gun before, so why can't you control these wall vines?" Ning Shui explained, "To control them, I have to focus my energy into their roots. But I can't find the roots." A thought suddenly struck her. "That's it, young master. Why don't we go find their roots? If I can't control them, then the fortress will be saved, won't it?" Xiaosu just stared blankly at her unusual suggestion. He snapped at Ning Shui. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who knows where their roots are? Get a grip. Stop talking rubbish and let's go. Once we find Lala, we're getting out of here. This creepy place is giving me the chills." He grabbed Ning Shui's hand and angrily pulled her along. Dizzy, Ning Shui said, "I know, young master. Slow down a bit." At that moment, Ning Shui felt like Xiaosu was her guiding light. She didn't even know when she had started calling him young master. "Young master," she thought to herself, but holding his hand made her feel safe. Lost in thought, Ning Shui tripped over a branch. She braced for a fall, but Xiaosu caught her. "What are you daydreaming about?" Ning Shui looked down shyly, avoiding his gaze. Then she said cheerfully, I am hungry." Xiaosu just sighed, exasperated. The scene shifted to outside Fortress 61, where military vehicles were arriving. Wang Linlan, the Wang Corporation Army Battalion commander, called out to them. "Everyone in the vehicles, get out. State your purpose here for inspection." An older man got out and said, "Greetings, officers. I'm just a businessman. My name is Wang Fu Gue. Hasn't the Wang Corporation already opened trade with Fortress 178? I'm practically one of the first merchants heading northwest." Linlan asked, "What goods are you carrying?" Wang Fu Gue listed them off. Potassium chloride, nickel, or I got a bit of everything. And definitely no contraband. Feel free to inspect. The soldiers then proceeded to inspect the cargo. They expressed surprise at the quantity of Wang Fu Gue possessed. He continued speaking to Linlan. "I heard from Officer Zhang Xiaoman at Fortress 178 that some important figures in Zhongyuan are particularly fond of soaked goji berries, especially the black ones. So he asked me to deliver a cartload." Wang Linlan surprised the older man with a question. "Do you know the commander of Fortress 178? Old Wang chuckled. "Know him? Of course I know him. How else could I have been among the first merchants to reach the northwest?" Seeing that the man was someone of importance, Linlan softened her approach. "Please don't take offense, sir. We're conducting a routine inspection. Your cargo is quite substantial, and this is the first time we've encountered you. So, please understand our thoroughness. Why don't you come inside the tent and rest for a bit? Someone from inside the fortress will come out to receive the goods shortly." Old Wang, relieved and grateful, replied, "Thank you, I appreciate that. I have a few family members on the cart. Could they come down and rest as well?" Linlon gestured generously. "It's been a long journey. Everyone, please come inside and rest." Old Wang expressed his gratitude again. "Thank you so much." Linlon waved it off. "You're very welcome, sir." With that, the group headed into the fortress. Old Wang mused to himself. Thanks to Xiaosu's connections, my trip to the Northwest has become a VIP experience. And because the Northwest provides so many goods, I've become a VIP of the Wang family. It's all cause and effect. If only I could find Xiaosu, everything would be perfect. Noticing a group of people heading in the opposite direction, Old Wang wondered aloud, where are they going? Linlon explained, "Sir, you've just returned from the Northwest, so you're unaware of what's happening in the Central Plains. Read this newspaper and you'll understand." The newspaper detailed the wall vines engulfing the fortresses. Old Wang exclaimed, "Plants have become this terrifying now." Linlon confirmed, "Indeed. We never imagined it either. The AI program never identified plants as a threat, so there was no early warning." At that moment, Old Wang's eyes caught the last sentence in the newspaper. He paled. "Don't let the AI of this era become your BI." He shouted, "Everyone, let's go. We have to leave now." Linlon asked, bewildered, "Where are you going, sir?" Old Wang simply replied, "Fortress 61. He turned to Teacher Jiangwu. "Teacher Jiangwu, hurry. We must go. Find Xiaosu. We finally found a lead on Xiaosu." Linlon cautioned them, "Sir, Fortress 61 is extremely dangerous right now." Old Wang looked back at him, his voice resolute. "No matter how dangerous it is, I must go. My family is there." At the HOG Media headquarters in Luo City, everyone sat together, deep in discussion. Jiang, who read the newspaper, his heart heavy with worry. Starting last year, the bad news just keeps coming. The world is about to change again. Don't let the AI of this era become your BI. 61. What does that number 61 mean? Could it be referring to Fortress 61? But how could that young man know something happened at Fortress 61? Could he be the young man who planted the wall vines? Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. The voice on the other end said, "Editor-in-Chief, it's Chu Dao. I'm currently in the center of Fortress 61. Jiang, who asked anxiously, "Are you injured? Have you found shelter?" Chu Dao quickly briefed him. "Editor-in-Chief, I'll just explain one thing quickly, or I won't have time." He instructed everyone there to put him on speakerphone. "Go ahead, Chu Dao," Jiang, who said. Chu Dao recounted, "Yesterday the wall vines attacked half of the fortress, but for some reason they stopped. So, the center of the fortress is temporarily safe. But within 24 hours, they launched another large-scale attack. Like this attack, the range isn't large. 6 hours later, just now, they spread to the heart of the fortress. Currently, only a few thousand square meters remain for residents to take shelter. Their attack speed is getting faster and faster. The lives of those here are threatened. I received news that the Wang family army has started moving towards Fortress 61. A team is expected to arrive at the fortress this afternoon, but it's currently unknown if they have any methods to deal with those wall vines. Chief Editor, please send a message to my parents. I love them. Maybe when I was young and didn't understand things, I often spoke harshly to them, but only after growing up did I understand their hearts. Also, help me send a message to Zhang Liangwei. Tell her not to wait for me anymore. Chu Dao, on the other end of the line, started to cry. Jiang, who, his eyes welling up, asked him, "Do you regret being a reporter?" Before he could answer, cries for help erupted from Chu Dao's end. Help! Run! Chu Dao still managed to say, "The wall vines are moving again. Now Lala and I are moving to a shop." At this moment, a mass of vines lunged towards him. A moment later, Chu Dao's voice was gone. Silence. The entire room fell silent. Over at Fortress 61, people were running for their lives. Run. Lala, carried on Zhou Qi's back, chuckled. Annoyed, Zhou Qi asked, "Everyone is running for their lives, and you're still so cheerful." Lala, at this moment, wanted to reminisce. "It reminds me of something. Do you remember when we were wandering around? A group of Qing family descendants followed me and Qing Chun to fight those thugs, right?" Zhou Qi, playing along, replied, "How could I forget? Back then, Qing Chun was scared, but he was the most ruthless when we played horseback battle games. Qing Chun, on my back, would strike the hardest. Lala continued. Back then, every time after a fight, I'd get a beating from my father when I got home. Qing Chun, with his innocent face, would stand beside me, as if it was all my fault for corrupting him. Thinking back now, that was actually the best time. Back then, I hadn't joined the Qing family yet, and Qing Chun wasn't the Qing family shadow. If we die here, he said, what will become of Qing Chun? He's already the head of the Qing family. Think about it. What should we do? Just then, a supermarket appeared ahead. Let's go into the supermarket. Close the shutters. We can hide inside. Moments later, the whole group rushed inside. The vines were right behind them. Lala and the others pulled the shutters down together. Someone yelled, "It's stuck." "No, push back. We have to close the shutters." With that, they worked together and managed to pull the shutters down. The scene shifts to Ning Shui and Xiaosu, still making their way around. She said, "Young master, the wall vines are on the move again." Xiaosu reminded her, "Be careful." At this moment, the two of them arrived beneath a building. Xiaosu looked up at the signboard. Ran, sound familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Ning Shui told him, "Young master, that's Li Ran's stage name. Have you forgotten? Could this be Li Ran's house?" Xiaosu suddenly remembered. "Oh right, Li Ran's stage name is Ran. I saw in the news before that she had returned to Fortress 61. Let's go," Ning Shui said. "Even if her home is here, there's nothing we can do. Those wall vines have completely engulfed the house. It doesn't look like she could have survived." She turned to Xiaosu. "Young master, should we go in and take a look? A human life is precious. Even if she was entangled by the wall vines, she wouldn't have died instantly. Maybe Li Ran is still alive." Xiaosu, noticing a shift in Ning Shui's attitude towards Li Ran, asked, "Since when have you become so close to her?" Ning Shui then recounted Li Ran's family history. Actually, Li Ran is quite pitiful. She doesn't have any friends. The people around her are only there because they know she has money. She told me she's the illegitimate daughter of a high-ranking official in the Wang clan. Her mother was a servant in the Wang household. After she became pregnant, she was kicked out. Fortunately, someone secretly took care of them later, or they would have starved to death. "Young master, you're not really cold-hearted, are you?" Ningque presetkentli. Xiaosu simply sighed and said, "Fine, let's go inside and see." They pushed open the door and stepped inside. Li Ran was within, her body entwined with a mass of wall vines. "Young master, this is Li Ran's house," Ning Shui confirmed. She moved forward to check on Li Ran. "She's still alive. Thank goodness." "Listen," Xiaosu instructed, "I'm going to cut the vines off her. If they get angry and attack me, you absolutely must catch Li Ran when she falls. I'll carry her out of here. Understand?" Ning Kue noted. Xiaosu drew his sword and sliced through the clinging vines. "Catch her," he shouted. Ning Shui rushed forward and caught Li Ran. With Li Ran safely in Ning Shui's arms, Xiaosu didn't notice the vines creeping up behind him, poised to strike. "Young master," Ning Shui cried out in alarm. Xiaosu reacted swiftly, slashing at the vine that lunged at him. "You take care of Li Ran," he commanded. "Let's get out of here." They scrambled out of the house. Ning Shui glanced back. "Young master, those wall vines seem to be following us." Xiaosu, pulling her along, said, "It's all right. It doesn't look like they've noticed us yet. Let's go." Li Ran seemed to be regaining consciousness. "Young master," Ning Shui said, "I think Li Ran is waking up." Xiaosu replied, "Apply some medicine to her wounds. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to do it." Ning Shui looked at him, exasperated. "Young master, my right hand is holding yours, and my left hand is holding hers. How am I supposed to apply medicine?" Xiaosu released her hand. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Just want to watch the show." Ning Shui retorted, "Young master, don't always act like you're the one being put out. We're women. Clearly, you're the one benefiting from this situation. Why are you acting like we're taking advantage of you? If you wanted to hold my hand, you should have worn gloves. Now, enjoy your little predicament. Let's see what you do." Xiaosu stubbornly put the medicine away. "Forget it. No more medicine. I'm sure she'll be fine." Ning Shui's voice rose in anger. "A life is at stake. How can you just decide not to apply the medicine? Young master, have you lost your humanity?" Just then, Li Ran stirred, her voice weak. "I can apply it myself." She took the medicine and began to apply it to her wounds. "What kind of medicine is this?" She murmured, "It's incredibly effective. I feel so much better already." "A secret family recipe," Xiaosu replied, "passed down only through the male line." A moment later, Li Ran was able to stand and walk again. "Amazing," she exclaimed. She rushed over to Xiaosu. "So, you came specifically to save me, didn't you?" Ning Shui stepped forward, grabbing her and demanding, "What the hell are you thinking? We're the ones who saved you. Use the word we, will you? How can you just brush me aside like that? Besides, we didn't come all this way specifically to save you. Don't get any ideas." Just then, more of the wall vines began to sprout. Xiaosu asked, "What's happening?" Ning Shui replied, "Looks like a new hunt is starting." Xiaosu urged, "Let's go. Head towards the center of the fortress." Meanwhile, Zhou Qi and the soldiers were holding back the wall vines, preventing them from breaking into the supermarket. Lala shouted, "How much longer can you hold them off?" Zhou Qi responded, "An hour, tops." Lala exclaimed, "Didn't they say the Wang clan army would be here this afternoon? What time is it now?" Chu Dao, scribbling in a notebook, answered, "It's 11 a.m. Lala turned to him. "What are you writing?" Chu Dao explained, "I'm documenting everything that's happened since the disaster. What I can't explain clearly over the phone, I have to write down. These wall vines seem only interested in living things." Once I'm done, he continued, "I'll call the editor-in-chief and tell him where this notebook is. After the Wang clan army wipes out these wall vines, HOG media reporter will come and retrieve it. This is first-hand documentation." Lala said to him, "I used to think everyone from the Central Plains was full of hot air. Just look at the Wang clan. They clearly have grand ambitions, but in the end, they insist on throwing mud at the Qin clan." Unexpectedly, HOG media reporters are quite endearing. Chu Dao simply replied, "It's just my duty." Lala, admiring his dedication, declared, "With people like you around, the continuation of humanity won't be interrupted. Frankly, I couldn't do what you're doing. I'm sorry I dragged you to the Central Plains with me." Zhou Qi, still fending off the vines, chimed in, "I came here to make money. Nothing to apologize for. Fortune favors the bold. I know the risks." Lala told him, "You really don't need to work yourself to death for money. Even though you love it, Qing Zhen and I consider you a good friend. I just hope you feel the same about us." Embarrassed by La La's sentimentality, Zhou Qi retorted, "Still talking nonsense at a time like this. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue in hell?" Lala just laughed at that. Zhou Qi then started laughing too. To think I'd end up dying with a fat bastard like you. What rotten luck. If we make it out of this alive, can I have Qing Zhen's secretary?" Lala was taken aback. "Why are you always thinking about my brother's secretary?" A moment later, Zhou Qi, overwhelmed, was flung backward. Zhou Qi, Lala, thankfully, managed to catch him. He cried out, "There's no way out. Run." The group continued to flee. Meanwhile, Xiaosu and Ning Shui had reached La La's location. Finally found that fatso. Lala, dragging Thoui, stopped suddenly. "Wait, it looks like someone's coming this way. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Ren Xiaosu?" Xiaosu arrived, his armor materializing. He charged forward, calling back to Ning Shui, "I'll deal with the wall vines. You two find a chance to get that fatso out of here." He then broke through the encirclement, slashing through the vines. Ning Shui and Li Ran stood, momentarily stunned by the devastation, until Xiaosu urged them, "We have to go. We have to save them. Now." The group, finally reunited, huddled together. "Everyone, hold hands tight," Ning Shui instructed. "Don't panic." Obediently, they linked hands. "Last time I held this many hands," Lala remarked, "was playing Ring Around the Rosie in kindergarten." "Just go." Ning Tui snapped it. "No more talking. Those wall vine branches are right behind us. They could attack any second." "What about Xiaosu?" Lala questioned. "We have to save him. We can't just leave him behind. He can take care of himself," Ning Shui retorted. "Those wall vines are nothing to the young master." Lala was taken aback. "Young master," she thought incredulously. It's only been a few days, and Xiaosu's got another devoted servant. Why are all the super competent people flocking to him? Meanwhile, Xiaosu continued his battle against the encroaching vines. His armor began to dissipate as he ran towards the group. "Don't look back," he commanded. "Run, now." He turned back to face the wall vines, his armor reforming around him. Still want to surround me? He challenged. Then take another taste of my blade. He lunged, his blade a blur as he carved a path through the writhing vines. Xiaosu reachly ran and grasped her hand. A flicker of hope, a brief fantasy of connection, sparked within her. Then she noticed his gloves. He's still wearing gloves. She thought, a surge of irritation replacing the fleeting warmth. What are you waiting for? Xiaosu demanded. Come on. He hoped their memories were as short as a goldfish's. If they could forget them after 7 seconds, they might just have a chance. Hand in hand, they ran, silhouetted against the setting sun. The scene held a strange, nostalgic quality, but the respite was short-lived. The wall vines were gaining on them. What do we do, young master? Ning tue cried. My powers aren't working anymore. La kain din he u girl. Any other bright ideas? Zhou Qi finally spoke. Let me try something. He closed his eyes, focusing his energy. A moment later, he coughed, a spatter of blood staining his lips. Lala, seemingly resigned to their fate, sighed. Well, we made it this far. Better than a few 100,000 others in the fortress, I guess. They all stopped. Xiaosu released Li Ran's hand. They hate me the most right now, he stated. Keep moving forward. He pulled his hood up and turned away from the group. Young master, Ning Shui sobbed. I can't leave you. I'll go with you. Xiaosu looked back. Weren't you just telling Fatty to look out for himself? He asked. This is different. Ning Kue pleaded. Young master, please come with us. There has to be another way. Slashing at the vines, Xiaosu urged them onward. Go. I'll meet you outside the fortress. As he fought, an idea began to form. Wait, he muttered. I think I have a solution. Still battling the relentless vines, Xiaosu pulled a newspaper from his pocket. Xiaosu, la leyenda exasperative. You're reading a newspaper now. He told me there was a newspaper article with tons of pictures of the wall vines. One of them apparently shows the roots. Found it. The Overseas Chinese Wellness Center. Wait a second. Look at that building up ahead. Isn't that the place? La leyenda, hey, big bro. You're my big bro, right? Stop reading the newspaper. Are you trying to show off or something? Xiaosu's hacking away at those vines. Come on, Ning Shui, my dear maid. If I help you find the roots, Xiaosu asked, what are the chances you can control them? Ning Shui, surprised by his question, replied, if they're still plants, then I'm 100% sure. Xiaosu, looking satisfied, said, then I'll give you a present. Ning Shui grabbed La's hand and pulled her along as she ran, grumbling, he's still looking for clues at a time like this. I'm impressed. I'll give him that. Ning Shui addressed Xiaosu. If you weren't like this, my young master, this fatty, you'd be running yourself instead of making others carry you. Where's your manhood? Then, Xiaosu charged toward the mass of vines. He called out, are you scared? A chorus of no rose from below. He continued, we only get one shot at this. Is everyone ready? Ning Shui confirmed, ready. Xiaosu thought to himself, my armor's about to give out. If this doesn't work, I'll have to summon the steamboat and keep running. I wonder if the wall vines can even reach the steamboat in this situation. Zhou Qi stepped in front of the group, using water blasts to shield them. Don't worry, Xiaosu, he said. I'll protect everyone. Seeing this, Ning Shui moved forward. As Zhou Qi was relentlessly attacked by the vines, Lala, feeling helpless, lamented, why can't I awaken my powers? If I could, I wouldn't be so useless right now. Zhou Qi, you have to hold on. Zhou Qi, in pain, thought, my energy is almost gone. Qing Chun, I've kept my promise to you. I'll protect Lala, even if it kills me. Moments later, his energy depleted. The vines overwhelmed him. In that critical moment, a soldier jumped in front of Zhou Qi, taking the brunt of the attack. Take care, boss. He managed to gasp before, collapsing dead before La's eyes. Tears streamed down his face. Lala Subat Oli. Behind him, another soldier took a hit for Lala look out. Lala turned and caught him, crying out Xiao Lu. Before dying, Xiao Lu managed a weak smile. As a captain, he whispered, I didn't even have the awareness of my own men. To let them die in front of me. It's shameful. Then he too breathed his last. Lala, consumed by grief and rage, roared, Ahhhh. Those around him recoiled in shock. Moments later, he clutched his head and fainted. The scene shifted to Xiaosu, who was clearing a path through the vines for Ning Shui. About 30 meters left, he announced. Ning Shui said, young master, I have to admit, I kind of admire young Xiaosu, puzzled asked, what are you talking about? She clammed up, nothing. I just meant you look very handsome. Xiaosu chuckled. Ah, well, that just proves you have excellent taste. He thought, 5 meters to go. Then, grabbing Ning Shui, he propelled her forward. One shot. Then, ushering Ning Shui inside, he called out, the rest is up to you. The scene shifted to outside fortress number 61. Old Wang had reached the gate. He stared at the wall, now choked with vines, and sighed. As expected, Lin Lan had followed them. He said to Old Wang, Sir, thank you so much. If you hadn't offered to bring us here, we would have had to wait several more hours. Old Wang replied, Commander, you're too kind. I'm in such a hurry because I have family inside. Lin Lan ordered his men to prepare incendiary rounds. Old Wang grabbed his arm, anxiously saying, Commander, my family is still inside. You can't destroy the entire fortress. Lin Lan replied helplessly, Sir, even if your family is inside, they couldn't have survived. I just received the latest orders from above. Satellite images show the entire fortress has turned green. No signs of life detected. Old Wang's face darkened. Impossible. He's different. He must still be alive. He survived such dire circumstances before. Suddenly, a soldier noticed something. Look, the wall vines at the fortress entrance are starting to wither. What's happening? Why are the vines withering? Inside, Ning Shui was absorbing energy from the vines' roots, destroying them from within. The wall vines gradually withered and turned into dry kindling. Xiaosu, watching Ning Shui's power from below, couldn't help but be astonished. He looked at her, thinking to himself, what immense power she must possess to absorb the vines of the entire fortress like this. At that moment, Ning Shui seemed to reach her limit and weakly collapsed. Seeing this, Xiaosu rushed to catch her. He thought, her breathing and pulse are normal. She must have absorbed too much energy. Her body can't handle it. What should I do? Get her out of the fortress first, then figure it out. Suddenly, Xiaosu noticed something. He saw LA's body radiating energy. He asked, have you awakened? Lala Ramainat, Silin, Fora Mumin. He then spoke, actually Xiaosu, I'm just a lucky fat guy who managed to get you all torn to shreds for me. If I hadn't been born in Khan City and had a talented younger brother, I'd probably be wandering around even more lost than you are. Tears welled up in LA's eyes. I can't stand hardship. I'm lustful and gluttonous. I'm clearly a coward, but I want to do the most dangerous things in the world. When we first set out, I joked with you all that when we got back to the Central Plains, I'd find each of you a beautiful wife to take back to the Northwest. Lala continued, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Back then, I was just bragging. You all know I've always been a braggart. I can't control my mouth. I digressed a bit. What I really wanted to say was, in the future, I'll be facing a lot of danger. Can you all still protect me? At that moment, the souls of several soldiers emerged from their bodies. One of them said, Boss, we meet again. La was surprised. You guys, they replied, Boss, from now on, we can continue to protect you. Then, all their souls flowed into LA's body. Overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, La felt their presence within him. Xiaosu asked him, is that the power you've awakened? La wiped away tears of joy. Yes, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I've become a transcendent too. Xiaosu assessed LA's new ability. Not bad, he thought. In the blink of an eye, he'd gained a whole host of lifelong bodyguards. If only he had a perfect skill map, he could copy it right here and now. Turning to Zhou Dao, the reporter, he said, I'll give you 10 million. Just don't write about what happened today. Deal. Zhou Dao remained firm. I'm sorry, he replied. What happened today is too important. I have to record it. Xiaosu sighed inwardly. This HOG media reporter was surprisingly stubborn, even with money on the table. But LA's concerns were valid. His newly awakened power needed to remain a secret, a trump card held back for the right moment. Besides, he and Ning Shui had already revealed too much, especially Ning Shui's ability to absorb the wall vines. If someone with ulterior motives found out, it could spell disaster. La continued to plead with Zhou Dao, trying to find a compromise. Look, he said, what you want to record is what happened during today's disaster, right? My ability has nothing to do with that. Can you just leave it out? Don't tell anyone. Zhou Dao considered this. That, he said, I can do. La gestured towards Xiaosu and Ningxue. They came to this terrifying place to save us, he argued. How many people in this world would willingly walk into danger for their friends? There are lifesavers. He saved you. You can't turn around and sell him out. Tell everyone what his powers are. That's not right. Zhou Dao looked flustered. Mr. Lala, he stammered. You keep calling him your benefactor. Zhou Dao finally relented. I'm not the kind of person who would sell out his benefactor. Lala breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qi coughed, his voice weak. Let's see when this fatty plans to help me up, he grumbled. Lala, helping Zhou Qi to his feet, urged the others. Let's retreat, he said. The Wang clan army will be here soon. We need to get out of here. If you sneak away, the Wang clan might assume you died in the fortress. If you reappear later, they might suspect you're connected to these wall vines. He paused. Follow me, he instructed. There's somewhere we need to go. This area was the first to be overtaken by the vines, Xiaosu explained. When the fortress residents started evacuating, this area became completely inaccessible. So, the vault in this bank should be untouched. We'll hide inside and pretend we were taking shelter there. Reporter Zhou, Xiaosu continued, wait here for the Wang clan army. When they arrive, tell them La abandoned you while escaping, but you were luckily saved by a mysterious transcendent. Say this transcendent dealt with the wall vines and then quickly left. Zhou Dao nodded. Don't worry, he assured them. I'll keep your secret. Inside the vault, they played cards to pass the time. 3 with 2, following the rocket. Lala watched Xiaosu's winning streak with a mixture of envy and annoyance. You're pretty lucky, he grumbled. He glanced over at Ningxue, who was still unconscious. He wondered if absorbing so much energy had somehow damaged her mind. Footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a call. Is anyone in there? We're Wang clan reinforcements. Xiaosu thought to himself, the Wang clan is here. The door swung open, revealing a tearful Lala. You're finally here. I missed you so much. How could you die and only come back now? Lala, someone asked, what about the wall vines outside? Have you dealt with them? Everyone stared at him, taken aback by his dramatic display. Lala continued to sob theatrically. The soldiers, bewildered, began their report. The wall vines are gone. But how did you get here? Where are your escorts? They gestured towards Xiaosu and his group. Were you traveling together? They reported my escort to the Wang clan. They have pictures of everyone. I can't admit to being with Xiaosu. It might raise suspicions. He stepped forward. My escorts, they sacrificed themselves to protect me. These people, they weren't with me. They must be residents of the fortress. The soldiers weren't convinced. What's your resident identification number? One of them asked Xiaosu. I need to verify. Xiaosu felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. He suspects me. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't check my identity now. Suddenly, a voice called out from the entrance. Old Wang and Kuang Vo stepped inside, their faces lighting up at the sight of him. Xiaosu was stunned. Uncle Wang. The scene shifted. Xiaosu was now outside with old Wang. Lin Lan offered his congratulations. I can't believe the person you were looking for is actually alive. Congratulations. You should leave now. I still have search and rescue duties to perform. Old Wang expressed his gratitude. You go ahead with your work. Once we picked up the boss, we'll return to Fortress 62 to check on the goods. We'll have plenty of opportunities to talk later. Don't let us interrupt your work. Lin Lan bid them farewell. The scene changed again. Qin Sheng sat dejectedly in front of a device, muttering to himself. Ren Xiaosu and Zhou Ningxue still haven't come out. I hope nothing happened to them. After all, the Wang clan people are all gone now. Suddenly, old Wang's voice drifted in from outside. Xiaosu, this house is quite nice. Do you always stay here? Qin Sheng jumped up, startled. Something's up. He quickly switched off his device and headed out. Old Wang continued, I've been to so many places lately. Luo City, Fortress 73, Fortress 74, Fortress 63, and Fortress 62. As he accepted the glass of water Xiaosu offered, Xiaosu thought to himself, those fortresses sound familiar. Old Wang turned to Xiaosu. Those places you mentioned, aside from Luo City, they all seem quite dangerous. You didn't run into any trouble, did you? Xiaosu reassured him. Don't worry, it was always other people who ran into trouble. Everyone present stared at him, speechless. Old Wang pressed further. Xiaosu, how did you survive initially? Tell us what happened. Xiaosu began his story. When I was stabbed in the stomach, I was rescued by an important figure from the Wang clan. They were heading northwest, following the current trade route. They told me the spear had luckily only hit my appendix, and that my other internal organs were unharmed. Old Wang and Kwang Vo exchanged bewildered glances. The appendix. There's such a thing. You're right to continue asking. Uncle Wang, Ren Xiaosu said. Where are Lu Yuan and Xiaoyu? Why didn't they come with you? He noticed everyone avoiding his questions. Old Wang, please tell me. Where are Lu Yuan and Xiaoyu? Xiaosu thought to himself, could appendicitis really be the result of Lu Yuan's prayer? Did he have a severe allergic reaction? Kang Vu stood up and recounted, it happened like this. When the flood was about to hit, we were far away from Lu Yuan and Xiaoyu. I only had time to use the plum blossom branch to hold onto these people. The current was too strong, and in the blink of an eye, we were swept away. We couldn't save them. I'm sorry. Xiaosu comforted her. Auntie Kang Vu, you did your best. There's no need to blame yourself. I'm sure they're still alive, Xiaosu declared. We just don't know where they are. I've asked Hog Media to publish an article. If Lu Yuan sees it, he'll definitely come to Fortress 61. Old Wang agreed readily. Right. Lu Yuan is a smart kid. He's definitely still alive. We're just separated. We'll definitely see each other again. Xiaosu continued his inquiries. What about Yang Xiaoqian? She must be all right. She was far away from the flood at the time. Did you see her again afterwards? Old Wang sighed. That young girl, we haven't seen her either. But if she's all right, you'll see each other again someday. Xiaosu simply hummed in response. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. They all went to open it, and Xiaosu was surprised. It was Swindler. He walked up to Old Wang and said, You're Wang Fugue, right? I just re-established contact with Fortress 178 and learned that you survived. Congratulations. Old Wang was taken aback. Ah, you know me. Swindler pulled him aside. Of course I know you. Come here, and I'll read your fortune. Old Wang was surprised. Huh, I don't know my exact birth date. Swindler reassured him. It's all right. Xiaosu spoke up. Swindler, what brings you here? Swindler replied, I said I was here to check on things. We're neighbors. Can't I visit if there's nothing wrong? Xiaosu introduced him to Old Wang. This is the intelligence officer from Fortress 178. He used to be in charge of intelligence for the Kong clan. After the Kong clan fell, he came to the Central Plains. Old Wang thought to himself, the intelligence officer from Fortress 178. So, Xiaosu does have connections with Fortress 178. Old Wang said to Xiaosu, these carts of goods were given to us by a soldier named Zhang Xiaoman. He said you participated in the battle between the Kong clan and Fortress 178. Wasn't it too dangerous to take revenge yourself? Were you injured? Xiaosu shook his head. It was nothing. Not dangerous at all. At this moment, Dahu chimed in. Ahem, you guys don't know. That battle was truly earth-shattering. All the soldiers of Fortress 178 admire Ren Xiaosu. Qin Sheng, eavesdropping from inside the room, was secretly delighted. Finally, getting to the important part. So many people can't be acting together. Tell me quickly, what's the relationship between Ren Xiaosu and Fortress 178? Swindler said, I heard you went into the fortress to save someone. Do you know why the vines on the wall died? Care to share a little? Xiaosu snapped, irritated. How would I know? As soon as I entered the Central Plains, a vine tendril from that wall stabbed right through my brain. I passed out. After that, I got her out of there fast. Swindler scoffed. Huh, you think you're that kind of person. With your temper, not tearing those blasted vines out by the roots would be a miracle. And you, Xiaosu continued, still insistent, you can believe it or not, Old Wang. He turned to the older man. How have you all been? Old Wang recounted their ordeal. After Kwang Vu pulled us ashore, we lived with the refugees in the mountains for a while. But we couldn't keep living like that, cut off from everything. So I decided to use the money and medicine you left us to start trading. That way, if we ever saw you again, we wouldn't be completely destitute. As for me, Old Wang went on, I thought I'd go to Wang Clan's fortress city and buy some luxury goods they don't have in the Northwest, then bring them back to sell. Wouldn't you know it, on my first day there, I ran into Officer Zhang Xiaoman. He told me you were alive, so I wanted to head straight back to the Central Plains. He said he had a way to find you. Xiaosu raised an eyebrow. What way? Old Wang paused, took a sip of water, and then continued. Zhang Xiaoman said that whenever something happened at a fortress, he'd send people there to look for you. But when something happened at Fortress 74, they sent people and they couldn't find you. He said Su Xian Su tricked him. Swindler chimed in. I was the one Wang Fengyuan sent to Fortress 74. Su Xian Su's guess was spot on. I made inquiries. He was at Fortress 74 at the time. And look, something happened at Fortress 61 too. Xiaosu thought to himself, what's that supposed to mean? Don't make it sound like I'm a walking disaster, Xiaosu said. Old Wang reassured him. Regardless, we're lucky we ran into Officer Zhang Xiaoman this time. If it weren't for him, who knows when we would have seen each other again. He even gave me a lot of goods. At my age, I've never had such a smooth business deal. Swindler interrupted again. Zhang Xiaoman did the right thing. Old Wang, do you know who this young man in front of you is? Old Wang looked surprised. Of course I know who Xiaosu is. Let me tell you, Swindler declared. This is the young marshal of our Fortress 178. Do you know what young marshal means? It means that after Commander Zhang retires, he'll be the commander of Fortress 178. Old Wang stared, incredulous. Are you serious? Xiaosu is the future commander of Fortress 178. No wonder Zhang Jinglin lived in that town for so many years. So he's his illegitimate son. Xiaosu, exasperated by their wild speculation, rubbed his temples. What is all this? I'm not related to him by blood or anything. This is just a con artist trying to trick you. It's not a con. Qin Sheng's voice crackled over the comms, shocked. Holy crap, Ren Xiaosu really is the young marshal of Fortress 178. Or maybe they forced him into it, and he doesn't want it. I have to tell teacher right away. Qin Sheng called Lao Li. Teacher, we've confirmed Ren Xiaosu's identity. He's not as simple as we thought. Lao Li mid-workout grunted. What do you mean? Qin Sheng, exasperated, repeated himself. He's definitely not some lone transcendent like those wandering knights. Lao Li, still exercising, replied, yes, I know. He has a maid. Can you please not speak in broken sentences? Just tell me everything at once. He's the heir to Fortress 178. What's more, the entire fortress has confirmed it, but he's still reluctant to return to the northwest. So, Master, be prepared. If he truly is the one we're looking for, he might not join our knight's organization. Lao Li asked doubtfully, the heir to Fortress 178. Are you certain? Qin Sheng affirmed, certain. Besides, they have no reason to put on an act for us. But Master, I think it's a good thing. I've been in contact with Ren Xiaosu a lot recently. His abilities are beyond our imagination. You must have heard about the wall vines at Fortress 61. He went in and came out safely. I suspect the withering of the vines is related to him. Lao Li replied, I've heard about him. This needs to be discussed with the other knights. Let's go back to Xiaosu. Swindler, pretending to read Old Wang's pulse, asked, how old are you this year? Old Wang replied, 46. Why? Swindler continued, then you're a bit younger than me. I'm 52. Let's be less formal. Can I call you old brother? Looking at your palm, I see you have a son born when you were in your middle age. You had a son when you were 32? Am I right? Old Wang, surprised, asked, how did you know? Swindler just chuckled and said, haha, I'm a fortune teller. Of course I know. These things are all written on your hand. Don't listen to those who say, I work in intelligence. That's just a side hustle. My main profession is fortune-telling. Old Wang, now realizing his lapse in etiquette, greeted him. So your master. My apologies, my apologies. Master, could you please tell me what my future holds? Swindler stroked his mustache and declared, your future doesn't look so good. The Central Plains is a dangerous place for you. If you want to prosper, you should head north. But north isn't the best choice either. You should go northwest to the Great Northwest. Old Wang suddenly remembered. Isn't that where the Great Northwest is? Xiaosu is already the young marshal of the Northwest. If we go there, won't we strike it rich? Swindler, examining his palm, said, the character Wang in feng shui has its own interpretations. Wang isn't particularly special. It implies a regal air, but many people have the surname Wang. Therefore, its power is diluted. But if you add a little something, it becomes the character for Jade, which truly befits the wealth and honor in your name. Otherwise, your surname won't support your given name. Do you know there's a lot of jade? The Northwest has plenty of jade. Old Wang, impressed, exclaimed, makes sense, makes sense. Swindler thought to himself, if Wang Fugui's group goes to the northwest, can Ren Xiaosu possibly stay in the Central Plains alone? Impossible. If I can't persuade Ren Xiaosu, then I'll persuade Wang Fugui. Once they're all in the northwest, I'll have a large shipment waiting. Then I'll tie Wang Fugui down there, and Ren Xiaosu won't be able to go anywhere. Old Wang asked him, "You're not just making this up, are you? Is this real?" Swindler insisted, "Why would I lie to you? Back in my youth, I relied on this fortune-telling skill and was very popular with the ladies." Intrigued, Old Wang asked, "So you were quite the charmer, eh? Must have been quite the ladies' man in your youth." Swindler confided, "Well, we in this profession aren't supposed to discuss romantic matters with our clients." Xiaosu walked in, overhearing only snippets of the conversation. He asked, "What was that? Are you in the funeral business?" Swindler, bewildered, replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." He helped Old Wang up, saying, "Uncle Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. Intelligence work is his side hustle. He only knows Wang Dalong's age because of his intelligence work. Besides, just ask Officer Zhang Xiaoman and you'll know immediately. He asked for your age to subtract Wang Dalong's age from it, to figure out when you had Wang Dalong." Old Wang exclaimed in shock, "Ah, that's why. I said, you can't trust superstitious nonsense." Swindler, seeing his efforts dismissed, angrily retorted, "Even if you were the young marshal, you can't just casually kick over someone's rice bowl like that." Xiaosu turned back and said, "All right, I know why you're tricking him. Isn't it just to get me to return to the northwest? But my answer remains the same. I'm very grateful that everyone thinks highly of me. If you truly believe I'm suitable, maybe one day, when I'm mentally prepared, I'll return. But it definitely won't be now." Seeing this, Swindler pointed at him and said, "Having you say that is enough." 3 days later, Xiaosu stood before Ing Shue's bed, lost in thought. It's been 3 days, and Ing Shue still hasn't woken up. Her body temperature fluctuates between hot and cold. "I didn't burn her brain out, did I?" Surely not. Her face is still rosy. I'll wait a few more days to see if she wakes up. Besides, the notice has been published. As long as Lu Yuan and Xiao Yu are still alive, they'll definitely find a way to get here and regroup with us. Xiaosu then pulled out the newspaper and read the text aloud. Fortress 61 has overcome the danger and is now recruiting new residents. People from all across the Fortress Alliance are welcome to live and settle here. Xiaosu was secretly delighted. Doesn't this mean refugees from everywhere will come here? Another money-making opportunity has arrived. He went outside and told Old Wang, "Uncle Wang, I'm going out for a bit. Please stay here and look after Zhou Ing Shue." Old Wang asked worriedly, "What's happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiaosu said excitedly, "Just wait for the good news. I'll be back in 3 hours. 3 hours later, Xiaosu returned, holding a piece of paper, and said excitedly, when Zhou Ing Shue bought a house. Each building cost an average of 30,000. Now, they're only 5,000. Old Wang, seeing this, said, "Xiaosu, this fortress has just gone through a disaster. Why are you buying so many houses? There's no one to live in them." Xiaosu explained, "We're all refugees too. Don't underestimate the enthusiasm refugees have for a fortress. It won't cost me anything. The Wang clan already paid me for this batch of goods. There will be people living in them. Countless people will come here." Old Wang offered a suggestion. "How about using my money? The Wang clan has already paid for the goods. This is the first time I've earned over $1 million. Xiaosu declined, saying, "No need, I have money." He then pulled a stack of bills from his pocket and handed them to Old Wang. "Oh, right, write down this account number. This is my account. Use it as your business capital. Business must continue. After all, there's still many people who rely on us to survive. And Kangvu students also need money to continue their studies. We have to figure out a way to get them back in school." Old Wang asked, "Xiaosu, how much money is in there? You've given it all to me. Do you have any left for yourself? Uncle Wang's business is doing well now. You don't need to live so frugally anymore." Xiaosu, after a moment of calculation, said there should still be over 10,000 left. Old Wang was taken aback. He thought to himself, "I worked so hard to earn money. How can it still be less than his by an order of magnitude?" Xiaosu told him, "All right, Uncle Wang, keep these land deeds safe. We'll definitely make more money from them later. I'm going to find Wang Yuqi and the others and see if there's a way to get them into Tsinghua University. As dusk settled, Xiaosu and Kang Vu returned. Xiaosu said, I went to inquire today. Tsinghua University in Luo City is open to everyone during the day, he told Qin Sheng. Although I can't help them with the enrollment procedures, I can ask the teachers to arrange visas for them. It's just that to enter Tsinghua University, they have to take the entrance exam. Xiaosu advised everyone, the spring enrollment period is about to begin. Time is a bit tight. Do you think you can prepare in time? One of the students said, Brother Xiaosu, our academic performance has always been very good. It's just that, Brother Xiaosu, we want to stay and help. We don't want to go to university anymore. Even if we don't go to university, we can study on our own. Besides, Uncle Fu Gue also needs help. Otherwise, he won't be able to deal with those bandits alone. Xiaosu told them, if you have the opportunity, you should continue your studies. Don't worry about the bandits. We can have Zhang Xiaoman send a few people to escort you. Systematic learning is still better than self-study. Just focus on your studies and don't overthink things. With that said, everyone went back to their rooms. The scene shifted to a certain tribe. Lu Yuan was sitting in a tent by the fire. He Sen entered and said to him, Master, when the people of that large tribe wanted to come to the Central Plains to plunder, they originally intended to show off their power. You sent the eagle in the sky to peck out the eyes of their envoy. It definitely won't give up. Lu Yuan told He San, don't worry about this, He San. I'm worried they won't dare to come. Seeing this, He San felt relieved and ladled a bowl of hot soup for him. I understand, Master. Please eat. Lu Yuan asked as he ate, aren't there any vegetables on the grasslands? He San told him, Master, it's winter now. It's difficult to find vegetables. When spring comes, I can go with the tribe to find other food. Lu Yuan thought to himself, it seems I really have to go to the Central Plains. He San asked him, Master, you come from the Central Plains, right? Lu Yuan walked outside, saying as he went, not exactly, but the place I lived before is similar to the Central Plains. They eat rice, wear cotton clothes, and there aren't many nomads. Most of them are farmers. He San followed him outside and asked, so, Master, do you also want to build a huge wall on the grasslands? It's a particularly majestic kind. I saw from afar that those who live inside are definitely not afraid of wild beasts. They can even drive the wild beasts to our northern grasslands. Lu Yuan scooped up some snow and applied it to his face as if washing. He said to He San, you can't build a fortress in the north. Besides, I don't like that place. He San was surprised. Master, you don't like fortresses. Lu Yuan gazed up at the star-dusted night sky. Of course I don't like them, he said, his voice low. The Central Plains people hide within their fortresses. They've lost their sensitivity to the outside world. The whole world is changing, but they remain stagnant. And the fortresses, they divide people of the same race into different classes. It's truly saddening. Even those who don't wish to be enemies of the Central Plains, they can't live in one place forever. When the Central Plains people finally notice us, when they decide to conquer the grasslands, their artillery fire will easily shatter those walls. Our understanding of the grasslands is the nomad's advantage. They can only build their forward bases along the riverbanks, but we can go anywhere. Once they step onto the grasslands, we'll have our chance to strike. He San, impressed by Lu Yuan's insight, exclaimed, Master, your understanding is so vast. Lu Yuan simply smiled. Just idle thoughts, he replied. I simply dislike the fortress people. Xiao Yu emerged from the tent. Lu Yuan, come and drink some goat's milk, she called. You've barely eaten anything. Just then, a sound echoed from the nearby mountain range. A smile played on Lu Yuan's lips. Finally, he murmured, Come, He San, I'll show you a good play. He San, still unsure of what was happening, followed him. They arrived at a scene where a group of people were surrounded by snow wolves. Hold back, Lu Yuan commanded the wolves. In front of the pack lay a pool of blood. The Great Khan's envoy sneered at Lu Yuan. So, you're the new leader of this tribe. Lu Yuan ignored the question. Did your Great Khan receive the message I sent with the last envoy? He asked. The envoy sneered, deepened into a snarl. You milk-smelling brat, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? You want the entire grassland. You're not old enough. Lu Yuan sighed. It seems this is your Great Khan stance. Then I'll have to resort to more forceful methods. With a gesture, he unleashed the wolves. They lunged, tearing into the great Khan's envoy. Xiaoyu watched in horror. Lu Yuan, you can command the wolves to kill them, but you can't let them eat them, she pleaded. If your brother were here, he wouldn't allow this. A shadow of sadness crossed Lu Yuan's face. He turned to Xiaoyu. Sometimes, I truly wish you were here, he admitted, his voice heavy with emotion. If it were him, unifying the Central Plains would be so much easier. But I know he wouldn't think this way. He was never ambitious. He only wanted to protect those around him. Whether he admits it or not, in my heart, he's always been a good person. Xiaoyu, you were right to stop me. Just now, I was thinking if my brother were still alive, he would surely despise someone as ruthless as me. Xiaoyu tried to comfort him. No, that's not true. You're important to Xiaosu. Even if you fell into the abyss, he would pull you out. Lu Yuan's expression was unreadable. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Brother, I miss you so much. Back at the tribe, Lu Yuan awoke to find a young woman sitting before him. Who are you? He asked. The girl blushed. I'm Hassan's daughter, she stammered. Father said I should attend to you. What's your name? Lu Yuan inquired. Chi-Chi-Gu, she replied shyly. It means flower. And how old are you? Lu Yuan asked. Chi-Chi-Gu shyly answered. 13 years old. 3 more months, and I'll be 14. Lu Yuan smiled upon hearing this and said, All right, I'll remember that. Now go find your mother. I have hands and feet. I don't need someone to wait on me. Chi-Chi-Gu anxiously exclaimed. I can comb your hair, wash your clothes, and cook for you. Father wants me to stay in your tent from now on. He said I will be yours. If you send me away, I will be very ashamed. Lu Yuan wondered, what kind of custom is this? Then you can help me comb my hair, but you don't need to stay in my tent every day. Bring hot water in the morning, and then go back to your mother. Chi-Chi-Gu looked surprised. Don't I need to come at night? Lu Yuan chuckled. No, you don't need to come at night. As Chi-Chi-Gu combed Lu Yuan's hair, he asked, Aren't you afraid of me? She innocently replied, Father said you are a god who protects the tribe. There's no need to be afraid. Lu Yuan said, Surprise protects. He continued, I'm not a god. I'm just an ordinary person like everyone else. Chi-Chi-Gu countered, but you can command the wolves, and you can command the eagles in the sky. And all the girls in the tribe say, you are very handsome. That's right. If I only need to comb your hair every day, then I can spend 3 days foraging with everyone else. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Foraging? Chi-Chi-Gu explained, it means gathering edible mushrooms. Otherwise, we can only drink milk or go hungry. Father said many cattle and goats died in the blizzard, and we can't eat their meat anymore. We have to wait until they give birth next year. Lu Yuan asked her, Can't you slaughter the cattle and goats in the tribe whenever you want? Chi-Chi-Gu shook her head. No, actually, the people in the tribe not only don't eat meat often, but they rarely even get to eat it even when they want to. Because we don't have enough salt, many women and elderly people often faint and feel nauseous. There's no salt here, no medicine. We only slaughter a goat when we're unbearably hungry. Seeing this situation, Lu Yuan lamented, It's true, everyone is suffering in these times. Why did I think everyone was living well? This is my fault. Call Hei-san here. I need to talk to him. Hei-san hurried in, saying, Master, don't listen to Chi-Chi-Gu's nonsense. The tribe isn't in such dire straits. Lu Yuan urged him to calm down. All right, listen to me. The women and elderly are experiencing nausea because they aren't eating meat and aren't getting enough salt. We need salt. Hasten looked surprised. Salt is very rare. Only the large tribes have it. We have to pay tribute in cattle and goats every year to get that precious salt. Lu Yuan thought to himself, this is the tactic of those who control the refugees. Heisan's tribe is just like the refugees outside the fortress walls, constantly being manipulated. He said, can't we find salt ourselves? The grasslands are so vast, there must be some. Even if it's a small amount, it can't be completely non-existent, can it? Heisan replied, the salt lakes are all controlled by the large tribes, and there aren't many salt lakes on the grasslands anyway. I hear even the large tribes don't have enough salt. Lu Yuan told him, gather all the nomads. Ask them if they remember any places where the cattle licked the ground when they were grazing. He recalled Xiaosu's words from his childhood. Lu Yuan, if you want to find wild salt, do you know where to look? Young Lu Yuan had asked, puzzled, where should I look? Xiaoyu said that all mammals need salt. You can let them find it for you. Some farms in the central plains scatter coarse salt in the livestock pens for the cattle to lick. On the grasslands, if there's a salty area, the cattle can find it themselves to replenish their salt. Lu Yuan, recalling his childhood excitement, realized, so that's how it is. How amazing. The scene shifted back to the present. Heisan led Lu Yuan to a mountain, explaining, "This is where the herd likes to lick. There must be salt here that we need." He picked up a handful of snow and declared, "We'll take this back and refine it. If we can refine it, the salt problem will be solved." Heisan exclaimed, "Really? That's fantastic." Noticing Xiaoyu smiling, Lu Yuan asked, "Xiaoyu, what are you smiling about?" She leaned closer and whispered, "You look just like your brother right now. He'll be so proud of you." Lu Yuan blushed, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washing over him. After a moment, he murmured, I miss him." A figure on horseback approached Lu Yuan's group. Hassan warned, "Master, only seasoned warriors of the Great Khan's tribe wear a sword like that. Be careful. Don't let him get too close." Lu Yuan replied, "Don't worry. Let's see what he wants." The horseman stopped before Lu Yuan and announced, "I am an envoy of the Great Khan, Bei Kadai. The Great Khan has ordered me to invite you to his tent for a council and to bestow upon you the title of Yuxiawang, granting you control over a section of the grasslands." Lu Yuan was incredulous. "I killed his man. He wants to give me his position." Hassan explained, "Such things are common on the grasslands. Here, only strength matters." Lu Yuan thought to himself, "The Great Khan is preparing to march south into the valley. He's consolidating power. If he doesn't kill his own man, how can he command respect? Many smaller tribes are watching. At any other time, the Khan might try to recruit me, but not now." Kadai, approaching Lu Yuan with a scroll, said, "If you don't believe me, I have the Great Khan's decree here. You can see for yourself." Hassan warned, "Master, be careful." Lu Yuan pushed him back, saying, "Stand down." Then he used his ability. "Yesterday, the Great Khan sent Kadai north. Kadai, I order you to kill the current leader of the Heisan tribe. If you succeed, you'll be the new Yuxiawang." "I obey, Great Khan," he replied. The Great Khan had also cautiously warned him, "That man is likely a transcendent. His ability is probably controlling beasts like eagles or wolves. But no transcendent is without weakness. If his power is controlling beasts, his body must be frail. You should choose close combat. By eliminating this threat for me, our tribe's position will be secure." Lu Yuan blocked Kadai's attack with his armored arm. Kadai recoiled in shock. "What?" The scene shifted to a city. A group of people were observing something. No unusual activity detected on Hepping Street. Zhongshan Road is clear, and the breakfast stalls have opened normally. The shopping center on Shanqing Road has also resumed business. Old Wang and Little Sue's group were playing cards. "You got a good eye," Little Sue, Wang said. "Those brick houses you bought are selling like hotcakes. You made another killing." Little Sue chuckled. "Even I didn't expect so many people to flood in so quickly, though I did anticipate the population growing." Wu Ji, curious, piped up, "Brother Little Sue, what does Wang City need so many refugees for?" Old Wang explained, "People mean production. Wang City is on a plain. There's still plenty of fertile wilderness. The problem was always a lack of manpower. It was hard to break down the class barriers and get the city folk to work the fields. Now, things are looking up. He's got plenty of hands to get the job done." Qin Xingyu reminded them, "Don't forget to play your cards while you chat." Little Sue played a pair of fours. Old Wang asked, "By the way, Little Sue, is that Zhou girl in your house still out of it?" Little Sue replied, "Yeah, still unconscious. No idea what's going on. She's been asleep for a month now. I think her ability is plant-based. She absorbed a lot of plant energy this time. Hope she doesn't turn into a human vegetable." The scene shifted to nighttime. Little Sue stood by Ying Shue's bedside, lost in thought. She's been asleep for a month. No food, no water, but her complexion is still rosy. Looks like she won't need to eat or drink anymore. "Great, saves me some money." He reached out and touched her hand. The books say that when plant people wake up, they move their fingers first. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Who are you?" Ying Shue startled awake. Little Sue, a mixture of suspicion and fear in his voice, said, "Don't tell me her brain's fried." Not that she had much to begin with. Ying Shue, indignant, retorted, "Master, is that how you see me? You're the one without a brain. So boring. Couldn't you play along a little?" Little Sue said, "Well, you're awake now, so get up. You've been hogging my bed for a month. Do you know how I've been living? On the floor. Me, sleeping on the floor. A master sleeping on the floor. Is that what a servant should do? Is that what a human being should do?" Looking down at the floor, where a mattress, blanket, and pillow lay, Shui gasped, "Master, you've been protecting me for a whole month." Little Sue replied, "Well, what else was I supposed to do? You've been sleeping soundly for a month while I've been suffering. It's winter, you know. The floor is freezing." Shui pulled him onto the bed, trying to appease him. "Master, come sit on the bed. Let me massage your feet." Little Sue waved her off. "Forget the foot massage. Do you even know what happened to you?" Shui recounted her memories. "It stopped at the moment I transferred my energy to the wall-climbing goats. I thought I could control them, but my energy on them was like a hole. All the chaotic energy flowed back into me. Then I passed out. My consciousness drifted in darkness for a long time. I saw many strange bubbles. Inside each bubble seemed to be someone's life. I suspect they were the memories of those who died in the disaster." Little Sue's eyes suddenly widened. "So, could you see their bank account numbers and passwords?" Shui, taken aback by his train of thought, exclaimed in dismay, "Oh no, master. I forgot to look." Little Sue also asked anxiously, "Well, is it too late now?" Shui cried, "It's too late. When I woke up, those things were completely gone." Little Sue said helplessly, "Normally, I see you as someone who loves money and treasures, but why were you so careless at such a crucial moment?" Shui retorted, "Hey, are you serious?" "Master, I was in a coma for a whole month and just woke up. How can you only care about money? Shouldn't you be a little more concerned about my well-being?" Little Sue dodged the question, coughing him, right? "Has your ability changed at all?" Shui replied, "I just feel a little stronger than before." Little Sue said, puzzled, "Can you be more specific? What's your unit of measurement for a little? Tell you what, let's go to the wilderness first to test your physical condition." Then, Shui went to a deserted place to test her abilities. She tested her power by punching a rock hard. Little Sue, standing beside her, exclaimed, "Amazing. Her current speed and strength are comparable to my shadow." He then asked Shui, "What about your abilities? Any new developments? There should be a big change in this area, right?" Shui told him, "I just feel that after controlling the plants, I can make them transform more powerfully. At the same time, I've also gained the ability to sow seeds, and I can even grow wall creepers." Looking at the plant she created, Little Sue thought to himself, "Excellent. If she can grow the giant wall creepers of Stronghold 61, wouldn't we be invincible?" He said, "Don't use this ability casually. If others see that you can grow wall creepers, and they're exactly the same as the ones at Stronghold 61, everyone will think that you were the one who planted them there before." Shui nodded, "I understand." Little Sue pondered. After the wall creepers mutated, Shui absorbed them. So, she gained a new seed-sowing ability. Does this mean that if we encounter new mutated plants in the future, Shui can turn them into her own abilities? He brought out a potato shooter and told her, "Try absorbing its energy, just like you did with the wall creepers." She tried to channel energy into the potato shooter. After a while, the potato shooter withered. Little Sue asked her, "How do you feel?" Shui, feeling refreshed, said, "Master, I can also grow potatoes now." Little Sue said excitedly, "If we hear about any mutated plants again, I'll take you to collect them. I remember reading a Hog Media report about strange flowers and rare herbs. I'll look it up later. We need to pay more attention to this from now on." Shui replied cheerfully, "Okay, no problem." Returning home, they saw a group of people cleaning up. Little Sue wondered, "Where's Qin Xingyu?" He went inside and asked, "Where's the owner of this house?" Qin Xingyu told Little Sue and Shui, "I just received news that I have to return to Happy City immediately. I've enjoyed living with you, brother Little Sue. We'll definitely meet again in the future." Little Sue asked, puzzled, "Doesn't your night organization have a rule that requires you to stay in town for a full year? Why are you leaving already?" Qin Xingyu explained, "Of course, I'm returning because of an urgent matter, but I'm very sorry, I can't tell you the details." Little Sue asked him where the threat was coming from. "All 12 of you knights are transcendent beings, so what else could possibly threaten you?" Qin Xingyu explained the current situation. "I'm afraid a large number of transcendent individuals are converging on Happy City. Among them are those from Wang City, Zhou City, Kong City, and even the Anjing Temple, as well as thugs hiding within. Because Happy City is open to the outside, with a huge influx and outflow of people daily, it's very difficult to verify everyone's true identity. Mid-sentence, he abruptly stopped and said, "Forget it. Some things are better left unsaid. We shouldn't air our dirty laundry." Little Sue was taken aback. If thugs can find thugs, doesn't that mean they've already found Yang Shaoqin? He asked Qin Xingyu, "By the way, will your situation affect Wang Wuji and his group's entrance exams for Tsinghua University?" Qin Xingyu reassured him, "Probably not. Even if those people have ulterior motives, they wouldn't need to target Tsinghua University. There are no secrets there. After I return, I'll immediately make arrangements. By the time you arrive in Happy City, there won't be anyone obstructing you. Wang Wuji's group can take their entrance exams without worry." Hearing this, Little Sue thanked him. "Thank you in advance. But I still don't understand why those forces are targeting Happy City." Qin Xingyu replied, "They're not targeting Happy City, but rather the Tsinghua Corporation. They control a large number of satellites. Those things are very important to investors." Little Sue pondered silently. "I still don't know why these forces are making their move on Happy City now, but I have to go there. Li Shindan inviting me to Tsinghua University definitely wasn't just to watch some boring debate. Could I have missed something?" He went over to Qin Xingyu, grabbed his hand excitedly, and said, "We're friends now, so your night business is my business. I'll go to Happy City with you." "That's not really a good idea. This really doesn't have anything to do with you." Before Qin Xingyu could agree, Little Sue pulled Ing Shui along, urging him, "All right, let's go. I'll go find Wang Wuji." Qin Xingyu stood there bewildered. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" The scene shifted. Elsewhere, several vehicles were on the move, heading somewhere. Inside the vehicle were Little Sue, Qin Xingyu, and Ing Shui. Qin Xingyu said, "Brother Little Sue, thank you for your help. On behalf of the Knights, I express our gratitude. Honestly, these days, very few people are willing to help others." Little Sue told him, "Don't mention it. After all, I want a lot of money from you. A little help is only right." Qin Xingyu laughed and then cautioned him, "Ahem, if you see my master, don't mention our card game." Little Sue understood his meaning and said with a chuckle, Got it. As the sun began to rise, they arrived at the gates of Happy City. Qin Xingyu went inside and told Little Sue and Ing Shui, "Wait for me here. I need to take care of something." Little Sue urged him, "Go quickly and come back quickly." Then he and Ing Shui waited in the vehicle. A while later, Qin Xingyu returned. As he stepped into the vehicle, Little Sue caught a strange scent, a strong, metallic smell of blood. "Did you just come back from killing someone?" Little Sue asked him. Qin Xingyu didn't deny it. "Yeah," he admitted, "cleaned up some opportunists. We left them alone when they were operating in the black market, but now it's not convenient to keep them around. After the new black market manager took over, they haven't been cooperating, biting the hand that feeds them." Little Sue's attention was drawn to the newspaper tucked under Qin Xingyu's arm. "Buying a newspaper these days? That's unusual. Don't tell me the Knight organization uses hog media newspapers to transmit secret messages." Qin Xingyu started the car. "Come on, let's head back to Happy City. I just spoke with my teacher, and he said you could come too. He wants to invite you both for dinner. Also, the current acting president of Tsinghua Corporation, Su Ku, wants to meet you." Little Sue was taken aback. "The acting president of Tsinghua Corporation wants to see me." Qin Xingyu smoothly deflected. "It's not that urgent. When we get to Happy City, I'll go to Tsinghua University first. Unless you're a student, you won't be able to get in. To protect the students, the entire campus is under tight security. If you want to visit after I'm finished, I can help you get a student ID. You can stay as long as you like." Little Sue dismissed the offer. "It's fine, I can climb the wall." Qin Xingyu was surprised by his solution, thinking, "Please don't say things like that in front of me." As they drove into the city, they saw a group of people arguing at the entrance. "We have business visas and work visas. Why can't we enter?" An official responded, "We've just received notification that Tsinghua Corporation has revoked all business and work visas. Please remain calm and return." After passing the disgruntled crowd, Little Sue and Qin Xingyu entered the city and got out of the car. "Go to Tsinghua University first," Qin Xingyu instructed. "We'll have dinner together tomorrow night." Little Sue agreed. Little Sue thought to himself, "I don't care what this Su Ku's motive is. I have to meet him." Avoiding him would only raise suspicion. He and Ing Shui strolled around the city, observing their surroundings. Li Shunten isn't here, he mused. Looks like I'm on my own. Suddenly, something caught little Su's eye. He stared at a woman ahead of them. Who is that? She looks familiar. Ing Xuan noticed him staring. Master, what are you looking for? Little Su, still watching the woman, replied, I feel like I've met her before, but I can't quite place her. It's just a fleeting image. His memory sparked. I remember. She's Dong Funan, that transcendent we met at the southwestern stronghold. She had vampire-like powers. He recalled Chun Wudi breaking her fangs. Then Yang Xiaoqian's people took her away. She's probably joined the Kundo group by now. This could be my lead to finding them. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, in a dilapidated temple, Shintan and Li Ren sat by a fire, roasting a chicken. Is it ready yet? She asked. Shintan looked at her. This is what I get for being helpful. Why is that Yang Xiaoqin girl after me? It's not like I made them miss each other. In fact, I was trying to help them reunite. I put in some effort, you know. Li Ren answered innocently, but she didn't know. She didn't know what we did, either. She also didn't know that Ren Xiaosu had come to Happy City. I think the only reason she's chasing after you is that she finds you irritating. Shuntan, hearing this, said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? He then handed her a chicken drumstick and said, eat quickly, be careful, it's hot. Li Ren accepted it and ate with relish. She asked, but why didn't we go back and fight her? Shintan explained, if we wanted to confront her, it would have caused a huge incident. There are some people you can fight and some you can't touch, understand? That girl is very powerful. She appears and disappears like a ghost. We have to be cautious. But we haven't seen her for a whole week. It seems she doesn't have time to continue chasing us. After all, finding Ren Xiaosu is the important thing. Li Ren said, if she's not chasing us anymore, can we go back to Happy City? Shintan explained to Li Ren, Happy City is a chaotic place now. We can't go back. Your rambling old man just brought some news. A lot of transcendents have gathered in Happy City this month, and he wants us to leave quickly. Li Ren asked, speaking of which, what's he doing now? Shinten recounted, he couldn't sit still, so he went back to his old job, doing intelligence work. I heard he even took in some orphan refugees. He really wants to raise them. Li Ren finished the chicken drumstick, tossed the bone in the fire, and said angrily, why do those transcendents want to go to Happy City? Now, I don't have any baked potatoes to eat. Shintan reassured her, innocent people are ordinary, talented people are guilty. Think about it, a stronghold for refugees, but it possesses more than half of the satellites. It's normal to attract attention. Your rambling old man said that this time, someone is determined to seize those satellites. It seems very important to them, although he doesn't understand why. As he spoke, he handed another chicken drumstick to Li Ren. She took it and asked, so if we don't go back to Happy City, where will we go? Shintan sighed and looked up at the sky. Why don't we go south and see the ocean? I heard it was very lively there before the incident, but now it's been abandoned by investors. Apparently, it's because of the constant storms, the kind that could blow us away. Li Ren said, okay, let's go see the storms. Seeing this, he rubbed her head and chuckled. Silly, the storms only come in summer. Li Ren said, then we'll stay there until summer. Shuntan, seeing this, was rendered speechless and bewildered. This was the first time he'd met someone so eager to see a storm. The scene shifts. At this time, Xiaosu and Ing Shui were walking around, observing the situation. He thought to himself, strange, where are they? I don't know where that blood-sucking female ghost has gone. Then he turned to Ing Shui and said, let's go retreat. Let's regroup with Wang Wuji first. She nodded. Okay. As they walked, Ing Shui asked, Master, are we going to rest here tonight? It's too shabby. Why not stay in a hotel? Xiaosu told her, it's good enough that we have a place to rest. Don't be picky. If our group stays in a hotel at such a sensitive time, we'll attract attention. It's already very good that Qin Xingyu could arrange this for us. It's not a good time to be seen near Tsinghua University. Qin Xingyu said, his voice low. I'm canceling tomorrow's dinner with the acting president of Tsinghua Corporation. Absolutely can't risk giving anyone the chance to grab us by the scruff of our necks. Ing Shui, listening, silently admired his foresight. As expected of a young master, she thought, always thinking things through. One less thing for me to worry about. I just need to follow his lead. They entered a room where a group of students were studying. Focus on your studies, Qin Xingyu addressed them. Among us, You are the scholars. Cherish this opportunity. Don't worry, little Sue, they assured him. Just then, a phone rang. Little Sue answered. Yes, all right, understood, he said into the receiver. Ying Shui approached him. Young master, was that Qin Xingyu? She asked. Little Sue hung up. Oh no, he replied. He called in sick. Said he can't come in tomorrow. Ying Shui looked puzzled. But didn't the young master just agree to let him off? Little Sue just smiled. Doesn't matter who it was, he said. I approved it. It's a good thing after all. He thought to himself, rather pleased, especially since they kept thanking me, and I even got 4 Sue as a thank you. The next morning, little Sue was washing up when Qin Xingyu arrived. Why are you here so early? Little Sue asked. I was going to help you get a student ID, Qin Xingyu explained, but the president of Tsinghua University refused. He said no strangers are allowed on campus right now to protect the students. The old man's quite stubborn. Even we knights can't force his hand. I hope you don't mind. Little Sue was surprised. Really? There are things even knights can't do in Happy City. Qin Xingyu sighed. Of course. There are 2 places where our words carry no weight. Or rather, where anyone's words carry no weight. One is Hog Media, and the other is Tsinghua University. Little Sue held up a card. Then what's this student ID for? Qin Xingyu gave a wry smile. It's my cousin's. You look a bit like him. Just wear glasses and say they broke if anyone asks at the checkpoint. It'll be fine. And here's his class schedule. Qin Xingyu continued. Remember, arrive at 8 a.m. and leave at 8 p.m. The campus security and disciplinary committee are the only groups with our informants. Little Sue looked at him suspiciously. What are you getting at? Qin Xingyu just smiled. Well, I've given you the ID, he said, and I can't get on campus myself. I need you to attend classes in his place and mark attendance. Little Sue nodded and took the ID. Sure, no problem. Qin Xingyu thought to himself, that cousin of mine would never guess that while he's skipping class to play video games, the esteemed young marshal of the Northwest Army is attending lectures in his place. Little Sue suddenly remembered something. By the way, he asked, were those people hiding in Happy City going to make their move? Qin Xingyu shook his head. I don't know. We eliminated a few of them in the past couple of days, and things have quieted down. But my teacher says they'll definitely act, he added. They're just waiting for the right opportunity. Later, little Sue walked alone, thinking to himself, the students at Tsinghua University have it easy. Just 1 class in the morning. No wonder they have time for debate competitions. Talk about a cushy life. Still haven't seen Yang Xiaoqian on campus though. He sighed and opened a classroom door. A student inside looked up. Excuse me, the student said, this is social and political sciences. Are you lost? Little Sue walked over and asked, do you know Zheng Hong? The student replied, yes, we know him. He's our classmate. Little Sue smiled. That's good. I'm here to attend class in his place. What does the teacher usually take attendance? The students behind them erupted in murmurs. That Zheng Hong is quite something. Imagine paying someone to take attendance for him. One asked, how much do you charge for this attendance service? Little Sue replied, nonchalantly, 31 each time. The students exclaimed, that's a reasonable price. But with 2 or 3 classes a day, I guess only a rich kid like Zheng Hong can afford it. So enviable. Footsteps approached. The students suddenly straightened up and fell silent. Jiang Su strode into the classroom. Little Sue's face darkened. Why is it him? He thought grimly. He quickly pulled a book up to cover his face. He can't see me. He can't see me, he chanted internally. Jiang Su stopped beside him. What's your name? He asked, thinking, what's this kid doing here? Little Sue forced a smile. My name is Zheng Hong, he mumbled. Then, standing up a little straighter, he repeated, my name is Zheng Hong, sir. Jiang Su looked at his face, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. This kid is taking classes for someone else. He pointed at little Sue. It just so happens I need a class representative for this course. From now on, Zheng Hong, you'll be the class representative. You'll be responsible for collecting assignments and other tasks. Little Sue pointed at himself, feigning surprise. Oh, okay, he said, a secret smile playing on his lips. Does this old man not recognize me? Whatever. I can tell Qin Xingyu, his cousin, got promoted to class representative. That's something to celebrate. Jiang Su addressed the class. Class dismissed. For next time, I want you all to read the Hog Media report and think about the current events. Any questions now? A female student stood up. Professor, before class ended, you mentioned the geopolitical situation of the Wang, Zhou, and Kong consortiums. Luo City is situated right in the middle of them, which seems quite dangerous. The university is already under quasi-martial law. Is there any connection to what you were talking about? Jiangsu replied, there's a certain connection, but it's not something you need to worry about. Even if something major happens, it won't affect the university. Another student stood. Professor, you said that investors, in their pursuit of power and status, can't change their greedy nature. My question is to maintain those things, a solid class structure is necessary, right? Jiangsu shook his head. Incorrect. A rigid class structure can sometimes breed decay. If the ruling class has greater ambitions, they often choose to break down class barriers to energize the lower classes. The girl pressed further. So, the Wang Consortium's loud proclamation about Stronghold 61 accepting refugees, does that mean Wang Shengji has greater ambitions? Precisely, Jiangsu confirmed. Stronghold 61 accepting refugees has dealt a heavy blow to the industrial system of the Zhou and Kong consortiums. It's a strategy that kills two birds with one stone. Moreover, implementing this policy requires decisive action. To revitalize the stronghold, the other powers within are forced to compete and tear each other apart. This allows Wang Shengji to smoothly implement his policies, suggesting his power within the Wang Consortium is quite secure.